In the year 7077, humanity reached a wonderful symbiotic balance with nature, simplifying even the way to obtain energy simply by breathing. In such an unimaginable era, a rabbit spirit named Tu Piaopiao, who had cultivated for 1,000 years, had just experienced a genuine narrow escape from the jaws of a tiger. Stumbling into a dire situation, this effort era, which was extremely unfriendly to spirits, brought Tu Piaopiao to the brink of collapse. Just when her rabbit life was in jeopardy, a peculiar chili system forcibly bound to her. To her horror, she discovered that the fuel she relied on for survival had turned into human emotional values. Good emotions could maintain her physical strength and even help her recover the meager cultivation she had as a rabbit spirit, while bad emotions, at best, they would give her diarrhea until she was exhausted, and at worst, they could take her life. In her desperation, she met Xiao Qi, candidate for Earth's guardian. This young man was as emotionally stable as a rock, and his thoughts were incredibly pure. He saved this mysterious little rabbit and took on the responsibility of caring for her. However, Tu Piaopiao was still just a rabbit. Even with the high-tech system bound to her, her deeply ingrained instincts were hard to suppress. One moonless night, her irresistible greed for carrots erupted completely, and she devoured the only 9 precious carrots that her neighbor had painstakingly nurtured. Feeling guilty for the disaster she caused, Tu Piaopiao immediately resorted to her cuteness to get through. Her little rabbit paws trembled as they clutched the buttons of Xiao Qi's shirt, and her tear-filled rabbit eyes met his gaze. However, her inner thoughts raced like a wild rabbit, wanting to nuzzle that defined collarbone, wanting to press against that solid, warm chest, wanting to caress those clearly defined abs, wanted to get even closer to this body that exuded a sense of security. Chapter 1. The Fall of the Thousand-Year Rabbit Spirit. In 7077, Earth coexisted with all living things, evolving into the effort era, where everything had a spirit in the way to obtain energy was through breathing. The sun shone brightly, the spring breeze was gentle, and greenery flourished. The selection for the new guardian of Earth would take place in 4 weeks. 1 grass, 2 grass, 3 grass, 4 grass, 5 grass. Xiao Qi counted the 7 flower pots in the cart, each containing a single blade of grass. Stop counting, I definitely have more grass than you. Ren Fengluan scoffed, looking at the ancient shopping cart from 1,000 years ago. I have 8 blades of grass in here, 1 more than yours. What difference does 1 more make? Xiao Qi leisurely pushed his cart away. Xiao Qi, the guardian of Earth, is definitely mine. Xiao Qi waved his hand dismissively. If you have the ability, then it will naturally be yours. Ren Fengluan looked at the 8 wilted little grasses in his cart, then at the lively grasses in Xiao Qi's vase, and with jealousy boiling over, he pushed his cart aggressively ahead. Seeing that Xiao Qi didn't catch up, he stopped, overwhelmed by jealousy, and knocked over one of Xiao Qi's vases. The grass fell headfirst to the ground, scattering a bit of fine grass debris. Xiao Qi waved his hand, causing Ren Fengluan to stumble, nearly falling to the ground. The two quickly began to tussle. Meanwhile, in another parallel universe, the 1,000-year rabbit spirit Tu Piaopiao was on a solo adventure into the depths of the jungle, accidentally falling into a bottomless abyss and narrowly escaping. In a life-or-death moment, she crossed over to the effort world 1,000 years later. Hey, 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 hello, host Tu Piaopiao. I am your system steward chili. System? Tu Piaopiao clung tightly to the top branch of a towering tree, her 4 short legs wrapped around it as her rabbit spirit nearly floated away. Yes. Then can you take me to a safe place? I'm sorry, host Tu Piaopiao. You have already consumed a large amount of energy by crossing time and space, and this system cannot provide any substantial help to you at the moment. The system chilly replied in an official tone, devoid of any unnecessary emotions. Then why bind me? It would be better to die in the jaws of tiger. Because you are weak, and I am weak, so it is only natural that the binding was successful, Chili stated as if it were a matter of course, leaving Tu Piaopiao feeling a lump of frustration in her chest. She was a 1,000-year-old rabbit spirit. Weak? If she were weak, she wouldn't be able to transform into human form. You need to quickly adapt to the survival rules here. The rule of survival of the fittest is something you should understand better than I do. Goo goo. Why can't I speak? Chili coldly reminded her. Actually, you weren't able to speak just now. Either you were communicating with me through thoughts. This is called the inner voice of humans. Do you understand? Goo 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 goo. By the way, Tu Piaopiao, if you want to survive, you need to absorb human emotional values to stay alive. Tu Piaopiao. Do you really want me to survive? Chili. Naturally, because I depend on you. Good emotional values will allow you to quickly cultivate and purify, while bad emotional values will at best cause you a stomachache, and at worst leave you listless all day. You have 2 weeks to choose your emotional value source. The way to establish a connection is to bite the artery on the neck of the target, as long as their arterial blood falls on your rabbit head. Oh no, no energy. Before Chili could finish speaking, it malfunctioned. Tu Piaopiao was left confused, gripping the branch of the towering tree even tighter. But before long, her entire rabbit body began to plummet rapidly. She tightly hugged her rabbit head with her rabbit paws, preparing for emergency measures. The sensation of falling from a height made her feel as if her rabbit spirit was about to float away again. As the fierce wind swept by, her form danced even more wildly in the wind, and she couldn't help but cough a few times. After inhaling quite a bit of air, she unexpectedly felt that she no longer had the weakness of about to fall from the sky. She even managed to kick her rabbit legs a few times in. The A-I-R-T that moment. Chili also powered back on. Before binding to the emotional value transfer, your ability to absorb emotional values is weak, similar to absorbing air. And then no, again no. The wild wind howled, turning the white scene into darkness. Suddenly, the raging wind seemed to encounter a gentle warm current and became light and breezy. Tu Piaopiao was nearly exhausted, so she simply gave up struggling, thinking that this wind seemed to be relatively gentle. In one round, Ren Fengluan fell to the ground in response. Xiao Qi sat cross-legged, with invisible winds surrounding him, restoring the area that had just been ravaged. The broken branches of the large trees returned to their original state, and with a grunt, he stretched his limbs. Flowers bloomed, and the environment returned to the calm it had just been. Xiao Qi's expression suddenly became inexplicable as he sensed a unique aura. Just as he opened his eyes to explore, a large, dark rabbit fell into his arms. Cough cough goo 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 goo. Tu Piaopiao's tightly shut rabbit eyes opened, momentarily forgetting to speak rabbit language, her little rabbit mouth agape in surprise. The person before her was like a vivid painting, drawing the rabbit into reality without her noticing. The man had a handsome face, and his clear pupils seemed to reflect his own purity and kindness. Having lived for over 1,000 years, such pure gazes were quite rare, as most were filled with greed driven by desire. She wiggled her rabbit head and rubbed against his waist to show friendliness. Tu Piaopiao chirped happily. His emotions were gentle and reserved, and the closer she got to him, the more her ability values increased. After all, she was not a rabbit of this era, and the way to gain abilities here was of little use to her. She had already experienced it in the air. Little rabbit, where did you come from? Xiao Qi reached out to touch Tu Piaopiao's head, and she shyly buried her head in his embrace. Tu Piaopiao, don't touch the rabbit head randomly. It will make me shy. Goo 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 goo. I don't really know what goo 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 means, but I used to be a 1,000-year-old rabbit spirit, and I still am. Just sealed away now. Xiao Qi felt along the rabbit's head down to its tail and opened his palm to find a thick layer of dirt. Xiao Qi, this. Hey, Xiao Qi, just you wait. I will definitely surpass you. Ren Fengluan hobbled away, not forgetting to issue another challenge. The surrounding grass and trees scoffed silently, mocking Ren Fengluan. He had barely taken 10 steps when he turned back, pushing a shopping cart away. Xiao Qi didn't even glance at him. Rabbit Piaopiao lay comfortably in Xiao Qi's arms. Feeling very cozy, sleepy, and hungry, she fell asleep as soon as she closed her rabbit eyes. What a lazy rabbit. Xiao Qi closed and opened his eyes, and a small, deep blue blanket appeared in his hand. In 7077, humans had achieved consciousness-based object retrieval, allowing them to move stored items just by thinking. Roughly speaking, it was an advanced version of the magic brush of Ma Liang. No need to draw, just think that he gently wrapped Rabbit Piaopiao up and placed her in a small basket above his shopping cart. Rabbit Piaopiao turned comfortably on her side. Xiao Qi smiled softly, his gaze gentle, not minding the dirt that stained his white robe. He walked beside the small grass that had just been knocked over and gently placed it back in its pot, using a small spoon to scoop different proportions of liquid from colorful 100 milliliters container and mix them into 50 milliliters of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple liquids, pouring them into the injured grass pot. The sunlight was warm and pleasant, and Xiao Qi conjured a pure white long blanket in his palm, laying it on the ground, closing his eyes to take a nap alongside the grass. Easy and pleasant times are always short-lived. The sun maintained its predetermined path, rising in the east and setting in the west. In the struggle between Earth and the fallen star, it remained neutral. Its high-intensity heat was the best way of self-protection. In 5089, the sun's light was about to fall, and Earth almost turned into a dark world at the end of days. A cruel scene of burning, killing, and looting was about to unfold. The fallen star was originally a prison for heavy offenders that Earth had found for its people. Managed by an intelligent AI system, an unexpected event occurred, leading the AI to awaken its awareness of humans and collaborate with the prisoners, using cunning tactics to overthrow human rule and successfully seize the fallen star. From then on, a century-long war began between the two sides. The sun was their common mother. They relied on the sun's light to survive, and in this regard, their thoughts were unified. Saving the sun was their rare moment of harmonious coexistence. After 100 years of cooperation and exploration, in 5189, the sun returned to being the great fireball that gave hope for survival to the planet. Inside the sun, there was an extremely suitable place for sun people to live, which both Earth people and those from the fallen star found very uncomfortable. This is also why the fallen star had not launched an attack to plunder the sun. A rare balance was maintained as Rabbit Piao woke up from her rabbit dream, dreaming that someone wanted to steal her carrots, and immediately issued a warning. Goo 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 goo. Rabbit Piao's spirit was scattered, her rabbit head shaking up and down. It seemed she needed to quickly conclude that treaty, otherwise, in her half-dead state, she felt she might perish soon. Goo 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 goo, hungry, hungry, hungry. Her little rabbit legs moved forward slightly, wanting to find Xiao Qi. Her two hind legs followed suit, but before she could roll out of the small blanket, she fainted weakly again. When she woke up, she found herself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Rabbit Piao looked at the cup-like vessel in front of her, lost in thought, her curious rabbit eyes blinking as she looked at Xiao Qi, who was reading beside her. Goo 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 goo. Xiao Qi put down the old printed book in his hand. What's wrong? Xiao Qi rubbed the rabbit's head, his hand getting dirty with a layer of soil. He had just changed his clothes. Rabbit Piao extended a small rabbit paw, placing it on Xiao Qi's hand, sensing his emotional value. Peaceful and stable, it smelled as pleasant as carrots. Can't you open it? Xiao Qi asked gently, his warm voice tinged with patience. Rabbit Piao felt a bit better and tightly hugged Xiao Qi's hand with both paws. His emotional value was so delicious. This is the best air I bought from the primitive forest. Try it. Xiao Qi twisted open the vessel and aimed it at Rabbit Piao's mouth. Before Rabbit Piao could shake her head, she was enveloped by a rush of air filled with a primitive scent, falling into a violent coughing fit. Cough, cough, cough. Goo goo. Goo. Sorry, I forgot you need to eat slowly. Xiao Qi smiled, soothingly stroking Rabbit Piao's head, his hand slipping from under her paws to adjust the opening of the vessel. You goo goo you. Rabbit Piao looked at Xiao Qi's hand with pleading eyes, filled with longing. She didn't want to eat air. She wanted to eat his emotional value. Xiao Qi looked confused. This was the good air he kept for emergencies. But apparently, rabbits didn't like it? How could there be something that didn't like air? Xiao Qi frowned, puzzled. Rabbit, look at you. So we just eat some air, okay? A few breaths will do. After that, he threatened a bit. If you don't eat, being so delicate, I won't be able to keep you alive. Startled, Rabbit Piao quickly opened her rabbit mouth and seriously started eating the air, her rabbit face full of reluctance. What use is this air? It can't fill her up. Now she understood that in this so-called era of effort, people didn't eat meals. After she transformed into human form, she also didn't eat meals, but she was quite greedy, so she would still eat once every few days. Rabbits' teeth grow quickly, and eating could also count as a way to grind their teeth. Xiao Qi watched the rabbit start eating air, satisfied as he patted her head and got another hand covered in dirt. Once this rabbit finished eating, he would give her a bath later. According to ancient search programs, rabbits are clean animals. Rabbit Piao easily finished a whole bottle of air in Xiao Qi's eyes. She was full, but she truly wasn't. Her two rabbit ears drooped down, dejectedly clinging to Xiao Qi's hand and not letting go. The chili had said to bite through the blood vessels in his neck and let a few drops of blood fall on her body to complete the contract. She had already chosen her candidate, but she didn't have the strength to bite. No wonder the system was weak. The primitive state was full of bugs. Xiao Qi waved his hand, and a round wooden tub appeared on the ground. Fortunately, Rabbit Piao was a 1,000-year-old rabbit spirit, and had this ability. Otherwise, she would have been scared to death by this person. Xiao Qi placed Rabbit Piao in the tub, and a warm current flowed from his fingertips, gradually covering her paws, then her short rabbit legs, and finally her belly. When it reached her neck, Xiao Qi stopped and ceased the water flow. You really are well behaved, not making a fuss, easy to care for. Rabbit Piao thought, if I'm hard to care for, I'll be thrown out. Xiao Qi extracted a bottle of special shower gel for rabbits from his consciousness, applying it to Rabbit Piao's body. As his hand moved down from her neck, she dodged, and Rabbit Piao warned with a rabbit sound, hiss hiss hiss. Chapter 2, Bad Guy. Can rabbits be touched randomly? Bad Guy. Xiao Qi stared at the shower gel stuck to his palm, then at the wary expression on the little rabbit's face, explaining, yes, I'm sorry, Rabbit Piao took small steps, cautiously walking to the tub, staring at Xiao Qi, and finally biting her pants leg, pulling him out. Xiao Qi was passively dragged along, and 3 minutes later he was pulled outside. The journey exhausted Rabbit Piao, and she weakly walked to the door with her 4 rabbit legs. Want to close it? What kind of rabbit takes a bath without avoiding people? Xiao Qi bent down, picked up Rabbit Piao off the ground, and placed her into a wooden tub. He put the shower gel within her reach, retrieved a low stool from a distance, placed a dry blanket on it, then turned and left, closing the door behind him. Rabbit Piao's affection for Xiao Qi doubled. What are you smiling about over there? With a familiar teasing tone, Xiao Qi looked at the newcomer, bending his hand backward to set up a barrier-like barrier on the door. I heard you brought a rabbit back today. Let me see. Xiao Qi moved to a wooden bench in the courtyard and shook his head. The little rabbit is shy. Oh ho! Ingju laughed. I didn't know you had a hobby of raising pets. There are many things you don't know. Lingyu opened the fan in his hand, elegantly fanning himself, his movements smooth. A few thousand years ago, this would have been described as extraordinarily handsome. Like you know everything. Ingju argued back, unwilling to back down. Listening to the daily bickering routine between the two, Xiao Qi's gaze unintentionally drifted behind him, wondering if the little rabbit was done with its bath. So delicate, it won't even eat the air properly. How could it get stronger without eating? Hey! Ingju nudged Xiao Qi with his elbow. The usual dynamic among the 3 of them was that Xiao Qi watched him and Lingyu argue, but today was a bit different. Xiao Qi seemed to be out of it. What are you thinking about so intently? Lingyu asked curiously. The 2 of them rarely stood on the same side. Xiao Qi smiled without speaking, saying the dismissal. If you have nothing to do, you can go back home. I need a rest. Huh? Ingju was surprised. Don't you want to tell us what happened today? We can help out. It's nothing. Xiao Qi retracted his faint smile, restoring his usual dust-free demeanor. Well, if you ask me, this can't all be blamed on Ren Fengluan. Ingju began, acting as if he were trying to stir trouble. Lingyu shot him a fierce glare. Whose side are you on? I'm definitely on my brother's side. Then what do you mean by saying that? I'm just stating the facts. What's wrong with that? Who doesn't know Ren Fengluan like Shangxi, and Shangxi like Xiao Qi, this emotionless genius? Ingju's voice grew louder. Stop shouting. Do you think being loud means you're right? Lingyu grabbed Ingju by the neck. There are so many people who like Xiao Qi. Does every Xiao Qi have to respond? I'm not saying that, I'm just stating the facts. Ingju grabbed Lingyu's hair. Let go of my neck if you don't. I can't guarantee you won't leave your ball today. Lingyu, not to be outdone, grabbed his waist, and the 2 started fighting. Xiao Qi shook his head, raised his hand, and with a flick, the 2 were thrown out of his courtyard. As the door closed, Xiao Qi set up a happy elimination game that they had to solve to get back in. See, now you've been kicked out. Lingyu flicked his head, the tips of his hair brushing against Ingju's face. Ingju knew he was in the wrong, but fighting wasn't something he could do alone, as if it's none of your business. Speechless. Well, getting kicked out isn't a new thing. You really take it well. Can you stop picking on me? Can you stop pulling my hair? The 2 exchanged glances, and in perfect sync, they said dream on. Inside the room, after her first wash, Rabbit Piao looked at the muddy black liquid in the tub, lost in thought. She had lived for over 1,000 years and had never experienced such an embarrassing situation. She was known for being the cleanest rabbit within 100 miles. But there was nothing she could do, absolutely nothing. With her current delicate state, she didn't even have the strength to open the door. Climbing out of the black tub had completely drained her of energy. She often felt faint, her rabbit spirit drifting away. Knock knock. Xiao Qi politely knocked on the door. Are you done? Rabbit Piao hurriedly burrowed into the little blanket beside her, making muffled sounds. Then I'm coming in. Ugh 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 ugh. How embarrassing. How could she be so dirty? This man wouldn't think she was a black rabbit, would he? And then when he comes in, surprise. A gray rabbit. Rabbit Piao. Just thinking about it makes her feel suffocated. Xiao Qi opened the door and saw Rabbit Piao wrapped in the blanket, then glanced at the dark wooden tub beside her, unable to hold back a laugh. Why are you still hiding under the blanket? Rabbit Piao was too embarrassed to peek her rabbit head out, feeling very awkward. It's okay. I'll get you a new tub of water. Ugh ugh ugh. Xiao Qi reached out, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing at the tub in an instant. The black water transformed into a pool of warm, clear water. He lifted Rabbit Piao along with the little blanket into the tub and placed a clean blanket on the small stool beside it before stepping outside to wait. This went back and forth for more than 10 times. Finally, Rabbit Piao turned into a white rabbit, fluffy and soft, with a great texture. She also carried a faint scent of shower gel. After tidying up the room, Xiao Qi took off his clothes and began changing into his sleepwear. Startled, Rabbit Piao quickly covered her eyes, but her rabbit paws secretly opened a small gap. Wow, those muscle lines, so impressive. The muscle lines on his back were very smooth and attractive. Rabbit Piao silently drooled, her gaze moving downward. Oh no, can't look. If she looked, her rabbit eyes would shrink. In the world of transformed rabbit spirits, there are rules. If one has intimate relations with another, they must take responsibility for the other. And it can only be monogamous. This is also why Rabbit Piao worked so hard when she was still a rabbit. In the rabbit world, polygamy is practiced, and she didn't want to share a husband with other female rabbits. Therefore, she worked extra hard to learn and train to transform into human form to find her destined partner, to be together for life. Unfortunately, after living 10 lifetimes, she still hadn't met that person. Sigh. And now she was bound here. The more Rabbit Piao thought about it, the more frustrated and hungry she felt, her thoughts scattering, when suddenly she was picked up. Little rabbit, are you tired? Rabbit Piao nodded her head. This man smelled so good. He had such a pleasant scent. Xiao Qi looked down, his chin lightly rubbing against Rabbit Piao's head, his deep and rich male voice ringing in her rabbit ears. I didn't expect you to be a white rabbit. Ugh, of course. Thinking back to her past achievements, within 100 miles, there was almost no rabbit whiter than her. She was practically a fairy among rabbit spirits. Having read romance novels for over 1,000 years, she had rehearsed seductive techniques countless times with her siblings, but had never practiced with someone unrelated by blood. She had chased from ancient domineering CEOs to young fresh meat to pheromones, and then too. Was her taste really that high? Probably not. Not really. This man was great. He was gentle, homey, and patient. He was so caring to bring her home despite her being so dirty. Not afraid she might be a bad person? Then you can sleep with me tonight. Xiao Qi stroked Rabbit Piao's head. Why are your rabbit ears red? Ugh. Yay. The warm-colored bed curtains fell, the lights dimmed, and everything fell silent. A thin layer of blanket covered her just right, not too stuffy. Xiao Qi tucked the blanket under her neck and lay sideways, opening his arms, and Rabbit Piao decisively burrowed into his embrace. Squeak. Rabbits have a pair of permanent teeth that need to be worn down regularly, or they will just keep growing longer. Moreover, rabbits are nocturnal animals, sleeping during the day and unable to sleep at all at night. Just a bit more teeth grinding, and then we'll sleep. Okay? Xiao Qi handed Rabbit Piao a pear tree branch and patted her head that he couldn't be considered a purely patient person, but he was relatively patient in certain aspects. He had a cleanliness obsession, a deep-seated one that developed to the extreme, almost to a perverse degree. In his room, there was nothing with any spirit present. Yet today, this rabbit had repeatedly pushed his limits, and he brought her back without a second thought, allowing her to. enter his spotless bedroom, that he even changed her water again and again, without a hint of fatigue, instead finding joy in it. Even her teeth grinding sounds didn't bother him. He even began to read authoritative articles on rabbit care with his mind. Rabbit.Piao nodded, happily grabbed the pear tree branch, and playfully touched Xiao Qi's outstretched hand with her fluffy paws, then stuck out her tongue to lick it. After human metabolism, the skin surface secretes certain inorganic salts, and Rabbit.Piao thought this was a good reason. She was eating salt, not just being affectionate. Soon, the pear tree branch was chewed up. Rabbit.Piao widened her eyes, looking at the pile of crumbs in front of her, her embarrassed paws scratching her head. Goo 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 goo. She had been so happy grinding her teeth that she forgot she was on the bed. Xiao Qi opened his eyes, resignedly got up to fetch the airbrush from the cabinet, picked up the blanket and Rabbit.Piao, and bent down to press the start button. The airbrush, with its very low decibel level and high efficiency, quickly cleaned up the mess on the bed. Xiao Qi returned the airbrush to its place, lay back down with Rabbit.Piao in his arms, gently touched her nose with his fingertip, and softly said, "Now you can have a good sleep." Rabbit.Piao knew she was in the wrong and nodded. After a moment, Xiao Qi fell asleep, his breathing shallow. Rabbit.Piao's eyes widened. Unable to sleep? Unable to sleep? Absolutely unable to sleep. Rabbits are naturally nocturnal. How could she possibly sleep? With her strength restored to about 2/3, she schemed and contemplated. This person in front of her might not be the best choice. Having survived for 1,000 years in the vast world, she had seen the nature of various animals and knew the humans were even better at disguising themselves than foxes. Once a contract is made, it cannot be changed or revoked. It couldn't be considered her depending on him, but it wasn't far off either. Her entire existence relied on his emotional value. What if his current emotional stability was just an act? Wouldn't she end up with an upset stomach every day? Even worse, it could cost her life. If she wanted to live long, she had to be cautious. Rabbit.Piao looked at the sleeping Xiao Qi, the moonlight cascading over his face. She widened her rabbit eyes, able to see the fine details of his features. His skin was evidently fair, comparable to her own, sigh. If only she could transform into a human, thought he would surely be moved. Rabbit.Piao gazed obsessively at Xiao Qi. TSK, those eyelashes, that nose, that mouth. Oh, how she wanted to kiss him. Really wanted to kiss him. Tick-tock, chili system online. Rabbit.Piao felt a wave of dizziness in her mind as the chili appeared in her rabbit consciousness. She couldn't help but complain, if you don't change your name, you'll be a trash system. Hey, if it weren't for you being trash, how could I become trash? The chili system was irritable and immediately flared up. I finally went online with great difficulty. If it weren't for. Then hurry up and say it, otherwise you'll go offline again later. Rabbit.Piao kindly reminded her. Ever since the chili system went online, she could clearly feel her restored strength rapidly declining, and she was about to faint again. It wasn't that she was saying she had never felt this weak before. Truly unaccustomed. Chapter 3 Rabbit Caught by an Eagle. 1,000 Dangers. Be cautious when choosing a contract partner. I don't want to suffer with you. Before the chili could finish speaking, the system automatically crashed. Rabbit.Piao resignedly leaned towards Xiao Qi. She was tired. Could this system not appear? Every time it did, she felt like she was running out of rabbit energy. A few hours later, Rabbit.Piao regained a bit more than 2/3 of her strength. She opened her eyes, still unable to sleep. A faint light was already shining outside, and Rabbit.Piao quietly got off the bed. It felt great to have her strength back. She hoped that system wouldn't come back. Rabbit.Piao sat on the ground, beginning to practice like countless nights before. After a quarter of an hour, she felt nothing. Practicing felt no different for not practicing, but her rabbit legs seemed to have more strength. She quietly opened and closed the door, hopping out toward the yard. She hadn't properly observed this era, which was completely different from her own. It was empty yet didn't feel so. Rabbit.Piao soon got her forepaws dirty with soil, turning them gray. Her curiosity about this place made her completely unaware that her paws were dirty. She happily hopped past one house after another. Each house seemed like a derivative of a time capsule. With fixed areas and public spaces, she continued walking forward. It was deep night, and there weren't many people around. Goo 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 woo woo woo. She seemed to smell the scent of carrots. Rabbit.Piao quickened her pace. and soon she arrived at a yard, squeezing through a gap in the door. In the center of the yard was an eye-catching cluster of carrots, each carrot growing extremely well. Rabbit Piao's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but sniff. Could she eat one without any problem? Wasn't this tempting her? What rabbit could resist the sight of carrots? Just quietly eat one and leave. Crunch. One carrot was bitten into, and Rabbit Piao's eyes squinted in happiness. It was truly delicious. So tasty, so good that her rabbit tail couldn't help but start wagging. Soon, one carrot was finished. Rabbit Piao licked her rabbit mouth, which was soaked with the sweet taste of carrot, losing control of her saliva. She raised her paw to wipe her mouth. One carrot was far from enough. She could eat 10 at a time, but there were only 9 here, not enough for one meal. Rabbit Piao perked up her white rabbit ears, her rabbit nose sniffing keenly, assessing there was no danger. Then she would eat one more. Under the gradually brightening sky, a rabbit hopped happily in front of the carrot patch, eating one carrot after another. Burp. By the time Rabbit Piao came to her senses, she had finished all the carrots. This is bad. Burp. A satisfied burp. The carrots here were quite filling, judging by that sound. Her stomach was full. Her stomach was indeed stuffed, but she felt even weaker. As expected, she couldn't stay away for too long. Rabbit Piao stood up, preparing to run. She was too stuffed. Moving even a bit was laborious. What kind of carrots were these? They were truly filling. Brother, do you think my carrots are almost ripe? A bright female voice came, and Rabbit Piao couldn't help but let out a fart. What sound is that? Xiao Qi turned on the light in the yard, holding a can of rose-flavored air, and was stunned by the scene in front of her. Carrots? A rabbit? Carrots? The superior carrots she had painstakingly cultivated for over 10 nights were just gone like that. What happened, Shi, brother? My carrots. Xiao Qi choked on her words. She had planned to ask Xiao Qi for advice today, wanting him to teach her how to care for carrots on site. This was serious business he would likely not refuse. Xiao followed behind Xiao Qi, also shocked by the scene before him. A rabbit that had overeaten and was trying to escape slowly. After reacting, he immediately ran to the rabbit side and picked up Rabbit Piao with one hand. Rabbit Piao. So awkward. She really didn't mean to poop in public. It's just that this person's emotional value made it hard for her to control herself. Xiao Qi breathed in another direction, choosing a blanket from the consciousness space and wrapping Rabbit Piao up with her eyes closed. Xiao carried Rabbit Piao and walked briskly. This matter must be discussed with the Rabbit Association. Brother, Woo crying. Xiang's eyes turned red, crying pitifully. Shishi, it's okay. Brother must make them give an explanation. When he initially applied to raise the carrot at the Carrot Fairy Park, he went through a lot of trouble, and now all of it was wasted by a single rabbit. He didn't need to think he was already getting very angry. Puff. With a violent shaking, Rabbit Piao really couldn't control herself. I'm done. What's wrong with this damn rabbit? Xiao frowned so hard he could crush a fly. Brother, how about I take over? No need. Xiao decisively rejected. How could his beloved sister do such a dirty job? The two walked one after the other, and after a dozen steps, she couldn't keep up. Brother, slow down. Rabbit Piao endured the intense rolling in her abdomen. She couldn't vomit. She really couldn't vomit. Not be able to throw up or have diarrhea was her last stubbornness. Why were the carrots here different from the ones she had eaten before? After eating 4 or 5, she felt full, then bloated, then had to go. The hurried pace of the siblings attracted a lot of attention, and the dreamy Xiao Qi was also awakened by the excessive noise. He reached out to touch, but the space beside him was already empty, and a wave of worry slowly rose from his heart. Where could such a delicate little rabbit run off to? What if it encountered bad people? Xiao Qi hurriedly got out of bed, didn't even have time to change clothes, and quickly posted a lost rabbit notice on the consciousness system. At that time, the human consciousness domain had achieved interconnectivity. Whether to enable it or not depended on individual consciousness. Beep. A special alert sound came from Xiao Qi's consciousness system. She stopped and began to read. There was actually a message push from Xiao Qi. The notice was concise. Lost a rabbit. If found, there will be a generous reward. Xiao Qi image JPG. As long as a person has memory, an image can be automatically generated. Brother, wait. Xiao Qi ran wildly towards Xiao, who was already 100 meters away from her. Shishi, don't rush. What's wrong? Xiao stopped, his tone softening a bit. And at that moment, Rabbit Piao stopped having diarrhea. It was as if a new warm current was injected into her body, and the whole Rabbit's state improved a lot. Brother, no need to discuss it anymore. The silly Xiao looked confused. Why not? Didn't you see the message push? She hugged Rabbit Piao from Xiao's hands, her eyes starting to sparkle with pink bubbles. This rabbit belongs to Xiao Qi. The warm current that Rabbit Piao felt abruptly stopped, instantly transforming into a pink, heartwarming flow. Both were beautiful emotional values, just different forms. Huh? What? Xiao rolled his eyes. So, we're not reporting it? Yeah. Xiao. The love-struck brain is hopeless. She half squatted on the ground, waved her hand, and a small tent appeared before her, with a new basin and a warm air machine. Inside, would you like to take a bath? Later, it'll take you to find your owner, okay? Rabbit Piao obediently nodded. She had wanted to take a bath for a long time, not wanting to leave a messy impression in front of that man. No, an even messier image. Huff Puff Rabbit Piao was so happy in the fragrant bath prepared by the beautiful girl that she couldn't help but grind her teeth lightly. So fragrant. So nice. This was much better than that man's shower gel. They just said that man was looking for her. She seemed to have caused trouble. Wait, that man's name was Xiao Qi. Not bad, sounds nice. After finishing her bath in the small tent, Rabbit Piao used the hairdryer to dry her fur and stretched out her paw to knock on the tent. A white, slender male hand reached in from the outside. This hand felt so familiar. Her rabbit eyes widened. Xiao Qi came so quickly. Rabbit Piao settled into Xiao Qi's arms, the familiar scent replenishing her energy. Her rabbit head drooped, not daring to look up, while her 4 rabbit paws weakly hugged Xiao Qi, affectionately rubbing against his clothes. Before Xiao Qi could speak, the consciousness system urgently interrupted with a message. Attention! 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 A convict eagle has escaped while the guards were unprepared. Danger level 1000. Hurry home! Hurry home! Hurry home! Eagle World Association report. The surrounding crowd dispersed in a panic, fleeing in confusion, and a gust of wind howled through the air as a majestic eagle soared in the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The deafening and terrifying sound floated down from above, the convict eagle's sharp eyes scanning from hundreds of meters in the air, clear as day. It hadn't eaten rabbit for hundreds of years. It had long wanted to taste something fresh. Chirp. The brown wings flapped rhythmically in the air, the eagle's eyes revealing an insatiable desire. Rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. With one bite, it could snap the rabbit's neck. The fresh blood was the best nectar. Then there was the tender and delicious rabbit meat. The eagle couldn't help but drool at the thought, a drop of eagle saliva falling from the sky, almost landing on Rabbit Piao's head, but Xiao Qi shielded her with his arm. Rabbit Piao. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. She almost lost her rabbit head. A wave of physiological dread coursed from within to her limbs. Just by smelling it from afar, she could tell it was her natural enemy, the eagle. Don't be afraid. Xiao Qi gently stroked Rabbit Piao's head, softly comforting her. Coincidentally, some eagle saliva stuck to Rabbit Piao's head, and she almost couldn't help but vomit. Run, run, run. Rabbit Piao was on the verge of panic. Why aren't you running? Do you think you're invincible? Can you make the eagle just go away? Rabbit Piao frantically patted Xiao Qi with her 4 legs, but he held her 4 legs with one hand, and then she landed in Shang's embrace. Help me look after her. Okay. She nodded, her eyes filled with uncontainable admiration. Shang never intended to bring his sister to someone else's room for safety. Point 1. He couldn't move her too. She wasn't afraid. He couldn't fight the eagle, but Xiao Qi could. The premise was that there could be no burdens, and clearly, that rabbit was a burden. Can we go back now? Xiao Qi, then my brother and I will go back first. Xiao Qi nodded. The eagle observed from the sky for a long time as it continued to lower its altitude, its alertness and sensitivity heightened to the peak of its physical capabilities. Before evolution, the eagle was already a thinking carnivorous bird, with eyes that could see several hundred meters, known as the aerial elite. Moreover, he was an evolved eagle, waiting for the right moment, ready to strike. The eagle saw the man in pajamas hand over the rabbit to the frail-looking woman, and its eagle eyes suddenly narrowed sharply, a sly smile appearing on its beak. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The eagle stirred up a whirlwind, diving down from a high altitude, its talons honed in prison, swiftly grabbing the rabbit, the entire action quick, precise, and ruthless, without any hesitation. Before the humans could react, he had already flown dozens of meters in the air. Eagles are aerial elites, and correspondingly, they are land waste. With a slight misstep, they could be easily captured. Xiao Qi looked at the pile of rabbit fur in her hands. Lost in thought, the rabbit, Piaopiao, quickly flew away from the ground, her eyes wide open in shock. The wind howling past her ears seemed to ominously foretell her impending misfortune. My skin is breaking. It hurts so much. Those claws are so sharp. Her spirit had already drifted far away, and without any human emotions to rely on, she gradually began to weaken, her four legs dangling helplessly in the air. The fluffy rabbit fur she had just dried after bathing had turned into a frizzy mess. Once the eagle, Tu, took off into the sky, it ceased to make any sound with its hooves, and the flapping of its wings was kept to a minimum. Xiao Qi immediately summoned Cloud Courier. The Cloud Courier, shaped like a cloud, was pure white and incredibly fast, capable of reaching speeds that could be comprehended as the maximum distance unit by humans. In simple terms, the speed of Cloud Courier increased with the individual's ability to endure in the blink of an eye. Xiao Qi was already flying parallel to the mighty eagle Tu in the air. The consciousness communication system initiated negotiations. Xiao Qi, let her go. Tu, get lost. Xiao Qi calmly followed while beginning to cast freezing spells. By the time Tu realized, a layer of silver frost had already formed around its neck. The azure sky became even bluer, with fluffy white clouds hiding behind the sky. Quietly observing from the shadows, Tu's speed gradually slowed, but its sharp claws still tightly gripped Piaopiao without letting go. It even lowered its head to look at her with deep affection, its gaze intense and sincere. Piao suddenly woke up. That was a gaze that wanted to devour her whole. Since her birth, she had always been surrounded by such dangerous gazes, having to use all her strength to escape each time. She did not struggle violently as long as she had not reached the final step. Excessive struggle would only consume her energy without any other purpose. Rabbits naturally fear eagles. She could remain calm like this only because she had been captured so many times that she had grown numb to it. The initial confusion was a congenital physiological fear that was hard to change. Xiao Qi was right beside her, and she felt inexplicably at ease that Tu had always been flying ahead without stopping to attack. Its target was clear, the rabbit and its claws, not the human. Humans had established a treaty of peaceful coexistence with all beings of the world. It wouldn't break the peace between the two races for its own sake. The answer was obvious. Defeat. But the rabbit world was different. Although eagles had also established treaties with the rabbit world, they had once stood atop the food chain, and rabbits would always harbor fear towards them. Blood seeped from the shoulder area of Piaopiao, starkly visible against her white fur, making it look horrific. It seemed as if she might not last much longer. Suddenly, Xiao Qi's eyes turned crimson, emanating a chilling coldness. Tu's claws instantly turned black and purple. Piao couldn't hold back a sneeze at Chu. Xiao Qi's somewhat turbulent emotions were automatically absorbed by her, and she couldn't help but let out a giggle. Hee hee. Chapter 4. Where the handsome brown tail of the big eagle was stained with pink-orange poop. Xiao Qi, still alive. His brow brightened, and cold air gathered around the big eagle. Chirp, chirp, chirp. You can kill, but not insult. Chirp, chirp, chirp. This rabbit is desperate. It actually pooped on his tail. Chirp. Just because the eagle doesn't show its power, do you really think it's a carrot? The fierce howl of the big eagle echoed through the sky, risking its life to shake off the frost covering its body. Its brown feathers stood on end, especially the tuft on its forehead, and its wings began to vibrate rapidly, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Xiao Qi frowned. The reason he had only used 30% of his power was to avoid hurting the little rabbit. But now, what should he do to successfully save the little rabbit? Beep, beep, beep. The consciousness system issued an urgent notification. The victory bird is on its way and will arrive in 3 minutes. Immediately, the voices of Ing Ju and Lin Yu appeared in his mind. The two arrived a minute earlier than the victory bird. In an instant, the big eagle was surrounded by 3 people, swords drawn, ready to strike. The old eagle was isolated by the 3 and quickly analyzed how to break through. He was like an eagle trapped in a prison, sentenced to life imprisonment. He was never allowed to use the consciousness system, so he couldn't hear the conversations between the three. The first thing that person said to him was, "Let go." Let go of what? It couldn't possibly be him, so it could only be the rabbit he was holding. Ugh. When did rabbits and humans get along so well? If he loosened his grip and handed them over, he would have a 50% chance of escaping. But if he didn't hand over the rabbit and used it as leverage for negotiation, it would maximize his benefits. Sigh, little rabbit, what a pity. I can't taste your deliciousness anymore. The big eagle emitted a relatively softer sound, and his claws loosened a bit. Rabbit Piaopiao quickly hugged the base of the big eagle's leg with all four legs, as his claws had been trimmed, allowing her to temporarily survive under the eagle's mouth. Xiao Qi activated the species translation in the consciousness system first, fully understanding the big eagle's general meaning of seeking peace. Calm down, and then we can talk. Xiao Qi spoke, you say. Chirp, 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 let me go. You don't belong to us, so we won't arrest you. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Like the victory bird. Chirp, 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 help me hide. Xiao Qi calculated the time in his mind. If you want to escape, do it quickly. The victory bird will arrive in less than a minute. Chirp. The big eagle tightened its claws around Rabbit Piaopiao, who almost fainted again from the pressure. Xiao Qi was in good condition. He could tell from her not having diarrhea. Chirp, chirp, make a decision quickly. The big eagle was negotiating confidently. He clearly felt the change in the person's facial expression when he had tightened his grip on the rabbit. It mattered to them. Ing-ing. The sharp call of the victory bird pierced through the clouds, and in an instant, the old eagle was under siege. As soon as the victory bird, the size of a sparrow, appeared, the big eagle trembled its claws in fear. It was the representative of bravery, but the victory bird represented agility. It couldn't compete. Chirp. My head was pecked. Chirp. My claws were pecked. Chirp. My feathers were pecked. The big eagle was instantly deflated. Its claws could no longer hold on, and the victory bird gave it no time to think or gather itself. Before it could tighten its grip on the rabbit fell from its claws, and the victory bird pursued relentlessly. Half an hour later, the big eagle was successfully placed back in its prison cage, completely bare, its head drooping, and its wings slightly trembling, feeling extremely wronged. It was captured like this last time, and the time before that, and the time before that. Xiao Qi ran on clouds and caught the falling rabbit Piaopiao, his eyes filled with pity. Yoo-hoo! Could this be the precious treasure you were mysteriously hiding from us? The treasure soup? Ingju said, pretending to slurp. Xiao Qi tightened his grip on rabbit Piaopiao, carefully avoiding her wounds. Seeing him like this, could he be infatuated with this little rabbit? What a joke, interspecies romance. Don't mess around. It's hard to watch. Hee, as if you have eyes. Ingju rolled his eyes. With that laugh of yours, don't talk about having eyes. That's better than your eyes, which are smaller than rice, right? It's not me. The two bantered back and forth, and after a few words of disagreement, they started to quarrel. Xiao Qi habitually dodged quietly, landing on the ground. When the two came to their senses, Xiao Qi was already negotiating with the Eagle Association. Hello, I'm very sorry. This time, it was our negligence. A robust eagle administrator. Deshur spread his strong wings and bowed 90 degrees toward Xiao Qi, full of sincerity. To compensate for the loss caused to you and your rabbit, I will tear off a feather from my tail as a token. You can request anything from us in the Eagle Association within the limits of Earth management laws, and we will fulfill your requests. After saying this, the Eagle Administrator Deshur tore off a tail feather, the tip stained with blood, and handed it to Xiao Qi. The animal kingdom has a strong sense of boundaries. Blood, feathers, and other things can be fundamental to an animal's survival and can also be seen as their pride. Okay. Xiao Qi waved his hand, placing the eagle feather into the system. To express our apologies, we will cover all the medical expenses for the rabbit's treatment. No need. Xiao Qi shook his head. Since there is nothing wrong, I'll take her back to treat her injuries. Please feel free. Deshur folded his wings and stepped aside to let Xiao Qi pass, watching him leave with trepidation. Only after confirming he wouldn't turn back did he flap his wings and return to the Eagle Association. This incident had extremely bad repercussions. Many eagles among the prisoners, hearing of the big eagle's exploits, sharpened their beaks and flapped their wings, hoping to escape. But upon seeing the big eagle's bare appearance, they silently retracted their thoughts. That night, under the questioning of the victory bird officer, The big eagle did not hesitate to recount the entire process of the crime, showing none of the rudeness he had faced from the Eagle Association officers before. Thank you very much. It's a small matter, but you still need to be careful. If something happens again, I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in time. Sigh. This big eagle could have fought for a fixed-term sentence. It performed excellently in prison, but now it seems it just won't change its nature. Don't tell me you just realized that he has been sent to eagle prison each time for catching rabbits? Chapter 5, Healing to Sure. Thank you. No need to be polite. Officer by Xingyao Jiang Rue waved his wings, transforming from human to bird form, flying while complaining. I really don't see the point of being human. You can't even fly. It was better back in the day, even without Cloud running errands. I could zoom home in a flash. Dashur suddenly transformed into an eagle and turned to find a pie to conduct psychological counseling for the criminal. Just as he was about to go out, at the last moment, he really knows how to pick his timing. Dupai, do you really want to go out or not? Dupai rolled over, ignoring Dashur, thinking about the delicious meal that was right there, drooling at the thought. That rabbit is so tender and delicious. Just the smell makes my mouth water. If it weren't for that old hawk calling by Xingyao, he would have already gobbled up the rabbit. Being a stuffed hawk is better than languishing here. If you don't want to go out, fine, just stay here. Dashur, turn around. Now you're the big red eagle of the earth. Your fame is spread all over the place. You're more hated by species than a rat crossing the street. There's no need to guess that it's not a good reputation. As long as you know. Dupai. Xiao Qi's home. Xiao Qi brought the bloodied rabbit Piao home, placing her on the table while he began a comprehensive diagnosis and treatment using the smart doctor. However, his system is primarily for treating humans, and there is a significant difference when it comes to rabbits. On the way back, he had already applied high-quality wound medicine to Piao's injuries, and Piao had been drooling all the way. Gugu, wait for me here. Don't go anywhere. I'll find a dedicated doctor for you. Gugu. There are many bad people outside. Silly rabbit. Gugu, you silly. What a fool. We agreed. Okay? Just like that. Xiao Qi repeatedly cautioned, but at the moment he was about to leave, he went back to hug Piao again. You're really worrisome. So just come with me for a ride. Don't be scared, I'll protect you. Woo, that's better. Xiao Qi summoned Cloud running errands and was just about to head to the Rabbit Association to find a doctor when Xiangxi hurriedly messaged him, asking him to wait. Less than a minute later, Xiangxi appeared at Xiao Qi's door, facing him. This is the doctor I invited from the Rabbit Kingdom, named Lingyu, a very famous rabbit doctor. Thank you very much. Xiangxi smiled sweetly, her smile clear and bright. It's no trouble. Lingyu began treating Piao, speaking a lot of human talk, and it took a moment for her to realize that the creature in front of her was a rabbit, not a human. I haven't spoken rabbit language for many years. Let me think. Gugu, does it hurt here? Only then did Piao open her rabbit eyes. The noise around her diminishing, and she began to respond, Gugu, it hurts. Woo, Gugu. I'm a rabbit doctor, you can rest assured. What's your name? Gugu, I'm Piao. Woo, Gugu. Fortunately, Officer by Xingyao arrived in time to save you. You fractured your ribs, and you need to lie down for the next month. I'll come back to check on the situation, and if everything goes well, you can walk normally again. Woo. Piao nodded her rabbit head, indicating that she would be good and obedient. Chapter 6. The foreign rabbit Xiao Qi reached out to touch the fluffy head of the rabbit, with a gentle look in his eyes. I prepared some medicine for you. You need to take it on time and eat it regularly to get better quickly, understand? Okay. Lingyu placed her hand on the rabbit's left front leg artery, began to carefully check its pulse, and used the smart medical system of the rabbit world to conduct a comprehensive examination of the rabbit. Then, with a wave of her hand, 2 boxes of carrot-flavored medicine appeared in front of her, along with a bottle of carrot-flavored medicine for injuries. She reminded Xiao Qi, this is for internal use, to treat what's inside. This is for external injuries. You don't need to worry too much. She is not seriously hurt. Thank you. What you should be thanking is Xiangxi. Lingyu glanced at her friend Xiangxi, who was quietly standing by. Like most women in the Earth village, she had admired Xiao Qi, the most capable candidate to become the Earth Guardian, for a long time. Thank you. Xiao Qi politely repeated his words to Xiangxi. Xiangxi waved her hand, feeling less flustered. Her voice stammered, if it weren't for me, she wouldn't be like this. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. You don't have to blame yourself. After saying that, Xiao Qi added, I sincerely apologize for her damaging the carrots you worked so hard to cultivate. Here are a few bottles of high-quality forest air, a gift for you. I will personally apply for a carrot cultivation quota in the carrot world to compensate you with both the principal and interest. Xiao Qi handed the small basket containing exquisite air to Xiangxi. Xiangxi was taken aback, unsure whether to accept it. Just take it. No need to be polite with family. Xiangxia suddenly appeared from nowhere, decisively taking the air dish from Xiao Qi's hand. He sniffed it lightly and immediately recognized its extraordinary value. Consuming it would surely be a great boost. Xiangxi's eyelids drooped, feeling a bit disheartened. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any longer. I'll head back to the rabbit clinic. Lingyu walked halfway, suddenly turning back. Her brain received a message from her friend. She checked if there was any record of the rabbit in the rabbit world, but the results showed none. She hurriedly turned around, not taking more than 10 seconds. All right, Xiao Qi, I want to borrow you for a moment. Xiangxia pulled his silly sister to leave, leaving the rabbit to sleep soundly, truly exhausted. But she couldn't stop cultivating for even a moment. The grudge of today must be repaid tomorrow. Having been in close contact today, she estimated that this dead, old eagle was younger than her. Such youthful ignorance of the world. How dare it disturb the head of a 1,000-year-old rabbit spirit? She remembered this. Although rabbits are sensitive, she was really too weak. Given that Xiao Qi risked his life to save her today, she felt that he was someone worth trusting. But how could she extract benefits from him without being driven away? That's a problem. Poor rabbit. When Xiao Qi went outside, he saw Lingyu with a serious expression say, the records of the rabbit world regarding rabbit Piaopiao are 0. What? The first to yell was Xiangxia. This. Xiao Qi's expression froze for a few seconds before returning to normal. He had known from the first time he saw her that she had a strong spiritual presence. So what you mean is that rabbit Piaopiao is an outsider? A foreign rabbit? Chapter 7. Fear Xiangxi asked again uncertainly. She felt jealous of the rabbit, but after all, it was just a rabbit. So she didn't dare to show it too obviously. Yes, Lingyu spoke up. So how should we deal with her? Please keep an eye out. No need to deal with her, Xiao Qi said. Her identity is unclear, and she is very likely from an unknown planet, especially a potential undercover from the Fallen Star faction. Lingyu's brows showed concern as she reminded. Such things have happened quite a few times over the past hundreds of thousands of years. I understand, Xiao Qi replied, turning to walk home. Xiangxi stood there dazed, thinking, you guys say that rabbit, could it be the reincarnation of a rabbit spirit? Just a few days, and she's already so infatuated. How about I go? Xiangxia made a gesture of cutting his throat, but Lingyu delivered a blow on his head. Before you touch the rabbit, you must get past me first. No matter what, she is still one of our rabbit clan. After Lingyu finished speaking, she stepped on a cloud and flew away. Xiangxi and Xiangxia exchanged a glance and returned home dejectedly. After Xiao Qi got home, Tu Piaopiao was sound asleep, snoring, and her cultivation had barely begun before it ended. She was too severely injured and worn out, sleeping very soundly. Xiao Qi couldn't help but smile. This inexplicable feeling had been occurring frequently lately. He felt he was going crazy, even wanting to go to great lengths to save Tu Piaopiao, attributing it all to the responsibility of being a guardian of Earth. But it was indeed strange to unconsciously want to provide for her. Things he couldn't understand. Xiao Qi never forced himself to comprehend. Perhaps he would understand at some turning point. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was holding a bottle of orange air that smelled like carrots. Before he could unscrew the cap, Tu Piaopiao woke up drooling. Although carrots made her lose her image, she had an unwavering love for them. Gugu. Tu Piaopiao stretched out her paw, her eyes eagerly looking at the bottle of air in Xiao Qi's hand. Although she couldn't eat the real thing, the air that smelled like it was still nice. Google, do you realize your mistake? Gugu, I'm not wrong. Next time I want to eat carrots. It was my oversight. It's not entirely your fault. Xiao Qi unscrewed the cap and held it to Tu Piaopiao's mouth. If you want to eat carrots, just tell me. Fine. I'll prepare some for you every day from now on. Ordinary carrots could only be bought and sold, limited to the normal ones. Specifically identified as having no possibility of cultivating into a humanoid form. Gugu. Tu Piaopiao stretched out her little white paw and placed it on Xiao Qi's wrist, her rabbit head nuzzling against his hand. As the moonlight fell, the curtain of night was drawn open. The room was bright, and after finishing a whole bottle of air, Tu Piaopiao still felt a bit unsteady like a weeble. Xiao Qi fed her some warm water mixed with medicine to help her stomach, and Tu Piaopiao frowned as she drank it all. Get some rest early tonight, be good. Xiao Qi carried Tu Piaopiao to bed, taking her to the bathroom first and setting up a small partition for her. After turning off the lights, Xiao Qi stared at Tu Piaopiao, not blinking. No sneaking away. If you sneak away again, I'll break your rabbit legs. Tu Piaopiao shivered all over, feeling scared. Chapter 8 Dai Sai's rabbit Piaopiao had a sweet sleep that night, dreaming of a time when she was famous and adored, carefree and traveling everywhere, receiving invitations to give lectures. She had all kinds of carrots to eat, filling her days with endless joy and carefree abandon. Rabbits are timid, and when pushed to the edge of a cliff, she retreated in fear, only to fall into a tiger's mouth. Just then, Rabbit Piaopiao woke up from her dream, her rabbit paws trembling uncontrollably, making soft noises. Goo-goo, woo, goo-goo. Rabbit Piaopiao opened her eyes, looking around the empty room in confusion. Xiao Qi was gone, and she felt miserable. The room had changed, suddenly becoming very modern. The only thing lacking was artificial intelligence. She took a moment to collect herself, but her body began to feel weak, and the pain gradually became clearer. She, a rabbit, was surprisingly making onomatopoeic sounds. Ding-dong. Hello, you're garbage, cough. The chili system is online. A voice came from her rabbit ears, and Rabbit Piaopiao's heart skipped a beat. Her short legs froze halfway up the stairs and rolled to the ground, a fluffy ball. This is life-threatening. She had read so many novels about time travel and system stories, but no host had been in such a deadly situation as hers. The system relied on her for survival, yet it wanted to drain her energy when she was extremely weak. Was this even more ruthless than the absorb star technique? Her head felt dizzy, and her eyelids were uncontrollably drooping. Quickly, she was about to fall asleep. Chili, with hands on hips, complained about this stupid host rabbit. Now she was even calling herself garbage. Oh. Hey. Hello. The host can't be dying, can she? I can hear you. Hurry up and speak. And then get lost. Rabbit Piaopiao used all her strength to utter threatening words. She rarely swore. She just often got irritable. Don't use bad language. If you don't speak, I'll die. Rabbit Piaopiao kindly reminded. This excellent system detects that your life essence is currently starting to diminish. Also, let me explain. You are not the original you right now. No, you could say you are you. How to explain it? Rabbit Piaopiao's head was in a whirl, and she couldn't grasp a single word. You are the version of you from a parallel space-time. Only when you restore to another version of yourself can you return to your time. That side. Oh no, I can't say. Chili quietly added in her mind. That side's time has paused, so you could traverse through the time tunnel to this side. In short, it's very responsible, you silly. Can't understand. Got it? Chili asked anxiously, seeing the red exclamation mark. Again, it reminded her that she was offline. Stupid garbage weak rabbit host. Don't understand. Rabbit Piaopiao weakly replied. In short, the most important point is that you need to quickly find someone to bind with. Otherwise, the other version of you will die. Then quickly cultivate, and then hurry. With a ripping sound, the chili system went offline. Rabbit Piaopiao successfully fainted, remembering before sleeping that she must catch Xiao Qi to drink his blood. Outside, 3 people replaced wine with tea, savoring the refreshing taste of the tea leaves, lingering in the flavor. Ding! A sound echoed in Xiao Qi's mind, and he put down his teacup, excusing himself. In Yingzhu and Lin Yu's eyes, Xiao Qi looked hopelessly infatuated, protecting someone whose identity was unclear. Look, he hates having these jars and bottles at home. But now he's got so many. Yingzhu pointed at a section of land surrounded by various nutrient solutions, all of which were needed for cultivating carrots. The carrot world was astonished. The renowned Xiao Qi was actually using expensive air to exchange for the most ordinary, low-quality carrots that humans could eat thousands of years ago. Such a cheap deal was not reported, signed directly. The determination and speed he showed seemed to fear that Xiao Qi would regret it in an instant. Before, he hated planting things in the yard. I gave him a pot of roses, and he didn't want it. It's nothing compared to this. Ingju responded. Have you seen that rabbit? I've seen it once. I haven't seen it at all. Want to see it? All right. Then you call me Dad, and I'll let you see. Lin Yu smiled mischievously, the corners of his lips curling up in a bright grin. When Xiao Qi sent out the search for the rabbit post and found and rescued the rabbit, he deleted all photos related to the rabbit, leaving no trace. The human brain's memory storage capacity had reached 90 development, maximizing resource memory and spatial storage. If there was no specific memory preservation, human memory would still follow original patterns, gradually fading until forgotten. Get lost, Ingju shouted, and the two outside began to fight. Xiao Qi turned his palm, and they were blown out of the yard by the wind, followed by the door being tightly locked. Xiao Qi waved his hand, and a small, pink outfit appeared in his broad palm. He placed Rabbit Piapiao on the bed and dressed her, keeping his eyes tightly closed the whole time. Then he fed Rabbit Piapiao medicine, giving her air, quietly waiting for her to wake up. The little outfit seemed to fit well. Not wasting the time he spent thinking and the effort he put in yesterday. He had bright eyes and white teeth, and his gaze radiated light. His nose was high and well-defined. The thin pink lips looked inviting, and his delicate, fair cheeks gave off a cold feeling without saying a word. But at this moment, as he looked at Rabbit Piapiao, his gaze was gentle and warm. In the year 7077, during the era of striving, embryo cultivation had achieved a qualitative transformation, evolving into gene sequence recombination, selecting the best genes for combination, and then cultivating life forms. To put simply, they had no so-called parents, only life carriers. If lucky, one might have siblings like Xiangxi and Xiangsha. Though this severed emotional bonds, it largely eliminated the emergence of inferior genes and mutations. The falling world star was a typical representative, a hellish place. All knowledge could be self-taught, and after reaching adulthood, they could modify their serial numbers to change to names. This was freedom. Gugu, Rabbit Piapiao, groggily woke up, feeling a tightness in her chest. Under Xiao Qi's gaze, she looked down. Woo-woo, my chest hurts. This man, could he be serious? Her size was much bigger than this. Awake? Woo-woo, Gugu, Rabbit Piapiao complained. Chapter 9. The Golden House hides the beauty. Xiao Qi has temporarily borrowed the translation artifact from Ling Yu's rabbit world, so he can roughly understand what Tu Piaopiao means. Are you saying that this clothing size is too small? Tu Piaopiao nodded clumsily, still a bit hesitant, needing to find an opportunity to take action. What's wrong with this man today? He's wearing a turtleneck sweatshirt, and Didn't she just steal a kiss on his collarbone last night? What's up with that? So stingy. Gugu, what else could it be? Silly. I'll change it. Just a bit. Then you, just don't wear for now. Xiao Qi's face turned red. His lips tinged with a faint pink from biting, looking so delicious that he wanted to take a bite. Tu Piaopiao swallowed, trying her best to restrain herself. With her eyes closed, and with Xiao Qi's help, Tu Piaopiao successfully took off the clothing and transformed back into a bare little fluffy white rabbit. Her current state was much worse than when she was still a rabbit. At least back then, she could still play the life escape game of the cunning rabbit. Now, sigh. Xiao Qi turned his back to Tu Piaopiao, carefully retailoring the finished garment, making the chest area a bit larger. His serious demeanor while sewing was absolutely husband-like. Tu Piaopiao peeked out, resting a paw on her chin, so obedient, wanting to do something naughty. Poor her. Having lived for more than a day, she hadn't even touched a strange man's hand, let alone kissed, or gone to bed. Cough, cough, cough. These embarrassing scenarios from the comic books, oh, Q. If she could compromise a bit, it wouldn't be impossible. Perhaps heaven was testing her resolve, delaying her encounter with someone who could provoke both her psychological and physiological impulses, species. Xiao Qi held the needle, patiently and meticulously sewing the chest area. His flushed face gradually calming down, his earlobes still rosy. He rarely interacted with girls and had no idea there were so many intricacies. The pink little shirt's chest area was changed to white, and he thoughtfully added cotton as a soft lining, hoping it wouldn't be uncomfortable. You try it this time. Xiao Qi stood up, closed his eyes, and used his spatial awareness to place the little shirt in front of Tu Piaopiao's paws. Then turn around. I'll go out first. It should work this time. His voice mixed with youthful shyness made Tu Piaopiao's little heart thump. The feeling of youth was really overwhelming. Who could resist a pure-hearted young man? She pawed at the little shirt, starting to put it on. Xiao Qi went outside, closed the door, and watered the grass. Day after day of hard work nurtured the grass, judging the outcome based on its growth. Based on comprehensive evaluations from all aspects, the best candidate was selected to be the Earth Guardian. The yard, with its clean, dust-free ground, was cleared and planted with carrot seeds. Ingju's cheerful voice appeared again. Even before the person arrived, the voice came first. Xia, xia, xia. Lin Yu's voice quickly followed. The two appeared in the yard again, looking like they were there to watch the fun. Their gossiping hearts ignited. News of Xiao Qi battling an eagle to save the rabbit had spread throughout the entire Earth village, and everyone praised him for his bravery. Xiao Qi was known for his upright character, elegant demeanor, and often practiced the esoteric and difficult Buddhist principles. It was rare to see him in such an uncontrollable state. "Were you planting?" Ingju asked, pretending to know nothing, the corners of his mouth almost reaching his ears. "Probably some kind of plant," Lin Yu chimed in, with a sarcastic tone that hit the mark. "Are you two done yet?" Xiao Qi's tone revealed a hint of frustration after being seen through. "Ha ha! Can we meet that rabbit? The one that has you so enchanted." Ingju and Lin Yu, like a well-rehearsed duo, cooperated seamlessly. "Xiao Qi. The golden house hides the beauty, not letting the brothers see. So tightly protected." Xiao Qi, Creek. Chapter 10, Pepper's Complaints. The pseudo-rabbit who takes advantage anytime, anywhere. Rabbit Piao Piao pushed open the door while wearing a slightly fitted pink outfit. These two, lingering hesitantly, just wanted to see what she looked like. What's the big deal? A fluffy ball, with a snow-white head and 4 little short legs, like a 3D model. She stood in place, wearing a pink, fluffy skirt, with important parts covered tightly. Her white little tail wiggled gently a couple of times as she blinked her beautiful rabbit eyes at Xiao Qi. Her 2 paws barely rested on the doorframe. Unable to get out. She simply couldn't get out. It wasn't this high before. That bad man. Does she look like someone who would dare to run out? Ingju and Ling Yu both stood up at the same time, their eyes lighting up. Just as they stood, they were frozen in place by Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi lightly waved his hand, and Rabbit Piao Piao toppled backward. In that instant, she thought her wound would split open again, but unexpectedly, Xiao Qi had already placed a soft little mat under her. The door was closed again, and Xiao Qi set up a simple barrier before releasing Ingju and Ling Yu. "I'm not saying, is this really necessary?" "Ahem." Ingju was indignant, choking on his saliva. Ling Yu patted his shoulder, his hands somewhat awkward, still not recovered. "You're so petty, you. Ling Yu didn't dare to point fingers too obviously, and timidly made a friendly gesture behind his back, flipping the bird. His name was already Xiao Qi. "Isn't that synonymous with being petty? Your pun is too lame," Ling Yu complained, quickly changing the subject before Ingju turned his attention to him. "Xiao Ge, we know that one should not deceive a friend's wife. The principle of not deceiving a friend's rabbit." Ingju picked up on Ling Yu's words, and the two began to team up against Xiao Qi. "What kind of ridiculous reasoning is that? So shabby," Ling Yu complained. The two took a deep breath simultaneously, putting invisible tape over their mouths. They had always bickered since childhood, and it was impossible to change. They absolutely couldn't go without throwing a couple of jabs at each other. Xiao Qi calmly sipped his tea, appearing relaxed and at ease. Their noise inadvertently cultivated a tranquil and indifferent demeanor in Xiao Qi, as if sitting there casually made him look like an old scholar. She was just a simple rabbit, nothing more. Xiao Qi spoke. Ingju and Ling Yu exchanged glances and said in unison, "I don't believe it." Hiss. The two let out painful howls simultaneously. Forgetting about the invisible tape, it really hurt. Xiao Qi smiled helplessly, spreading his hands, and placed 2 bottles of high-quality scar cream in front of them. The two grimaced as they applied the medicine to their wounds, crying out in pain. In the evening, the two excitedly returned home. Today, Xiao Qi was very generous. The two of them had enjoyed a big meal of air that tasted like sauced pork. In their happiness, they didn't mention the rabbit anymore. Under Xiao Qi's careful nurturing, a little grass had bloomed, growing stronger, while the other little grasses showed no signs of changing. Xiao Qi continued to patiently care for them equally. The blooming little grass was the one that had been knocked to the ground and injured that day. Xiao Qi had conducted comprehensive tests on the little grass, and when it transformed into a human form, it would leave scars. The scarring was quite severe. So he started applying scar cream to the little grass daily from now on. The effect was not very obvious, but at least it was useful. Rabbit Piao Piao lay in the little pavilion that Xiao Qi had made for her, leaning against a small sofa, with her two fluffy rabbit legs crossed, leisurely closing her eyes to bask in the sun. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. This man actually allowed her to cross her legs. She could only turn her back to him and secretly cross her legs. The only commendable thing was that every time Xiao Qi told her off, he was incredibly gentle, using his hand to gently lower her short legs and then patting her rabbit paws, kindly saying, "Girls shouldn't cross their legs." What did she do? She could only kiss the back of his fair hand as a reward. Pepper's complaints. The pseudo-rabbit who takes advantage anytime, anywhere. Rabbit Piao Piao kept begging for mercy. "Please, don't go online. I know, I'm looking for the right moment. Hurry up and go offline, or I'll faint, human, again." Pepper. To be honest, Rabbit Piao Piao is the Waterloo in her career of Waterloo. The first time she's been so thoroughly disliked. Oh. The wound that Rabbit Piao Piao had from being bitten by the pie had already scabbed over and was about to fall off. She smiled, stretching out her paw, just about to pick at the scab, when she felt someone's gaze on her. She silently withdrew her paw. She wanted to scratch it. How pitiful. Chapter 11. Xiao Qi finished watering the little grasses and fertilizing the radishes he planted, then handed a chewing stick to Rabbit Piao Piao. Rabbit Piao Piao opened her mouth, enjoying the feeding, and began to gnaw. If she didn't grind her teeth for a day, they would grow, and growing teeth would scare others. She really felt weak now. When she was cultivating to become an immortal, she didn't need such primitive tools for teeth grinding. Although it felt quite nice, after she became an immortal, she no longer needed to grind her teeth and had more time to look for handsome men. Cough, cough. I'm a serious rabbit. Piao, piao. You need to be patient and wait for the scab to fall off by itself. Xiao Qi's tone carried an unknown tenderness, and Rabbit Piao Piao almost lost herself in his gaze again. Her name was told to Xiao Qi by Ling Yu, and Xiao Qi directly dropped the prefix, calling her Piao Piao. Being called by the charming Su Yin really made her soul float. Silly, pure, gentle, every aspect was her true nature. Yet this person had everything. Rabbit Piao Piao nodded, her gaze landing on the palm that was petting her head. The long and straight cartoonish fingers were all like that, with neatly trimmed nails, not a speck of dirt. Looking up along the arm, for some reason, she felt that Xiao Qi's clothing had become increasingly conservative lately. When they first met, it was short sleeves and cropped pants. Then he changed to a long-sleeved hoodie and long pants, slowly evolving into the autumn hanfu he wore now. Even with a silk scarf wrapped around, simply too conservative. When sleeping, he wore 2 layers of pajamas, truly speechless. In the era of 7077, due to the climatic conditions of the Earth village, everything automatically evolved into the most suitable season for human habitation, renamed the 5th season. The 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter had already become history, with only a small portion of areas maintaining this phenomenon. Goo goo. Rabbit Piao Piao swallowed. Xiao Qi was damned handsome. Hungry? Goo goo. Not oh. And should I carry you back? Rabbit Piao Piao nodded. Her 2 little front paws grabbed Xiao Qi's index finger and gave it a peck, even sticking out her little tongue to lick it, hissing, what a handsome man. Xiao Qi's fingertips trembled slightly, his tongue pressed against his upper teeth, and his ears gradually turned a light pink. Deadly. This rabbit is truly flirtatious. Rabbit Piao Piao closed her eyes in Xiao Qi's arms, smelling the faint floral scent on him. Today he smelled like lilies. My dear husband smells good every day. No matter how close she gets, it's never enough. The only downside was that she was getting weaker and weaker. The timing. Why was it so hard to find? She couldn't bear to be cruel. How painful it must be to have a scar on such a good-looking person's neck. The chili system had reminded him more than once that Xiao Qi was just losing a bit of blood, but for her, it was life-threatening. Xiao Qi. Can I see the carrots you planted? The door was gently knocked on, and Rabbit Piao Piao's gaze suddenly shifted from infatuation to sharpness, then quickly concealed her sharpness. It was the aura of arrival. The reason she automatically gave up looking for a mate in the rabbit world in her past life was due to her disdain for the polygamy system in the rabbit world. And None of those male rabbits were willing to accept being with her for a lifetime. She had a strong sense of territorial awareness. Come in. Xiao Qi's tone was calm and indifferent. Rabbit Piaopiao. Considering that Xiao Qi had previously had a fairly good attitude towards Rabbit Piaopiao, Xiao Qi was quite grateful that Xiao Qi did not pursue Rabbit Piaopiao while secretly eating carrots, and recently, he had gotten a bit closer to this girl. Rabbit Piaopiao was put back in the room. She struggled to follow out, but was shut out by Xiao Qi. Rabbit Piao extended her paw to explore, taking a small step, nimbly getting off the bed, and eavesdropping at the door. Gritting her teeth, she began to dig a hole with her permanent teeth, being particularly careful. Quietly, while both of them were focused on the so-called chatting topic, carrots, a small hole was dug, and Rabbit Piao could see more clearly. The look in Xiao Qi's eyes towards this man, unhappy JPG, so she didn't even want to call his name, was about to overflow with affection. But in this man's eyes, there were only carrots. Rabbit Piao's sense of balance in her heart slightly returned. As for whether the hole would be discovered, she had never thought about that. All her attention was concentrated on the pair in the yard. The only plants in the yard, besides the little grasses for competition, were the carrots planted in a small area. When I planted carrots before, I heard the carrot keeper say that too much water shouldn't be given. Xiao Qi recalled her memory and began to replant carrots, wanting to have more common topics with Xiao Qi. Is that so? It seems I watered too much today. Indeed. A little, just a bit. A small part of the soil had turned into a muddy state. Xiao Qi's head was burning, cautiously nodding. Then if I water less tomorrow, can it compensate for today as overwatering? Xiao Qi had a pleading expression, looking very serious. Xiao Qi nodded. I can check tomorrow, and then we'll talk about it. Good. The atmosphere began to stagnate, and there was a slight awkwardness in the air. Rabbit Piao touched the white fur by her mouth, smiling a little. Xiao Qi, Xiao Qi pursed her lips and spoke. Rabbit Piao got nervous, pulling out a rabbit hair, gritting her teeth to hold back from shouting out loud. I like. Xiao Qi raised his eyes, meeting hers, with no hint of affection in his gaze, only indifference. Xiao Qi's heart sank sharply. This familiar sense of distance hit her again. She thought their interactions during this time had brought them closer. Unexpectedly, it was still not much different from before. If it weren't for her always hovering around him, he probably wouldn't even remember her name. Despite this, she still decided to be brave once. Even if she was rejected utterly, she had to be brave once. I like you. Knock, 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 bang, 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 bang. Rabbit Piao raised her two paws, banging on the door forcefully. The huge noise quickly drew the attention of the two outside. Xiao Qi turned back, his left eye twitching unnaturally. The door broke. He opened the door, hurriedly picked up Rabbit Piao, and checked on her, saying to the people outside, I have something to deal with today, unable to host guests, please forgive me. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed the door again. Xiao Qi had no time to react. She was pushed outside by a gust of wind. Xiao Qi's strength was small, but she still couldn't help but stagger a few steps, almost falling to the ground. The door was already closed. Her heart was about to break. She was saying something so important, yet he was so indifferent. Even a single rabbit was more important than her. Indeed, she had known from the beginning that rabbit's status was not the same, right? But how could a person compare with a rabbit, unless the rabbit transformed into a human form? Xiao Qi's eyes dimmed, her body swaying as she walked toward home, praying in her heart that Rabbit Piao definitely should not transform into a human form. Definitely not. On the other side, inside the house, Rabbit Piao was crying, not for the man holding her, but because her paws hurt from banging on the metal door. Stars were dancing in her eyes, tears streaming down. It hurt so much. Woo-woo. Xiao Qi was extremely anxious, unsure of what to do, holding Rabbit Piao, grabbing her little paw, beginning to blow on it gently, softly, just blow a bit more, and at 1T hurt. Oh, at 1T hurt. Rabbit Piao's mouth was pouting, extremely unhappy. Her little red paws looked very painful. Xiao Qi's breath was gentle like orchids. The warm air sprayed on her light pink paws. Time seemed to freeze, the clarity of pain decreased, and the allure skyrocketed. Rabbit Piao's tearful eyes suddenly regained focus, captivated by the beauty before her. Is it better now? Is it any better? Xiao Qi held her two small red paws in her hands, her eyes filled with pity. Hoo. Rabbit Piao shook her head, swallowing reflexively. The longer they spent time together, the clearer she became about her feelings. She wanted to be with him. Thirsty? Xiao Qi asked innocently, his gaze gentle. Rabbit Piao shook her head and looked down, kissing his fingertips. Xiao Qi waved his hand, and a bottle of anti-swelling and pain relief medicine appeared in his palm, along with a bottle of air alcohol. Compared to the alcohol from before, this alcohol only needed to be opened and aimed at the wound for disinfection. First disinfection, then apply the medicine, okay? Xiao Qi used a tone meant to comfort a child, although strictly speaking, he didn't quite understand what child meant. Looking back at history, he couldn't grasp how a random man and woman could have children thousands of years ago. He also didn't understand why inferior genes could recombine with excellent genes to produce unexpected changes. Nowadays, dating was simply for the sake of dating. The material space and conditions required thousands of years ago didn't exist at all. So, did this mean that love today was pure? This was a thought-provoking question. Whoa. Goo. Rabbit Piao pouted, feeling wronged. Is that okay? Xiao Qi couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh to Rabbit Piao. His strong words turned into a soft and spoiled tone. Rabbit Piao felt her heart flutter sweetly. Goo. Rabbit Piao nodded. Xiao Qi opened the cap of the air alcohol bottle, and Rabbit Piao closed her eyes. Xiao Qi cradled her little head against his chest, soothing her. This posture was strange and absurd, but he was more than happy to do it. After disinfecting, Xiao Qi began to seriously apply the medicine to her, and the swelling visibly reduced. Her two little front paws, which had been red, slowly returned to their normal color. Only then did Xiao Qi remember to look at the hole in the door with a headache. He waved his hand, and the door returned to its original state. Holding Rabbit Piao's little paw, he began to reason with her. Piao, it's not right to eavesdrop on others. Xiao Qi felt speechless inside. His tone was so soft, it was almost explosive. Goo, Rabbit Piao responded, didn't eavesdrop. If you say you didn't eavesdrop, then you didn't, okay? Xiao Qi patted Rabbit Piao's head and asked, have you been staying at home too long? Want to go out for a bit? Rabbit Piao's eyes lit up instantly, her anticipation evident. Wait for me to finish the Earth Guardian selection, then I'll take you out, okay? Rabbit Piao nodded. I'll take you to the Earth Guardian selection too, okay? Goo. Yay. Xiao Qi slapped his forehead, reminding himself that he had promised to educate her. But in the end, he had fallen into it himself. Educate? He couldn't educate her at all. Xiao Qi resigned himself, and unexpectedly noticed that the scab on Rabbit Piao's wound had naturally fallen off, with a slight redness at the wound site. The reason I didn't take you out before was that your wound wasn't healed yet. I'm not very interested in going out unless necessary. Now that your wound is healed, we can go out. Goo. Xiao Qi reached out to stroke Rabbit Piao's fluffy head, full of tenderness. After dinner in the evening, Rabbit Piao received a post-meal dessert of 50 milliliters of carrot-flavored air. She happily hugged the small bottle, her long eyelashes cheerfully curling up. Taking advantage of Xiao Qi going to take a shower, she kicked her little short legs up, gently swaying, enjoying a leisurely comfort. Shower? Rabbit Piao quickly put down the small bottle. No wonder every time she got a small reward, it seemed to be after a shower. This man really knew how to catch her attention. Rabbit Piao bit the small bottle with her mouth, walking and sipping, her little steps tapping lightly as she easily passed through the curtain. The handsome man in the bathtub appeared vividly, having seen so many embarrassing comics. The sweet scene before her was completely overshadowed. Chapter 12. Little bunny, I really can't do anything about you. Long hair like ink cascaded over the edge of the bathtub, with a few playful strands draping softly over the rim. The slender, pale neck and the thin face revealed a slightly upturned nose and soft pink lips, resembling a tempting pink lily, exuding a fragrant aroma. Tu Piaopiao was stunned. The small bottle she was holding fell to the ground, breaking the tranquility of the moment. Xiao Qi glanced back, smiling faintly, his voice filled with helplessness. Little bunny, I really can't do anything about you. He let go of the hand resting on the edge of the bathtub, beckoning with his fingers, and Tu Piao scampered over. When Xiao Qi picked her up with one hand, Tu Piaopiao's heart raced to its peak. The sensation of being suspended heightened her emotional experience, while also calming her down. She could see the visible veins on his neck clearly. This was the best opportunity. His neck was unwrapped, a perfect chance. Bunny, don't be soft-hearted. If you keep being soft-hearted, you'll lose your bunny life. Her ears twitched as Xiao Qi lifted her to the height of the bathtub. And seizing the moment, she tilted her body, her small front paws revealing sharp teeth, gliding along his Adam's apple towards his collarbone. SSS. Xiao Qi was completely unprepared. Crimson blood began to flow slowly, staining Tu Piaopiao. In an instant, white light exploded around the two, like a cloud enveloping them. Xiao Qi reached out with both hands, wanting to embrace Tu Piaopiao to prevent her from drowning in the bathtub. When Tu Piaopiao made contact with Xiao Qi's blood, the white light transformed into a dazzling rainbow, and Tu Piaopiao transformed into a human form. Her delicate little outfit burst apart in an instant, and she fell into the bathtub with a splash, skin to skin. Xiao Qi stood frozen in place, his heart trembling uncontrollably, his whole body shivering. He had read a term in ancient texts called fairy. So, Tu Piaopiao is a fairy? At this time, the era had completely analyzed matter down to its smallest molecules, and through complex processing, animals and plants could be transformed into human forms. This was a long process, at least starting from years, but he had only taken care of Tu Piaopiao for a few weeks. Tu Piaopiao raised her hand, her soft little finger covering his eyes, while the other hand supported herself on the edge of the bathtub, leaning closer to him. Her thin lips parted slightly, and in a lazy, soft female voice, she said, "Be good, close your eyes." Her alluring charm struck deep into the heart. Xiao Qi felt his bones turn to jelly. All he could smell was sweet, fragrant softness. All he could feel was that he willingly sank into this encounter. Splash! Just as Tu Piaopiao finished speaking, she transformed back into a rabbit, then back into human form, repeating the cycle as if it could not stop. She slowly realized that as long as she touched Xiao Qi's blood, she would transform into a human form, and once she consumed a portion of blood, she would revert back to being a rabbit. So splash, splash, scratch, splash. In the end, Xiao Qi's blood that flowed out was gone, and Tu Piaopiao also slumped over on her neck. Before falling asleep, she heard the excited shout of the chili system. Successful! Contract successful! In another line, oh no, excited, I'm gonna level up. The system and the real world were isolated. So Tu Piaopiao was not worried about seeing anything she shouldn't see. She was just really tired, sleeping peacefully. Oh, Zizi Xiao Qi, at a loss, awkwardly held Tu Piaopiao with slightly stiff hands and placed her beside the bathtub. Then, he covered her with a piece of cloth. He lowered his head. The water in the bathtub was more than half gone. He quickly rinsed off, changed clothes, tidied up the messy scene, and with his eyes closed, he took Tu Piaopiao to bed, suppressing the madness in his heart. He turned off the lights, closed the door, covered Tu Piaopiao with a small quilt, and went outside alone to find a not too messy empty room to sleep. He never had the habit of letting people stay over, so there was no guest room. He would have to tidy one up tomorrow. As Xiao Qi thought about this, he couldn't fall asleep at all. The night's ambiguity was the soil that bred desire. As soon as he closed his eyes, her unclothed form would appear in his mind, white looking soft. And also, Xiao Qi furrowed his brows, repeatedly chanting a calming mantra in his heart. Ultimately, he could not resist the overwhelming drowsiness and fell asleep. But his sleep was not peaceful. He had a spring dream, that's all. The next morning, Tu Piaopiao woke up, struggling to push off the quilt from her body. Xiao Qi is not here. She could hop and jump now. With agile limbs, Tu Piaopiao's head on the pillow, she quickly rolled over, assuming a diving athlete's standard pose, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and then fell headfirst onto the bed. But soon, she was joyfully bouncing up and down. The whole rabbit seemed like a fairy with enhanced powers on a full moon night. Is this the benefit after the contract? She felt she was no longer as weak as before. Excitedly, Tu Piaopiao's tail touched the ground as she sat cross-legged like a human. Her hands began to gather energy and focus, practicing. Her blood vessels flowed smoothly, regulating her breath, checking what level her cultivation had reached. Oh no, still weak, Xi. The chili system proudly came online. You're online, hee hee hee. Tu Piaopiao smiled mischievously. She didn't feel any discomfort in her body now. What's wrong, bad girl? The chili system has also learned to act cute? How do you feel now? Not bad. Tu Piaopiao changed to a deep tone. Pretty good. That's great. I also feel good now. The chili system spoke, and it was rare for the two to have such a calm conversation. You said you leveled up, then what happened? Pretty good. The chili system stammered, seeming a bit hard to say. Go ahead. It's just that, The chili system frowned. They were still in a voice state where neither could see the other. Sigh. Tu Piaopiao couldn't see her frown, but could sense that she was having difficulty speaking. If you don't say it, just log off. But The chili system bit her lip. I leveled up to a love system, and I got a new name called Bang Bang Liao. Huh? What? Tu Piaopiao closed her eyes to communicate. As a modern, competitive internet rabbit, she was chatting while practicing, multitasking excellently. That is, the person you kidnapped. Binding. Tu Piaopiao kindly reminded. Oh, it's the person you bound. You need to have a romantic relationship with him to preserve your original body in the parallel universe. And then? Isn't this simple? You need to flirt with him 100 times to officially get together. Oh, that is still very simple. I don't know what you're struggling with. Tu Piaopiao boldly spoke, her tone resembling a senior sister instructing her junior. It's just. The chili system fell silent again. Hurry up and say it. Do you know how itchy it makes me feel when you're so mysterious? No wonder you're a trash system. Whispered complaints. Bang Bang Liao has a heart monitoring function. When your target's heart value reaches 100, you need to quickly withdraw from the flirting situation, and only when his heart value returns to 0 can you start a new round of flirting. The chili system explained seriously. And the most important thing is that at heart value 100, if you haven't completed 100 heartbeats, you can only maintain an ambiguous relationship and cannot become lovers. Do you understand? Seem to understand, but not really. Let me explain it to you in detail again. Chili Pepper opens up. Rabbit Piao resigns to her fate and summarizes herself. She suspects that Chili Pepper is a fake in the system, talking for a long time while she ends up confused and muddled. So, I can do anything to him, but I cannot have a romantic relationship with him. On this basis, as long as his heart value reaches 100, I will stop my flirtatious behavior towards him. Is that what you mean? Yes, you're great. 3. Chili Pepper looks at the rule explanation in hand, realizing it was a waste of effort to explain for so long. As Rabbit Piao almost recited the rule explanation verbatim. So if we do something, we also need to stop? Of course. All right. Rabbit Piao uncomfortably thinks of what she saw last night about Xiao Qi. Quite big. Host, hurry up and take action. Then Chili Pepper can level up quickly. Love you. 3. Don't do that. I'm not used to it. Ahem. Mainly, this is my first upgrade in the system business. It's inevitable to be a bit excited. Chili Pepper said shyly. Rabbit Piao done. As expected, she is the absolute worst. Xiao Qi knocks on the door. Do you want breakfast? Goo eat. After Rabbit Piao finishes a round of cultivation, she feels refreshed and quickly jumps out of bed, her little paws gripping the door frame, pulling it open a small crack. Outside, the sun is warm, shining on Xiao Qi, who also feels warm. He looks at the fluffy little rabbit and recalls the scene from yesterday, closing his eyes and handing Rabbit Piao a new outfit. He woke up early this morning and quickly made a new outfit, washed and dried it. Gugu so shy. You. Xiao Qi opens his eyes, then closes them again, hurriedly turning around, his earlobes secretly tinged with a shy pink. His heart is pounding, and Chili Pepper quickly detects a heart value of 100, reporting this news to Rabbit Piao. So simple. Chili Pepper adds in her heart, but it won't be simple later, a game of cat and mouse. TSK. One careless move, and it could easily go off track. After changing clothes, Rabbit Piao opens the door and reaches out her paw for a hug. Xiao Qi shakes his head. You're a girl. Male and female are different. Rabbit Piao pouts, looking dejected. Xiao Qi's heart tightens, resisting the impulse to hug her. He used to think of her as just a rabbit with spirit, but he didn't expect her to be able to transform into human form, and so beautiful. He can't treat her as just a rabbit anymore, but must see her as a person, especially as a girl. Breakfast consists of carrot-flavored air, plus a piece of ancient snack cotton candy. The book says girls like cotton candy, and it said that eating sweet things can improve one's mood. After rabbit Piao finishes the air, she wants to stick to Xiao Qi again. Xiao Qi's emotional value is very stable now, so she is also stable. The system upgrade will not fix previous bugs. It will only stack on top of them. Truly a garbage system. Xiao Qi raises his hand, rejecting her initiative to touch him, placing the cotton candy from the small dish in front of rabbit Piao. She lowers her head, then raises it, obediently taking her paw to eat the cotton candy. It stuck to her rabbit teeth. Woo, spit it out. Goo, can't spit it out, woo. Xiao Qi takes out a small bowl filled with cool boiled water and feeds it to rabbit Piao. His movements are gentle, his heart racing uncontrollably. The cotton candy in rabbit Piao's mouth melts away, and she happily kisses Xiao Qi's fingertip. Then, she hears the chili pepper system announce, second heart flutter achieved. Do you treat others like this too? Xiao Qi collects his expression and asks. Rabbit Piao shakes her head, goo. No, only for you. Xiao Qi's gray expression brightens, and he smiles and nods, starting to clean the table. Rabbit Piao is placed on the rabbit lazy sofa beside her, leisurely watching Xiao Qi. It feels like a DJ view of a male mother. Ren Fengluan's home. The little grass looks wilted, with not one showing the possibility of transforming into human form. He suppresses his inner anger and continues to tend to them. Perhaps the timing is just not right. Little grass, grow tall and strong quickly. This time he must outshine Xiao Qi. I don't believe he can crush me 100 times, and still crush me 101 times. I really miss Xiangxi Sai. Ren Fengluan's expression is melancholic, emotions swirling. At the end of life, there is loneliness. 7077 effort era. Life has already completed the highest upgrade evolution, and there are no surplus humans on Earth. Human lifespan is endless. Only war, accidents, and other disasters can take lives. Once someone dies, the optimal gene recombination will begin, cultivating an excellent human species. There is also a part of the sleeping humans, which can be called replacements. They will only be released when human society suffers a heavy blow to guard their homeland and revive humanity. Although last time I was beaten pretty badly, but Ren Fengluan's tone is downcast. But, well, there are no buts. He picks up an ancient item, a watering can, and starts watering the little grass, diligently fertilizing. But the little grass seems to be opposing him, showing no reaction at all. The sky is a deep blue, the clouds are pure white, and the two complement each other, creating a beautiful scene that has existed since ancient times, along with various distinct colorful layers of light, making it even more beautiful. Comparing Ren Fengluan's home with Xiao Qi's home is a stark contrast. In the chaotic mess, there is a hint of cleanliness, filled with little trinkets that Xiangxi likes. To reminisce about a person to the extreme is what he is like. Knock, 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 knock. Chapter 13. Me and a sudden, urgent knocking echoed, and Ren Fengluan instantly entered a state of alert, looking towards the woman in red who burst through the door. Once, when Xiangxi knocked, she had struck her hand until it was red, prompting him to replace the steel door with one made of plastic and cotton. It had no defensive function against intruders. Mi Yin continued to knock, her injuries severe and her body covered in blood, yet no one on Earth answered the door. This was the last door she would knock on with her weary body, perhaps out of pity from heaven, giving her a chance to enter. Help me, I. Ultimately, her strength gave out, and she collapsed into Ren Fengluan's arms. Ren Fengluan was stunned for a moment, his hands open. He didn't touch this woman. In this era, gender equality was extreme, reflected in all aspects. Every person was equipped with an alarm system from birth, capable of calling for help in case of significant danger. And Ren Fengluan almost pressed the alarm button. The woman's injuries were grave, as he could tell from the bloodstains behind her. After checking for anyone else, he quickly closed the door. Although he couldn't match Xiao Qi's bravery in battle, he still possessed a sense of righteousness. Life was paramount. Xiangxi was so kind. Even if she found out, she would surely understand him. To avoid causing further harm, Ren Fengluan began treating her on the spot. After a full body examination, not a single inch of Mi Yan's exposed skin was intact, It was covered in bruises, dark greens, and deep reds, all showcasing the cruelty of the assailant. Blood transfusion. Hemostasis, applying medicine. Ren Fengluan treated her from a distance, and after her injuries improved slightly and her breathing stabilized, he quickly withdrew, retreating far away and spitting out a mouthful of blood. His vitality was severely depleted. When Mian woke up, she spoke. You. Thank you. You. No, it's nothing. Ren Fengluan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice hoarse and dull. Stay still here. I'll find a girl to come check on you. I'll be back soon. Mian blinked, signaling that she understood. Ren Fengluan waved his hand, completely masking Mian's presence, then left and closed the door tightly. He rushed to find Xiao Qi, stepping on clouds as he ran. An hour later, Xiao Qi hurriedly arrived with Ren Fengluan. They quickly set up a curtain. Ren Fengluan stood guard outside, while Xiao Qi treated Mian inside. After some hesitation, she spoke. Can I take off your clothes? To treat you. Mian shook her head, her pupils filled with fear and terror. Unless her life was hanging by a thread, she wouldn't trust men, nor would she trust women. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. I'm just like you, a girl too. Don't be scared of me, okay? Xiao Qi's voice was gentle and warm, easily warming one's heart. Mian almost nodded in agreement, but horrifying memories surged in her mind. Red cigarette butts burning her skin. Punches and kicks thud. Her mother had once deceived her this way, coaxing her to show her wounds, resulting in even more severe injuries as her mother tore her skin apart with her hands. Blood, blood, blood. So much blood. No, no, no. Mian shook her head in terror, her hair filled with debris, utterly disgusting. It was blood mixed with phlegm, saliva, and other fermented substances from long ago. So dirty, just a glance made her want to vomit. Xiao Qi suppressed her own nausea and continued to speak softly. It'll be fine. If it hurts, you can stop. It's just me, you, and the person who just saved you here. Don't be afraid. Mian hesitated for a long time because she sensed her life signs returning. He hadn't harmed her, nor did he have any ulterior motives. At this moment, being the ruined person she was, she truly had no value. Trust me, okay? The soft words felt like stepping on clouds. Mian remembered the countless times she had trusted those who harmed her, only to receive deeper wounds in return. But that was a fallen star. Perhaps Earth would be different. A selfless rescue might only exist on this blue planet. Okay. Mian nodded, her eyes tightly closed. She still felt very weak. She was very patient, taking out a basin of warm water from her space, mixing in some alcohol. After removing Mian's clothes, she began to clean and wash her. The warm flow spread from her skin to Mian's heart, a treatment she had never received before. She could feel this beautiful little fairy trying her best to reduce the pressure. I'm not afraid of pain. You don't have to. Be so gentle. Mian's voice was hoarse and dull, her words evoking deep sympathy. It felt as if her neck was being choked, making what she said sound obscure and heavy. She couldn't help but have red-rimmed eyes. Mian's body had not a single intact piece of skin. She could identify scars from knife cuts, burns from small flames. All kinds of injuries, countless in number. New and old scars layered upon each other, each layer more terrifying than the last. It's okay, I'm used to it. She spoke. Here's a cloth. If it hurts, bite down on it. Just don't bite your tongue. The cloth She handed her was exceptionally soft. She had never seen such a clean piece of cloth, nor such a kind person, and had certainly never seen anyone dress so neatly. Mian shook her head. It's too precious. What does that matter? She quickly held back her words, not imposing her own perspective on others. Everyone's experiences were different. What you considered ordinary might be something they could never attain in their lifetime. I have several pieces of cloth like this. I really like you. This one is for you. You can't refuse. Thank you. Mian bit her lip. The white cloth quickly turned red. She suppressed the myriad thoughts in her heart, forcing herself not to look. Throughout the entire treatment process, Mian made not a single sound, as if she were a doll who felt no pain. After She dressed her, she supported Mian out of the small tent. Mian knelt on the ground before She and Ren Fengluan. What is this? Hurry and get up. She tried to help her up, but couldn't. Thank you both. This is the closest I've been to the legendary light. Ren Fengluan, wearing gloves, lifted the kneeling Mian. No need for such gratitude. This should also be fate. Perhaps it was destined for us to meet you. Xiao Qi continued, gently holding Mi Yan's hands, her dark eyes clearly showing concern. Mi Yan's eyes turned red. From the moment she could remember, she had been accustomed to being driven, beaten, scolded, and attacked. No one had ever spoken to her so sincerely. In a fallen star, everyone lived with ulterior motives. The so-called sincerity was merely a means for them to express their disdain for life, to achieve a greater purpose, torturing others. Mi didn't believe that she had any value for the two people before her. She was always the one getting hurt. They had never treated her, viewing her as a waste. Later, she accidentally stumbled upon a forbidden book that mentioned a planet called Earth Village, where the people lived happily, joyfully, and harmoniously. She yearned for it, waiting day after day for 10 years. Then tonight, I'll take her back to my home. Since both of us are girls, it will be easier to take care of her. Ren Fengluan nodded, looking at Xiao Qi with genuine delight. You like that girl? She was truly kind and wonderful. What's your name? Mi Yan and you. I'm Xiao Qi. Nice to meet you. This is Ren Fengluan. Introduced by Xiao Qi. Ren Fengluan's lips curled up in a blissful smile, the happiness almost lifting him into outer space. Ren Fengluan was sending Xiao Qi home, and Xiao Xia was already waiting at the door. On the dining table in the courtyard, there were 2 bottles of 500-meter air. Today, you made your favorite strawberry air. Want to try it? Xiao Xia's voice came closer, filled with a brother's special tenderness. What is this? Xiao Xia asked, his brows furrowed in confusion. Let's go inside. The brother-complex Xiao Xia nodded repeatedly, then quietly checked behind them to see if anyone was following. Mysterious things should be whispered. Ren Fengluan was shut out of the house, and Xiao Xia showed no mercy in sending him away. It's time to go home, goodbye. Bang, the door closed. Ren Fengluan, helpless, could only send a message to Xiao Qi with an item. Then he went home. In the courtyard, Xiao Qi helped Mi Yan sit down. The 2 siblings had always shared everything, no matter what it was. Only when someone else came would they take out an extra chair. Brother, please get me an extra chair. Sure. Half a minute later, Xiao Xia came out with the extra chair, and Xiao Qi hurriedly got up. Brother, I'll sit in this one, you sit. The reason the extra chair is an extra chair is like a spare tire for a person. It's not the best, but it's not bad either, yet it always lacks that unique only one. Cici, you sit down. Your brother is tough and won't mind. Get up. Mi Yan spoke, her rough voice causing Xiao Xia to immediately stand up, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao Qi. Anyone who approached his sister under any pretext was a bad guy. He must always remain highly vigilant. Who are you? He had thought the other person was a girl, which was why he let Cici interact with her. Brother, she is a girl. Be gentle. Are you sure? Of course. Then it's fine, sit down. Xiao Xia let out a heavy sigh. The weight in his heart lifted. Mi Yan sat back down obediently. But why does your voice sound so much like a man's? As soon as Xiao Xia asked, he was elbowed by Xiao Qi. Because, my throat. Mi Yan struggled to speak, and Xiao Xia couldn't bear to see her like this. He opened the sweet and sour rib-flavored air in front of him and handed it to Mi Yan. This is mine. I can't give you my sister's. That one is a unique one I made for her. Xiao Xia never forgets to show off that he is a doting brother. He has a sister. He has a sister. Yay, yay, yay. Chapter 14. The Buddha saves all beings suffer. Thank you. After taking a few breaths of air, Mi Yan felt much more comfortable. The dry pain in her throat alleviated significantly. She continued from where she left off. My throat was burned by boiling water, and I didn't receive timely treatment. Not to mention timely treatment. Even getting treated is a luxury for her. The medical expenses in the Fallen Star are exorbitantly high, with profiteers everywhere. And then it got burned, so Xiao Xia added for her. So you ended up like this. Mi Yan nodded heavily, giving a firm So what brings you here? Regarding his sister's personal safety, he needed to think carefully, especially when it came to someone of unknown identity. I am from the Fallen Star. As her voice fell, Xiao Xia stood up again, this time standing even closer, using his strong body as a shield for his sister. We need to register your personal information now. Hurry. Xiao Xia waved his hand, establishing a thin barrier between him and Mi Yan. She was surprised. Then her expression softened. She had spent some time at the shelter for victims from the fallen star in Earth Village. Aside from being poor, shabby, and deceitful for petty gains, it was barely acceptable. In order to maintain harmony between the two planets, there were almost annual exchanges of hostages. The ultimate goal was to make the good better and the bad worse. Brother, be gentle. She's a girl. So what if she's a girl? Does that mean she won't hurt you? Xiao Qi had an ancient mother's worry on his face now. Come with me to register, or I will kick you out. Xiao Qi threatened, and Mi Yin, supporting herself on the table, stood up, her face filled with weakness, exuding an ethereal frailty. Go. Mi Yin, my brother is like this. Don't take it to heart. Xiang, she said as she reached out to help Mi Yin, but was intercepted by Xiang Xi's arm. Brother, can't we register tomorrow? Let her at least have a good night's rest. Look at how badly she's hurt. Xiang, she tugged at her brother's sleeve, acting soft and spoiled. Xiang Xia was almost swayed. No, until her identity is confirmed, all contact between you and her is prohibited. Xiang Xia stepped forward and grabbed Mi Yan's wrist. You are being presumptuous. Ah, Mi Yan instinctively cried out in pain. Brother, she's in pain. Can you be a little gentler? Xiang, she said helplessly, forgetting that her brother was a sister Khan. Sigh. It seems that this registration is necessary. There is no way to avoid it, not at all. If your identity turns out to be fine, I will apologize to you. But if there is a problem with your identity, this is just the beginning. Xiang Xia stood between the two, waving his left arm, and Yun appeared to run errands. He stepped up to support Mi Yin, moving a bit more gently. Shi, you stay home. Eat well. Brother will be back soon. No, brother, I want to follow you. What if you go too fast? Xiang, she defended. Although it wasn't the right time to think about other things, but the registration was temporarily managed by Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi was too lazy to manage this, as he preferred peace and quiet, and such matters would disturb his tranquility. But ever since that cute little bunny appeared, Xiao Qi took over this task. It was said to be temporary management, but in reality, it was just a chance for the higher-ups to save face. They handed it all over to Xiao Qi to manage. They were very reassured that a genius among geniuses was handling it. Stop explaining. If you want to follow, then follow. Do I not know your little thoughts? Xiang Xia pierced through her intentions. 22:12, 45, 10:12, 45 p.m. Xiao Qi was sleeping in his newly organized room, feeling restless and a bit unable to sleep. The little bunny was precious. It was better for her to sleep in his original room. He should treat her as a girl. Thinking this way, his heart raced, and in the dark environment, his heartbeat was particularly noticeable, hinting at an urge to leap out. Xiao Qi touched his lips. The upward curve couldn't seem to settle down. Just thinking about her made him immensely happy. A rare feeling of happiness enveloped him completely. Is this a heartbeat? The little bunny in another room was speechless, having completed her 20th training of the day, feeling particularly good. Perhaps being with humans, Xiao Qi, for a long time had adjusted her routine slightly. Xiao Qi thought she loved to sleep in, waking up only when the sun was high in the sky. If Xiao Qi didn't call her, she could sleep until sunset. This man was like a little cat, shy when he saw her, hiding and sneaking around. If one didn't know better, they would think they were playing hide and seek. Wasn't it just being honest with each other? What was the big deal? The little bunny murmured, "Isn't that how romance novels write it, Mama?" Besides, she liked him, and his body was part of him. So why be shy about liking him? His figure is quite good, after all. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking sound. The little bunny dashed to the door, and at the same time, Xiao Qi opened the door, immediately looking for the little bunny. He lowered the door frame, but the little bunny thought it unnecessary. She couldn't climb over before because she was too weak, but now she was quite strong. With a triple jump and a mid-air spin, she passed through. The door was made of soft plastic, just a gentle push opened it. For safety, a layer of invisible barrier was set up. Only Xiao Qi could take the little bunny out. Goo want to be held. The little bunny stood on her hind legs, her front paws stretched wide, her small bunny mouth curving into a smile. Xiao Qi waited at the door for her to come out, showing no intention of holding her. If it weren't for the chili system telling her that Xiao Qi's heartthrob value averaged around 60, she might have worried that he wasn't interested in her. Acting cool? That's how dominant male characters in novels are described. The cliché stunning adjectives could only portray 1% of Xiao Qi. Creak. Xiao Qi opened the door, and Xiang Xia and Mian appeared in the line of sight of the person and the bunny. Sorry for disturbing you at night. I apologize for the intrusion. Xiao politely bowed. Xiao Qi nodded coldly. No problem. May we come in to talk? This way, please. Xiao Qi stepped aside to make way. The little bunny followed closely behind, acting as a little guide. The makeshift registration hall used ancient relics, tents, and umbrellas, with 2 tables set up. The little bunny felt it wasn't as exquisite as her little pavilion. So where are you from? Xiao Qi extracted a piece of information about the outsiders from the brain system. The management between the fallen star and Earth was only based on the overall direction output, which was the issuance of a cosmic announcement, and regarding individual cases of desertion, there would be no official investigation. If one wanted to save someone, negotiation was needed, or similar tricks to reclaim them. To a large extent, only the people from Earth Village would rescue those who unintentionally escaped, while the fallen star always adhered to the principle of profit above all, never engaging in loss-making business. There was a place in Earth Village specifically for detaining, managing, and reforming people from the fallen star. Through reform, as long as they were deemed suitable for circulation in Earth Village, they could enjoy equal treatment as the people of Earth Village. Me, Yin from the fallen star. Her voice was always hoarse and dull, but it rarely revealed tension. She originally thought that Ren Fengluan was already stunning and extraordinary, and that Xiang was quite wise and powerful. But she never expected that there would be someone like Xiao Qi, who perfectly blended both, resembling an immortal untouched by dust. So true and pure, clear and bright, that she, deeply mired in mud, could only gaze from afar and felt immensely fortunate. The Buddha saves all beings suffer. The man before her made her feel ashamed just by looking at him. Was he someone who had escaped here? Xiao Qi conducted himself with professionalism, cool and indifferent. So, Xiao Qi picked up his pen and stood up, saying, "You don't need to get up, just sit comfortably since your body is not well." The registrar's special pen had an automatic identity scanning function. Xiao Qi waved his pen at Mi Yin, his expression calm and serene, without fear, curiosity, inquiry, or doubt, as if the other party were just an ordinary person. Mi Yin felt warmth in her heart. She had never been treated so equally before. After experiencing various loathsome gazes, feeling the gaze of pity today was already very satisfying. Now, feeling someone treating her like a normal person, it was as if she had been redeemed, no longer trapped in the darkness of her past, confined like a prisoner. You have more injuries. You weren't lying. You are indeed a person who has fallen from the world as stars, Xiao Qi concluded. Today, Xiao Qi's gaze turned to Tu Piaopiao, just about to say, "You can stay here," but the words caught in his throat. The night had grown deep. Yet this little rabbit was still full of energy. It would be better to send her to the shelter for fallen stars. Xiao Qi lightly mocked himself in his heart. When did he become so concerned about others' thoughts? "Why don't you stay at my place tonight? Both she and I are girls. I could take good care of her," she proposed actively. The reputation of the boy she liked was still very important. "Sha, so my reputation doesn't matter, huh?" "No need. I'll take her to the shelter today," Xiao Qi asked. "Do you have any objections?" No. Mi Yin shook her head. Xiao Qi waved his hand, conjuring a small cradle, placing the little rabbit dressed in a light blue dress inside, and covered her with a blanket. "Sha, you come with me." "Huh? Me? All right." Sha was speechless. This was not how to shake off trouble. Sha, he hasn't married yet. His reputation is still very important. Okay? Then, "I'll go with you guys," Shi offered, while Sha exclaimed, "Love-struck brains are hopeless." Xiao Qi remained non-committal, neither rejecting nor agreeing. He was busy covering the little rabbit with a thin blanket and preparing snacks. After everything was ready, he pulled up the cover, perfectly enclosing it, creating a small world inside. He opened a tiny window, about the size of a thumb, for air circulation. Tu Piaopiao sat on a small stool, happily watching the scenery rush by outside. "So beautiful. Wow." Sha resignedly played the role of a helper, following behind Xiao Qi, while Shi tried hard to keep pace with Xiao Qi, maintaining the same level, occasionally stealing glances at him. Tu Piaopiao keenly captured her gaze. "Not talking to rivals. Tu Piaopiao summoned the spicy pepper system. "Speak." My dear little master, what do you command? Can't you speak properly? The cute little immortal baby asked, looking for the spicy pepper. Ahem, looking for Bang Bang to flirt. What is up? Ugh. Tu Piaopiao felt numb. If she couldn't act cute, then she wouldn't. The hot-tempered little pepper transformed into a soft and sweet little melon. Eek. Scary, don't get lost. The pepper system gently retreated, softly scolding. I called you out to ask. Tu Piaopiao's mind blanked with that interruption. She forgot what she wanted to ask. Woe is me. Tu Piaopiao's inner thoughts. Really, such a cute, silly little rabbit. She remembered. Last time I successfully restored my human form. What was the reason? Was it only after the contract? Or was it something else? She bombarded with questions. And the pepper system momentarily felt overwhelmed. Then it began to explain slowly. Actually, you should have figured out you can restore your human form because of the contract. But if your brain were a bit smarter, you would realize that as long as you come into contact with his blood, you can transform into a human form. So, I don't need to say more, right? The pepper's tone carried a hint of pride. Look at that little stem on her head, bouncing joyfully. The author explains, it's the tip of the pepper swaying left and right, yes, like that. So, as long as it's his blood, I can take a shortcut to transform into a human form? Help! I really want to transform into a human form. Otherwise, how can I compete with my rival? I can't possibly compare with Sister Magnesium Aluminum. You can understand it like that, right? The pepper was also a bit uncertain. The main system had left her with homework today, which she hadn't done yet. Are you sure or not? From the heart, she was not very sure. What use are you then? The pepper system quietly logged off, not wanting to feel the disappointment of being disliked. Just as she logged off, the main system reached out and flicked her pointy head. Where's your homework? I am writing it. Better be. Get lost. Chapter 15. Sincerity is the ultimate secret weapon. Emphasis. Rabbit Piao Piao clumsily held a glass cup filled with carrot juice in her two small paws. On the small table in front of her, there were also carrots, orange-red carrots that made one want to take a bite. They had been cut into various cute shapes by Xiao Qi with great care. His thoughtfulness was evident everywhere. 00 1739, 01739. The group arrived at the Falling Star shelter on time, where a lamp was still lit. The person on duty kept nodding, seemingly about to fall asleep at any moment, barely keeping their spirits up. Knock, knock. Xiao Qi hid the small house he was holding in his arms, as the mind system could only store items without life signs. The person on duty, Zhang, opened his mouth wide, imagining he was about to eat a chicken leg in his dreams. He was extremely excited. Suddenly awakened, it was completely unexpected. His chicken leg sob. Lord Xiao Qi, is there something you need? Upon seeing the visitor, the duty officer's angry expression eased a bit. This was a newly appointed temporary officer, but they all knew that as long as this person wanted to work, they could continue indefinitely. This is a person from Falling Star. Please take care of her. She is seriously injured, Xiao Qi said. Okay, said the duty officer. The duty officer helped me yin away from the sight of the four people. And Shang-Chi and me yin waved goodbye. It was quite late, and after taking care of me yin, the duty officer proactively offered Xiao Qi and the others a disposable time capsule. The time capsule here refers to a disposable room, similar to a hotel, but unlike a hotel, it can only be used once. Xiao Qi agreed, as the little rabbit was delicate and couldn't take it. He had also analyzed his own feelings, using his high intelligence, but gained nothing. At first sight, love at first sight, a glance that lasts a millennium. Heartfelt emotions are impossible to hide. Since he met her, all beautiful words had found their expression. Beauty, beloved, good person. She, let's day 2. He felt sorry for his precious younger sister, who was still working so late. Usually, she would have been asleep by this time. She had never looked this haggard before. Okay, Shang, she looked at Xiao Qi, who was walking ahead, not having said a word to her. Unspoken crushes, parallel lines that will never intersect. Are they destined to remain hidden in the heart? Now, thinking back to that day, when she almost expressed her feelings, she felt flustered. She had prepared nothing and rashly confessed. Indeed, it was not very polite. She had prepared flowers. The ancients said that love should start with a formal confession and receiving a bouquet of light. She needed to prepare well for a romantic confession. Thinking this way, Xiao Qi's mood visibly lifted. 3 people, 3 time capsules. As soon as they entered the time capsule, Xiao Qi let Rabbit Piao Piao out of the small house, saying, "You worked hard on the way." "Goo goo, I wasn't hard at all. You worked hard." Piao Piao. Xiao Qi smiled and patted Rabbit Piao Piao's head. "It was fluffy and soft. You are so good." "Goo goo, I'm not as good as you." Xiao Qi smiled. Completely a love-struck fool. "Piao Piao, you are a rabbit spirit, right?" With a soft, sweet voice. Rabbit Piao Piao's eyebrows curved as she extended her paw to rest on his wrist, looking at him gently. "So when can you turn into a human?" Xiao Qi unconsciously spoke in a spoiled tone, afraid of scaring the timid little rabbit. "Woo woo, I don't know." Rabbit Piao Piao lowered her head and rubbed against Xiao Qi's palm, soft and obedient. "Okay." Xiao Qi smiled and patted Rabbit Piao Piao's head. "What kind of clothes do you like? I'll make them for you, okay? Woo woo, super short skirts, spaghetti straps, tank tops, shorts, bikinis. With my great figure, of course, I want to wear clothes that show it off." Xiao Qi's expression was conflicted. After a long time, he said, "Okay." Rabbit Piao Piao rubbed in his palm, her small paws lightly doodling random patterns. "Woo woo, I can also make some beautiful little skirts." No girl rabbit doesn't like pretty little skirts. "Okay," Xiao Qi replied, secretly thinking. Finally, a piece of conservative clothing. Xiao Qi took a small blanket from a space for Rabbit Piao Piao, covered her, and said, "Sleep well." "Goo, okay." Xiao Qi covered her with the blanket and turned off the light in the time capsule. "Quickly sleep. It's late." "Goo, okay." Shang-Chi watched Xiao Qi's time capsule from outside. She couldn't see anything inside, not even whether the light was off, so she naturally couldn't know if he was asleep. Looking down at the time, it was indeed too late. She should go back, sigh. Rabbit Piao Piao couldn't sleep on the bed, grabbing Xiao Qi's long, straight hand and started to look closely. So beautiful. She played with it, and Xiao Qi indulged her. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on the earth, and everyone's unique biological clock began to wake them up at different times. After Xiao Qi woke up, he looked at the sweetly sleeping little rabbit in his arms, his eyebrows curling up beautifully. His eyes, like ice and snow that had been frozen for millennia, began to warm and reveal a dense warmth. It was the kind of intimate contact that made one blush and flutter for their beloved. Xiao Qi smiled lightly, moving her fluffy little paws away, gazing greedily at her face. It was still early, far from the time she usually woke up. With a wave of his hand, the invisible sound barrier automatically activated, isolating the magnetic field between the two. He picked out a light blue fabric from the colorful materials. Having lived alone for years, he didn't understand what contemporary girls liked. He decided to make a dress first. When Rabbit Piao Piao was a rabbit pet, he had cared for her, but it was nowhere near this meticulous now. Xiao Qi took out the tools and was just about to use his energy, the legendary magic, to trim, and so, when he thought it lacked sincerity, so he decided to do it himself. As for the size, he had seen it clearly that night, and felt it very clearly. He couldn't say more. He might be locked in the small house. The man seriously began making clothes, his sharp jawline rarely becoming gentle, and with each breath, his slightly upturned nose exuded an indescribable charm. 3 hours later, Xiao Qi organized the leftover scraps and looked at the blue dress in front of him. The neckline had a shirt-like collar, the waist was fitted, and a peony flower was sewn on the side waistline, followed by a sprinkling of small stars. The skirt fell below the calf with a wavy stripe. This was the dress Xiao Qi had racked his brains to come up with. A women's dress. Rabbit Piao Piao was still asleep. If it weren't for fearing that the little rabbit would be unsafe, Xiao Qi would never sleep in the same room with her. The innocence between boys and girls is very important. Little lazy rabbit. Xiao Qi squatted by the bed, resting his face on one hand, murmuring softly, "Knock, knock." The door was knocked, and Xiao Qi's first reaction was to activate the sound barrier. Then he went to open the door. Rabbits are naturally alert. Any slight movement can awaken them. This is a physical instinct formed by the survival of the fittest in the jungle law. Rabbits are at the bottom of the food chain, and from the moment they are born, they must be trapped in an endless escape. Short-lived safety is extremely rare. "Do you need something from me?" Xiao Qi closed the door and went outside to talk to Shang-Chi. "This is breakfast I made for you, a little token of my appreciation. I hope you like it." Shang-Chi handed Xiao Qi a small basket containing 2 bottles of air. Just as Xiao Qi was about to refuse, Shang-Chi continued, "The smaller bottle is specially for Piaopiao, made from freshly picked carrots. I accept the floating gift. You can take the rest back, thank you." Xiao Qi politely expressed his gratitude. Shang-Chi stared blankly, winky face. If she heard correctly, Xiao Qi actually called that rabbit Piao Piao. How is that possible? He has always maintained a sense of distance. Perhaps this rabbit is just too to his liking? But there are many pets in the Earth village, and many rabbits too. Why is he particularly fond of this one? Especially since he has always loved peace and quiet. Yet he became so fond of it. In the past, he would never have bothered with such trivial matters. Do I still have something to say? Xiao Qi was about to turn around when he heard her speak, and politely turned back to ask, "No, it's nothing. At least I got something, right? It's much better than before, isn't it?" Shang-Chi brainwashed herself. As soon as Xiao Qi entered the room, Rabbit Piao Piao quickly ran to his feet, tightly hugging him with her 2 paws. She smelled the scent of carrots, fragrant, sweet, beautiful. Just by smelling it, she could imagine how tempting and fresh it was. "I knew it. Sure enough, carrots are more important than my position in your heart." After seeing Rabbit Piao Piao transform into human form once, Xiao Qi no longer spoke as freely as before. Some words he couldn't express. Otherwise, it would be presumptuous of him. "Here for you." Rabbit Piao Piao happily accepted the carrot-scented air that Xiao Qi handed her, squinting her eyes in satisfaction, the corners of her mouth lifting in a distinctly happy expression. "This was made for you by Shang-Chi." Puff! The air bottle in Rabbit Piao Piao's hand slipped down, and in the next second, she caught it with her palm. It wasn't wonderful anymore. It instantly became not wonderful. Woo-woo. How could she accept something from another girl? Whimpering, "Where should I put this rabbit?" Rabbit Piao Piao returned it to Xiao Qi, her expression serious. "Go. I don't want her things." "Why?" Go. "No reason. Girls can be angry without a reason. Then I'll hold on to it, and when you want to eat it, I'll give it to you, okay?" "His no." Rabbit Piao Piao warned. "Then give it back to her?" Xiao Qi's tone was serious as he tried to gauge Rabbit Piao Piao's psychological expectations. Ancient books say that girls are the hardest beings to coax. But if one truly wants to coax them, it's quite simple. Just be sincere. Sincerity is the eternal trump card. Emphasis. Xiao Qi made notes while flipping through the books. After confirming his feelings, he needed to learn how to interact with girls and a series of related lessons. He had never thought about this before and didn't believe that he, who was naturally indifferent, would be with someone in the future, so he had never researched it, as it was as simple as training a dog. Go fine. Chapter 16. Compulsion and Love. Rabbit Piaopiao's lips curved into a slight arc, perfectly captured by Xiao Qi. Every time she was happy, the corners of her lips would lift slightly, looking as beautiful as a parabolic curve falling through the air. On the way back for the 4 of them, Shang-Chi looked at the carrot-flavored air sent back from her heart, lost in gloomy thoughts. Is it not tasty? Her cooking skills are fine. The reputation of being one of the top 10 chefs is not just for show. Cece, I have to be honest. I won't say it twice. Shang-Sha, who was leading the way, spoke up. Maybe you should find someone else to like? Xiao Qi doesn't seem like a good husband at all. Brother, how can you speak ill of others? Shang-Chi took back the bottle of carrot-flavored air. I'm just speaking the truth. Actually, if the standards were lowered a bit, Ren Fengluan wouldn't be a bad choice either. Shang-Sha had once thought highly of Xiao Qi as his brother-in-law. After all, he couldn't compete with Xiao Qi. When looking for a brother-in-law, one should find someone stronger, so he could protect his sister better. But after all these years, there had been no results. There was no sign of blooming, and life is short. Should he just wait indefinitely? Wait until the earth ages and the sea dries up, never turning back? He could wait, but it would be useless. Feelings have no right or wrong. Liking and not liking are always distinct. He was foolish, but not stupid. Xiao Qi's level of concern for that rabbit was much higher than for his sister, though he didn't want to admit it. It was a fact that his sister couldn't compare to the rabbit. Brother, stop talking. Shang-Chi's eyes turned red. Her voice choked. Sigh. Shang-Sha sighed helplessly, allowing her to be. There was only this one sister. What could he do but pamper her, consoling her when things went wrong? After returning home, Xiao Qi prepared a bath for Rabbit Piaopiao, adjusting the temperature to one suitable for her. He set up a small step and then closed the door before going out. Rabbit Piapiao pouted. Next to the small bath was her new outfit, a delicate bottle of shower gel, a small towel, and other items, all prepared on a little stool beside her. The small bath was filled with rose petals, giving off a faint fragrance. She jumped in with a splash, creating layers of water droplets, which Rabbit bathed decorously. Xiao Qi was in the courtyard watching an ancient video on making skirts, studying it seriously, trying to make a beautiful skirt. Hearing a splash, he smiled gently. Apart from sleeping, Piapiao could never stay quiet. Rabbit Piapiao joyfully rolled in the small bath, splashing water everywhere happily. She had never learned the art of ladle-like bathing, especially the so-called 3 cardinal guides and 5 constant virtues of women. Her grades were among the worst, often negative, and 0 was considered excellent. After bathing and changing, she knocked on the door twice. Xiao Qi set aside what he was doing and went to the room to get a small hairdryer to dry her white fur. Rabbit Piapiao lay softly on his clothes, but when pushed down, she rolled over and fell onto the bed. Piapiao, your clothes are dirty. Rabbit Piapiao pursed her lips. Why did Xiao Qi's words sound so soft? She didn't respond, and Xiao Qi thought she was angry. So he took out a clean piece of clothing from the space and laid it on the bed, placing Rabbit Piapiao on top of it. Piapiao, this outfit is clean, you can lie on it. Xiao Qi's fingers gently ran through her fur exposed to the air, the warm breeze blowing softly. Though the wind was weak after a few minutes, it had turned her into a fluffy little rabbit. Her white fur was all frizzy. Rabbit Piapiao looked at herself in the mirror, lost in thought. Xiao Qi smiled faintly and took out a comb to groom her fur. Now you look good. You've always looked good. Xiao Qi complimented seriously. Rabbit Piapiao smiled and reached out her paw to hold his hand, while the other paw began to explore up his wrist, feeling the delicate texture of his skin, radiating an indescribable coolness. Her fluffy little paw brushed against his tender skin, easily stirring his heartstrings and awakening his long-buried desires. In the youthful, innocent pupils of the boy, a captivating beauty was reflected. Rabbit Piapiao's gaze met his, her 4 little paws climbing up his arm until they intersected closely with his line of sight. 2 little paws wrapped around his neck, their faces close, rubbing against his cheek. He carried a faint fruity scent, which was pleasant. Xiao Qi smiled and hugged Rabbit Piapiao tightly, preventing her from falling. The increased heartbeat rhythm echoed wildly in Rabbit Piapiao's ears, thumping, thump, thump, thump. Congratulations, big baby. The 7th 100 heart-throbbing value achieved. Note, after completing 100 tasks, you won't need to rely on emotional values to sustain your life anymore. Then how will I live? The spicy pepper system spoke mysteriously. Yesterday, I did a good job on my homework, and the main system rewarded me. I can change the way you obtain life energy. You can choose. Are you sure? Rabbit Piapiao was held in Xiao Qi's embrace, gently stroked by his soft palm, feeling incredibly comfortable. Most animals enjoy being petted, largely because human touch can relieve their itchiness and provide a sense of security. Just as the spicy pepper system nodded, the 3 option cards in its hand transformed into one, changed to the same method of obtaining energy as Earthlings. She instantly wilted. The spicy pepper system sighed, making Rabbit Piapiao understand with resignation. Say it, I can handle it. You can only live like Earthlings, relying on air. Goodbye. After the spicy pepper system logged off, it stamped its foot angrily, jotting down in its little notebook. 3 minutes of ignoring the bad main system. Rabbit Piapiao. Although it was still quite enjoyable, at least her life's safety could be in her own hands. But now, 6. Hoping that Xiao Qi would be more gentle in his emotions, man. You're doing great. Lying flat as a little salty rabbit, spending time with the one she liked. Time always flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the eve of the Earth Guardian selection. Rabbit Piapiao lay in her room, staring at the ceiling. Xiao Qi should be asleep. The lights in his room were off. Boarded. The long night was indeed hard to endure. Her biological clock had changed a lot during this time, but only to a small extent. The laws of life itself are irreversible, unless a major accident occurs. Habits won't change. She was currently too harmonious, with serenity and happiness evident in her life. In her pastimes, she mostly played the role of a protector. After all, she was a 1,000-year-old rabbit spirit. Now, she truly felt the happiness of being protected. Lingering on, she was not very eager to go back. Just like this, it seemed quite good. Rabbit Piapiao stared at the ceiling, lost in thought, contemplating the chaotic propositions. Close eyes, open eyes, close eyes, open eyes, close eyes. She really couldn't fall asleep. Help. Goo, goo. Rabbit Piapiao frowned. A hint of grass fragrance wafted in the air, adding a touch of unusual aura, which was a fairy-like essence. She was a cultivated rabbit and knew what this meant. The grass Xiao Qi had been nurturing every day showed signs of having cultivated into a human form. Rabbit Piapiao walked toward the door, preparing to head to the courtyard to see what was going on, but oh no. She forgot that little Cheesy had set an invisible barrier here, that only he could take her out with him. If she didn't know what kind of person Xiao Qi was, she might think he was playing a game of forced love and confinement. Play. Tu Piaopiao didn't intend to wake up Xiao Qi. Tomorrow's competition should be quite important for him, right? Her spells had recovered quite a bit after this period of training, and she transformed into a ladder and climbed up. Before becoming an immortal, this was called demon magic. After becoming an immortal, it was referred to as immortal energy. There was no practical difference from the space manipulation that Xiao Qi and the others practiced. But there was a significant difference in essence. Their manipulation was based on what existed in space, while hers relied entirely on her thoughts. Anything she had seen could basically be transformed. However, species that ruled the three realms, namely humans, demons, and immortals, were off limits for hunting, and violators would face backlash. In the faint, grayish night, Tu Piapiao climbed the stairs, poked a hole, and looked at the little grass in the yard. She keenly sensed which blade of grass it was, and her little mouth curved into a small smile. For these days, all her needs were taken care of by Xiao Qi, including her safety as a rabbit. Now, she finally had the opportunity to do something for him. Her two rabbit paws gradually gathered two faint pink energy orbs, which then slowly merged and flowed. She skillfully used her spell, concentrating the immortal energy towards that little grass with a breath, and then withdrew her hand. She gently rubbed over the damaged hole, and it restored to its original state. Tu Piapiao felt a bit weak, but it was still within a bearable range. She hopped a couple of times, slid down the edge of the ladder, and on her way back to bed, she lifted her little paw, and the ladder disappeared. This time, Tu Piapiao quickly fell into a deep sleep, sleeping very sweetly. Xiao Qi was watching this scene from another room. He sensed the awakening breath of the little grass as well and woke up to check. However, upon hearing movement from the main house, he stopped in his tracks. Looking at Tu Piapiao's contented appearance, he silently observed. He had actually investigated Tu Piapiao's identity, but found no results. After all, he had to be responsible for the safety of the entire Earth village. If Tu Piapiao was truly sent by the falling stars, he would have to destroy her together. He was already prepared for that. But there was nothing. He took over the registration task and also took on other tasks along the way, just to gain more authority, to look at more materials, and unlock more fields. But there was nothing. Not a single clue about Tu Piapiao. He had to temporarily put aside his guard. The only thing he could be sure of now was that Tu Piapiao was good to him. The awakening breath of the little grass became more intense. Tu Piapiao's spells were indeed advanced. He wanted to learn. He didn't know when Piapiao would turn into a human, so he could properly ask her where she came from. Communication between rabbits and humans could never be fully understood. Many times, it could only be understood in a general sense. Xiao Qi frowned, unable to comprehend. If something couldn't be understood, there was no need to force himself to think about it. Buddha said, when the heart is settled, both certainty and uncertainty are inconsequential. Chapter 17, Old 6, derived from an ancient saying. The night was deep and dark. The ink-dyed black sky hung with a half-moon. The faint moonlight, though not as fervent as the sun, had its own unique charm. It seemed to gaze deeply at the earth, whispering a tender affection that people could never understand. Night after night, it was the same. The next day, Xiao Qi got up on time to prepare breakfast. The carrots would be ready to eat soon, but he still habitually took fresh carrots, just dug from the ground. At that time, currency exchange was no longer needed. They lived symbiotically. Whatever was needed could be obtained by facial recognition. Plus, one could receive supplies based on the photos taken after using fuel. No waste was allowed, starting with oneself. Rabbit Piaopiao was pinched by Xiao Qi by her rabbit ears, reluctantly waking up from her dreams. She was sleeping soundly, holding on to Xiao Qi's wrist, thinking it was a super-sized carrot, and bit down hard, drawing out a faint trace of blood. Then, Rabbit Piao transformed into human form. Xiao Qi relaxed his grip, closed his eyes, and embarrassingly started to bleed from his nose. Rabbit Piao woke up, looking dazed as she glanced down at her bare self, then looked at the blushing Xiao Qi and calmed down. In front of the pure-hearted little cultivation dog. She didn't need to be shy. Rabbit Piao pulled the blanket and dragged Xiao Qi back down. The blanket was a large cup that Xiao Qi had covered, and it was also a blanket they had shared. After Xiao Qi suggested sleeping separately, he even prepared to take the blanket away. Rabbit Piao had to stand her ground. This was her last bit of stubbornness. Xiao Qi was in a push-up position on top of Rabbit Piao. His eyes still tightly shut. All his actions were based on feeling. Otherwise, how could such a strong person be brought down by a girl like Rabbit Piao? Still not opening your eyes? Rabbit Piao hooked his chin, tilting her head slightly. Their noses touched. His breath fell on her skin in front of her collarbone, radiating warmth. After a long time without hearing a voice, Xiao Qi's throat moved, unsure how to respond. He was excited and thrilled, but she, how could she be like this? Bingo! Report to the dear main host. The affection value of the target has reached 100. Please cease all actions. Rabbit Piao smiled lightly, releasing her hand from Xiao Qi's chin and maintaining some distance. If she could, she would have pressed Xiao Qi's head and kissed him fiercely. Unfortunately, the little trash wouldn't allow it. The blood dispersed, and Rabbit Piao transformed back into the fluffy little rabbit. Her clothes were torn again, but the difference was that this time she had a change of clothes and put on a new outfit. Throughout the process, Xiao Qi kept his eyes closed until Rabbit Piao said, "Goo, I'm fine now." Only then did he open his eyes. He stumbled out of the house like a pure-hearted youth who had been teased. Rabbit Piao laughed so hard she could barely breathe. Ha, so innocent. During breakfast, Xiao Qi had his head down low, not daring to look at Rabbit Piao. His complexion was a pale pink, and his lips were rosy. Rabbit Piao reached out her paw and, taking advantage of his inattention, touched his ear, which was very hot. After finishing her breakfast, she propped her chin on one paw, looking at Xiao Qi, thinking how innocent he was. What would they do about the bed in the future? After breakfast, Xiao Qi packed up Rabbit Piao's things, all stored in space. Then he hugged Rabbit Piao and headed to the gathering place. An old man with a long beard stroked his white beard and began explaining the competition rules. The scene was quiet. Only the ambient noise and the old man's voice could be heard. Please wait a moment. We will set off on time in half an hour. This selection concerns the future of the Earth Village, so please treat it with utmost seriousness. Cheating is strictly prohibited during the competition. Once discovered, you will be sent to the falling star. After the old man with the long beard repeatedly reminded everyone, he turned off the mic. Most of the participating contestants had arrived, and each person could bring some necessary supplies based on their needs. The overall process of the selection was quite humane. Oh, you're holding that rabbit again. Can you not live without a rabbit? Ren Fengluan deliberately provoked Xiao Qi while she was temporarily absent. Xiao Qi raised his hand. His mouth was sewn shut. Woo 6 woo. I can't talk, so I won't. Xiao Qi said softly. The crowd stirred, and a striking figure in bright red emerged, the enchanting Lung Sha. His brows were sharp, his pink pupils shimmering, his lips a flamboyant red. The collar of his shirt opened in a V, wearing red pencil pants that outlined his slender legs, holding half a chopstick in his mouth, perfectly embodying ancient coolness. The old man with the long beard finally relaxed. This big devil had finally arrived. Xiao go awesome. Xiao Qi remained non-committal, not responding. Xiao Qi, don't be silent. You're getting arrogant by ignoring me. Lung Sha stepped forward, wanted to reach out and grab Xiao Qi. Hiss, before Xiao Qi could react. Rabbit Piao in his arms issued a warning threat. Coincidentally, she had fallen asleep when Ren Fengluan was acting up. She was really tired. Oh, I thought it was a weak little rabbit, daring to challenge me? Lung Sha laughed heartily and reached out to snatch the rabbit. Rabbit Piao Piao opened her mouth and bit his hand. Everything changed too quickly. Once Xiao Qi reacted, he held Rabbit Piao Piao tightly. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of blood seeping from Lung Sha's wrist and hurriedly took out an oversized blanket from his space and covered it over Rabbit Piao Piao. I'm not saying, but are you serious? Lung Sha gasped. I just wanted to see the rabbit you raised. Why so stingy? Xiao Qi focused all his attention on Rabbit Piao Piao, his heart in his throat, afraid she would transform into human form the next second. What a feisty little rabbit. I like it. Xiao Qi, just give it to me. I won't hold it against you. Lung Sha shouted angrily, but Xiao Qi ignored him. After a while, he leaned closer to Rabbit Piao Piao. His tone softened. This time, why one to you? Goo goo. I'm going to be suffocated by you. Damn it. Xiao Qi hurriedly lifted the blanket, revealing Rabbit Piao Piao's fluffy head. I'm sorry. Goo goo, it's okay. Woo goo goo goo, because you're my master. I will transform. Xiao Qi's expression shifted slightly, his lips pressed together, and he removed the oversized blanket, covering Rabbit Piao Piao with the quilt. Lung Sha was ignored and felt utterly speechless. Xiao Qi treats that rabbit like it's a pet that nobody else has. He immediately submitted an application to the wolf tribe. Xiao Qi, are you afraid of me because you want to talk? Lung Sha continued. Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, waved his hand, and Lung Sha was entangled by white fishnet stockings, struggling vigorously. The old man with the long beard couldn't watch any longer and freed Lung Sha. All right, stop making noise. The time has come. Hurry up and get on the cloud courier. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone gradually boarded the vehicle, and Lung Sha glanced at the rabbit in Xiao Qi's arms from a distance. Xiao Qi protected it tightly. He could only see that much. The large cloud courier had multiple layers of design and processing, smoothly sailing through the air, free and easy like a cloud, without any sensation of bumps. They could also enjoy the scenery of the clouds along the way, overlooking the blue earth. Lung Sha closed his eyes to rest, thinking about how to deal with Xiao Qi. He always acted high and mighty, but in the end, he still had to get things done first thing in the morning. If he had known this would happen, he would have made the first move back then. How could it have been Xiao Qi's turn? Xiao Qi ignored him, only focusing on holding Rabbit Piao Piao. Yingzhu and Linyu, the two old sixes derived from an ancient saying, insisted on seeing Rabbit Piao Piao. Xiao Qi asked for Rabbit Piao Piao's opinion before letting her poke her head out and greet the two. Goo 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 woo woo. Hello everyone. Yeah. Yingzhu and Linyu exchanged glances and simultaneously reached out their hands, wanting to engage in ceremonial socializing with Tu Piaopiao his left and right hands. Xiao Qi reached out to stop them and said sternly, let us skip the formalities. Yingzhu and Linyu. A supersized cloud delivery service, similar to the ancient era's private jets of wealthy tycoons, quite luxurious. Tables for 2, 4, 3, etc. were arranged in an orderly manner, laden with ancient people's favorite foods like fried chicken, hamburgers, French fries, spicy hot pot, skewers, and spicy snacks. An elder with a long beard held a rectangular sweet and spicy snack, took a bite, and smacked his lips, saying it was delicious. Second uncle, I'm not saying this, but why did you let Xiao Qi participate in this competition? Lung Sha looked angrily at the old man with a white beard who was eating heartily. The old man, named Lung Yuqing, was in charge of the selection events for Earth's guardians throughout the ages, and during his free time would occasionally act as a judge. To be frank, he was puzzled about being Lung Sha's second uncle. In the era of effort, humans had no substantial blood relations. The degree of compatibility relied entirely on the probability of genetic combinations. This largely eliminated potential issues that could arise from close kinship, such as collusion among close relatives, relying on family background, etc. Of course, emotional bonds also dissolved, leading to a completely new form of life. In other words, Lung Sha and Lung Yuqing were not related in the way ancient people understood kinship, but rather were simply connected by genes. This is beyond my jurisdiction, Lung Yuqing said, adding that if it weren't for his fondness for these little snacks, he wouldn't have whimsically agreed to the spicy snack deal with Lung Sha. He would search for various kinds of spicy snacks for his second uncle. However, all right, I'll have a reviewer from the Wolf World Animal Association approve your wish to raise wolves as soon as possible. Okay? This ancestor, affecting his enjoyment of spicy snacks. So sweet, so delicious. Lung Yuqing picked up a bag of spicy snacks made of individual pieces, took a big bite, and the sour and spicy flavors danced on his taste buds. Simply exquisite and indescribable. Then, fine, Lung Sha said proudly. Bring a bowl of spicy hot pot for Uncle. Remember to add more sugar, vinegar, and minced garlic, plus a spoonful of freshly cooked chili oil. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Lung Yuqing swallowed and looked towards the spicy hot pot. Lung Sha silently got up to do as instructed. Xiao Qi sipped on milk tea, delicately tasting a small cake, still not quite used to eating these things after being accustomed to air. He could taste the deliciousness of the food, but found it didn't provide any substantial energy to his body. Have you eaten? Shi, aren't you going to sit with them? Xiao Sha said, downing half a glass of ice cola comfortably. I want to go. If you want to go, then go. What is stopping you? Ren Fengluan joined the conversation between the two, stealing Xiao Sha's line and earning a roll of the eyes. But, Shi, Ling Yu called out, saying goodbye to Jiang Rui, the police officer of the Winning Bird. I guess you all forgot Bushi beside her. Chapter 18. Piao. You're not reserved. Yu. Xiao Sha glanced at Ling Yu, feeling helpless as another person came to compete for his beloved sister. It didn't matter. As long as his sister was happy, he, as the older brother, would be happy too. Even if the sky were to fall, nothing was more important than his sister's happiness. It's just a little sister. It doesn't count for much. While Xiao Sha continued to brainwash himself, he watched as Xiao Qi and Ling Yu got closer. Ren Fengluan remained silent, quietly watching the person he cared about. No matter where she was, she would always shine. Yu, have you been busy lately? I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. I miss you too. What have I been busy with? Just seeing little bunny, middle bunny, big bunny, and old bunny for checkups. You've worked hard. How have you prepared for this election competition? Well, I guess it's okay. I know my place. I'm just here to accompany others. There are only 10 final spots for the Earth Guardians, and the participants are young talents from all over Earth Village. The once 7 continents and 4 oceans. The theory of plate tectonics has become a genius theory only seen in books. Now, the land and ocean areas are evenly distributed, seemingly achieving a 1:1 ratio. Only the Forbidden Zone is monitored by special personnel, and only those who become Earth Guardians have the right to know about the situation there. Various chaotic legends abound. All speculation about what is really in the Forbidden Zone. Man-eating beasts, ancient books, ancient books, printed literature, mutated creatures of chick embryos. Species mutations caused by nuclear wastewater discharge, ecological environments struggling. As for what it really is, people can only guess. And there is no way to know for sure. Ling Yu glanced at the handsome officer Jiang Rui chatting confidently in the crowd, feeling a bit lost. Let's go talk over there. Xiao Qi understood, and after greeting her brother and Ren Fengluan, the two went to a quiet corner. Xiao Sha, another day of being ignored by my sister. Ren Fengluan, she is so beautiful. Do you guys have any progress? No. Ling Yu spoke. He said he was very busy with work and had no time to think about these things. Those are just excuses from a dogman. Don't believe him. Xiao Qi could see clearly that Jiang Rui had no romantic feelings for Ling Yu. Their relationship was as respectful as model friends. I know, but I just like him. Ling Yu spoke, his face full of melancholy. For many years, the person destined for him had not appeared, so he always felt he had a chance. People, how could they easily give up? With a mix of helpless pain, Xiao Qi felt her heart tugged, as if gripped by an invisible hand, unable to move for a long time. The path of liking someone is difficult, obscure, and the future is unknown. But if one were to give up just like that, it would feel like losing the whole world with no spiritual belief to rely on. What about you? What about you and Xiao Qi? Just like that. He knows my name is Xiao Qi now because of that bunny. That is quite a qualitative leap. After years of hard work, she was remembered because of bunny Piaopiao. Is that considered lucky? Ling Yu's deep feelings for Jiang Rui were somewhat similar to the experience of being saved by bunny Piaopiao. Who wouldn't love the great hero who saved them in times of danger? In a moment, devoted to one person. The two sisters clinked their cups, the fruity aroma of the wine entering their stomachs, sharing their hardships in an unknown corner. Meanwhile, Jiang Rui finished talking to the person beside him and noticed the fluffy little bunny in Xiao Qi's arms. A look of surprise appeared on his handsome face as he took long strides toward Xiao Qi, extending his hand. "Hello, Xiao Qi. I've heard a lot about you. I'm Jiang Rui." Xiao Qi was gently scratching the fluffy little head of Bunny Piao with her fingertip, her gaze tender and loving, her expression serious, her movements just right. Hearing this, she looked up and extended her other hand, which wasn't scratching Bunny Piao, to shake his hand. "Nice to meet you." Without the comforting scratching hand, Bunny Piao opened her eyes, sniffed a couple of times, and detected a familiar scent. It was that handsome brother who saved her that day. She suddenly leaped into Jiang Rui's arms, feeling a full sense of security from his strong muscles. Just as Xiao Qi was about to reach for the bunny, Jiang Rui waved his hand. "It's fine." "Goo." She reached out. What does she mean by that? Jiang Rui smiled warmly like a spring breeze, with a playful and bold demeanor, revealing a distinctly cheerful boyish image. Almost at the same time, Ling Yu followed Jiang Rui's gaze and saw this scene, immediately abandoning her best friend and striding over, with Xiao Qi closely following. "She means for you to reach out." "Reach out." Ling Yu and Xiao Qi spoke simultaneously. After spending a long time together, sometimes he didn't need Bunny to translate. He could understand what Bunny Piao meant. Jiang Rui smiled and obediently reached out. Bunny Piao extended her fluffy little paw and wrote in his palm, "Thank you." He smiled with his eyes curved, a pretty thoughtful little guy. The ticklish sensation in his palm felt like a brush writing cursive, sending ripples through his heart. After Bunny Piao finished writing the second thank you, Xiao Qi wanted to take her back, but seeing she was still writing, her brows furrowed. "What else are you going to say?" "Handsome, brother." After finishing, Bunny Piao smiled at Jiang Rui and ran back into Xiao Qi's arms. Jiang Rui chuckled, finding it quite novel to be acknowledged by a bunny for his looks. He flipped his hand, and a carrot appeared. "Here for you." "Goo, thank you." "You're welcome, little bunny. I wanted to give this to you for a long time. It's just a coincidence that we met this time." Jiang Rui handed the carrot to Bunny Piao, then asked Xiao Qi kindly, "Can I pet her head?" "Goo, sure." Xiao Qi waved her long arm, blocking Bunny Piao's view, coldly refusing. "No. You say that, but it depends on bunnies." Jiang Rui teased, saying that Xiao Qi was born with a cold demeanor that rarely piqued his interest, and he looked down on doing little tricks. But now it seemed not entirely so. He later heard about the scene from that day, where Xiao Qi had a showdown with an eagle gang. He didn't believe it much at first, but now he really did. Nothing could strike the heart more than witnessing it firsthand, creating a deafening impact. From then on, everyone in Earth Village knew that Xiao Qi had a beloved little bunny. "Ling Yu, just now, didn't Bunny mean to reject me?" "It's just." Ling Yu was in a mental struggle. Reject. Bunny Piao tugged at Xiao Qi's clothes, but stopped her pawing action at the other's light warning gaze. Little Seven wasn't feeling well, a wave of discomfort in her abdomen. Oh no, it was a sign of diarrhea. "Forget it. Whatever my brother says goes." She sweetly kissed Xiao Qi's wrist. Sure enough, her belly felt better immediately. "Really, dog man. This." Jiang Rui casually threw a carrot to Xiao Qi, resignedly leaving. In any case, Ling Yu wouldn't lie to him. It seemed that Bunny was an ungrateful bad bunny. Xiao Qi and Ling Yu exchanged glances, then synchronized to look away, both pretending to be indifferent, as if they had nothing to do with the rain. "Shangxi, huh? Piao, do you think?" Xiao Qi leaned closer to her lively and sprightly bunny ears, asking with a hint of entanglement, "Am I good-looking?" He had been a genius in both IQ and EQ since birth. He is strikingly handsome, and there are countless reports about him. He rarely pays attention to or cares about trivial interpersonal relationships, which makes him seem aloof and distant. It's not that he can't engage, but rather that he is too lazy to do so. He is inherently indifferent and focuses all his energy on areas of interest, particularly in cutting-edge technology. Xiao Qi doesn't care about external opinions, and it seems his guiding principle is self-centeredness, more focus on himself. "Huh?" Xiao Qi asked uncertainly, and Tu Piaopiao looked confused. Her judgment has always been quite good, right? No, he's tall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been single for 1,000 years. Is Xiao Qi questioning her choices? Piao respond. Xiao Qi's tone carried a calm, yet subtly threatening implication. And Tu Piao timidly replied, Go looks good. What else could she say? If a man is angry, he must be coaxed. Then why did you look at me today, less than you looked at Jiang Rui? Ingju and Lin Yu quietly left, hiding at a table not far from Xiao Qi, adopting a lemon mentality to watch the drama unfold. Xiao Gu is like this now, it's really hard to look at. Lin Yu agreed, surprisingly not arguing back exactly. It's as if he wants to stick look at my wife on his forehead. You don't think Xiao Qi is really going to fall for that rabbit, do you? This. Lin Yu unwillingly looked toward Xiao Qi. At this moment, Xiao Qi showed no trace of his usual imposing demeanor, appearing unusually gentle. Let's quickly study how the rabbit can turn into a human quantum mechanics equation, plus a bit of Archimedes' principle, Newton's theorem, and what else? Dialectics, Voltaire, the Eiffel Tower. You've totally gone off track. Lin Yu lamented helplessly. Ingju replied irritably, as if you were making any sense. Isn't this being questioned? Lin Yu also felt uncertain. How about we go back and check our phones? I guess that's all we can do. Sigh. I have to study that broken thing again. You say, how boring must ancient people have been to play with their phones every day? Lin Yu sighed. That thing is really broken. It keeps showing memory full, but now it's convenient. Really, everything is in your head. I don't think so. Isn't that just because you're dumb? How dare you? Lin Yu, shut up. Can we not stir up trouble right now? The most important thing for us now is Xiao Gu. Who is arguing with you? The two argued for 3 points, their throats dry, and finally quieted down, switching to a new method of arguing with their thoughts. By the time they arrived at the selection venue, they still hadn't finished. Of course, this is a long time ago, actually just a few hours ago. The Earth Guardian selection competition. The crowd was stirring, but it was clearly not as crowded as it was thousands of years ago. Everyone received a time capsule and then rested and adjusted themselves. The official selection would begin in 2 days. This waiting time was specially set for participants coming from relatively far away. Xiao Qi held Tu Piaopiao in the time capsule, preparing hot water, clean clothes, and a wash little blanket for her. Tu Piaopiao was responsible for snuggling on his shoulder and acting cute, resting. Xiao Qi felt an overwhelming sense of being a husband. She finally understood what it meant to feel tired, just bending down to tie shoelaces. But she is a rabbit fairy with magic, so she doesn't quite understand. It wasn't until she had been human for a long time that she slowly gained some insight. Ahem, but none of that compares to the feeling she is now. Xiao Qi was not without temper. He just tends to be reserved and rarely expresses his emotions openly. Having practiced Buddhist scriptures for many years, he has become quite enlightened. There are rarely moments of extreme emotional fluctuation. Recently, he has begun to experience various feelings generated by bodily instincts. There is lively joy and also gloomy sadness. When tracing the root, it really boils down to 2 simple words. Happiness, oh. Because it's related to you. Everything around is sweet as honey. Piao. The curtain is drawn. You can go take a shower now. Go. Aren't you going to wash? Tu Piao thought to herself. I want to see he. Xiao Qi stammered for a moment. I'll wash when you wash. Goo. I always make a mess every time. You won't dislike me, will you? Do you think I'm a bad rabbit? No. Tu Piao's face lit up. And then she heard Xiao Qi say, but if you praise Jiang Rui for being handsome, I will think you are a bad rabbit. Don't people want to be patted on the head by handsome guys? Isn't that allowed? That female rabbit. Doesn't she want to be patted on the head by a handsome guy? Ancient, green tea-like statement. Tu Piao further elaborated. She wants to be patted on the head. Isn't that equivalent to a dog wagging its tail at its owner? Lambs bleat, cows moo. In the end, Tu Piao vented a little emotional frustration, making a mess in the time capsule. Xiao Qi then changed into 3 clean outfits before holding Tu Piao and blowing on her fur. Feel better? Go. Oh. There are many bad people outside. I shouldn't have thought this through. You alone with me would be lonely. Xiao Qi began to reflect. I'm not interfering with your freedom to make friends. I'm protecting you. Once you have certain abilities, I will not interfere at all. You are your own person, completely independent of my existence. Xiao Qi leaned closer to Tu Piaopiao. And you're a rabbit that can transform into a human form. So I will respect you. But that is under the condition that I ensure your safety. Tu Piaopiao felt like she was being KTV'd, but had no evidence at all. Gug. Okay. Tu Piaopiao replied. The time capsule is similar to a living room or bedroom, with a bed, a dining table opposite the bed, a stool, and a small kitchen for one person to use. Xiao Qi tidied up the items opposite the bed and placed a brand new bed, drawing a curtain between the two beds to create necessary visual privacy. Tu Piaopiao started to take a shower in the corner of the room. A day without washing feels uncomfortable. When will this clean-loving rabbit change? After showering, Xiao Qi, as per his usual routine, went to tidy up and took a quick rinse for himself. Tu Piaopiao was dazing off while hugging a carrot plush toy, feeling upset that she didn't get to eat any junk snacks while running errands in the clouds today. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. Back when she had just become a fairy, she would go to hot pot restaurants for spicy hot pot, spicy mixed dishes, and spicy stir-fry pots every day, checking in at any of those three places. It was all about showing off. She really loved hot pot. Tu Piaopiao, without shame, licked her lips, drooling. After Xiao Qi finished washing up, the air temperature in the room was slightly high, and he changed into short pajamas, short sleeves and shorts. After hearing the noise, Tu Piaopiao hurriedly pulled back the curtain. Xiao Qi's outfit was nothing out of the ordinary, just short sleeves and shorts. But he was drying his soft, wet hair, and disobedient droplets of water trickled from his ears, trailing down to his Adam's apple and collarbone. Gulp. Tu Piaopiao swallowed, wiping the drool from the corner of her lips, which was just the drool she saved for the hot pot. Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, flipping a long blanket over himself. Tu Piaopiao jumped onto him in 3 hops, not afraid at all of falling. This certainty and trust were strengthened through their daily interactions. Xiao Qi stumbled and fell onto the bed, with Tu Piaopiao lying on his stomach. His abs were a bit hard against her. Piao, you're not being modest. Tu Tiao, what's the use of being reserved? Tiao, today you said I am your master, right? Goo, what do you want to do? Chapter 19. Silly Xiao Qi gently bit his left index finger, applying a little pressure, forming a small round droplet of blood. He placed his finger on Tu Piaopiao's lips, then covered her with a thin blanket. The color of blood was the best additive. Sure enough, in a flash of white light, Tu Piaopiao transformed into a human form, the aura around her becoming a dazzling rainbow color, dreamy and enchanting. I miss you. Xiao Qi embraced Tu Piaopiao through the small blanket, closing his eyes against her shoulder. Blood continued to seep from his fingertip, solidifying the human form that Tu Piaopiao had taken, while his fingertip pressed against the corner of her lips, supplying her with blood cells. I miss you too. Tu Piaopiao turned over to face Xiao Qi. Soon, she would be able to cultivate her human form. Cultivation was an arduous task, requiring long periods of time and experience. She would soon face a tribulation. The tribulation was divided into 2 parts: natural disasters and man-made calamities. In the real world, experiencing either would greatly enhance her cultivation level. If her cultivation reached a certain height, she could ascend to immortality. Piao. Xiao Qi opened his eyes to take a closer look at Tu Piaopiao, then closed them again, resting his forehead against hers. Tu Piaopiao was beautiful, captivating since birth, and was jokingly referred to as the fairy rabbit in the rabbit community. After transforming into a human form, she inherited the advantages of a rabbit while compensating for her disadvantages. Her large, grape-like, watery eyes were clean, pure, and bright, with long eyelashes fluttering like fans. Her skin was fair and delicate, her petite nose slightly upturned, and her plump, pink lips were inviting, tempting one to kiss. She reached out her tongue and gently licked his fingertip, and in her mind, the chili system cheered the 12th time 100 heart rate achieved. Oh my little darling, you are just amazing, moi. Tu Piaopiao held Xiao Qi's wrist, pushing his hand away, and softly asked, why don't you dare look at me? Little 7. Tu Piaopiao's aura spread out, transforming back into a bare, fluffy rabbit. Xiao Qi suppressed his emotions, rubbing his chin against her fluffy head, his heart brimming with joy. Piao, you look so good. That blue dress must suit her perfectly, she would look absolutely stunning in it. Wait, what did Piao just call him? Little Seven? What a strange nickname. Does he look like a eunuch from ancient times? Piao. What to do? He just couldn't get enough. They had only met for a short while. Xiao Qi gradually formed an idea in his mind. Collecting his own blood could allow Piao to stay with him for a long time. Goo. Little Seven. Piao. It was a name he could never tire of. Goo. You still have to attend the lunch hosted by Lung Yuqing tomorrow. And the day after is the exam, so you need to rest well, okay? Good night, my dear. Tu Piao chattered away, lifted her paw to stroke Xiao Qi's hair, then turned and hopped back to her bed. Oh my, substantial progress. With this, can't she win him over? Now little Seven has even learned to draw blood himself upon seeing her. Such a teachable child, but also pains her. Xiao Qi gathered his emotions and calmed his racing heart, laying down on the bed, looking towards the other side through the curtain. His face flushed a shy pink as he looked at the wish stone in his hand, which pulsed with a bright red heart. This was a wish stone that everyone in the Earth village had, and each person only had one. It was received from the caretaker of the 100-year-old tree when they came of age, engraved with their name, symbolizing adulthood and the encounter with one's destined person. The blue wish stone would change into various shapes and colors based on the cultivation realm achieved at adulthood. Thus, everyone's wish stone was different. Just like every person in the world is a unique existence. If one encountered someone they liked, the wish stone would display their heartbeat frequency. The wish stone could protect her or him safely. A unique love, just one. Receiving the wish stone meant accepting her or his affection. Xiao Qi clasped his hands together, resting the wish stone in his palms, and fell into a peaceful sleep. Piao, would you want it? My wish stone. The next day, after breakfast, Xiao Qi took the initiative to put the wish stone on Tu Piaopiao, not allowing her to refuse. Tu Piaopiao, confused, silently accepted. In her mind, the chili system's urgent and high-pitched voice rang out. Report. Urgent. Now immediately. Take off any dangerous items on your body. Hurry. The chili system was so anxious that it began to spout nonsense. Tu Piao was puzzled. What dangerous items did she have on her? Was it the wish stone given by little Seven? That was the only unfamiliar thing. She quickly took it off. Who knew what serious consequences might follow? Although the garbage system was indeed useless, its ability to sense danger was not to be underestimated. Sure enough, after she removed the wish stone, the chili system was able to speak normally again, and then it educated Tu Piao about the origin, background, and meaning of the wish stone. Tu Piao sighed, what a clever boy. When Xiao Qi returned from outside, Tu Piao bit the wish stone and handed it back to him. Goo. Here, I can't keep it. Xiao Qi remained silent, the wish stone quietly resting in his palm, the red heartbeat shape particularly prominent. So this was being rejected? But Piao didn't know the meaning of the wish stone. Normally, she would accept anything he gave her. It was rare for her to refuse something. She must really not like it. Simply not liking the item, rather than not liking him. Xiao Qi took back the wish stone and sincerely apologized. Piao, I'm sorry. A good man knows how to apologize. Giving you the wish stone now is indeed a bit too fast. After all, we haven't known each other for long, so... Xiao Qi expressed himself indirectly. Piao, do you like me? Tu Piao's rabbit face went blank. What did that mean? This. Tu Piao didn't answer, remaining silent, then concocted an excuse. Goo. What does liking mean? Tu Piao internally complained about how naive and innocent she was. If she didn't understand love, then all those thousands of novels would not have been read in vain, right? And those practices, could they also have been in vain? Then, Xiao Qi believed her. Tu Piao. Sometimes it was quite helpless. They couldn't be together, and even with a 100 heart rate, she had to stop her actions. She didn't dare to say she liked him. Otherwise, according to Xiao Qi's nature, if she said she liked him, it would surely lead to progress in their relationship. She could only play dumb, hoping that this fool would believe her for a little longer. Liking is... Xiao Qi stroked her rabbit head, pausing for a moment. For example, my feelings for you. Such romantic and sweet words, but she couldn't respond. It truly made her heart ache. Based on what she knew about Xiao Qi, if she said she liked him but didn't end up with him, her rabbit head would definitely be in danger. When it came to explaining herself, she found she couldn't say anything at all. The novels wrote it this way, but there weren't systems as weak as this little garbage one in the novels. Tu Piaopiao summoned the chili system. Can I tell little seven about your existence? The chili system had been acting unusually lately, making her start to behave politely. The chili system paused, silencing its voice, and asked the main system beside it. Main system, what do you think? Chili, oh. Today's homework quality is not up to standard, so don't sleep tonight. Keep staying up late. The main system opened its mouth, and the ruler in its hand made a loud clapping sound. Chili's root trembled a couple of times, and when it touched the bump on her head, it was swollen. The main system is so fierce. Where's the gentle male teacher that was promised? Gentle is the biggest lie. I can barely keep my eyes open. Main system, I'm about to fall asleep. Can I apply for a day off today? No. After more than 2 hours of devilish training, Chili fell asleep and forgot to reply to Rabbit Piao Piao. The main system imitated Chili's sounds and recorded a voice message to send to Rabbit Piao Piao. The system exists independently of the world. Unless you do not wish to live in the current world, you can expose yourself. Additional note, special circumstances are treated specially. When Rabbit Piao Piao received the message, she was a bit surprised. When did the little trash talk so? Harshly? Just a little harsh. Special circumstances treated specially. If she could travel back with Xiao Qi and then tell him, it should be the meaning, right? Just as she wanted to ask something, she received a prompt that Chili's system had crashed. Sometimes I really want to bang my head against the wall. Xiao Qi talked for a long time before realizing that Rabbit Piao Piao was distracted and not listening at all. In fact, his subconscious told him that Rabbit Piao Piao couldn't possibly understand nothing, but who told her to say she didn't understand? Rabbit Piao Piao, are you even listening to me? Xiao Qi grabbed Rabbit Piao Piao's 2 front paws and accused her. Huh? Woo goo goo. What did you just say? Silly rabbit. Goo silly Xiao Qi. Huh? Xiao Qi shook Rabbit Piao Piao's paws, his face rubbing against her fluffy little paws, looking just like a big lapdog wanting to be petted. Yingju and Lin Yu waited at the door for half a point. Half a point ago, Xiao Qi said he would go back to the time capsule to find Rabbit Piao Piao, and this search took half an hour. Xiaogo, are you done? Yingju, who lost at rock, paper, scissors with Lin Yu, shouted. Usually they were the slowest, but since Xiao Qi got a rabbit, he was slower than usual. The elegant young master who used to be indifferent to worldly matters was nowhere to be seen. Is the charm of a pet really that great? Maybe you should try raising a male rabbit someday, to keep Xiao Qi's rabbit company. He usually does what he thinks of, and with that thought, he submitted an application to the rabbit world to raise a super handsome, big black rabbit. Olaiti, oh, Xiao Qi, holding Rabbit Piao Piao as he walked out. Today is Elder Lung Yuqing's banquet. Tell me what you want to eat. No messing around. Google. Yay. Is there anything more enjoyable in life than a banquet? I'm not saying, why are you dragging it out? Yingju complained. Really? The rabbit is much faster than you. Lin Yu echoed the complaint, and the two always loved to play off each other. Xiao Qi did not refute, holding the rabbit, looking as amiable as a mascot. Yingju, Lin Yu. Hey, did you know? Elder Lung Yuqing is Lung Sha's second uncle. Yingju opened up a gossip topic. How could I not know? Do you think everyone is like you, the last to know everything? Lin Yu replied. And as they talked, the topic shifted to personal attacks. Hey. Don't blame me. If it weren't for me, would you know such cutting-edge news? Yingju retorted disdainfully. This is cutting-edge? Isn't it just a bet on junk food spicy strips? True, but the charm of spicy strips is really great. After thousands of years, it still has its place. Incredible. Elder Lung Yuqing loves spicy strips, that is well known. Goo, Rabbit Piao Piao excitedly asked. Is there spicy strips at today's lunch banquet? Yingju and Lin Yu simultaneously shifted their attention, asking in unison, Little brother, what did your little rabbit say? Xiao Qi patted the rabbit's head and gently said, She asked you, is there spicy strips at today's lunch banquet? No need to say, of course there is. And there are many spicy strips on the way. Yingju had a bright idea. Since the rabbit could understand their speech, why not create some discord? But such good things, Xiao Go 1T let you eat them, for fear you'd get addicted. Lin Yu understood instantly. Exactly, there's also spicy hot pot. and the taste is much better than any ancient court meal. How about this? Follow me. I guarantee I'll take you to eat delicious food in the future. Ingju patted his chest, pretending to snatch her away. Lin Yu following me is also fine this. Xiao Qi get lost. Rabbit Piao patted his hand, silently comforting him. Goo goo, you are the best. Woo goo goo woo. If I could eat spicy strips and hot pot, that would be even better. You're the best Xiao Qi in the world. I'll let you eat. Xiao Qi said helplessly, but don't eat too much. After all, it's junk food. Okay. Google. Yay. Ingju and Lin Yu exchanged glances and quickened their pace. Xiao Qi treats his two good brothers elegantly, only telling them to get lost. But to that little rabbit, he is simply doting to the extreme, speaking softly and sweetly. If he were any gentler, he would become a male character, ancient slang for flirty. Ingju and Xiao Qi exchanged glances, mentally communicating, is this rabbit really that magical? Divine Hall. The location is at the rising position of the sun, the place where it fought against the fallen star and saved the sun back then. Chapter 20, Her Little Boy After the War. This place was chosen as the highest honor. Anyone who can hold a banquet here is someone who has made a great contribution to Earth. It is named divine, symbolizing that it will illuminate the future of countless Earth inhabitants like a deity. It seems that no matter where people are, regardless of the divine era, they always seek some beautiful meanings to express their inner hopes. Whether these hopes can be realized is not very important. What matters is that at the moment of making a wish, the heart is settled. People from all directions of Earth gather here, with clothing and appearances being quite similar. There are no distinct colors of white, yellow, and black races from ancient times. Now, everyone is mostly in cool white tones. Of course, there are some who feel that this skin tone is not good and later adjusted. The male-to-female ratio is very balanced at 1:1, precisely calculated down to the smallest groups. When Xiao Qi arrived, a large group of young top influencers had already gathered around. Groups of 3 to 5 formed small areas, engaging in lively discussions. The delicacies chosen for the banquet are exquisite air and air wine, which should be inhaled by simply twisting the bottle cap open. They come in a variety of colors and shapes. Xiangxi wore a bright blue dress today, designed to accentuate her waist, with smooth lines at the sides, showcasing a rare and beautiful curve. The aesthetic standard of the 70-77 effort era has shifted from valuing thinness to valuing line definition. The clearer and more fluid the lines, the better the figure. The same goes for the standards for men. Xiangxi's collarbone line could nourish fish. She practiced for a long time just to wear a dress that reveals her collarbone and smooth back. Ling Yu stood beside Xiangxi, wearing a pink short skirt that reached her thighs, with 2 straight and delicate white legs, and a deep V design at the neckline that revealed her full curves. Her hair was styled in wavy curls cascading down her waist. If Ling Yu is the typical sexy beauty, then Xiangxi is the well-protected pure little princess. The two have vastly different styles, and standing there, they form a beautiful scenery line. People nearby kept approaching, wanted to inquire about their DNA sequences for friend verification, making it easier to contact them later. Xiangxi's suitors were all driven away by Xiangsha, who put on a fierce look that made the girls afraid to come close. Xiangxi's persuasion was in vain, and she could only resign herself to fate. Ling Yu had a 500 milliliters bottle of air liquor beside her, claiming that once she finished it, she would reveal her DNA sequence, causing many to hesitate and not dare to approach. In this era, the act of forcefully taking something has become history. If the person involved is unwilling, no matter how noble your status, you cannot do anything against their will, and the punishment is direct imprisonment in a fallen star. Unless one is insane, they would not do such nonsense. Rin Feng Luan watched from aside, not daring to approach Xiangxi for fear of receiving her disdainful glare. Xiangxi is kind, but that does not conflict with her rejecting others. Lung Sha habitually arrived late, but this time he arrived at the same time as Jiang Rui. Ling Yu's gaze was drawn to him, hoping to be noticed. Jiang Rui prefers mature and sophisticated women, not someone who looks as innocent and undeveloped as her, a boring little bunny. Officer Jiang, long time no see. You're too kind. I'm just a free man. Jiang Rui replied with a playful smile, And Lung Sha's expression froze for a moment before breaking into a smile. How could that be? I'm just busy being a volunteer worker. Oh, is that so? Jiang Rui did not point out Lung Sha's slight embarrassment. Lung Sha spends every day helping Lung Yuqing search for spicy strips, try to please her and make her obedient, like his second uncle. Lung Sha did not continue the conversation, glancing away, preparing to find a topic to engage with Xiao Qi. However, Jiang Rui got there first, and then he looked around. Damn, there wasn't a single social circle he could fit into. He couldn't blend in at all. Finally, he walked up to Ren Fenglin, who was having a hard time in the romance department. He didn't speak or engage, just made it look like someone was willing to be close to him. Oh hey, little bunny, we meet again. Ganiyukyo. Jiang Rui spread his arms, pretending to be ready for a hug, but Xiao Qi sidestepped at the sound. My little bunny has a cleanliness obsession and doesn't like being hugged by others, Xiao Qi said seriously. Back then, he mentioned his family, and it sounded particularly pleasing, so he thought he'd say more. Once the words were out, they sounded particularly pleasant. Little bunny can only belong to him. Jiang Rui. In this day and age, bunnies are also rare. If it weren't for work reasons, he wouldn't bother with these fluffy, weak, and soft creatures. Officer Jiang. Don't mind me, Ingju said honestly. For so many years, it's the first time a female character has appeared beside me. And she even reaches out to someone she likes. It's quite rare. Ling Yu added, describing it further, saying that this bunny is his life. Ingju no. She's even more important than his life. She dared to fight to the death with an eagle prisoner on sight. That's impressive. Ling Yu nodded in agreement. Jiang Rui understood. All right, I shouldn't have asked, but Xiao Ge, you have to give me some reward, right? After all, this little bunny is also saved by me. Isn't she? He shamelessly requested. He usually wouldn't act this way, but since the subject was Xiao Qi, he made an exception. He had countless good things in his possession, all of high quality. He didn't want anything else. Just a pair of gold dental crowns so that he could protect his own teeth from damage during missions in the future. After all, he was getting older, and his teeth were not as good as before. He wanted to protect them as soon as possible. Say it. Xiao Qi, today dressed in a traditional hanfu, easily concealed Bunny Piaopiao's view with his long sleeves, making it so she couldn't sneak a peek. If it weren't for him, Bunny Piao might have jumped into someone else's arms. This was the first time, strictly speaking, that she met Jiang Rui, and she actually called him handsome. Although he wasn't surfing on cloud nine, he had seen enough ancient books to know the meaning of the word handsome, which describes a beautiful man. Bunny Piao had never complimented him on his looks. Was it because they spent every day together that his attractiveness was automatically reinterpreted? It was impossible to be apart for a while, right? No, all right. I want a pair of gold teeth, my model. That's pretty simple, right? Sure. Xiao Qi waved his hand, and 3 sets of gold teeth appeared in his palm. All for you. This is too good. Truly worthy of being the wealthy, handsome, and talented genius Xiao Qi. If he were a woman, I would definitely marry him. Jiang Rui exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. Xiao Qi calculated Jiang Rui's teeth, then raised his hand, and the 3 sets of teeth began to modify their sizes simultaneously. Xiao Qi waved again, and the 3 dental crowns squeaked as they lay on Jiang Rui's arm. Jiang Rui waved his hand, automatically setting up a soundproof wall, then felt it was inconvenient to hold, so he put it in his personal storage space. 12:18. 28, 12 hours, 18 minutes, 28 seconds. The luncheon, personally hosted by Lung Yuqing, officially began. I sincerely welcome everyone to come, the new batch of young talents from the Earth Village. Thank you for being here, Lung Yuqing said boldly, holding the microphone. Because of your presence, the Earth Village can radiate fresh vitality and have a better and brighter future. He spoke earnestly, and the candidates from the Earth Village stood tall like pine and cypress trees below the stage. They did not speak, did not whisper to each other, and listened to the speech on stage without any small movements. Tu Piaopiao was placed on a table beside her, and Xiao Qi set up a soundproof wall next to her, fearing that this little rabbit would cause trouble. Tu Piaopiao was speechless. She stood up and brought out the momentum she had when leading the Rabbit King to march into the Qingqing grassland back in the day. Xiao Qi caught a glimpse of Tu Piaopiao's behavior and automatically removed the soundproof wall beside her, his gaze softening. He believed in her. Surely, she wouldn't do anything ridiculous in such a serious setting. After all, she was a rabbit. But more importantly, she was a rabbit that could perform magic. She was kind, beautiful, delicate, innocent, and pure. Xiao Qi felt that using all kinds of beautiful words to describe her in this world was not an exaggeration. The word he liked the most was beautiful. He hoped everyone could forge ahead, stay true to their original intentions, and contribute their own hearts to the earth in the journey ahead, even if they did not become guardians of the earth. My speech ends here. I hope everyone enjoys their lunch, drinks happily, and refrains from causing trouble. If you realize you've had too much to drink, hurry up and leave. Don't embarrass yourself in front of others. See you next time. Lung Yuqing stroked his white beard, put down the microphone, and stepped off the stage. A gentle symphony began to play, easing the solemn atmosphere. Boys and girls took this opportunity to invite those they had feelings for to dance. For those who were not interested, they could move to the dining table where Lung Yuqing hosted a banquet. With careful observation, one could find a section for ancient junk food, which interested people could freely taste. Xiao Qi mustered his courage to approach Xiao Qi and performed a gentlemanly hand-holding gesture. But Xiao Qi clenched his fist to refuse. Ling Yu encountered a similar situation, also being rejected. The reason for the rejection was, "I'm not good at this. Last time I stepped on your foot, remember? Can you be a little considerate of your own feelings?" Ling Yu, sometimes I really want to call the police. The two best friends stepped away from the dance floor, leaving space for others, and went to the three-layer rotating table where Jiang Rui, Xiao Qi, and others were sitting. The three-layer rotating table had the first layer as staple food air, the second layer as air wine, and the third layer as air in the flavor of exquisite desserts. Shang Sha, Ingju, Lin Yu, and others all found partners to dance with. This was quite unexpected and nice. Ren Fengluan thought for a moment, but still did not go up to bother anyone. He didn't invite Shang Shi to dance because he had been very seriously rejected before. If he wanted to remain friends with her, he had to extinguish all those inappropriate thoughts. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be friends. 7077, the ash of the era of effort, is all about being free and unrestrained, where all actions can be done according to one's heart within the moral limits. Little rabbit, which staple food do you want to eat? Jiang Rui asked flatteringly. Tu Piaopiao hadn't looked up to answer when Xiao Qi pressed her head down. Officer Jiang, you crossed the line. Jiang Rui was stunned for a moment, then drank a big cup of air wine in silence, feeling dizzy. Ling Yu hurried over and handed him a bottle of sobering air. Jiang Rui thanked her and then began to eat seriously. He swore in his heart that if he spoke another word to that heartless guy Xiao Qi, he would stop trusting Jiang. Here, have some carrot-flavored air. Xiao Qi handed Tu Piaopiao a portion of staple food taken from his space. He had prepared it in advance, fearing that Tu Piaopiao wouldn't be used to it. Tu Piaopiao's eyes instantly lit up. Nothing was more attractive than carrots. How could there be something as delicious as carrots in this world? Even eating it every day wouldn't make one feel sick of it. Tu Piaopiao took the small bottle. Her soft little head gently rubbed against Xiao Qi's open palm, expressing gratitude and affection. Xiao Qi's eyes were filled with gentle pampering, and she looked enviously at the little rabbit in his arms, wishing to become the little rabbit in his embrace. Even without love, she could always be with him. Xiao Qi opened a bottle of air, breathing in elegantly and nobly. The people at the table also began to eat air one after another, creating an atmosphere of indescribable, strange harmony. Other tables did not have the same heavy and dull atmosphere as this one. Ingju and Lin Yu invited their female dance partners to have lunch with them. Their female partners were sexy beauties with similar styles and great charm. Shall we have a meal together? Sure. Ingju's partner, Luo Yin, replied, resting her hand on the man's shoulder, touching his lips, slightly tiptoeing, and leaving a kiss on his forehead, flirtatiously whispering in his ear, "I really like you." Ingju's face turned slightly awkward, his earlobes burning, and his complexion flushed. Lin Yu quietly laughed at the other side, thinking, how dare you talk about Xiao Qi? Look at him being so pathetic. TSK. It's hard to watch. His partner also reached out, lifted his chin, and pulled him closer with her other soft hand tugging at his collar. Lin Yu felt a wave of electricity pass through him, leaving him dazed and unsure of how to react. Ju reached out, actively holding Luo Yan's hand, and walked toward the table where Xiao Qi was, giving Lin Yu a friendly middle finger behind his back. Qin Shu watched the two big men with amusement, like two childish boys who couldn't stand each other. Their lips met, and Lin Yu stubbornly stuck out his tongue, quietly licking Qin Shu's lips. Then, he tried to escape but was held by the neck, and Qin Shu kissed him forcefully. A few seconds later, Lin Yu leaned on Qin Shu's shoulder, gasping for air, his face impossibly red. Previously, they only danced and said goodbye, the most excessive behavior being a hug. Today's boundaries were so expansive, he never expected it. His heart racing uncontrollably. Qin Shu held Lin Yu with one arm, gently patting his back, tenderly comforting his little boy. Chapter 21, he is expecting her kiss. It's always like this, purely irresistible. She has been holding back for a long time. The gazes around them were quickly rebuffed by Qin Shu's sharp eyes. The little boy is hers. No one is allowed to covet him. Are you feeling better? Lin Yu obediently nodded, creating a little distance from Qin Shu. Clearly, it was the one who was being flirtatious. Yet at this moment, she felt extremely shy. Qin Shu reached out, and Lin Yu looked at her in confusion, her clear eyes filled with bewilderment. Aren't we holding hands? Oh. Lin Yu shyly extended her hand, resting it in the palm of Qin Shu's hand. The sensation at her fingertips spread deep into her heart as Qin Shu intertwined their fingers and walked towards Xiao Qi's table. Lin Yu watched as they held hands tightly, her heart dancing. She walked confidently in front and suddenly recalled how, while dancing just now, her lips brushed against his face, sliding down to his collarbone. The back of her hand firmly held onto his back, a strong and assertive display of her possessiveness. But she and T told him that she liked him, a little bit of a twist. Please let go, JPG. Is this really okay? Is this considered being unreserved? In her thoughts, the two had already arrived at the table. Luo Yan was feeding Ju with an empty plate, their actions intimate. Ju reciprocated. When Sha returned, the table was already quite full, but he didn't mind at all and directly pulled a chair from the nearby table. Bro, didn't you invite your dance partner to eat together? She glanced at the two couples across from her, then at her solitary brother. Huh? Is an invitation necessary? She just asked out of curiosity. I was wondering why she seemed a bit unhappy just now. Sha twisted open a rib, tasting it, and found it quite good. He had no intention of inviting anyone. She looked at the girl in the distance, glancing this way, raised her brows. Bro, you should go find that girl. Why should I find her? She has hands. She can eat by herself. Sha replied, looking at the two couples across from him, feeding each other, rolling his eyes. How old are they? Still feeding each other. How embarrassing. Shi sometimes really felt helpless. But anyway, Sha is her own brother. So she had to speak up again. Bro, at this rate, when will you be single no more? Why should I be single no more? Sha replied, love is too much of a hassle. I prefer doing some physical work that doesn't require much thought. She really tried her best. Why be single? The existential question made she close her eyes in despair. Tasting the coconut wine in her hand, she also didn't quite understand. Nowadays, marriage has really become just a matter between two people. There's no more of the complicated relationships between two families, no more of the various conflicts mentioned in ancient texts, and no shackles binding them to bear children. So, marriage now is a matter between two people, not two families. The complex concepts of love have thinned out quite a bit, but have also become more pure. Yeah, can you answer my brother's question? Why be single? Because I like him. Ling Yu replied. Now it can only be because of liking. Otherwise, what else could it be? Out of boredom. She glanced at her brother, who was anxiously stuffing his face, shook her head. With him like this, there's no hope. He is handsome, sure, but still, there's no chance at all. She suddenly nodded. Her brother being like this is actually quite good. Not troubled by love, unable to feel the joy brought by feelings. Naturally, he also wouldn't feel the pain and regret of unrequited love. Ling Yu and she looked enviously at Sha at the same time. Who understands? Being a fool who doesn't understand love is also not bad. In the corner, there was a small dining hall exclusive to Lung Yuqing, filled with all kinds of junk food. still a bestseller today, with a queue at the entrance. Limited to 1 serving per person. There is no need to worry about someone claiming more than their share, as there are special facial recognition tests. And each person has an unchangeable DNA gene sequence. Lung Sha sent Lung Yuqing 3 boxes of spicy strips measuring 5 times 5 times 5 m to thank him for the approval of his wolf-raising application. With nothing to do, he took up the cooking of spicy hot pot, stir-fried spicy dishes, and other snacks. Although he didn't need to directly handle them, his energy would still deplete to a certain extent, making him physically weak. Lung Yuqing kindly prepared a large jar of bottled air for Lung Sha to keep him going. He was responsible for handing out snacks to the contestants from Earth Village, making sure to establish his presence in front of them. The lively dance party had ended, and before they knew it, the distribution of snacks was nearing its end. Tu Piaopiao sniffed the air. She just caught a whiff of delicious, spicy hot pot. And stinky tofu, grilled gluten. If only there were grilled carrots, it would be even better. Goo 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 goo. Xiao Qi, I want to eat spicy hot pot, stinky tofu, grilled gluten. Tu Piaopiao babbled on a bunch. Xiao Qi coldly refused. It's not good for your health. You can't eat it for now. Tu Piaopiao's body had only just improved a little. She could jump around lively, but what if she upset her stomach? What if her body became weak again? Tu Piaopiao grabbed Xiao Qi's hand with both paws, her bunny face rubbing against the back of his hand, acting cute. Goo 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 goo. Please, please. Just 1 bite, okay? You're the best Xiao Qi in the world. Don't do that. He really couldn't handle it all. Ooh goo 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 goo. I promise, I'll only take 1 bite. Tu Piaopiao's heated gaze made Xiao Qi's scalp tingle, as if he would be the greatest villain if he didn't agree, so he could only nod and confirm with the little rascal again, just 1 bite. Google. Oh. Tu Piaopiao's mind began to race. 1 bite? That depends on what kind of bite it is. Oh no, she forgot she was a rabbit now. A bunny's mouth is so small, otherwise, she could stuff half a bowl in 1 bite. It seems there is only one way to go, which is to act cute. Rabbits are naturally soft and adorable, and they are masters of acting cute. The tips for acting cute summarized by predecessors are something rabbits don't need to learn. No one can refuse the soft, fluffy little bunny acting cute. Xiao Qi held Tu Piaopiao in line. Ingju and Lingyu exchanged glances and asked the people beside them. Ingju, what do you want to eat? Lingyu, I'll go stand in line to get it for you. Luo Yin and Qin Shu exchanged glances. Spicy hot pot. As their gazes followed the two leaving, Qin Shu stood up and sat beside Luo Yin. Not bad. They're already feeding each other. You've already kissed. What else is there to say? Luo Yin pinched the air wine, slowly taking a sip. It was sweet watermelon flavor. Cheers. To celebrate that we both made it through the clouds to see the moon. Luo Yin lifted a bottle of lychee-flavored air wine, clinking it with Qin Shu's. Not bad. TSK. Don't think I don't know you both. French kissed. The two met because of Ingju and Lingyu, with different goals, paving the way for each other's feelings. As time passed, they became good friends who could chat easily. Qin Shu has a cold personality, typical of a possessive and dedicated type. Luo Yin is slightly more assertive, but actually prefers a mutually strong dynamic. They complement each other well, and since their targets do not conflict, they coincidentally teamed up to drive away each other's rivals. Qin Shu, those two are following behind Xiao Qi, so obedient. Luo Yin pursed her lips. When did Xiao Qi adopt a rabbit? I need to share this quickly. Saying this, she began to analyze the recent fresh gossip in her mind. Sending messages is fine, but pictures and videos are all blocked. How strange. I can't send out the rabbit's photo. Think about it. Huh? Luo Yin was puzzled. It couldn't possibly be because of Xiao Qi. Otherwise, who do you think has such high authority to specifically block certain things? Luo Yin understood. On the other side, when Xiao Qi queued up, there was no one left behind. Lung Yuqing skillfully stirred the spicy hot pot and then took it out, packing it into a meal box for Xiao Qi. While handing over the items, she quietly gave Xiao Qi a small box containing some small spicy skewers, along with 2 packets of treasured ancient spicy strips. Rabbit Piaopiao's eyes were bright with joy, and Xiao Qi put the small box into his space, while the person behind, Ingju, pretended not to see. It's rare for Xiao Qi to queue up, so shouldn't he be given a little more? After everyone collected their items, they bid farewell amicably and went their separate ways. Lung Sha's face had turned a bit pale from the steam, and after work, he followed Lung Yuqing to pick up his little wolf cub. Inside the small cage was a wolf cub sent via cloud delivery from the Animal Management Bureau of the Wolf Realm. It had dark skin, with a fierce light in its eyes, displaying untamed beastliness. Lung Sha handed it a bone, which it tore apart with teeth as sharp as knives, instantly leaving a 0.5 centimeters scratch on the bone. Its 4 sturdy legs and obvious muscle lines were characteristic of a well-bred wolf. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Lung Yuqing tore open a packet of spicy strips, enjoying the mouth-watering sensation. It was a super refreshing feeling with distinct layers, making the whole body feel invigorated. After eating, one would want to eat more. "Thank you, second uncle." Lung Sha took out a bottle of air from his space, which he had applied for in advance as wolf cub food air, and placed it in the cage. The wolf cub skillfully bit off the bottle cap and began to inhale it eagerly. The air acted like lungs, relieving the discomfort caused by hunger. "From now on, I will be your master. Your name?" Lung Sha thought for a moment and said seriously, "Wine cellar wolf cub, follow me well from now on. I guarantee you will eat delicious and spicy food." The wolf cub howled happily. "Today is just for you to take a look first. After you participate in the Earth Guardian selection, you can come and take the wolf cub home." Lung Yuqing tore opened another packet of spicy strips and said, "All right, go back and rest." Lung Sha was driven out. After the lunch banquet, Luo Yin had something to do and said goodbye to Yingzhu before leaving first. Lin Yu walked alongside Qin Shu, occasionally glancing nervously at her, afraid she might have something on her mind. "Lin Yu, I'm fine. Stop looking at me. Watch the road." Qin Shu placed her hand in front of Lin Yu's forehead, and only then did he realize he was about to bump into a standing pillar. His face turned slightly red, lips pressed tightly, teeth biting the tip of his tongue, which was his usual state when nervous. Yingzhu saw the two of them standing close together and resignedly left, taking a different route home. The people around them gradually dispersed, and Rabbit Piao tugged at Xiao Qi's hand, wanting to get close to the handsome guy. Xiao Qi also changed his route. Thank you. Lin Yu said shyly, except when arguing with Yingzhu. At other times, he was soft-spoken, especially when facing someone new. It was even more so. "I'll take you home. But is that okay?" In the era of 7077, men and women are extremely equal, especially in ambiguous, romantic, and marital relationships, where there are no absolute dominant or disadvantaged parties. Based on liking and love, under the witness of the wish stone, they automatically become partners. It's perfectly normal for small things like who sends whom home. Of course, Qin Shu held Lin Yu's hand, feeling a thin layer of sweat in her palm, and gently reminded her shy little boy not to bite his tongue and to behave. MMHM. Just as Lin Yu agreed, he visibly slapped himself in the face. "Let me see." Qin Shu held Lin Yu's face and opened her mouth. Lin Yu caught a glimpse of someone passing by and hurriedly lowered his head. "And no, it's nothing. I said, let me see." Qin Shu was assertive, setting up a barrier wall around them to prevent others from seeing them. The barrier wall gave Lin Yu a sense of security, and he obediently opened his mouth, revealing just a bit of his tongue. Thankfully, there was no bleeding. Be careful next time. Qin Shu released her grip on Lin Yu's face and removed the barrier wall beside them. Lin Yu's mood was a bit low, unable to pinpoint why. He had just found himself looking forward to her kiss. This time, their hand-holding was just a simple grip, lacking the interlocking fingers from the lunch banquet. He felt a sense of desolation from being neglected. Is this the way out? Or, Qin Shu turned her head and saw a hint of unhappiness on Lin Yu's face. On the way back, the two of them didn't say much. Actually, Lin Yu usually spoke very little, except when he argued with Yingzhu, which brought out his argumentative potential. Qin Shu had a cool personality and was not one to initiate topics. When they reached Lin Yu's time capsule in the quiet space, the distance between them began to slowly close, gradually turning into an ambiguous atmosphere. Is this the pair of slippers you prepared for me? They're very comfortable and fit well. Qin Shu awkwardly complimented. Specially prepared for you. It took a long time. Thank you. Qin Shu smiled. Now, can we eat spicy hot pot? But is that okay? Lin Yu stuttered habitually. The spicy hot pot, emanating a fragrant aroma, still maintained the look of just being cooked. Thanks to advancements in refrigeration and insulation technology, everyone's space was equipped with functions to keep food in its original state. The duration of preservation depended on individual cultivation abilities. A single serving of spicy hot pot came with only one pair of chopsticks. Lin Yu handed Qin Shu the chopsticks here. Chapter 22, I want to go home. Ooh, he was cold and distant, as if he wasn't familiar with Qin Shu, but that rapid heartbeat betrayed him. Do you want to eat? Qin Shu asked, guessing that the little boy would shake his head, and interrupted in advance. Let's eat together. She picked up a piece of enoki mushroom and fed the first bite to Lin Yu, the soup splashing onto her palm. Seeing this, Lin Yu quickly took out a wet wipe to clean her palm. It's fine. Is it delicious? Delicious. Especially since you fed me. Then you feed me. Okay. Oh, the two took turns feeding each other, similar to a little dessert after lunch. After they finished, Lin Yu cleared the table while Qin Shu rested her chin on her hand, leisurely watching him. Once he was done, she pointed to the bed and softly asked, Can I sleep on your bed? I'm sleepy. Oh, Qin Shu's reason was grandiose, presenting herself as a person of virtue. Lin Yu anxiously tugged at the hem of his shirt, his expression conflicted, his brows tightly furrowed, forming a small mountain of worries. She, what does she really mean? Today's progress between them made him feel that even the flash-married couples recorded in ancient books didn't move this quickly. Hand-holding and hugging could be understood as social etiquette, but a kiss and sleeping on his bed, even with his zero experience in relationships, he knew this was a serious violation of the boundaries of friendship. Also, she had come to his room. Why aren't you talking? Qin Shu, what do you mean by this? He had never been through the trials of love and couldn't say such direct words. What do I mean? Don't you know in your heart? Qin Shu stood up, princess carrying Lin Yu towards the bed, setting up layer upon layer of soundproofing walls. Lin Yu was gently placed on the bed, his eyes revealing panic. She wouldn't want to. I know you're not ready, so we're just going to sleep. Qin Shu explained, pulling the blanket over Lin Yu and casually taking off his outer clothing. If Lin Yu hadn't held on tightly, he would have probably ended up without even his shorts. After removing her dress, Qin Shu wore a pure, white, slip dress underneath, with a chest patch and a wish stone hanging around her neck. Once the blanket was tucked in, Lin Yu lay stiffly, unable to move. This quickly, really. Is it okay? Qin Shu opened her arms, embracing Lin Yu's neck and placing a kiss on his forehead. My wish stone is right here. If you want it, you could take it any time. The heart-shaped wish stone in dark purple pulsed, reflecting its owner's quickening heartbeat. Lin Yu held her wish stone in his mouth, suddenly letting go and calming down unexpectedly. Taking the wish stone meant something eternal, something unchangeable. Would she really not regret it? And what was between them? Was it just a fleeting excitement, or could they be lifelong partners? Qin Shu forced a smile, thinking she had everything under control, only to find it rejected. I understand. Qin Shu lifted the blanket, stood up, and changed into a light purple pleated skirt. She seemed a bit lethargic. She pulled out a pack of cigarettes from her space, prepared to take one out, but silently put it back. Lin Yu disliked the smell of smoke, so she decided to maintain some dignity. Lin Yu's heart tightened violently, like a disordered vine, wrapping layer upon layer without leaving a breath of space. Just as Qin Shu was about to reach the door, Lin Yu realized she misunderstood him and hurriedly stepped forward, hugging Qin Shu from behind tightly. I didn't mean that. Are we progressing too fast? Marriage is a serious matter. Please don't go, okay? I'm sorry. Lin Yu anxiously explained, his words disjointed and incoherent, stammering. Qin Shu held his hand gently, pushing it away. Lin Yu, I'm not saying I can't live without you. I can't live without you. I'm also quite popular. My world doesn't only revolve around you. I only like you. Qin Shu's tone was cold. Ultimately, it was my impulsiveness today. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Yu. Simple words easily created distance between them. Qin Shu, I'm sorry. Get ready for the competition, goodbye. The words Qin Shu spoke carried a hint of chill. As she turned to leave, Lin Yu panicked, directly pulling her back. He wasn't good at expressing himself. Just tightly hugging Qin Shu, his voice soft and choked with sobs. Woo. Who just comes and gives someone their wish stone without saying anything? The little dog complained. You didn't even say you liked me. Well, I know the wish stone is important, but you didn't say you liked me. Woo woo woo. Qin Shu realized giving the wish stone wasn't a representation of wanting to share a lifetime together. But you didn't say woo woo. You just told me to take it. It feels like I'm forcing you. You, woo woo, said those harsh words. You don't want me anymore. Ugh. Lin Yu cried like a mess, sobbing intermittently. Qin Shu felt a pang in her heart, watching him cry. Also, I read in ancient books that you have to establish a romantic relationship first, then spend time together. And only then can you get married and exchange wish stones. Oh, what could Qin Shu do? She patted Lin Yu's back to comfort him. Through the thin layer of fabric, she could clearly feel his body contours. Her eyes were tinged with desire. But you didn't want it, so you rejected me. Qin Shu spoke, facing the reality. Lin Yu sniffled. This is the truth, but... Qin Shu turned around. If you stop crying now, we can try to take it slow. Today I was indeed too anxious. After liking Lin Yu for so long, and with their relationship taking a qualitative leap, how could she not be anxious? She even thought about getting married on the spot, if she didn't feel it was too abrupt. So, do you like me? Lin Yu wiped his tears, stopped crying, and grabbed Qin Shu's hand to place it on his face, starting to rub against it softly. Like a little lamb, he was being adorably spoiled. Qin Shu was about to respond with her usual words, "What do you think?" Just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, she started to hold back. "I like you very much. I started liking you from the first moment I saw you, and every time I went to great lengths to meet and communicate with you. Is that okay?" Little ancestor. Lin Yu pouted, 3, asking for a kiss. Qin Shu refused. "We're not in a romantic relationship right now. We can't do those things. We have to take it slow, starting with learning to keep our distance." Qin Shu smiled. "Lin Yu, good night and sweet dreams." After such a long time of fussing around, it was already dark outside. Evening had come. Lin Yu resigned himself, knowing he shouldn't have thought so much. If he had just taken her wish stone, maybe they would have already rolled onto the bed. Outside, Qin Shu stepped onto the cloud and ran errands. While Lin Yu looked at her pitifully, "Can I have a hug?" Qin Shu shook her head, planning to tease this little rascal. "No, we are now, let's say, half acquainted." "Shu Shu." The deep, magnetic male voice stirred Qin Shu's heart. She didn't respond and hurriedly left. Staying any longer would be unbearable. Lin Yu watched Qin Shu leave, his gaze softening. Hidden in the shadows, Ju then appeared. "Wow, Shu Shu, you did well. You've made your eyes red. Sometimes I really want to call the police." Lin Yu ignored him and walked towards his time capsule. "No, don't just stay silent." Ju followed closely, blocking the other person's path. "Bro, I'm not in a good mood today. Let's drink a couple of glasses." "Okay." Lin Yu then let Ju return to the room through himself. The messy blanket was quickly gathered back by Lin Yu as soon as he noticed it. Ju only saw a corner of it. He was in a bad mood, and everything about him felt off. 2 large bottles of 5,677 vintage red wine were poured into the goblets. The red liquid swallowed down his throat. "What do you think Luo Yin means? I don't want to talk about this topic with you." He was also a tangled mess. "Get lost. To be honest, I'm pretty confused too. How about we call Xiao Qi over?" Ju said, rolling his eyes in disdain. "I think we could actually call Jiang Rue, but that might be a bit embarrassing. So let's just call Xiao Qi. I think Ling Sha isn't a bad idea either. He's a bit of a jerk, but he has quite a bit of relationship experience." At this point, Ju paused. "Do you know that Ling Sha once had a thing with Qin Shu?" When was that?" "A long time ago. Of course, this is just a rumor, but I guarantee it's absolutely reliable." Ju spoke. "Now you have to admit it. I'm just more in the know than you." Lin Yu rubbed his forehead and dialed Xiao Qi's number in his mind, asking him to come over. Xiao Qi was currently in the time capsule, telling a fairy tale to Tu Piaopiao to help her sleep. Later, the prince and princess lived happily ever after. Tu Piaopiao's eyes were wide open. Unable to sleep at all, really unable to sleep. She glanced at the last page of the physical book in Xiao Qi's hands, smiled shyly, and said, "Goo. I really can't sleep, woo." Xiao Qi was very patient. "How about counting sheep?" Goo. You just do your own thing. I really can't sleep." Xiao Qi put away the fairy tale book, received Lin Yu's message, and replied with okay. Tomorrow night, they would officially enter the selection of Earth Guardians. But they all took it lightly. Whether they cared or not, it was hard to say. They each practiced well. Lin Yu asked me for something. I'm going over you. Goo, I'll go with you. But that's a men's drinking party. As Xiao Qi finished speaking, he quickly assured, don't worry, I won't drink, no. I will have a little, but I definitely won't get drunk. Goo, but they don't know. Forget it, they know. Tu Piaopiao drooped her head, realizing she couldn't go to eat guagua anymore. In the end, Xiao Qi still took Tu Piaopiao with him. He was worried about her being alone. The two agreed that Tu Piaopiao would stay in the small room specially prepared for her and not come out. The so-called gentleman's agreement only applies if both parties are gentlemen. Tu Piaopiao never thought of herself as a gentleman rabbit. When Xiao Qi arrived, Lin Yu's room was already filled with the smell of alcohol. Various empty air wine bottles were scattered on the floor, and a big green grass hat was painted on the wall by Ju, who was still in the process of painting. Lin Yu was in slightly better condition than Ju, at least he hadn't climbed onto the roof. Xiao Qi waved his hand and forcibly poured 1,000 milliliters of sobering air water into both of them. Their mental states became much more normal. Ju was crying while holding the wall. Oh, love is the hardest question to solve. Lin Yu echoed, why love me to seek imprisonment? Xiao Qi raised his hand and made Lin Yu and Ju fall to the ground, hitting them both on their backs, causing them to fall into a deep sleep. Xiao Qi placed an air purifier in the space, then exited the time capsule and turned to go home. Tu Piaopiao covered her mouth and snickered, her body shaking uncontrollably. This is too funny. Two big men, clearly during the lunch banquet. One was sweeter than the other. How? Suddenly they seemed heartbroken. Piao Piao, Xiao Qi called out, and Tu Piaopiao composed herself, looking seriously at Xiao Qi, her small lips tightly pressed together, resembling a little student worried about being caught for not doing homework. Forget it, let's sleep. Xiao Qi opened the door of the time capsule, placed Tu Piaopiao on the bed, and then returned to his own bed. Goo, can't we sleep together? Not for now, but we can later. Xiao Qi patted her head, his chin gently resting on her head, slowly sliding down, their faces close together, and after a moment, he suppressed the fluttering in his heart. Good night, Piao. Xiao Qi turned back to his own bed, and Tu Piao responded, Good night, Xiao Qizi. The night sky, ancient and eternal, always maintains its unique charm and depth. It quietly settles, enjoying the memories and tempering given by time. Tu Piao got up, jumped to the window, and looked up at the moon hanging high in the sky. Today is the 16th, and the moon is as round as a mooncake round, symbolizing reunion. The longing for her homeland peaked at this moment. I really want to go home. Back home, there's so many good friends, familiar surroundings. Although it's much more backward compared to here, she still misses home a lot. Her fluffy rabbit paws rested on the window, and there were so many delicious things. She also had many admirers. I really want to go home. Everything here felt unfamiliar to her. The high-tech environment was fast-paced, and she could only gradually adapt. Fortunately, she's an optimist, and she just started to cry now. The chili system sensed the host's low emotional value and came online to ask, Host, what's wrong? I want to go home. I can't help with that. Tu Piao sniffled, I want to go home. The chili system was conflicted, unsure whether to tell Tu Piao about what it saw today. Chapter 23, Will Xiao Qi Forget Me Too? Today, while the main system was asleep, she secretly flipped through her assessment record, which was filled with a full page. So far, she had only completed 1/3, and 2/3 had just begun. Looking further down, it seemed very long. This meant that her host would have to stay in the 70-77 effort era for a long time. She changed her question. If you go back, would you be willing to give up everything here? The two timelines exist independently. If you want to go back, then all memories related to you in the 70-77 effort era will be sealed to maintain the normal operation of the planet. Will Xiao Qi forget me too? Of course. The spicy pepper system thought for a moment and said, but it's not impossible for AI Ku to remember you despite all odds. Then what if I don't go back? Same. The spicy pepper system added. After you complete all the tasks, you'll have the choice to leave or stay. The decision is yours. After saying this, Spicy Pepper noticed the main system was about to come out of the room and quickly said, Good night, dear host. The main system opened the door and saw little Spicy Pepper nervously twirling the pen in her hand. He didn't even need to ask. He knew that during the time he was busy working, she probably hadn't written a single word. If he asked her, she would definitely say she was busy answering the host's questions, which was why she hadn't written anything. Every time, she gave the same excuse, making it hard for him not to doubt her intelligence. Come on, I'll supervise you. Hurry up and write. The main system resignedly sat down, holding a long ruler, ready to discipline the disobedient little spicy pepper. Oh, little pepper never thought that one day diligence and hard work could be associated with her. She had always done as she pleased, never serious about anything she could fool around with. But when it came to things that required seriousness, she would absolutely mess around with them seriously. The main system had always pretended to be blind, but recently, it seemed that since her upgrade, he probably thought even a decayed wood could be carved, so he began to train her rigorously, which troubled little Pepper. Rabbit Piao looked out the window, holding back tears. Xiao Qi was preparing for tomorrow's competition, and he should have gone to sleep by now, so she couldn't disturb his rest. Piao, what's wrong? Xiao Qi suddenly appeared. Rabbit Piao was so focused on her sadness that she completely didn't hear his footsteps. She turned her head, her eyes red. Xiao Qi woke up a bit from his dream, thinking the little rabbit had fallen out of bed and was crying pitifully. But it turned out not to be the case. What's wrong? Xiao Qi hugged Rabbit Piao and gently asked, comforting her face to face. Go to sleep. It's not important. What's important is to comfort you. Woo, you have to participate in the clothes competition tomorrow. Go to sleep quickly. Then please tell me what's wrong. Okay? Xiao Qi patted her head, kissed her on the head through his hand. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Xiao Qi was very patient, quietly waiting for Rabbit Piao to speak. The little rabbit was usually lively and cheerful, but today her eyes were red, and she must have something sad on her mind. Whoa, I want to go home. I miss home. Where's your home? I'll take you back right now. Xiao Qi, with a bit of youthful enthusiasm, picked up Rabbit Piao and started to summon the cloud courier while walking. Rabbit Piao quickly stopped him. Woo, I'm much better now. It's just my home, Sai. It's better not to think about troubling things too often, or we'll just get more annoying. Rabbit Piao advised Xiao Qi several times before finally persuading him to go back to bed and sleep. That night, Rabbit Piao lay beside Xiao Qi and fell asleep. The next day, the selection for the Earth Village Guardians officially began. At 2018 that night, all participants entered the competition area, while unrelated personnel waited outside. The preliminary review lasted for 7 days and nights, during which survivors would participate in the second round of selection. Rabbit Piao was placed in a time capsule by Xiao Qi, who prepared a month's worth of carrots, stored in a small refrigerator for freshness, along with a month's worth of fresh air. He also prepared many romantic novels and a bed full of little trinkets, as well as videos he recorded for her. If she missed him, she could take them out to watch. While Xiao Qi went to participate in the selection, Rabbit Piao began her own little closed-door training. On the flat ground, 1,000 meters high, Lung Yuqing recited the precautions and rules for the selection competition. The scene was divided into 4 areas, but I'll keep that a secret for now, so you can explore yourself. Each area has different items with corresponding points, which you need to obtain based on your abilities. A professional medical team is on site. If you're seriously injured or want to withdraw from the competition, you can call for emergency help. During this period, you will encounter various situations, and the choice is yours. We will evaluate based on each person's choices. There is only one opportunity. Once you choose to give up, you will no longer have any relation to the Earth Guardian's quota for this period. Lung Yuqing succinctly explained, and in the end, we will conduct the selection based on the principles of fairness, justice, and friendship first. I wish everyone success in advance. Goodbye. After speaking, Lung Yuqing stepped onto the cloud courier and left the scene. The surrounding air began to stir, and the scenery changed. After a bout of dizziness, everyone seemed to be transported to the base of the snow-capped mountains. Each year's competition system is updated and innovated based on the previous selection. Everyone began to climb the snow mountain. It was a white expanse, and nothing could be seen ahead, only the feeling of being in an illusion. Layers of white snow rolled up waves and rushed in from all directions. The people walking in front didn't notice and rolled down from the snow mountain. The crowds on the outskirts, from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, also began to slide down. Once they realized what was happening, everyone started to extract items from their space to stabilize themselves. My gosh, awesome, Ju shouted, pulling out a long wooden stick from his space and inserting it into the snow mountain to stabilize himself. Snowflakes were flying everywhere, and he couldn't see anything. The temperature plummeted, and Ju pulled out a flashy black mink coat and put it on. Cough, cough. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak to Ju, a wave of snow choked him, leaving him only able to hear voices. The audibility of the sounds rapidly diminished, and they could only communicate within their minds. However, they couldn't determine each other's exact positions because the place was almost devoid of location, unlike when they were in Earth Village, where every address was accurately located. The competition space was a mix of virtual and real, hence the inability to pinpoint locations. The rolling snowflakes gradually formed larger hollow snowballs, coming in succession from different ranges. People couldn't see clearly and could only rely on their instincts to evade. After 2 or 3 hours, the crowd had reduced by more than half. The snowballs stopped rolling, and the temperature began to drop again to a critical point that the human body could bear. As visibility improved slightly, Ju saw Lin Yu, who was trapped under a snowball with only his head sticking out. Ha 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 ha. Look at you. You might need to pay your respect to the quail big brother. Cough, spit. Lin Yu spat out some snow. Do you think you could do any better? If you hadn't called me, I would have thought some snowman was lost and couldn't find its way home. If you have the ability, come out and talk to me. Looking up at me like that, it's a bit embarrassing. Ju disdainfully rolled his eyes at Lin Yu, looking at him as if he were a little fool. This is the first time after many years of being with Lin Yu that Ju feels a connection to the tall and imposing figure. After walking 100 meters, Ju notices that Lin Yu hasn't kept up and kindly goes back to pull him out of the snow pit. Qin Shu and Luo Yin are tightly embracing each other, just like Ling Yu and Xiao Qi, who are also closely hugging each other nearby. In front of them is a large rectangular mound of snow, with flurries of snow gently falling, revealing a dark figure. Xiao Qi instantly recognizes it as her brother. Brother, cough, cough, cough. Xiao Qi starts to speak, but is choked by the snow. The snow has eased somewhat, but there are still white snowflakes floating in the air, swirling around at varying speeds and weights. Cece, are you okay? Xiao Qi shakes her head. Brother, have you seen Xiao Qi? Aye. In the midst of their conversation, a massive wave sweeps over, and everyone falls to the ground. Hoot, 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 hoot. Heavy footsteps echo, and above them looms a 17-meter-tall, 3-meter-wide giant snow creature with mutated black sesame on its head, a mutated carrot for a nose measuring about 1 meter long, and 2 mutated giant watermelons for eyes, while its mouth is made of pumpkin. Xiao Qi has just crawled out of the snow mound to look for people when he sees this imposing snow monster. Shangsha decisively stands up in front of his sisters. Qin Shu and Luo Yin are also ready for battle at any moment. Shangxi and Ling Yu exchange a glance and stand shoulder to shoulder, prepared to face the fight. As the snow monster approaches, the snowflakes in the air momentarily settle on the ground. The visibility for everyone improves significantly, allowing them to identify their positions. The remaining personnel quickly move towards the direction of the snow monster. Its towering body seems capable of flattening anyone with a mere swing of its arm. Ingjue walks over to Luo Yin. Are you okay? I'm fine, and you? Ling Yu and Qin Shu exchange glances, nodding in silent agreement that they are both fine, and then they look towards the snow monster together. Jiang Rui is hiding 10 meters deep in the snow, digging upwards with sheer determination and strength. He is unaware of how many more meters he needs to go, as the detection function of his brain has temporarily malfunctioned here. Lung Sha is hiding in the shadows, observing everyone without moving. He has built an iron frame to shield against the wind and snow, setting up a plate of sunflower seeds inside, ready to watch the show. A good show is about to unfold, so he quickly enters the iron frame, digs a small hole, and sets up a 4K telescope to enjoy the impending battle. His gaze sweeps over everyone present. Qin Shu? Why is that stupid woman here? Does she think she is important? Forget it. It doesn't concern me. For them, they should be considered qualified X's, dead and buried. The snow monster lets out a thunderous roar, like a mother bear who has lost her cub, filled with rage, pounding its chest and roaring. Then, it accelerates towards the group, standing side by side. Roar, roar. Its speed is immense, causing the crowd to scatter and attack it from different directions. In the mental system, the highest-ranked cultivator, Xiao Qi, issues attack and defense commands, and everyone executes their assigned tasks accordingly. Roar! The snow monster swings a fist, its massive palm crashing down and creating a pit big enough for 10 people. 2 individuals suffer minor abrasions as people ignite fire on the snow monster's back. In a way, snow can be considered a close relative of water. Water and fire are incompatible, and when they meet, one will conquer the other. The snow monster, furious, leaps into the air, creating a large pit beneath it that buries everyone on its back. A part of its body is burned, and now it has shrunk to half its previous size, with small flames still flickering on its body. The painful sensation forces it to go from standing to lying down, and it begins to roll. Some people cannot withstand the overwhelming panic and choose to withdraw, only to have others stealthily pull them off the battlefield. Luo Yin is kicked away by the snow monster, soaring through the air in a beautiful arc, and Yingjue intercepts her midair. The two crash onto the ice surface under the immense impact, with Yingjue underneath and Luo Yin on top. Yingjue's lips bleed slightly as she nonchalantly helps Luo Yin up. I'm fine. I'll help you heal. Let's wait until the battle is over. Yingjue pats Luo Yin's head, reassuring her. Although it is a competition, it almost replicates a one realistic experience. Only by giving up can one realize they are in a competition. Those who do not give up will treat this as a real war to fight against. Luo Yin voluntarily hugs Yingjue. I'll be with you. The unexplainable ambiguity in this embrace seems to gain clarity at this moment. The sourness and bitterness of the hazy period are replaced by happiness and sweetness. The battle continues in the distance, and after a brief rest, the two rejoin the fight. Jiang Rui crawls out of the hole and sees everyone surrounding a snow monster. No, half a snow monster, attacking it frantically, just as he prepares to advance. Another snow monster comes crashing down from above. It is twice the size of the previous one, and one can guess it might be the snow monster's brother. The appearance of the snow monster brother complicates the situation that the CIA had just managed to control. Jiang Rui transforms into the winning bird, but after flying a short distance, he is slammed to the ground by the gust of wind created by the snow monster brother. Chapter 24. What the hell? I want to become a guaranteed winning bird. The snow monster brother is not an eagle. What the hell? I want to become a guaranteed winning bird. I'm really digging myself into a hole. He was running on the clouds, receiving Xiao Qi's task instructions in his mind, creating a fire barrier above the snow monster brother's head, pouring in chili, gasoline, diesel, rapeseed oil, sunflower oil, peanut oil. He used almost all the oils he could think of, then ignited it with a low flame and sprinkled some alcohol on top, waiting for the right moment to leave. He then saw the top of the snow monster brother's head starting to crackle and pop. He painfully covered his head and sat down, while the younger snow monster was beaten on the snow surface for a while. When he stood up again, he had clearly transformed into a new snow monster. His size had returned to its previous enormous state, and where he had lain, a deep pit emerged. Only then did everyone realize that the snow monster could achieve a cycle of recovery. Xiao Qi began to analyze data in his mind and make strategic arrangements. If the snow monster wanted to avoid recovery, it couldn't come into contact with snow, but there was snow everywhere, making it extremely difficult to find a place without snow. The newly appeared snow monster brother indicated that there might be more new snow monsters, all of which were uncontrollable. Although they had the advantage in numbers, people would always decrease. They had already lost a significant portion. How could they achieve victory? Xiao Qi caught a glimpse of a small black dot in this vast whiteness. Besides them, what other colors could exist? He flew over. Perhaps this would be a new turning point. When Lung Sha was discovered, he was mumbling something incoherent. He was already tipsy, having finished 3 plates of sunflower seeds, and had directly sat down in his own makeshift encirclement and fallen asleep, snoring away. Xiao Qi waved away Lung Sha's protective layer, making him shiver in the cold wind. Yingju hinted to Xiao Qi that there was ice, but didn't know if it would be useful. Suddenly, Xiao Qi had an idea, sending a message in his mind. Everyone, hide completely. Hide in the snow piles. Follow Lung Sha. The area around the 2 snow monsters suddenly fell into extreme silence, a quietness that hinted at strange twists and turns. Lung Sha was sleeping comfortably, rolling over in delight. "Damn, it's really cold," Lung Sha shouted, and at that moment, his image was broadcasted in the minds of everyone present. "Damn it, where's my wine?" Before Lung Sha could finish, he was grabbed by the snow monster with one hand, nearly crushing his stomach. So he quickly bit down on the snow monster's finger, starting to drool uncontrollably. Just as his saliva was about to dry up, the snow monster loosened its grip a bit, and seizing the opportunity, he hurriedly escaped. Xiao Qi gave him a warm reminder: "Follow the route. Otherwise, you definitely won't survive tonight." As Lung Sha ran, he threw away his shoes, his wig fell off. It was for hiding himself, really not because he was bald, and the hairpiece floated in the cold snow, creating a charming arc. He stumbled and fell repeatedly, finally remembering the cloud running legs. After stepping onto the cloud running legs, he indignantly responded to Xiao Qi: "Let me be the bait. How shameless. You're the one hiding in the corner watching the show. Shameless." Lung Sha knew he was in the wrong, resignedly acting as the guide for the two snow monsters, occasionally getting a slap from the snow monster's wind. Just as he was about to touch his sore, but he sensed the snow monster's breath drawing closer, so he had to give up. The cold wind was howling, and he was running too fast. Coupled with the snow monster chasing him, he was left with only a pair of shorts, turning red from the cold. This made it easier for people to identify him. Just that splash of red. "Lung Sha. Xiao Qi, Xiao Qi, Xiao Qi, if this works out. Give me an extra chicken leg." "Xiao Qi, get lost." "Lung Sha. You're heartless. No wonder you don't have a wife." "Xiao Qi. Do you?" "Lung Sha." Under everyone's eager gaze, Lung Sha successfully reached the destination. However, there was no ice. There was no ice around either. Just a moment ago, it was right here at Ju couldn't believe it, even if there was a deviation. It was impossible for there to be nothing around. Luo Yin was right here. Xiao Qi's expression turned cold. Lung Sha was still being chased forward by the two snow monsters. He waved his hand, knocking down Lung Sha, and took on the role of bait himself. Continuing to run like this wasn't a solution. He could clearly feel the snow monsters' running speed decreasing on the path they followed. Xiao Qi issued a rest command. "Everyone, stop and rest for a moment. I will notify you if there is any news." When Lung Sha was knocked down, he fell face first into the snow, shouting, "Damn it! Xiao Qi, you son of a... Boo-hoo! Cough! Do you have a grudge against me?" The icy cold blood flowed down his throat, and the heat of his body formed a small pit around him. He quickly pulled out a piece of clothing from his space to put on. After flying so fast, he wasn't shy, but now he was truly shy, especially under that woman's disdainful gaze. Qin Shu felt embarrassed, taking out a pure white cloth from her space and covering it over Lung Sha, then turning away, pretending not to see anything. She sent a voice message to Lung Sha in the mind system. "Hurry up and put it on. Don't embarrass yourself." Lung Sha felt warmed for a moment, thinking that the foolish woman had a bit of conscience. Then he felt cold again, thinking, who wants this damn white cloth? Ling Yu saw it, but said nothing, his eyelids lowered, hiding his emotions. "Why don't we follow and take a look? I'm worried about Xiao Qi," Ju said uneasily. "Xiao Gu is the commander now. Since he didn't say to follow, we shouldn't follow. What if we create chaos?" Ling Yu said, "Why do I feel like saying this makes me seem heartless? You just realized that? Have you read history books? Do you know how many battles have fallen into chaos because people didn't listen to the commander's orders?" Ling Yu said. Ju fell silent. Ling Yu followed Ju's gaze, looking at where Xiao Qi had disappeared. The snow monsters and the snow monster brother continued to chase Xiao Qi, starting from a fast run, gradually slowing to a jog, then to a fast walk, and finally to a slow walk. Their stamina was being drained, energy about to be exhausted. Xiao Qi's cloud running legs, they really couldn't catch up, no matter how hard they tried. It was far more difficult than chasing that guy who had just fallen. The snow monster brother sat down on the ground, supporting the younger snow monster. Xiao Qi furrowed his brow. He couldn't let them touch the snow. Once they came into contact with the snow, they would recover. "Everyone come this way, hurry." Xiao Qi found water from his space and began pouring it along the path of the snow monsters. Thin layers of ice formed, but were turned back into snow with a single stomp from the snow monsters. Every time the snow monsters were about to sit down in the snow, Xiao Qi would fiercely slap them, making them unsteady on their feet, but unable to sit down. The snow monsters and the snow monster brother were enraged, attacking in Xiao Qi's direction. However, Xiao Qi's speed was too fast. They couldn't catch him at all and even ended up hitting each other. Fortunately, they were somewhat intelligent and didn't end up in a situation of killing their own kind. Xiao Qi darted between the two, and although he was quick and agile, the snow monsters weren't easy targets either. He got hit a few times, but it was still within bearable limits. He continued to dodge while pouring water on the ground. And finally, the thickness of the ice reached 1 cm. But for the two gigantic snow monsters, that was still too thin. When everyone arrived, they joined in the watering effort, while Xiao Qi continued to attract the snow monster's attention. He skillfully moved between the two, and the snow monsters and the snow monster brother lost interest in Xiao Qi with the appearance of the small ant-like crowd. They crouched down to attack others, and everyone started moving quickly, weaving between the clumsy snow monsters. The angry roar of the younger snow monster echoed again. The elder snow monster embraced the younger one, and they fused together in a dazzling white light, evolving into a new giant snow monster. The giant snow monster's vision improved significantly. It lifted its leg and swept it across, knocking 2 or 3 people to the ground, and with a stomp, over 20 people were severely injured and unconscious. It arrogantly trampled on one person after another, injuring one after another, while Xiao Qi darted through the crowd, frantically rescuing people. Yingzhu, Linyu, Jiangrui, and others also joined the rescue efforts. Those who were unconscious or close to losing vital signs were sent to a special rescue center. The ice was about 5 meters thick, but for a giant snow monster that had increased in size by 1/3, it was nothing. Like people wearing rain boots, strolling through a small puddle at their doorstep, posing no substantial threat. Everyone was sent to a safe area, and Xiao Qi stood at the giant snow monster's abdomen, beginning a comprehensive analysis of it. He had become stronger. No one had been a match for it before, and now no one could subdue it. This selection for Earth Guardians was fraught with danger, but fortunately, he hadn't secretly brought the little rabbit along. Everyone listen up. Except for those who are severely injured, unconscious, or have unclear consciousness, all others come out to fight. I only have a 20 chance of winning. Those who dare, come. Those who don't, hurry up and withdraw from the competition. After Xiao Qi finished speaking, he temporarily shut down the brain consciousness system. Some chose to withdraw, and those who remained knew what they were about to face. They were fearless and bravely stepped forward. The crowd surrounded the giant snow monster, forming a professional assault formation that could switch at any time. Kill! With Xiao Qi's command, everyone used all their strength to besiege and fight the ferocious giant snow monster. The long night had just begun. The white snow was stained with red blood, and time ticked by second. The next day, under the bright sun, the giant snow monster began to weaken, and there were fewer than 20 people left fighting. The warm sunlight easily began to melt the snow, but the sunlight was brief. So if they wanted to win, they had to defeat it in that short time. Xiao Qi's face was also stained with blood. His clothes were disheveled and tattered, and any exposed skin was covered in scars. Yingzhu's breathing slowed, and Linyu was barely holding on. Jiang Rui could only move his right arm, and it was evident he was about to collapse as well. Ren Fengluan was 10 meters away from Shangxi, still somewhat conscious. The remaining people on the field were utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. If they couldn't seize this last opportunity when the sun set, they would face the giant snow monster's resurgence in strength. Xiao Qi stepped lightly, provocatively running to the giant snow monster's eyes. He took out a stick refined from his own vitality and stabbed it into the monster's eye. In its fury, Yingzhu and Linyu each drew a weapon and skillfully stabbed at the other eye of the giant snow monster. The force wasn't great, but the giant snow monster still pained and closed its eyes, squatting on the shattered ice. The morale of the crowd was boosted, and they began a new round of final competition against the giant snow monster. The giant snow monster gradually shrank, smaller and smaller. Suddenly, it opened its eyes in anger, large white drops falling from the corners, and it pressed down toward Yingzhu and Linyu. Xiao Qi reacted quickly, darting to their side, kicking them away, and was crushed under the giant snow monster alone. Lung Sha had reacted, but chose not to save Xiao Qi. Instead, he dodged, Jiang Rui flew over but was pinned down by the giant snow monster on one leg. Ling Yu was horrified and wished she could fly over immediately. But she knew that if she went now, she could do nothing. So she maintained the formation. Xiao Qi felt a sharp pain in his heart, closed his eyes, and fainted. The giant snow monster was on its last breath. The sun was setting. The giant snow monster shattered into a towering snow mountain, about 100 meters high, with Xiao Qi trapped underneath, his life uncertain. Everyone began frantically digging through the snow to rescue him, not pausing for even a moment. Jiang Rui was the first to be dug out, and Ling Yu cried as she held him, relieved that he was still breathing and hadn't died. She laughed and cried as she set him down and continued to dig through the snow. The snowflakes fell thickly during the snowy night, adding to the height of the already tall snow mountain. The crowd continued to dig until they were physically and mentally exhausted, collapsing on the small snow mountain. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tu Piaopiao was in a small, closed-off training session, advancing to a new stage. After just finishing her technique, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling a dull pain in her heart. Cough, cough. Another mouthful of blood was spat out, and Tu Piaopiao felt that her rabbit life was almost over. Host, 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 urgent warning. Your target has life-threatening danger. Please go rescue immediately. What? Xiao Qi is in danger? She was so anxious that she didn't even call out to Xiao Qi. Yes, he is now. Before the pepper could finish, she felt a wave of dizziness, and when she opened her eyes again, Tu Piaopiao replied, I'm here. Pepper, the magic is amazing. Wow, in an instant, I'm here. So the host is so powerful, then following it would be an insult. For the first time, Pepper felt inferior and deeply emo, ancient term for sadness. Tu Piaopiao recited the incantation, conjuring a giant tripod cage, then began casting a spell to melt the snow around Xiao Qi, whose body was icy cold and dropping in temperature. Tu Piaopiao sat quietly, starting to channel energy into him. Chapter 25, Almost a Rabbit's Life. In Woohoo, Xiao Qi's purple face gradually turned rosy and then slowly warmed up. Floating, floating. The man's hoarse voice looked at the little rabbit in front of him. He probably didn't have long to live, yet he could see Tu Piaopiao in the last moments of his life. It must be an illusion. After delivering magical power, Tu Piaopiao felt completely drained. She was still too weak now. The safety tripod began to tremble and shed snow, and its load-bearing capacity slowly decreased along with Tu Piaopiao's weakness. Boom! The snow layer collapsed. Tu Piaopiao pounced on Xiao Qi's head, shielding his skull with her small body and blocking the mini avalanche. Xiao Qi had just woken up, showing slight signs of life, but he was still very weak. He didn't even have the strength to raise his hand to stop Tu Piaopiao. Piao, piao. The accident happened too suddenly. Xiao Qi's eyes turned crimson, and deep fear flickered in his pupils. Tu Piaopiao completely fainted, and Xiao Qi's life potential was stimulated, gathering blue light around him. New life energy surged within him. He broke free from the entrapment of the small snow mountain, tightly protected within the blue light, holding Tu Piaopiao in his arms. The night was profound. Everyone had just been awakened by this heart-stirring scene and fell back into a deep sleep. Xiao Qi sensed his storage space, where air began to swirl, and he placed Tu Piaopiao inside. Everything around him ceased to exist. The hidden observers, assessors, could only see a deep blue light about to overflow the screen. The hearts of the onlookers rose to their throats, slowly returning to their original positions. Xiao Qi had never submitted an exit application, and his personal data showed no signs of life depletion. Although they were anxious, they could only wait. Becoming a guardian of Earth required undergoing the most rigorous selection, and this was just the beginning. Perilous situations, dead ends, and danger were bound to exist, but corresponding opportunities also existed. Turning danger into safety and overcoming risks was an ability and belief that every Earth Guardian must possess. Courage, bravery, spirit, responsibility, and guardianship. Only by continuously breaking free from constraints can one create a better self. Xiao Qi could always remain the only candidate for the Earth Guardian in their hearts because of the sense of responsibility and destiny he possessed. Suddenly, the blue light gradually dimmed, and everything that just happened seemed like an illusion. Xiao Qi disappeared. He tried and found that he could now enter his own space. Piaopiao, how are you? Xiao Qi called anxiously, opening a bottle of carrot air from his space and placing it beside Tu Piaopiao. Tu Piaopiao could only breathe, still very weak. All vital signs were intact, but she just couldn't wake up. At the moment of the mini avalanche, a power from another time and space had come to protect her body. However, the pain that should be there still existed. Her tribulation was completed, and she was currently cultivating across space, temporarily unable to communicate with the outside world. Xiao Qi held one of Tu Piaopiao's paws, his eyes reddened, and crystal tears shimmered in his eyes. Piao, 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 piao. The man's usually calm demeanor became erratic at this moment, and tears began to fall from his eyes, soaking the furry little paw, crumpling it into a small white fluff. I'll go find Lingyu. Xiao Qi thought. Just as he was about to leave the space, Lingyu appeared, bewildered with her eyes wide open. This, cough cough. Lingyu dazedly spat out a mouthful of snow. Oh my, I've never eaten so much snow in my life. It's so refreshing. Lingyu, come quickly and see what happened to Piaopiao. Xiao Qi helped Lingyu to her feet and came to Tu Piaopiao's side. Lingyu glanced at Xiao Qi. The panic on his face was something she had never seen before. There were tear stains on his face, as if he had just cried. This was too uncharacteristic of Xiao Qi. Let me take a look. Lingyu felt a bit weak and began to examine Tu Piaopiao thoroughly. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 1 hour later, her vital signs are intact, and her bodily functions are undamaged. She is just in a temporary coma. Don't worry. Lingyu made her assessment. Based on her years of medical experience, Tu Piaopiao was likely developing towards being a plant rabbit. Usually you should talk to her more. Keep her company. What plant rabbits need most is companionship, so please take care. Xiao Qi's heart eased, but when he heard plant rabbit, he became tense again. When will she wake up? Well, it's a matter of metaphysics. In the era of 7077, humans had developed effective medications for all diseases that could harm life throughout thousands of years of history. In short, there are no diseases left in this world, nor any separations caused by diseases. The greatest obstacle to human survival is the inevitable war. Natural disasters account for only a small portion. During this period, the detection of natural disasters has reached accuracy down to hours and minutes. Unless someone misses the news, they would suffer devastating blows from natural disasters. Xiao Qi paused. Is there no specific time frame? No. So it seems like she isn't very professional. But plant rabbits are like that. We can only wait. This is already a good result. Anyway, we have plenty of time to work with. Just a pity for the little rabbit. Her lifespan is so short. Only by transforming into a human can her lifespan be extended. Okay. Xiao Qi responded, pressing his head against Tu Piaopiao's fluffy paw, whispering softly, little darling. As long as you're here, that's enough. I'll wait no matter how long. I wanted to call you that for a long time. Little darling. Lingyu watched from the side, feeling torn and unsure of what to do. She had been busy digging snow outside when she was suddenly transported here, and she didn't know where this was. It seemed that only Xiao Qi was safe. The soft crib was pink and fluffy, with Tu Piaopiao lying on it, covered by a thin blanket adorned with cute little rabbits that looked somewhat like Tu Piaopiao. The surrounding space was tidy and clean, with a 2-meter-high bookshelf filled with various Buddhist texts and a small table with a dozen carrots on it. Lingyu's gaze fell on the bedside table of the crib. It was a wish stone. It was a wish stone with Xiao Qi's name written on it. She couldn't help but suspect if this was intentional. Xiao Qi wouldn't really like a rabbit, would he? Lingyu, I want to ask a favor. Xiao Qi looked at the dazed Lingyu and called out again. Lingyu? Lingyu? I'm here. I want to ask you not to speak of today's events. No, I definitely won't say anything. Lingyu shook her head vigorously. I won't say it. Thank you. No, please. Can we go out now? Lingyu didn't dare to stay any longer. She felt like she had grasped some incredible secret. Xiao Qi likes rabbits? Is that true? She was also a rabbit. Okay. By the way, I want to ask, do you like rabbits? Xiao Qi frowned in confusion and explained seriously, it's not that I like rabbits. I like Tu Piaopiao. I like little darling. Lingyu's pupils shrank suddenly, and she felt dizzy, wondering why she had encouraged herself to ask that. This was a solid confirmation, with no room for doubt. Xiao Qi and Ling Yu simultaneously exited his space, and as they came out, Ling Yu was once again struck by the impact, so just now, she was in Xiao Qi's space, and she didn't suffocate. They used to rely on oxygen tanks when they were in the air. She didn't use one and still didn't die. Xiao Qi's cultivation level has risen to an unattainable height for them. Such a terrifying genius has become even more extraordinary. Xiao Qi appeared before the tattered crowd in a fresh set of clothes, making him seem a bit out of place. Lung Sha was the first to notice, shouting, "Xiao Qi." He ran over quickly, "You kid, not bad." Xiao Qi remained calm, his ears reacting to the touch. Dirty. Again, blood and snow, dirty. He has a cleanliness obsession. "You didn't say that when you hugged the black rabbit." Xiao Qi said, "Everyone, you've worked hard. Let's tidy up and take a short rest before setting off." Ling Yu quietly returned to the group from another side, repeatedly suppressing her petrified expression. "Xiao Ge, you're finally back. Woo-woo." Ingju wipes the blood mixed with sweat off his face. "It really hurts." "Xiao Ge, how did you come back?" "That's not important. Hurry up and tidy up," Xiao Qi told the crowd, then quietly stood aside, looking into the distance, his head bowed in silence. "Little Guai, you must come back safely. I'm waiting for you." At this moment, Tu Piaopiao began to accelerate her cultivation within her own training barrier. She had a premonition that if she faced another wave of tribulation, she could cultivate into human form. The chili system remained silent, facing tribulation again. If it weren't for the main system stepping in to help this time, she would have almost lost her rabbit life. "By the way, little trash, no, little chili. Thank you. This time was lucky, but the credit isn't solely mine. Forget it. It's better not to tell the host about these system matters." "She's foolish." The chili system spoke. "Next time you might not be so lucky." "I know, but in cultivation, facing tribulation is inevitable, especially when it's to protect the one I love. I do it willingly." Chili, love-struck brain, hopeless. Hopeless. Tu Piaopiao endured the myriad pains in her body, starting to follow the path of cultivation she had once walked, not daring to slack off, even a little, continuing to cultivate. If all goes well, the next time will be a natural disaster. This time can barely be considered a man-made disaster. At least it was a snow monster. Tu Piaopiao thought this, then collected her thoughts, putting all her energy into her training. After the snow monster world ended, the swirling snow realm began to soften. The group easily climbed over the snow mountain, the scene astonishingly shifting to the seabed. Lung Yuqing warmly reminded, "Welcome to the second stage of the Earth Guardian selection competition." A grand underwater starry sky map appeared before everyone, and they all began to swim. In the seabed, they felt like fish in water. Humans could once again roam in the underwater world. As electric fish passed by, layers of electric currents were brought into the water, and in the oppressive seabed world, everyone began to search for breathable exits above. The emerald green seaweed obstructed their view, and the group formed a long line, swimming upwards. The complex underwater world was an excellent place to observe various marine creatures, provided they were in absolute safety. A cursory glance showed that the species here were similar to those on the trees, but upon closer inspection, one would find subtle differences, a normal variation phenomenon among species. Before they could reach the surface, they were surrounded by sea turtles, large turtles looming around the contestants, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, a typical genetic mutation. Soon after, crocodiles lurked around the turtles. The long line didn't understand, and they didn't either. All they had were pairs of eyes that seemed to want to eat them, sending chills down their spines and cold sweat pouring out. "Everyone, enter a state of alert," Xiao Qi commanded. As soon as his voice fell, a large shark suddenly emerged from nowhere, starting to gobble up turtles one by one. In no time, it had already eaten half. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the scene began to change, the underwater world abruptly transforming into a grassland. Lung Yuqing warmly reminded, "Welcome to the third stage." Everyone showed expressions of joy, not expecting the second round to be so easy. Xiao Qi's face grew serious. Often, behind something simple lurked greater dangers. The crowd's cheers fell silent the moment they saw a lion on the grassland. The robust male lion, the king of the grassland, had an empty belly, and his wide-open mouth was stained with fresh blood. In front of him lay a small antelope with a gash in its throat. "Roar!" The lion roared. and the crowd began to retreat, their clothes soaked through. The sun on the grassland was scorching, and their clothes began to evaporate, sticking uncomfortably to their bodies. The lion opened its massive mouth, gulping down one bite after another to fill its belly, then ran to a tree to drink water. He had 2 brothers, all of whom died at the hands of these 2-legged monsters, so he was very cautious. Upon realizing they meant him no harm and that he had just filled his belly, he quietly left this troublesome place. When not faced with an essential survival crisis, such as hunger, few animals would actively confront humans, especially if some family members had died at the end of a gun. To them, the various weapons humans used were extensions of their physical abilities connected to their bodies. Xiao Qi and his group continued forward, splitting into small teams of 3 or 5. In the scorching grassland, as they walked, they would encounter arid desert areas, the heavy, scorching sand stinging their feet painfully. Unfortunately, they couldn't use clouds to run because eagles were hovering above, ready to snatch them. The moment they left the ground, even a little, they would become the prime target for aerial hunters. Here, Lung Sha handed a sun umbrella to Qin Shu. Get lost. Chapter 26. Love's magnetic field. I'm doing this out of kindness because you helped me back then, so don't be ungrateful. Qin Shu felt dry and parched. Pointing ahead, go as far as you can. I said, your new boy toy isn't that great either. TSK, TSK, TSK. So weak. Look at me. You should at least find someone like me, a strong and handsome guy, right? Lung Sha opened an umbrella to shield Qin Shu from the rain. And if one didn't hear their conversation, they would certainly admire the couple's compatibility and mutual respect. Qin Shu couldn't help but push him. And while Lung Sha was busy belittling Lin Yu, he didn't notice and was pushed down. However, he reacted quickly, hooking his foot, and Qin Shu fell down with him. One of Lin Yu's feet was tied to Qin Shu's, taking a slightly quicker step, which allowed Qin Shu to exert less energy in lifting her leg. Lin Yu lost control and fell too, landing on top of Qin Shu. Lung Sha's face changed repeatedly. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shu, do you have a heart? His back felt burning hot, and upon feeling it, the sharp pain indicated he was bleeding. It was a cactus, a special plant that can survive in the desert, covered in thorns. These 2 were still lying on him, whispering sweet nothings. He really wanted to throw all the cactus needles at them, damn. I'm furious. I'm really furious. Lung Sha suddenly stood up and gave a heavy blow in Lin Yu's direction. Qin Shu sat on the ground, and Lin Yu took the hit, mixing it up with Lung Sha. Xiao Qi glanced over and continued walking ahead, thinking that there was no need to get involved in the conflict between men. Ingju patted Luo Yan's arm, signaling her to take a look. You go help Qin Shu walk. I'll follow you. All right. Luo Yan walked over to help Qin Shu up. Lin Yu and Lung Sha were in a duel while Qin Shu held her head in pain. Why is there blood all over Lung Sha's back? Did he get burned? Luo Yan looked over, surprised, and reminded him. Lung Sha, do you want to live? Qin Shu directed her attack at Lung Sha, making him slowly descend from the air, frozen in place. Behind Lung Sha were cactus thorns, mixed with blood and sand. The wound was horrific. Lin Yu stood by silently, watching Qin Shu treat Lung Sha's wounds. Ingju also remained silent. At this moment, anything said would be superfluous. Half an hour later, a layer of skin was shed from Lung Sha's back, and ointment was applied, quickly forming a soft medicinal patch under the glaring sunlight. All done, Qin Shu said. It's even now. Lung Sha grabbed Qin Shu's wrist, leaned closer to her, and confidently said, Admit it, Qin Shu. You still have me in your heart. Lin Yu clenched his palms tightly. If only he had taken her heart wish stone back then. He could have rightfully taken Qin Shu away now. But now he had no status at all, seeing how she carefully treated Lung Sha's wounds. He didn't know whether he should step forward. They probably had no chance anymore. Ingju's heart also twisted in pain. Luo Yan grabbed his hand, offering comfort. Slap. A loud slap hit Lung Sha's face, also striking at his bleeding heart. Qin Shu struck with particular force. Half of Lung Sha's face visibly turned red. There was even a noticeable bruise where it had been hit, blood dripping down from his eyelid. Qin Shu didn't spare him another glance. Brushing past him and taking Lin Yu's hand, the 2 turned their backs to them, walking along the footprints left by others. Lin Yu's heart trembled violently, but at this moment it steadied. Fool! Qin Shu scoffed softly, feeling the grip on her hand tighten a bit more. This is a spray for swelling. Let me spray a bit on you. Lin Yu gently sprayed on the hand that Qin Shu had just hit. The spray disappeared the moment it touched the skin. The air was scorching hot, and her skin felt slightly cooler, giving a little comfort. All right, let us hurry up and go. okay. Lin Yu and Qin Shu held hands, walking ahead. Luo Yin and Ying Zhu followed suit, also holding hands in a show of intimacy. Leng Sha felt like a joke, a single dog-esque joke. He hurried after them, walking quickly, stepping on the gravel and splashing 2 pairs of couples in succession. As he passed them, his mood lightened considerably. Along the way, the desert and grassland alternated, eventually stopping in the grassland. There were a dozen towering trees around, and everyone began to rest beneath them. A rumble of thunder erupted in the sky, followed by a piercing roar. Lightning struck down, killing 2 lions, and the fawn in the lions' mouths also turned black. Everyone quickly fled from the big tree, but they were still too slow, getting struck down one after another. Everything around seemed to come to a halt. Everyone fell into a deep sleep, including the auditors watching from outside. Tu Piaopiao felt a current pass through her body, sensing that Xiao Qi was in danger. She quickly appeared. Just as she stepped out of her space, she was struck by a bolt of lightning, hurriedly dodging. Her rabbit ears singed black. The chili system popped up with a friendly reminder. This is the supersized lightning strike I applied for you. Enjoy it. Quickly succeed in your tribulation and become human to flirt with people. Love you. Baby moi moi moi. Tu Piaopiao. Thank you. Chili, you're welcome. If you want to thank me, just complete the task quickly. Friendly reminder, there are currently 18 chances left. You need to speed up. Tu Piaopiao. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be angry or grateful. Before she could think more, several bolts of lightning struck again, accompanied by the rumbling thunder, wind, rain, hail, and snow, creating a package deal. Tu Piaopiao shivered from the cold as the sun rain began to fall from the sky. It was strangely hot. The alternating cold and heat made her fur stand on end, and the little black fur that exploded up looked like a hedgehog bristling with quills, starting to defend herself. Chili couldn't stand Tu Piaopiao as chaotic cries and cut off their communication channel. Master System Big Brother, are you very idle? Not idle. Why is it all coming to her? Isn't idle? She just mentioned that her host progress was a bit slow and needed to undergo tribulation, and the Master System immediately arranged a supersized mixed tribulation, saying not to worry, her host would definitely survive. Furious, can you stop bothering me? I'm naturally a little waste. Don't waste your energy on me, okay? Please, I beg you. Are you sure? Sure. Chili nodded vigorously. During this time, under the careful guidance of the Master System, she had indeed made quite a bit of progress, but the effort she had put in was too much. She felt like she was about to collapse. The Master System didn't speak again, but looked at her seriously, as if looking through her to something else. Chili didn't understand, and just stared blankly at the Master System. After a long while, the Master System touched the stem on Chili's head, saying, "Good. As long as you don't regret it." Chili happily spun in circles, while the Master System looked at her with an inscrutable expression. You were once the #1 outstanding system, little Chili. But when I found you, it was too late. I'm sorry, little Chili. The main system recalled so many things. They together govern the life and death of countless planets, matching different hosts to witness the endlessly changing lives, then completing tasks together, singing and chatting about the future. The main system's eyes felt sore as it turned back to the studio. Chili stood there, confused and not daring to approach the main system to ask what was wrong. Anyway, it was fine as long as he didn't care about her. On the desk in the main system studio, there was a Chili model that looked almost exactly like the Chili system. Thunder continued to strike down, and Xiao Qi was hit and woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a rabbit Piao transform into a black rabbit again, this time a more advanced, frizzy black rabbit. He quickly got up and ran with all his might towards rabbit Piao. The lightning in the sky seemed to have coordinated, striking towards rabbit Piao for the final blow. Rabbit Piao closed her eyes, preparing to face the last hit, when suddenly she crashed into a familiar warm embrace. Boom boom bang bang. Rabbit Piao opened her eyes, and as the first lightning bolt struck, she jumped out of Xiao Qi's embrace and ran to the other side. The lightning was aimed at her, but it halted just in time and struck towards Rabbit Piaopiao. Xiao Qi didn't understand why Rabbit Piaopiao wanted to be struck by lightning. He chased after Rabbit Piaopiao, wanting to take the lightning hit for her. Rabbit Piaopiao ran even more joyfully, her forelegs definitely faster than a person without clouds to run. Finally, Rabbit Piaopiao successfully completed the tribulation, her entire body turning blackened. Xiao Qi reached out to touch her, the temperature burning, still emitting sparks. He quickly pulled out a wet wipe from his space and covered Rabbit Piaopiao with it, wrapping her in a cool, thin blanket. Then he placed her into his space and hobbled over to Lingyu, waking her up and asking for cream to treat the rabbit's burns. Lingyu, looking dazed, handed all the burn ointment to Xiao Qi, and when she came to her senses, she realized she had given too much and wanted to take it back. But Xiao Qi had disappeared, probably back to his space. People around gradually woke up. The first thing Xiao Qi asked after waking up was to grab Lingyu, her dark face filled with panic. I think I saw Xiao Qi get struck by lightning. Whoa, have you seen Xiao Qi? Do I say I saw him or not? I should not have seen him, right? Lingyu had just woken up and didn't pay much attention to Xiao Qi's words. Interrupted by her brother, who came to find her. Shi, are you okay? Are you alright? Why is your hair all frizzy? Xiao Qi. But it's okay. Hair can grow back, as long as we're still here. Xiao Qi comforted his unhappy sister. Xiao Qi, am I really comforted? Brother, are you okay? Xiao Qi changed the topic to offer comfort. It's fine. Thank you for your concern. Brother is doing well. Xiao Qi, are you okay? Ren Fengluan crawled to a spot 3 meters away from Xiao Qi. No, I'm fine. Xiao Qi turned around, got up to help Ren Fengluan stand. Are you okay? If it weren't for her brother and Ren Fengluan on the way here, she would have definitely been abandoned by the team. Still, it's okay. Xiao Qi's sudden closeness surprised Ren Fengluan, wishing he had the cool hairstyle he usually wore. That's good. Xiao Qi responded and gave her brother a look. He automatically took over the small task of helping Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi's leg joint was dislocated, limping, and Yingju stepped forward without saying a word to realign it. Xiao Qi was sweating coldly, but didn't utter a sound. You really can endure. Yingju gave a thumbs up in admiration. After Xiao Qi changed clothes in the corner, she searched for Xiao Qi's figure, finally spotting him and hurriedly running over. Shi, wait. Lingyu quickly stepped forward, trying to stop her. She was hiding a huge secret in her heart, but couldn't spill it out. If it were before, she wouldn't have stopped Xiao Qi from pursuing someone, just as she had been by Jiang Rui's side for so many years without any romantic interest. She would continue to secretly like him. Yeah, Xiao Qi is hurt. I need to go check on him. Xiao Qi replied, but her steps didn't slow down. Xiao Qi has Yingju and Lingyu with him, you can rest assured. But without a girl, they won't be able to take care of him properly. Lingyu ran quickly, reaching out to stop Xiao Qi. Shi, please listen to me. Don't go. Why? Xiao Qi looked at Lingyu in confusion. Yeah, you're my best friend. So I hope you could tell me what happened? Normally, Yaya would encourage her to go, but now she was stopping her, which was unusual. I can't say, just know that you can't go, alright? She was afraid that saying it would affect Xiao Qi's mood, causing her to be disheartened and eliminated from the candidates team. Just treat it as my request, okay, Shi? Lingyu grasped Xiao Qi's hand earnestly. Once we get out, I'll tell you, can we? Xiao Qi glanced at the distance, where Xiao Qi's leg was being bandaged by Lingyu. In fact, he didn't really need her. And after this disaster, Xiao Qi hadn't even given her a concerned glance. Ancient books say that if a person likes someone, their gaze will follow the one they like, instead of never stopping. Ancient books say that not expressing liking clearly is ambiguous. If there isn't even ambiguity, that means there is no liking. Ancient books also say. Xiao Qi felt cold inside. She didn't need the ancient books to tell her. She could feel that Xiao Qi had no other thoughts towards her, none at all. The magnetic field of love is a mystery. Only those in it can sense it. And only a mutual pursuit of love can perceive each other's magnetic field. Alright, Chapter 27. Is it really necessary to watch Xiao Qi fall into the rabbit love web? Xiao Qi's eyes drooped, and a tear plopped down on her hand. Lingyu hugged Xiao Qi. Don't cry. Xiao Qi choked up, stayed in Ling Yu's embrace for a while, then wiped her tears. I'm fine now, Yu. Xi is the best. The two comforted each other with their words, silently accompanying each other through one difficult moment after another. The sun set, and the scene automatically changed as the group arrived at the final stage of the Earth Guardian selection competition, the forest. At this point, they had completed 3/4 of the stage, but had not obtained anything. Everyone felt quite disheartened. However, their gloom did not last long, as they were soon captivated by the strange sights of the forest. The green shade formed a dense forest, with lush trees exuding an enigmatic aura. Lively squirrels dashed past them. Little rabbits dodged the pursuit of a big gray wolf. A python opened its gaping mouth to target a wild chicken. And an eagle soared down from the sky, its sharp claws perfectly capturing a fawn before soaring back into the air. The animal kingdom's survival of the fittest was being played out quite reasonably. As the top of the jungle hierarchy, humans possessed superior intelligence and complete ideological consciousness, and it was essential not to interfere with the natural survival laws of the animal kingdom. Ding, 40 points. Ding, 78 points. Ding, 672 points. The consciousness system of the crowd displayed the prices for what they were seeing in real time, causing everyone to scatter to capture competitive prey. Xiao Qi walked step by step into a secluded cave, disappearing in an instant. Following him stealthily was Ren Fengluan, wanting to see if he would encounter any dangerous species to seize something and display his might. To win the heart of a girl, Xiao Qi dared to battle a prisoner eagle to rescue a cute little rabbit. He also wanted to show off his bravery, so that Xiao Qi could see. But unexpectedly, while following, he lost sight of him. Xiao Qi was completely focused on the rabbit and did not realize he was being tracked. His space now allowed people to enter freely without suffocating. This was a breakthrough after thousands of years. Inside the space, the rabbit was covered with a layer of burn ointment thicker than her skin, surrounded by cool, soft ice blocks. Near her mouth, Xiao Qi thoughtfully hung a small rotating ice smoothie. She exhaled a puff of burning gray air, spraying it on the white ice smoothie, which quickly melted a small portion, falling into a container. This cycle continued, and the small ice smoothie was nearly gone. Xiao Qi hurried to refill it, replacing it with a new container and washing the old one, which was filled with murky water mixed with impurities. Xiao Qi cleaned the space meticulously, like a devoted housekeeper. Gradually, the small ice smoothie began to turn white. Xiao Qi disinfected the rabbit, applied medicine, and carefully completed the entire process. He didn't pay any attention to his recently injured leg. With a wave of his hand, the burning smell in the air dissipated, returning to a normal scent. The rabbit slept soundly, occasionally mumbling a few words, humming like a child in a dream. Xiao Qi's gaze unconsciously softened as he recalled the first time he met the rabbit, thinking she was a gray rabbit, only to find out she was dirty. And now she had turned into a black rabbit, her fur nearly all struck by lightning, with some areas of her skin feeling scalding. If she deviated a bit more, she would really become a roasted rabbit. This is fine. You'll wake up when you're better, and you won't feel sad. He thought to himself, filled with countless emotions, threads of love tightly locking onto the rabbit. He slowly fell asleep in the space. He was really quite tired recently. Meanwhile, outside, Ren Fengluan waited for 2 or 3 points, but still did not see any sign of Xiao Qi. To maintain his gentle image, he barely held back from cursing. As night gradually fell, Ren Fengluan stood there foolishly waiting, his heart struggling repeatedly, wondering whether to continue waiting. Ding! 3,782 points. The points notification in his mind instantly woke the nearly sleeping Ren Fengluan. Looking straight ahead, he saw a completely red, fierce tiger opening its gaping mouth towards him, its empty belly and bony frame showing signs of long-term hunger. Its fierce appearance seemed like it would eat the prey before it in one bite. The competition's points rule: living creatures at full price, dead ones half price, and those without life signs do not have a price distinction. Roar, roar, roar. The fierce tiger's roar echoed through the forest. Ren Fengluan shivered at the sound, but steadied himself and confronted the tiger head-on. The information bank in his mind detailed the tiger's records. Most animals could not escape the hard-hitting tactics of life and death. However, what he wanted was not half price. The tiger before him, though seemingly fierce, was actually extremely hungry, reducing its combat power by half. Yet, due to its extreme hunger, its desire for food peaked, making it exert all its effort to capture its prey. Roar! The red tiger lost patience and charged towards Ren Fengluan, leaping over. Just as its sharp front claws were about to touch Ren Fengluan, he dodged, and its head was ensnared by an iron net. It opened its mouth viciously to bite, its teeth grinding painfully, its red pupils glaring at Ren Fengluan with wild ferocity. It was the king of the forest, the tiger. The subtle pattern on its forehead signified royalty. Now it was bound by a two-legged monster, filled with indignation, its anger surging as it struggled against the iron cage. Ren Fengluan quickly threw another iron net over the tiger, but it shook its head, causing the net to slam down on him. He hurriedly summoned a cloud to fly half a meter high, watching as the tiger roared at him from below. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the arrogant tiger fell to the ground, its wide-open eyes filled with shock. Jiang Rui put away his handgun, approached the fallen tiger, and placed it into his own space before turning to leave. That was my prey. How dare you take it? Ren Fengluan, riding the cloud, zipped in front of Jiang Rui and questioned sternly. Did you write your name on it? Why can't I take it? Jiang Rui wiped his gun, which he had carried for many years, and put it back in his pocket. He had just watched Ren Fengluan and the tiger stall for so long without taking action, even getting scared off into the air by an unconscious animal. How embarrassing. That was my prey. I've been fighting for a long time. Your fighting is hiding up in the sky. Jiang Rui mocked. If you're not satisfied, how about we have a fight, face-to-face, for a little sparring? How about it? He was most annoyed by such cowardly guys who wouldn't dare confront directly. Ren Fengluan looked at Jiang Rui, secretly feeling cowardly but not daring to show it too obviously. The Baisheng Yin tribe had always been synonymous with courage, daring to confront eagles head-on, and often being evenly matched or even superior. And Jiang Rui was an excellent officer of the Baisheng bird. The opponent was an eagle. He really couldn't fight back. You're such a coward. I'll get it back to you. Jiang Rui casually tossed the dead tiger from his space, sending it crashing onto Ren Fengluan, landing on him. Thud! Ren Fengluan fell heavily to the ground, covered in a bright tiger skin coat. You! Cough, cough. Ugh, you! I'm not playing with you anymore. The tiger is a gift for you. I hope the next time we meet, you can be a bit more manly. After speaking, Jiang Rui swiftly left, stepping on clouds. The variety of prey in the space was abundant, and a mere half-price tiger was not worth his attention. If it weren't for the fear that their competition team would lose another member, he wouldn't bother to take action. His points had accumulated to a considerable amount, and he was quite relaxed now. Helping out a bit to increase the survival rate of the competing students would also allow him to showcase the noble character of a police officer, killing two birds with one stone. Why not? Teasing this clumsy guy was quite fun. Hey, can you be a bit gentler? I fell over a dozen times just to catch this wild rabbit. Ingju looked worriedly at Lin Yu, who was applying medicine to the rabbit. If you can do it, you do it, the other party retorted. He was truly exasperated. It wasn't even a serious wound, just a little scraped skin from a wooden stake. The rabbit hadn't even cried out, yet he was making a fuss. I'm just worried about hurting this wild rabbit. That's why I let you do it, Ingju said with a tone of self-justification. If it weren't for the fear that the rabbit would hate him even more, he would have taken action without a second thought. When he successfully caught the rabbit just now, he had already sensed the rabbit's deep resentment. Then just shut up and stop nagging. Oh, for the first time, Ingju obediently fell silent, not wanting to bicker over such trivial matters for the sake of the rabbit. Achoo, are you getting a cold? Then keep your distance from me. No, I'm fine. Just stay away from my rabbit. Ingju pushed Lin Yu away, carefully cradling the rabbit, fearful that Lin Yu would infect his precious rabbit. Sneezing once means someone is thinking of you, twice means someone is scolding you, and 3 times means you have a cold. Ingju, can't you have some basic physiological knowledge? As soon as Lin Yu finished speaking, he sneezed again achoo. Right after he sneezed, Ingju dashed 5 meters away. Ingju, are you cursing me in your heart? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ingju's cloud running became even faster, the rabbit in his arms making soft sounds, its gray fur ruffled by the strong wind. Lin Yu chased after him, and Jiang Rui joined in the fun as well. The 3 of them seemed like 3 points on an infinitely extending line, heading in the same direction. Oh, hey. Sorry. Bang, thud. Ju collided with the person opposite him and fell to the ground, the rabbit he was holding flying high into the air. Yu rendered speechless. I'm sorry, are you okay? Xiao Qi asked. She was with Yu, and since they had just been bumped into, Yu had quickly laid down a soft blanket underneath them, so the injury wasn't severe. Hearing the voice, it was clear that the fall was quite bad. Hiss, Ju groaned. Rabbit, are you okay? Let me take a look. Yu took the rabbit from Ju's hands and gave it a full body check. Yu resignedly helped Ju up. Is your body okay? By the way, did you apologize to the girl? You knocked her down. If you hadn't been chasing me, how could I have knocked her down? If you hadn't been cursing me in your heart, how would I have chased you? As they spoke, they started arguing again. Everyone was already used to it, and while they were accustomed to it, they also admired Xiao Qi's patience for enduring these two's noise without getting irritated. But what they didn't know was that Yu and Ju were often kicked out of the house by Xiao Qi. The rabbit is fine. Yu returned the rabbit to Ju, and the atmosphere between them returned to calm. Ju blew on the gray rabbit. Don't be afraid, it's okay. He turned around and belatedly apologized to the two beautiful women. Sorry, Xiao Qi, sorry. Yu, I was running too fast just now. I'm really sorry. His apology was loud and clear. Xiao Qi and Yu exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly, speaking in unison. It's okay. By the way, why do you treasure this rabbit so much? Xiao Qi asked. Can I hold it? Of course. Ju handed the rabbit to Xiao Qi, winking at her. Because Xiao Qi might like it. Huh. Ju tugged at Xiao Qi's sleeve, and the two walked to a secluded corner. You know Xiao Qi is a rabbit, right? You have no idea how much he loves that rabbit. It's no less than how you girls loved Barbie dolls when you were young. Ju said seriously, appearing genuinely worried for Xiao Qi. He makes clothes for that rabbit, cooks for it, plants carrots, and so on. There's so many things. Xiao Qi glanced at the rabbit in her arms, her beautiful eyes filled with envy. But you don't need to be too envious. Yu and I quietly passed that rabbit test, so it doesn't have the potential to transform into a human, so... Ju gave Xiao Qi a knowing look. Yu rushed over, tugging at Ju's ear. What nonsense are you spouting? What nonsense? Isn't this the truth? Not far away, Yu glanced at the gathering of gossipers, then looked at Jiang Rui. Her emotions stirred, and she lowered her gaze in silence. Jiang Rui scratched his head, wanting to get closer to listen to the gossip, but there were still people around him. Leaving a girl behind would be rather ungracious, right? This is very un-Jiang Rui. The two stood there, not speaking, facing each other straight, as if they were being punished for not behaving in class. Xiao Qi, don't listen to his nonsense. It's not true. Ju couldn't understand why he couldn't share with Xiao Qi, who was family. Did he really have to watch Xiao Qi fall into the rabbit love trap? Chapter 28. Disaster Catastrophe. Stop guessing. He knows what he's doing. I don't believe it. Believe it or not. As the two continued to argue, the tension between them was rising again. Xiao Qi hurriedly handed over the rabbit. I have things to do. Xiao Qi, if you're not going to be distant with us after the competition ends, let's go out and figure out how to win over Xiao Qi. Ju wanted to say, Xiao Qi doesn't even like Xiao Qi, don't create false romances. But after thinking it over, he decided to keep it to himself. Saying such things in front of the main party just didn't feel right. Besides, Xiao Qi had never explicitly said he liked Xiao Qi, and Xiao Qi hadn't clearly expressed his feelings for Xiao Qi either. What if their feelings got in the way of this couple being together? But it was obvious that Xiao Qi liked Xiao Qi, while Xiao Qi showed no feelings for Xiao Qi at all. Is love and indifference really that hard to distinguish? Yu's expression looked like he had just eaten something unpleasant. Xiao Qi was shy. Wait, let's talk about it outside. All right, no problem. Let's get back to business first. After Xiao Qi left, Yu asked, so you specifically caught this gray male rabbit just to pair it with Xiao Qi's rabbit? What else do you think? Is it easy for me? You really are. Yu was exasperated. You can't even sort out your own affairs and still have the leisure to meddle in others. Just say what you want to say. No need for foul language. Bye. Yu waved goodbye and left Ju, who was furious. Good rabbit. Let us not learn from him. He is just a big bad guy. Ju gently patted the gray rabbit's head, soothingly saying, as he looked at Yu's departing expression, which resembled a wife looking at her heartless husband. In the dead of night, most of the competing Earthlings had fallen asleep, but this time they were sleeping separately. The final round would test individual abilities, and no one was willing to share their points with others until the last moment. You could never know if the person next to you was a friend or foe. The night forest was still vibrant with life, but unlike during the day. It was tranquil. The silence was punctuated by the sounds of various animals snoring, echoing throughout the forest. Nocturnal animals cautiously began to venture out. There were sentry teams stationed both in front and behind to ensure the safety of the group. The noise level in the night forest was no less than that of the day. At an unknown time, the sound of light rain began to disturb the dreams of the animals in nature. The plants stretched comfortably, welcoming nature's cleansing. A bath feels really good. In a cave, a male and female wolf had taken shelter from the rain. Meanwhile, Xiao Qi woke up in a space, reapplying medicine to the rabbit Piaopiao, covering her with a small blanket before exiting the space. A flash of lightning cut through the sky, and the two wolves saw Xiao Qi. Their green eyes glowed in the night like fireflies. Ding! 999 points. Ding! 999 points. Whoosh! The two wolves exchanged glances, contemplating how to take down this unfamiliar species. But just as they were about to attack, they were knocked out by two stones. Xiao Qi habitually stored them in his space. After taking a few steps, he brought the two wolves back out. Although there were many compartments in the space, he was still worried that they might pose a threat to Piaopiao. Xiao Qi took out an extra-large bag from the space, feeding the two wolves several sleeping pills each, ensuring they would wake up after the competition. Then he carried them on his back to the cave to avoid the rain. The deafening thunder echoed in his ears, and lightning tore through the sky, striking the forest. Tall trees were uprooted, and the cries of animals rose above each other, creating a sense of urgency for those caught in this situation. Outside the cave, the wind howled violently, and, as Xiao Qi watched, anxiety slowly crept onto his face. This was no ordinary wind and rain. In other words, it was a natural force intent on destruction. Xiao Qi attempted to connect with everyone through the consciousness system, only to be informed that it had crashed. His internal tension began to mount. Things were surely not as simple as he had anticipated. Just to validate his thoughts, hail began to fall outside, along with snow and small ice fragments. Another flash of lightning struck, and Xiao Qi saw the mountain peak above the forest. Mudslides cascaded down from above, carrying water, mud, branches, and other debris in a chaotic mix. Not only that, but Xiao Qi felt the cave tremble. He reacted quickly and ran outside. Boom! The cave he had been sheltering in collapsed, and the ground beneath him was no longer safe. Earthquakes, mudslides, floods. The peaks began to glow a fiery red as a volcano erupted. Tsunamis were also approaching, but it was unclear from where. What other types of natural disasters would appear next? Xiao Qi summoned Yin Pao Te, originally not expecting it to work, but to his surprise, it did. He quickly started running in the air and attempted to contact the other competitors again, but to no avail. Now, only Yin Pao Tue was usable. Everything else was sealed off. He didn't know how long Yin Pao Tue would last. Lightning struck everywhere, scorching the ground. Xiao Qi took out an extra-large flashlight to search for people in the air while deftly dodging the lightning strikes. Xiao Qi, Brother Xiao, Ingju shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu also joined in, Brother Xiao, Brother Xiao. Xiao Qi, with keen hearing, recognized their voices and accurately descended. Brother Xiao, why can your Yin Pao Tue be used while ours can't? Ingju asked, bouncing as he spoke. The ground occasionally emitted scalding warm currents, and it was uncertain what kind of liquid it was. They could only maintain a suitable temperature underfoot this way. Yeah, our cough. We can't use ours either. Lin Yu chimed in, jumping in sync. Xiao Qi didn't jump because he had Yin Pao Tue. Xiao Qi. Who called out? Jiang Rue grabbed Lin Yu with his left hand and pulled Shang Shi with his right, while Shang Shi held onto his brother Shang Sha with one hand, and beside them was Rin Fenglin. The group bounced toward Xiao Qi. They looked quite comical, and the air that was previously relatively clean was now filled with the smell of smoke. In the distance, a fire burned on the red mountains. Crackling sounds echoed. Someone was electrocuted and fainted. Where did that electricity come from? The air shimmered with a dazzling array of colors, illuminating the entire land. Disaster, suffering, and sorrow surrounded the forest, infinitely spreading to the surroundings. This dangerous momentum was developing uncontrollably. Xiao Qi, why aren't you bouncing? Jiang Rui asked. The ground is really hot. My yin-pao-tue is still usable. Why can yours be used while ours can't? Rin Feng Luan scoffed, recalling the hours earlier when he followed Xiao Qi and lost track of him. He suspected Xiao Qi was cheating in secret, but couldn't say it openly. Tracking someone, even if they were the same sex, wasn't good. Yeah, Xiao Qi, how can yours work while ours can't? Shang Sha didn't understand. They were all the same, so why was there such a big gap? Amidst everyone's panting questions, Xiao Qi replied calmly, I don't know. Everyone looked at him with naked envy. In my space, you can go in and take shelter, but you must remain absolutely silent. Xiao Qi once again delivered a stunning revelation. The group looked at him with admiration, envy, and jealousy. Can we go in? Will we be able to come out alive? Rin Fengluan's tone had a hint of mockery. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Xiao Qi cleared out a separate empty room in the space. 2 rooms away from the princess room, where Tu Piaopiao was. I'm going. Jiang Hui Shote. A shout from the air came over me. Take me with you. As his high-pitched voice fell, many people rushed towards Xiao Qi's direction. Xiao Qi first led in the person in front of him, then dodged left and right to look for other participants. At this moment, in the evaluator's classroom, people were slowly waking up as if from a deep sleep, looking at each other with blank expressions, showing no signs of vitality. This dream felt particularly empty, with no memories at all. Did you fall asleep? You fell asleep too? I don't know what happened. I just inexplicably fell asleep. Do you remember what happened before you fell asleep? I don't remember, but I was really sleepy. But there was no anesthetic in the air. The evaluators were discussing in a flurry, while the supersized display screen in the room recorded the competition site in 720 degrees without any blind spots. Their attention gradually shifted back to the evaluation of the participants. The tension in Lung Yuqing's heart tightened. Even he had fallen asleep. And what happened during that sleep, he didn't know. A cold sweat crept up his back, enveloping him in a dense layer, shadows hovering above his head, making him feel a suffocating sense of breathlessness. Although the evaluators had doubts in their hearts, they didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a collective dream. Lung Yuqing quietly slipped away to another observation room to review the video records. But as soon as he opened it, he collapsed with a thud and fell asleep again. Meanwhile, the evaluators on the other side also fell into a deep sleep. In Xiao Qi's space, everyone remained silent, communicating with subtle gestures and glances. The number of people in the empty room had reached its peak, so Xiao Qi had to open another empty room. Thick soundproof walls were set up outside Tu Piaopiao's room, ensuring not to disturb the little rabbit's sleep. Wow! Lung Sha exclaimed, only to have Qin Shu twist his elbow, grunting in annoyance. You haven't seen anything. Qin Shu held Lin Yu's hand and retorted. Idiot! After cursing, Lung Sha quickly ran away. Everyone entered Xiao Qi's space, shocked by the sheer volume of storage. It was several times that of theirs. And the value of the items stored here was many times greater. Xiao Qi continued to save people outside, assigning Ingju and Lin Yu to help him manage that pink little room. They needed to naturally divert attention without focusing everyone on that house. However, the pink little door was indeed hard to ignore, especially since it was pink in Xiao Qi's space. Who in the village knew that Xiao Qi was a cold-hearted, unambitious person? But they didn't show it, sitting obediently in their places. Their space allowed them a moment of peace, and feeling grateful was the basic principle of being human. Can we speak quietly? Luoyan asked in a low voice. This place is great, just too quiet. Of course, she didn't mean it negatively. Compared to the disasters outside, this was like a paradise in a dream, the safest haven. But after a while, it would naturally feel boring, which is only human. Keep your voice down within the lowest audible range. Ingju replied quietly. Luoyan nodded and playfully made an okay gesture. After getting permission, the participants began to whisper, their voices very low. Ingju and Lin Yu also started to chat quietly. Ingju, are you curious about what's inside? Lin Yu, aren't you curious? I'm just asking you. If you can't say, Then forget it. Use more civilized language. Sorry, I don't use polite language with raptors. You. The two were about to argue again. But after exchanging glances, they turned back and softened their tones, putting on friendly smiles. In unison, they said, "How about we go in and take a look?" They nodded in sync. Ingju placed his hand on the doorknob, with Linyu following closely behind. Xiao Qi could never have imagined that the eventual thieves would turn out to be his own brothers. Creak. The subtle sound did not catch the participants' attention. Their focus was entirely on the dazzling treasures within Xiao Qi's space. Xiao Qi truly was a renowned, wealthy individual in the village. Just one of the treasures inside could sustain them for many years. Moreover, Xiao Qi even had air that could support life. The composition of this air was different from that of ancient times, having no oxidizing effect on the materials, but rather helping to preserve them better. Breathing in this air made them feel relaxed and refreshed. This was a wonderful thing, warm and gentle like sunlight. Shangxi's attention had been on the pink little door guarded by Ingju and Linyu since they entered. She hadn't even guessed. Her heart already had the answer. It can't be that little rabbit, right? Just as Ingju and Linyu stepped into the room, they were pushed back by a heavy pressure. The door then closed tightly. The two brothers were stacked together like layers in a hamburger, showing no sense of incongruity. Chapter 29. Little Chili is sad it hurts. But she doesn't dare to say a word. Without even seeing a single hair, they were thrown out. The two of them were thrown down. And now they had no other thoughts, starting to seriously guard the door. In fact, it wasn't necessary to watch, but mainly because they felt quite guilty. They had messed up their good brother's trust. These are the last two people I've found. There shouldn't be any more, right? Xiao Qi, covered in stains, carried two male students into the space. He was in a terrible state, with messy hair hanging in strands on his face. His clothes were covered in sand, dirt, and branches, still dripping water slowly, and his shoes were damaged. However, his socks were still elegantly worn, leaving muddy footprints with every step. His visible skin was covered in red scratches, messy yet beautiful. He had gone in and out like this in times, while others didn't run errands. Once outside, a slight dodge would lead to either death or injury. So, only he could go to save them, which was the choice with the greatest benefit. All done, Ingju replied. They had just located the number of people who stayed based on everyone's memories, and with the two that Xiao Qi had just brought back, they were all accounted for. You should come over and rest. Linyu instructed those who were in slightly better condition to help the two male students who had just entered. You guys hurry and help. I'll go take a shower in my room. You all keep an eye on this place. Xiao Qi waved his hand, avoiding Linyu's assistance and dodging his hand. He went next door to Rabbit Piaopiao's space, closed the door, and locked it. Inside was a simple shower. He took off his clothes, turned on the switch, and warm water flowed slowly over his skin, washing away the dirt. The clean water flowed over him, turning into dark, dirty water, and as it flowed repeatedly, it gradually became cleaner. He had wounds on his body, so he didn't use shower gel, instead spraying alcohol to disinfect and clean, then rinsing again. The air was filled with a faint scent of grass, fresh and pleasant. He changed into conservative leisure wear, with a round neckline tightly wrapping around his collarbone, concealing the clear lines of his body, and his Adam's apple moved up and down, inexplicably alluring. The light blue lounge was paired with a pure white coat. After drying his hair, he tidied himself up in front of the mirror, opened the door, and his face was slightly flushed from the warm steam. He put his cleaned clothes away in the wardrobe. Opening the door, he prepared to go see Piaopiao. Xiao Qi, hello. May I use your bathroom? Bai Jia. A girl in black clothes covered in stains asked. Sorry, it's inconvenient. He never liked others entering his domain. His territorial awareness was especially strong. This time, he let them into his space to protect their safety. If they pushed their luck further, it would be impolite. But I'm feeling really uncomfortable. I really want to take a shower. Can I? After receiving a rejection, Bai Jia was not surprised. But she didn't want to give up because she felt sticky and uncomfortable. A crowd gathered in such a small space, making it very cramped. Sorry. Xiao Qi refused again, his tone a bit colder. He had a cleanliness obsession, especially with private places like the bathroom. Although there was nothing particularly special inside, he still minded. Please, I'm begging you. Bai Jia clasped her hands together, pleading again, her eyes blinking, hoping the man in front of her would treat her with special care. When Xiao Qi saved her earlier, he even gave her a cloth to cover herself with before bringing her back here. Xiao Qi stopped speaking, gathering strength in his palm, and directly pushed Bai Jie back into the room, then locked the bathroom door, adding a few barriers outside. He then went to the pink little door next door. Just as he opened it, he realized the barriers inside had been tampered with. He shot a sharp glance at Ju and Lin Yu, silently questioning them. Both raised their hands above their heads, saying, "Sorry, sorry. It was purely accidental. The door suddenly opened, and we want to close it. Yes, that's it." The two sang in unison, sincerely declaring their innocence. Xiao Qi waved his hand, and their heads collided heavily, as if they had a concussion. Immediately after, their bodies began to collide again, thud, thud, thud. This is the only time. If there's a next time, you'll regret it. Xiao Qi opened the door, coldly warning. And the two collided their heads again, falling to the ground and crying out in pain. Just as their screams echoed throughout the space, their mouths were sealed with tape. It was a warning to remind everyone present to be cautious. Xiao Qi was tough on those close to him, let alone those who weren't. Bai Jie was pushed back into the room. Initially, she felt indignant, but seeing Ju and Lin Yu's miserable state, her heart felt much more balanced. He was so harsh on them, yet only gently pushed her. Does this mean he has a little bit of feelings for her? Bai Jie considered herself not particularly beautiful, but definitely not ugly. She had long heard of the infamous Xiao Qi being indifferent to women, yet today, he was quite tolerant towards her, an unknown person. Thinking of this, she felt much calmer, extending many restless imaginations. She glanced at Bai Jie, rolling her eyes in silence. Just now, she wanted to stop Bai Jie's inappropriate behavior, but also wanted to see if Xiao Qi was still indifferent to women. To her surprise, he truly was showing no mercy. Seeing Bai Jie's smug expression, one would think Xiao Qi had done something to her. He, she sneered, disdainfully scoffing. Just now, Shangsha had handed her a pack of wet wipes, and she and Ling Yu each used half, which eased their discomfort. The wet wipes were something Shangsha always carried, which was why they could be taken out. She handed them to Shangsha as a qualified supporting sister. He decisively refused. "What are you sneering at, Shangxi?" Bai Jie confronted, unable to tolerate other sarcastic remarks. Bai Jie reached out, preparing to slap her, but was simultaneously held back by Shangsha and Ren Fengluan. Her hand froze in midair. Shangxi, you really can. So what if you have a brother who's a supporting sister? What's the big deal? Bai Jie shook her hand free from the two men's grips, keeping a safe distance of 1 meter from Shangxi. In an instant, Ren Fengluan and Shangsha held each other's hands tightly. Ren Fengluan, look at your prospects. After all these years, you haven't changed a bit. You still look worthless. No wonder Shangxi, the little princess, looks down on you. TSK, TSK. Bai Jie crossed her arms, leisurely speaking, but the little princess still had her ways. She could keep a man dangling for so many years. That's a good skill. Bai Jie, do you really think you're a good person? Shangxi retorted resentfully, and the atmosphere between the two became tense. The others pricked up their ears, ready to watch the drama unfold. As long as no particularly serious physical harm occurred to the two, generally, no one would intervene. Of course, I'm not a good person. After all, not everyone can pretend to be a white lotus so convincingly. Bai Jie glanced at Ren Fengluan, muttering, just a dog licking, ancient term for a devoted backup. You shameless. Shangxi stood up angrily, pointing at Bai Jie. You're the shameless one. You cheap person, only using your brother and backup as tools. If it weren't for those two, do you think you could still participate in the competition now? Bai Jie scoffed, knowing her own strength. Didn't she have a little self-awareness? You. Shangxi calmed for a moment and began to retaliate. Aren't you just jealous that I have someone backing me? Is it necessary to be so harsh with your words? Look at that infatuated expression you had just now. You don't really think Xiao Qi sees you differently, do you? Go ahead and have your spring and autumn dreams. How can you still talk about me? You've been a loyal dog for so many years. Yet Xiao Qi has never looked at you even once. She crossed her arms and was about to say more when her mouth was sealed. In contrast, Bai Jie was also silenced. Xiao Qi's cold voice echoed in the air. If you don't want to stay here, you can leave. Following that, white barriers appeared around each person, isolating them from one another, creating individual spaces. According to Xiao Qi's instructions, Ingzhu and Lin Yu prepared water, alcohol, and energy drinks for each person, distributing them one by one. From then on, the outside was exceptionally quiet. Inside the pink room, Xiao Qi showed none of the indifference and authority he had when speaking to the contestants. He took off his coat, lay sideways on the small bed, with his long legs hanging off one side. Supporting his face with one hand, he looked at the sleeping Tu Piaopiao, his brow and eyes softening to an incredible degree. The room was equipped with layers of soundproof walls, and the sound from outside were barely audible. However, he couldn't tolerate any noise, fearing it might disturb the little rabbit's recovery. The medicine was top-notch and perfectly suited for her condition. Tu Piaopiao's black, charred fur still hung limply on her body, and the burnt areas had begun to form pink scabs. In some places, white fluff had even started to grow. Poor her whiskers, all burned off. Tu Piaopiao thought to herself, "Why is he looking at me so lovingly?" Her consciousness had awakened, but the natural healing still needed some time. Ever since overcoming her tribulation, she had been diligently cultivating every day, wanting to restore her original form, and wear the little blue dress made by Xiao Qi to meet him beautifully. Meeting a man was ultimately a skill, and she had a long way to go, sobbing. Every second was torment. Her desire to see him was gradually reaching its peak under his subtle care. Help! He was looking at her so affectionately that she couldn't resist at all. 3. Dear host baby, the 21st heartthrob value has reached 100 standard. The chili system reminded her in a downtrodden tone. Oh, huh. This man was so easily moved. She hadn't even flirted with him yet, and it had already happened 21 times. The chili system responded weakly, sounding a bit dispirited. Ever since the host Tu Piaopiao underwent her tribulation and cultivation, the main system had stopped inquiring about her studies. Some of her classes even helped her pass without effort. She was getting bored to death. Did she say something too excessive that day? Was the main system's psychological endurance so weak? It shouldn't be. Being the main system should mean having good psychological quality. The chili system didn't understand. What's wrong with you? You sound like you're about to faint. Tu Piaopiao felt it necessary to care about the garbage system's emotional state. Sigh. It's nothing, chili. It sounds like something's very wrong. Crackle. The chili system cut off the connection with Tu Piaopiao. Tu Piaopiao, so proud. Forget it. There's no need to argue with a little garbage. She should just diligently continue her cultivation. After the chili system hung up, tears fell down in streams, sobbing. The main system had been very mysterious lately. She could count the number of times she had seen him on one finger. She missed the main system so much, sob, sob, sob. The little pointy tip on top of the chili's head drooped down lifelessly. At this moment, the main system was busy modifying the memories of the judges and suddenly sneezed heavily, yawning, dash. Oh, dash. Chew. Logically, he had previously used some tricks to speed up the process and help little chili's host Tu Piaopiao transform into human form quickly during their competition, while conveniently letting her undergo a tribulation. They should be completely unaware of this, not even having any memory of their own slumber, but they actually knew they had been asleep, and some wanted to investigate the footage of Tu Piaopiao during her tribulation. He received a reminder from the Time Management Bureau and rushed over. Today was the third day of memory restoration. If he had known it would be this troublesome, he wouldn't have gotten involved. Let Tu Piaopiao undergo her tribulation by herself. But he couldn't bear to see little Chili sad. What a sin. At this moment, in the studio where the judges were, they were all in a deep sleep. The main system held the prepared memory bags and sequentially unlocked and sealed their memories. Exhausted. As for the contestants' memories, they could just stay as they were. They were not too different, and as long as they weren't extremely detail-oriented, they wouldn't discover anything. Even if they did, no one could restore it. After all, Tu Piaopiao was not from this era. The main system checked the work again to see if there were any omissions. Usually, these tasks were handled by the system itself. He was the main system, only responsible for the overall control, and these trivial matters were not within his scope. After confirming everything was fine, he zoomed back. As soon as he arrived, he saw Chili with red eyes, quietly crying. "What's wrong? Why you came back?" Chili turned around, her mouth pouting, looking pitifully at the main system, who had a name. He was called Xiao Qi. Sorry, I really can't help but laugh. Ah. I just finished my work and came back. What happened? And nothing. Oh. The main system, Xiao Qi looked at Chili for a long time, then withdrew his gaze and returned to his studio. The little Chili from before had never shed a tear. Chili stared at that door for a long time. The main system treated her quite differently. Before, he had been strict, but now he was more lenient. Chapter 30. Xiao Qi withdraws. First, she always felt that the main system was looking through it, not knowing who was watching. He might not even realize it himself. But the feelings he had already leaked in his eyes were something little Chili could sense. In the forest realm, after a series of disasters, it became a desolate wasteland. The evaluators also woke up at the right moment, maintaining their posture of watching the screen, marking with their pens. Their expressions were calm, without a hint of hesitation. Only Lung Yuqing felt something was amiss, yet everything seemed to be on track. He could only suppress his small doubts to ensure that the overall direction did not deviate. All the participating students withdrew from Xiao Qi's space, taking the garbage they had created with them. After the storm passed, the cloud and space were all usable again. The way everyone looked at Xiao Qi was no different from how they viewed a savior. The participants returned to the competition area to search for the scoring items, determined not to give up until the last moment. Groups formed in pairs, heading in different directions, taking advantage of the crowd's inattention. Xiao Qi found a secluded corner and entered the space. It had been almost an hour since he last saw Tu Piaopiao, and he missed her, thought of her, still thought of her. Ingju, I said Xiao Qi, huh? Linyu, where did Xiao Qi go? The two turned around and looked ahead. Huh? No one. Just a moment ago, he had been right nearby, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. Just now. You confirmed he was not far from us, right? Ingju's tone was a bit uncertain. Yeah. So where is he? I don't know. The two exchanged glances, speechless, then rolled their eyes in unison, understanding in their hearts. Where else could he go but to the space? Even his own brother couldn't help but complain about how uninterested he was in the competition. What was so good about his space? Cold, desolate, and miserable. Nothing could describe it better. Of course, except for that little pink door hiding unknown items. What kind of fairy was hidden inside? The two exchanged glances again, raised their heads, and provocatively looked at each other. Then they scattered in different directions, each going to find their favorite person. Xiao Qi returned to the space and hurriedly opened the little pink door. Inside, it was decorated like a princess's room, with pink curtains hanging high like a giant canopy, forming a protective umbrella in the air. On a small bed, Tu Piaopiao was covered with a thin layer of quilt, surrounded by plush toys. Next to the small bed was a little table filled with fresh carrots, and beside it were the small skirts and daily necessities Xiao Qi had prepared for her. It was all pink and perfect for a girl's heart. Xiao Qi walked to Tu Piaopiao's side, confirmed she was safe, and then reluctantly turned to leave. The surrounding barriers were reinforced several layers again. When Xiao Qi exited the space, he saw Ingju, Luo Yin, Lin Yu, and Qin Shu, two by two, pairing up to gather their respective points. He turned and walked in another direction. Instead of earning points here, he preferred to stay in the space. For him, nothing was more beautiful than watching Piaopiao. Where are you going? Together? Jiang Rui suddenly appeared, wanting to put his arm around Xiao Qi's shoulder, but Xiao Qi dodged perfectly. You really are. Jiang Rui held back for a long time before finally saying, not interested in women, not interested in men. What do you actually like? Jiang Rui followed up with a soul-searching question. Who do you like? Xiao Qi asked more directly. I. Jiang Rui's expression stiffened for a moment. Then he shrugged. I'm indifferent. Then I'm not okay. I like having love. A smile appeared on Xiao Qi's face, as if he thought of something. It was actually Piaopiao, and his sharp aura instantly vanished. Even Jiang Rui, no matter how straightforward he was, understood. From the moment Xiao Qi said that strange sentence, he got it. Who would have thought that a man who usually seemed so cold could be so warm as spring breeze? There's an ancient dinosaur ahead. Do you want to take a look? Jiang Rui changed the topic, not wanting to delve deeper for the sake of his own life. Let's go. The two arrived at a wilderness where the ground was scorched from wildfire. The air was filled with the stench of animal corpses, mixed with the bitterness of smoke. In front of them stood a giant dragon, spewing sparks, with thick legs that formed a massive pit with each step. Its tail was bald, charred and black, with swollen eyes covered in mottled scratches. At that moment, it seemed injured, aimlessly staggering left and right, moving a few steps forward and then 3 steps back. As if drunk, Xiao Qi and Jiang Rui acted simultaneously, recalling their brief cooperation when saving Tu Piaopiao. They communicated tactics in their minds and formulated a complete plan, cooperating quite harmoniously. The two, along with the ancient giant dragon, staged a different kind of survival of the fittest in the animal kingdom. Small particles of acid rain began to drift down from the sky. In the student spaces, there was special protective gear, and fortunately, the space was usable now. The acid rain protective suits, stored for a long time, had come in handy. Before the sun fell, acid rain had continuously fallen on Earth Village for a time. Most things in Earth Village suffered varying degrees of corrosion. During that time, humans moved underground and began to develop materials resistant to acid rain. After successful research, they emerged from underground, officially solving the devastating disaster caused by acid rain, and then began the arduous process of rebuilding their homes. The dragon was corroded by the acid rain in the air, its movements becoming sluggish. With Xiao Qi and Jiang Rui's cooperation, the dragon soon fell, covered by a large acid rain cloth that could block out the sky. Under the acid rain cloth, Jiang Rui pulled out several pieces of wood from the space and stacked them to create a shelter. Bai Jie had been observing Xiao Qi's movements and saw him hiding under the large cloth. Wasn't this a great opportunity to approach him? She walked towards the big cloth, but someone was faster than her. It was obvious it was Xiao along with her sycophants. "Hello, can we come in?" Xiao spoke, her tone soft and gentle, her eyes clear and bright, like an innocent girl who knew nothing of the world. She was well protected, and her entire aura subtly revealed purity, naivety, and innocence. Jiang Rui looked up, nudging the dazed Xiao Qi. "Is it okay?" "Whatever," Xiao Qi replied, lazily without looking up, taking out a carrot from the space and starting to carve it carefully. The little rabbit design he carved was vivid and lifelike. "Guomin," Jiang Rui said towards Ling Yu's direction, also granting permission for others to enter. "Can I come in?" Bai Jie followed behind, mimicking Xi's tone and asking sweetly. Xiao Qi carved a lively little rabbit, his sharp brows softening. He then took out another carrot from the space to continue carving. This time, it was a little bear, followed by a little lamb, strawberries, grapes. He paid little attention to everything around him. "You can," Jiang Rui responded warmly. This piece of acid rain cloth was originally given to Xiao Qi as a reward from the organizers after he had crushed Jiang Rui. When fully spread out, it was enough to block out the sky. They had only opened 1/7 of it, which was already enough to accommodate 100 people. In the distance, the students who were still battling for the integration items saw the lively scene over at Xiao Qi's side and decided it was the best refuge. They shamelessly approached. Suddenly, they had an idea. This competition really wasn't that necessary. As long as they followed Xiao Qi, they would surely fight until the last moment. As long as their willpower was a bit stronger, they could manage. Admiring glances were cast once more at Xiao Qi, who was seriously carving a carrot, detached from worldly concerns that seemed to be him. It wasn't just them who had this thought. The evaluators also began to consider it. A small meeting started to discuss whether they should allow Xiao Qi to withdraw from the competition area first. The competition was nearing its conclusion. After an hour of intense discussion, Xiao Qi was granted permission to pass the selection and leave the arena first. If the participating students had any objections, they could voice them and then go through the 4th area, disaster in, again. When everyone received this news in the consciousness system, they were all leisurely drinking tea under the acid rain cloth. The moment the message was received, Xiao Qi's large acid rain cloth was forcibly retracted into his space, along with him being removed from the competition area. The giant dragon, scalded by the acid rain, began to struggle to get up, but Jiang Rui struck it down again, causing the dragon to faint once more. The scene became chaotic as everyone quickly donned their acid rain protective gear, scattering to find new hiding places. This selection competition for the Earth Guardians finally resembled a real contest. After leaving the competition area, Xiao Qi was sent to a small village with beautiful scenery and fresh air, a perfect paradise. Lord Xiao, please stay here for a few days, and we'll come back to pick you up once the competition is over, said the official who escorted Xiao Qi, speaking quickly as they flew through the air. Xiao Qi waved his hand, and he was pulled back, landing on the ground. So now, can I consider the competition over? Yes. Then what I do now is all reasonable, right? You can understand it that way. All right, thank you. Xiao Qi politely expressed his gratitude and sent the official back into the sky. In less than a second, he reached the point where the official had just exhausted himself running. The official hurriedly slowed his pace, making his way back slowly. So terrifying, Xiao Qi is too terrifying. His abilities are too formidable. In the quaint, simple wooden house, a small stream flowed gently through the courtyard, extending outside and merging into an unknown small river. In the courtyard, there was a round table and 4 small stone stools with mottled patterns that looked somewhat aged. A glance into the distance revealed a different kind of scenery. Clucking, mooing, and bleating. The most common farm animals were leisurely enjoying their pleasant lives on a gentle hillside. Warm sunlight bathed them, creating a quiet, peaceful, and cozy atmosphere. In this rural area, isolated from the noise of the outside world, life returned to its essence, originating from nature and returning to nature. Xiao Qi walked to the prominent large blue stone in the courtyard, where a flamboyant message was written in typical cursive. I wish to see the beautiful mountains and rivers soon, so I will be away from home for a while. My treasures at home, chickens, sheep, cows, etc., are worried, hence this letter. Friends and guests passing by are free to enjoy everything in the courtyard. I only have one request. Please feed my treasures some of the feed buried underground. Thank you. Thank you again. Xiao Qi waved his hand, and the courtyard began to ring with the sounds of clanging and clattering as various items appeared, starting a thorough cleaning of the area. Xiao Qi found this place quite nice, so he decided to relocate everything to the side according to the original design and rebuild it. He dug up some potatoes, bamboo shoots, and other items from underground to feed them on the nearby mountain. When the cow saw the tomatoes, it galloped over with its strong legs, opened its mouth, and gulped down 2 tomatoes, drooling all over. With only a row of lower teeth, it looked particularly hasty and unrefined while eating the tomatoes. The cow swished its tail back and forth, brushing away mosquitoes and alleviating the itch. The older sister cow came over, bit the younger brother cow's neck, and then extended her long tongue to lick the flesh on his chest. The 2 black and white calves also licked each other. This is the most frequent and common form of emotional exchange in the animal kingdom. The gentle little goat ran as fast as the younger brother cow, crunching on the corn stalk without letting go. 3 to 5 little goats, 7 to 8 sheep, along with a little black lamb, were happily eating. Occasionally, they would bump their pointed heads against each other. A hen pecked at a moist cornmeal, causing her head to quickly retract as she looked around for a rooster. Then she pecked at the cornmeal again, but was spotted by the rooster, who came over and pecked at her relentlessly. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The hen ran everywhere while the rooster chased after her, pecking at her as if there was a deep grudge. Some hens had their feathers pecked off, with their bright red wings exposed, evoking thoughts of fragrant cola chicken wings and braised chicken wings. A little black cat was fighting with a little yellow cat, meowing loudly, with neither backing down. In a moment of distraction, the little yellow cat climbed onto the little black cat's body, biting his neck and firmly lying on top of him. The little black cat's hind legs were frantically pushing against the ground, trying to break free from his hold. Woof, woof, woof. The appearance of the puppy broke the deadlock between the 2 little cats. The little black cat and little yellow cat vanished in a flash. And when they reappeared, they were already hiding behind the cow, munching on potatoes. Has anyone ever seen kittens eat such absurd food? Cluck, cluck. Chapter 31. Tu Piaopiao successfully transforms into human form. Another hen was caught and pinned down, pecked by a rooster. Xiao Qi shouted to stop things from escalating further. Tu Piaopiao, who was sleeping in space, sensed the life force, twitched her little rabbit mouth, sniffed with her little nose, and her eyes instantly brightened. It's a natural species. Her wounds began to heal at an exceptional speed, her dark fur replaced by white fluff, and her wounds healed alongside it. All things have their kind, and spiritual energy fluctuates. Healing often occurs in an instant. The spiritual energy here is abundant, not just from animals, but also from various plants, forming an excellent sacred place. The master of this place must possess considerable skill, deeply understanding the simple truth of returning to simplicity. The of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple gathered around Tu Piaopiao, and her cultivation began to rise again. Slowly, she emerged from the light, a fairy-like figure. Her appearance was pure, her pupils clear, her skin as white as snow, delicate as cream. Tu Piaopiao hopped a couple of times, shyly scratching her head. She was now a person and had to walk on two legs. She slowly straightened her upper body, tilted her head to adapt, found the little blue dress Xiao Qi made for her, and undid it. Inside, there were undergarments that fit perfectly. After putting on the little blue dress, she couldn't wait to run out of the space and appeared right next to Xiao Qi. Her long black hair cascaded down, messy strands brushing against her face, and a gentle breeze stirred, touching Xiao Qi's face. This could be considered their first formal meeting. The moment Xiao Qi saw Tu Piaopiao's face, he instinctively grabbed her leg, fearing she might fall. His heart raced, beating several times faster. A faint pink hue rose on his face, his earlobes flushed red, and a tomato he was holding fell to the ground, which Sister Nyo swiftly rolled up with her tongue and ate. Piao, piao. Xiao Qi choked out, overwhelmed with emotion, struggling to control himself. His eyes subtly turned red, the corners glistening, and he wished her weight were a bit more so he could have more of her. Xiao Qi, did you miss me? Tu Piaopiao leaned in, touching her nose to his, playfully asking. The 29th heart-fluttering moment, 100 achieved. The mechanical voice of little Chili announced, devoid of any emotion. Like a young chili seedling suddenly deprived of water, it wilted. Little trash, what's wrong with you? Tu Piaopiao asked. Love is the hardest to understand. Good luck, dear host. Tu Piaopiao. As little Chili's voice faded, the connection with Tu Piaopiao was cut off. Logically, her heavy workload had decreased, so she should be happy. Plus, with the main system helping her cheat a little, she should be even happier. But why did her heart feel so heavy? It was as if even the only person who believed in her had given up on her. She really felt like an uncarvable piece of rotten wood. Many had said this before, and she never felt anything, nor was she sad. But when the main system abandoned her, she felt suffocated. All day long, she felt downcast, her heart sour and bitter. Sigh. Chili, this is a data material. Check it out. If there are no issues, put it in my office. The main system handed little Chili some documents. Little Chili was stunned, uncertainly asking, me? The main system raised an eyebrow, wondering if she thought this task was difficult. It was really simple. Just check if A corresponds to A, B corresponds to B, C corresponds to C. If you don't want to do it, you can refuse. I can do it. Little Chili perked up, her drooping little antennae standing tall again. She happily accepted the small task given by the main system. The main system spoke to her, V, and it was even assigning her a task. V. She was not useless. She certainly was not useless. Little Chili quickly turned around and entered work mode at an unprecedented speed, thus missing the tender affection in the main system's eyes. Of course, even if little Chili saw it, she wouldn't think that affection belonged to her. After all, who would really like a little trash? Especially someone as wise and mighty as the main system. Piao piao. Xiao Qi's voice returned to its normal cold tone, pulling Tu Piaopiao back to reality. Xiao Qi, I really miss you. She tried to connect again, but failed, waiting for a while without a response from little Chili. When Xiao Qi called her, she finally came back to her senses. Tu Piaopiao hugged Xiao Qi's neck, rubbing her face against his, acting cute in his embrace. Xiao Qi was about to put her down when he paused. 3. Congratulations, dear host, the 30th 100 heart fluttering moment achieved. Little Chili happily reported, adding, keep it up. You're in a good mood again? Unpredictable little trash. Little trash went offline, and Tu Piaopiao also went offline. When she came back to her senses, she was placed on the ground. Xiao Qi was feeding the animals with a proud expression, and she thought, how could he be so distracted while being with her? I'll feed too. Tu Piaopiao took a red tomato, which looked very tempting, and hopped over to Brother Nyo, her little hands outstretched. Brother Nyo extended his long tongue, rolled it up, and ate it. Xiao Qi watched, his heart racing. Did she know how dangerous that was? What if Brother Nyo bit her hand by accident? Piao, come here. Oh, Moo. Thank you. I want to eat more. Moo. All right. Tu Piaopiao walked while turning back, chatting with Brother Nyo, her smile pure and flawless. Xiao Qi was dazzled by her smile. Xiao Qi, Brother Nyo just told me he wants to eat more. You can understand what he says? Xiao Qi asked, noting that unless one specifically studied animal languages, it would take years. Of course, her thousands of years were not wasted. She might not understand the words of rare species, but she could understand common species like herself very well. Then do you know why roosters peck hens? And why they are particularly fierce about it? It's a strange but normal phenomenon. You just get used to it. The mysteries of nature are profound, and strange yet normal phenomena are not limited to this one. Tu Piaopiao explained, arms crossed. At first, one doesn't understand the meaning of the tune. After listening again, one is already in the tune. This saying, to some extent, also applies to the laws of nature. Xiao Qi nodded, looking at Tu Piaopiao with her hair flowing, his eyes brightening. Do you like my hair down? Huh? Tu Piaopiao grabbed a handful of her messy long hair and conjured a delicate hairpin, completely transparent and crystal clear, of excellent quality. Xiao Qi quietly put the pink clip he was holding into the space. Xiao Piao, can you tie hair? A little. Since having Tu Piaopiao in his heart, he began to seriously learn knowledge related to girls, such as pretty little dresses, beautiful hair clips, and fluffy toys. He even studied many ancient delicacies to create various flavors of air. He learned how to make desserts and tie hair, studying everything that was in ancient books. Then tie my hair for me. Tu Piaopiao handed him the hairpin, standing obediently with her back to him. Okay. Strands of hair slipped through his fingertips, his long, fair fingers skillfully weaving through her smooth tresses. What hairstyle do you want? Just a simple bun will do. Okay. Xiao Qi gently dared not use too much force, precisely controlling the strength, and created a fluffy hairstyle. Tu Piaopiao frowned. It was a bit loose. She removed the hairpin from the top of her head and, based on Xiao Qi's work, applied a little more force to enhance the hold. Your skills are really good. Have you styled hair for many people before? Tu Piaopiao rested her chin on her hand, asking leisurely. I styled it for a model. Oh, so I'm the first one? Xiao Qi shyly lowered his head, responding in a muffled voice, suddenly recalling something. This time you didn't get blood from me, and you transformed into human form? You this time, human form? Xiao Qi stuttered out 3 words, unable to form a coherent sentence. Tu Piaopiao reached out, standing on tiptoe, to pat his head. Xiao Qi bent down to get closer to her, so she didn't need to tiptoe to reach his head. I successfully transcended the tribulation, plus the abundant spiritual energy in this area, and I'm quite talented, Tu Piaopiao thought to herself, so I smoothly transformed into human form. She had to admit that Xiao Qi was indeed her lucky star. No, there was also a little trash helping her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to transform so quickly. She needed to complete the task for Peng soon to repay the little trash's kindness to her. She really liked this man, Xiao Qi, so obedient and pure, perfectly stepping on her heart. Will you change back? As long as I want to, I can. Tu Piaopiao shrugged, unconcerned, patting Xiao Qi's head and then grabbing his hand, scratching his palm. La. Wow. 100 heart-throbbing value completed for the 32nd time. Keep it up, my little spicy pepper. Don't forget to let go. Warm reminder, Tu Piaopiao, let go. Patted Xiao Qi's shoulder and withdrew a little distance. She had just overheard the gossip in the hearts of Brother Nyo and Sister Nyo. Brother Nyo, Moo-Moo-esque people nowadays really have no shame. Sister Nyo, Moo-Moo-Moo, what do you know about couple matters? Old cow. Xiao Qi frowned, not understanding why Tu Piaopiao wanted to let go of her hand. Tu Piaopiao gently patted her slightly flushed cheeks, just about to tiptoe, and Xiao Qi naturally bent down. I can hear them talking. They said something embarrassing. Oh, cute, haha. Xiao Qi smiled. The little bit of displeasure in his heart vanished, his large palm gently stroking Tu Piaopiao's head, his tone tender and doting. Tu Piaopiao smiled, looking at the poultry running on the hillside. Meanwhile, she chatted with them, and Xiao Qi watched, his gaze soft enough to drown a rabbit. Meow, meow, meow. A little black cat meowed and ran to Tu Piaopiao's feet, meowing. The man next to you is so handsome, way better looking than my owner. Tu Piaopiao replied, meow. That's my man. Meow. The cat shyly ran to the other side, and a little yellow cat came over. Sniffing Tu Piaopiao's little white shoes, meowing, did he just come by? Where'd he go? Tu Piaopiao replied, meow. Over there. Remember to be gentle. Tu Piaopiao said, moo moo. Little calf, move aside. Be careful not to step and poop. Tu Piaopiao said, ba ba ba. Little lamb, eat slowly. You're getting dirt on your mouth. For half a day, Tu Piaopiao played joyfully, and Xiao Qi's gaze never left the young fairy running on the hillside. As dusk fell, stars twinkled in the sky, and the crescent moon hung above, its shape visible to humans on Earth, depending on the sunlight's angle. What do you want to eat tonight? Xiao Qi took out a wet wipe, and when Tu Piaopiao reached to take it, he directly placed the wet wipe on her face. Using his thumb and index finger to grasp a corner, he gently wiped her face. The tissue was a bit cool, causing Tu Piaopiao to flinch. Xiao Qi turned it over to dry it a bit, and the temperature of the wet wipe became similar to her cheek. The dirt on Tu Piaopiao's face was wiped clean. She comfortably squinted her eyes and tilted her head back. Xiao Qi understood and wiped her neck clean as well. I want to eat, Tu Piaopiao smiled, suppressing her mischievous thoughts, and said to Xiao Qi, I haven't had hot pot in a long time. Can I request a level 1 spicy hot pot? What is level 1 spicy? Xiao Qi changed to a new wet wipe, holding Tu Piaopiao's dirty little hand and carefully wiping it, not missing any crevices, even cleaning out the dirt under her nails. It's at a mild spiciness level 1, but not the explosive kind, Tu Piaopiao said softly, especially when facing Xiao Qi. Her voice became even softer. As he wiped her hand, their palms touched, a hint of intertwining fingers emerging. Tu Piaopiao's heart raced. Did this man know how adorably obedient he was? Switching to the other hand, Tu Piaopiao waited for the right moment, and when he finished, she clasped their fingers together. Xiao Qi looked up, his innocent eyes revealing a hint of excitement, with a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Tu Piaopiao stared at Xiao Qi so openly and unabashedly, showing no intention of avoiding his gaze. She was naturally confident, having been beautiful since childhood. Moreover, she was a renowned Tu Piaopiao fairy, surrounded by countless suitors. Her gaze was always clear-cut regarding likes and dislikes. Chapter 32, Baloo Baloo Bayou. 35th time, 100 heartbeat value. She likes Xiao Qi, so he can feel it, just from her unreserved gaze. Baloo Baloo Bayou. 35th time, 100 heartbeat value achieved. Little Chili's voice was a bit hoarse. Her host was amazing, just transformed into human form and completed so many tasks in one day. Wow, awesome. Oh, look, a cup of pear blossom water was placed in front of Little Chili, given by the main system. So happy. Host is amazing. Keep it up. She took a sip and thanked the main system. Very delicious, thank you. Then she quickly went offline, and before Rabbit Piaopiao could voice her confusion, she was informed that the other party had gone offline. Good, oh. Xiao Qi held her hand in return, their fingers interlocked, and he was pulled away by the other party. Rabbit Piaopiao. Don't ask. Asking is just the rule of the little trash. Let us eat first. Rabbit Piao acted shy very well. Not in vain for having watched so many comics. She had been too obvious just now. She didn't know if Xiao Qi would believe her current act of shyness. Rabbit Piao. Whether he believes it or not is his business. Anyway, she is acting JPG. Carrots, carrots, carrots. Big carrots, small carrots, long carrots, short carrots. The table was full of carrots. Carrots circled around the little pot. Rabbit Piao had a black line on her forehead. Carrot hot pot? What a big deal. What good is it for a rabbit to eat carrot hot pot? She likes carrots. But can't we change to other ingredients for the hot pot? Little Rabbit's eyes were about to cry. Don't you like it? Xiao Qi paused while washing the carrots, his silly eyes looking at Rabbit Piao. No, it's just that Rabbit Piao's expression was conflicted. How should she subtly explain to Xiao Qi that she wanted other ingredients without disappointing him for preparing the carrots specifically? But it's okay to say it. Do you want to eat carrots too? There are so many carrots on the table. I eat air. If you want me to eat, I can eat. Xiao Qi said with a serious expression. Oh, good. So Piao, what were you hesitating to say just now? It's just that. Can we add a few other ingredients? Rabbits can eat other things? The straightforward and honest Xiao Qi asked. Rabbit Piaopiao. Sometimes it really feels helpless. Then what do you want to eat? I will find it for you. No need, just watch me. Rabbit Piao smiled slightly, made some gestures with her hands, and cast a spell. She pointed at the table full of carrots with one hand, and after a light pink mist, the ingredients on the table transformed into a dazzling array, with green vegetables, cabbage, oil wheat, lettuce, cabbage, etc., occupying a large portion. Beside them were some ancient golden needle mushrooms, vegetarian tripe, potato slices, and so on. Rabbit Piao looked at it with satisfaction, then closed her eyes. Everything on the table was cleaned. She did a scissors hand gesture, bending her thumbs, and with a baiyu, the water in the pot boiled, bubbling vigorously. Xiao Qi was greatly shocked. This. Piao, your magic is amazing. Xiao Qi praised in a straightforward manner. Rabbit Piao had a black line on her forehead. Xiao Qi, are you sure you're complimenting me? The ancient books say this. Which word is incorrect? Xiao Qi asked seriously, his expression clueless and ignorant, revealing a hint of pure stupidity. Is it magic that is wrong, or amazing that is wrong? Piao, wait for me, I'll check. Xiao Qi was unreasonably serious, and Rabbit Piao felt a bit embarrassed. She quickly took a few steps, jumped into his arms, hugged him lightly, and then withdrew from his embrace. In the future, you should say it's celestial magic, Rabbit Piao reminded, tugging at his sleeve, looking at him with soft eyes. All right, celestial magic. Xiao Qi's tone always revealed obvious doting. Rabbit Piao was almost drowned in his loving gaze. Gulu, the hot pot's boiling water bubbled loudly, pulling back to the two's sticky gaze. Rabbit Piao, let us eat. Xiao Qi, okay. Rabbit Piao followed Xiao Qi, watching him prepare the dipping sauce, resting her chin on her hand. Dishes went into the pot one after another, and the aroma spread in the air, enveloping the entire courtyard with the smell of hot pot. Throughout, Rabbit Piao was eating while Xiao Qi was watching, occasionally eating a few bites. The two would occasionally engage in casual conversation, like an old married couple who had been together for years, treating each other with respect. After the meal, Rabbit Piao sat on the stool, her belly round, her mind recalling the scenes when she was with Xiao Qi, back when she was still a little rabbit. Xiao Qi, I miss my little recliner. I made one for you. See if you like it. Xiao Qi stopped cleaning up and took out a light orange lazy chair from space, made to resemble a carrot. Wow. Xiao Qi, I love you. Rabbit Piao restrained herself from rushing forward to hug Xiao Qi and kiss him. Where could she find such a good man? So want to bully him. Try it. See if it's comfortable. Okay. Rabbit Piao lay down, closing her eyes comfortably. The night sky was dotted with stars. Under the hazy moonlight, she could see warm scenes on the distant hillside. Brother Nyo and sister Nyo lay together, with two little calves on either side of them. The rooster and hen lay in one area, without the fierce fighting of the daytime, snuggling together to sleep. The little yellow cat and little black cat lay on sister Nyo, sleeping sweetly. And the sheep were also asleep. Xiao Qi, so comfortable. Xiao Qi, look. Rabbit Piao pointed forward, and Xiao Qi looked in the direction she pointed. I like this relaxed and pleasant life. Rabbit Piao supported her hands behind her ears, looking at Xiao Qi, who was close at hand. Our home can also be arranged like this. I'll apply for it, and then we can raise some. Action-oriented Xiao Qi had already started planning. Do you like the hillside? Rabbit Piao didn't know how to respond, opening her arms. Can I have a hug? Xiao Qi didn't reply, turned sideways, bent down, and hugged her. Why didn't he ask her when he hugged her just now? Now he is being polite. Sometimes, the simplest hug can often give a person strength that intimacy cannot provide. Xiao Qi, you're so nice. Rabbit Piao released her embrace, sniffed, and felt a bit homesick again. I wonder how they are doing in another space. Little Trash said that when she came, the opposite space was prohibited, so they must be prohibited too. Piao, why do you always get distracted when you talk to me? Is that so? Rabbit Piao came back to her senses and asked. She got distracted again. Yes. Xiao Qi's grievance was a bit resentful, looking like a pitiful puppy, his beautiful eyes blinking, vividly displaying softness, helplessness, and a touch of innocence. It was just because I was a bit homesick. Before it was because I was talking to the system, and the system can't be mentioned. I need to pay extra attention in the future. Otherwise, what if Xiao Qi thinks she is half-hearted? But she can't go back for now. Before Xiao Qi could speak, Rabbit Piaopiao was a second faster, stopping his action-oriented speech. I'm sorry. Big puppy, please apologize. It's okay. Rabbit Piao smiled faintly, patted his arm, and turned her head to continue watching the warm scene on the small hillside in the distance. Xiao Qi remained silent, accompanying her quietly as they both watched. The stars twinkled intermittently in the sky, and time slowly slipped away second by second. Rabbits are typically very alert animals and do not fall asleep easily. However, with Xiao Qi's company, Rabbit Piao felt a sense of security that could be called trust. Recently, she was really tired, and the little rabbit actually fell asleep at night. Xiao Qi held her and walked into the bedroom, gently placing her on the bed, taking off her shoes, and covering her with a blanket before going out to close the door. He tidied up the things in the yard and went to the small storage room to sleep. He didn't clean up the new guest room for fear of waking the sleeping little rabbit. The two of them slept well through the night. Time passed. Day turned to night, and this phenomenon continued for 1,000 years. There was a brief period of darkness, referred to as the end of the world by humans a few thousand years ago. Now, everything had returned to normal, and the Earth had evolved to produce a fifth season, the climate most suitable for human habitation. Xiao Qi woke up early and began making carrot soup, recalling that he had added something special last night. He could have used energy to cook the food, making it cook itself, but he felt that would lack sincerity and be no different from mass-produced items. Piao had said she liked the warmth of the small hillside and the serene beauty of this paradise. It was hard to believe that such a young rabbit could have such thoughts. After the rice was steamed, he wrapped it in egg whites, steamed it again, then wrapped it in glutinous rice, smashed it, and finally lightly stir-fried it, creating orange-yellow rice, though it might not taste good. He carved a cute little rabbit out of carrot and noticed that Piao was still asleep, so he started preparing various breakfast dishes. Following the instructions from an ancient book on mobile phones, he made over a dozen breakfast items, including soup dumplings, millet porridge, deep-fried dough sticks, egg pancakes, hand-grab pancakes, and grilled cold noodles. I have to say, Xiao Qi was very talented. Heaven always favored geniuses, giving him an exceptional insight into everything he did. Sniff. Sniff. Rabbit Piao wrinkled her nose. It smells so good. She opened her eyes, looked down, and realized she was still in yesterday's clothes. She had gone to bed without changing into pajamas. How dirty. Rabbit Piao reached out to flip, and the ancient-style blue-green hanfu lay neatly in her hand. She spun around, and the clothes changed instantly. After glancing at her little skirt, she decided to wash it. Once the skirt was clean, she put it away in her treasure bag. Little seven. Rabbit Piao opened the door and excitedly ran outside. Are you awake? What delicious food are you making? Sitting at the table, Rabbit Piao exclaimed, wow, it's so lavish. Xiao Qi brought out the last dish of breakfast, vegetable steamed dumplings. His hand paused for a moment. Piao looked like an elf from Alice in Wonderland, lively and enchanting. The only messy part being her long black hair, tangled across her back. Little seven, I want a simple high ponytail today, is that okay? Can I use this hair tie? Rabbit Piao turned to look at the pink hair tie in Xiao Qi's hand, adorned with a couple of small cherries. Sure. Xiao Qi stepped behind Rabbit Piao, took a wooden comb from his space, and gently combed her hair. Piao's hair was smooth and not dry. In less than a minute, Xiao Qi had tied her hair into a high ponytail. Thank you. You're welcome. Xiao Qi handed Rabbit Piao a bowl and chopsticks, saying, you don't need to be so formal with me. Okay. The two sat side by side, eating, while the animals on the distant hillside became their best witnesses. A gentle breeze blew, the air was clear and bright, and the light was soft and not scorching. They leaned on each other, quietly accompanying one another in the beautiful natural scenery. On one side, the years passed peacefully, while on the other, the competition grounds were bloody and cruel. The scene after the disaster was already unbearable to look at, and compounded by multiple disasters, it could not even be described as tragic. How could one word capture such devastation. Severed limbs, mud and stones, rolling black smoke. Everyone could only run on clouds, wearing gas masks and full-body protective gear, like ethereal ghosts wandering around, searching for items of value. After a disaster often meant destruction, multiple viruses intertwined, giving rise to more complex mutated strains and even more complicated mutated species. The living environment was extremely harsh. Damn, even with a broken wing, it can still fly. Ling Yu hurriedly dodged a woodpecker, or rather, half of one. From a distance, he thought it was just a broken wing, but in reality, half of its body had been struck off by lightning. No, there are so many people here. Why are you chasing me? Ling Yu ran on the clouds, darting through the air, while Ling Ju watched from a distance, feeling both horrified and amused. Nothing was more amusing than seeing a good brother in a predicament, and nothing was more terrifying than half a bird chasing someone. Ing Ju silently mocked in his heart, his gaze drawn to another scene. Ren Fengluan was being pinned down by a flying bear and rubbed into the ground. A bear can fly? Unless his eyesight was faulty, he had indeed just seen this bloodied bear soaring into the sky. Ren Fengluan had been dragged down by it. Ing Ju quickly ran on the clouds, soaring to a new height, peering through a microscope to take a look. As long as the other party showed no signs of imminent demise, he wouldn't intervene, especially not for someone as petty as Ren Fengluan. Even if he saved him, he would be accused of pretending to be kind. Chapter 33. The Dawn of War. Ing Ju, don't just stand there and be quiet. I'm about to be pecked to death by this woodpecker. Lin Yu, furious and cursing, rushed towards Ing Ju's hiding spot. Good brother, if we're going to die, let's die together. Call me Brother Ing, and I'll save you. How about that? Do you think that's possible? Well, just look behind you. It's not just a woodpecker anymore. Ing Ju kindly reminded him that everyone's cultivation of vital energy is slightly different, so the species they attract will naturally vary. Ing Ju. Brother. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and shouted. Being pecked by a woodpecker really hurts. That kind of sour pain. He's experienced it 100 times already. Enough is enough. Well, as a person, you should have some self-awareness and recognize your position. Little brother Lin Yu from now on. Big brother will look after you. Ing Ju patted Lin Yu's shoulder amicably, but the latter rolled his eyes. You deal with it. So many of them. It's a bit difficult to handle. Sun Tzu's Art of War says that the best strategy is to retreat. You motherf. Ing Ju waved his hand, enveloping the woodpecker in a mist, pushing Lin Yu up into the air for a straight-line flight. Although this method seemed foolish and all the damage was taken by Lin Yu, it was effective. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Spit, spit, spit. The high-pressure airflow made Lin Yu cough violently, spitting as he mentally cursed Ing Ju's ancestors 800 times, only to realize he didn't have any ancestors. Damn it, elegant description. Finally, it stopped. Bang! Ing Ju received a punch to the face, and red blood quickly spread from the corner of his mouth. Half of his cheek visibly swelling, revealing purple veins. Hiss, you brat, that was a hard hit. Puaha. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yu looked at Ing Ju's miserable state and felt significantly balanced, getting overly excited and starting to cough violently again. Ing Ju knew he was in the wrong and didn't say anything more. What are you two doing? Come over and take a look. There are more than a dozen monsters over there, munching away. Before Jiang Rui could finish speaking, they were already surrounded by 20 or so monsters, whose sizes were growing larger, and new monsters appeared as they moved. The big ones can't be eliminated, and the small ones can't be completely driven away. Strange shapes, colorful new mutated species, exuding an air of unpredictability. Damn, run quickly. Ing Ju darted away on the clouds. Wanted to leave this troublesome place as quickly as possible. Just as he started running, a monster grabbed him by the neck, lifting him off the ground and challenging his psychological endurance. Jiang Rui, I forgot to tell you they can fly too. Lin Yu, save me. Save me, woo woo woo. Call me brother, and I'll save you. Heaven has its ways. Who can escape it? Lin Yu, brother, brother, brother. After Ing Ju shouted, he lost all sense of shame and kept calling out. Lin Yu felt his scalp tingle as he mobilized his vital energy to snatch Lin Yu back from the monster's grasp. Jiang Rui followed behind, creating clouds of smoke to obstruct the monster's line of sight and escorting the two away. At this moment, the thought system had stalled again, and they couldn't inform each other about the current situation. They could only wait until they encountered it themselves to resolve it. At this moment, amidst this scene, Xiao Qi's heart reached its peak. Extremes will revert, abundance will decline. When they couldn't confront each other head-on, the best choice was to lie low first. A fierce wind swept through, howling, and black mist enveloped the entire land. The sky darkened, and all the competitors felt a chill run down their spines as they arrived at the climactic arena. This place almost perfectly replicated the tragedy of the sun planet's fall. Everything mutated. The Earth faced an unprecedented crisis, giving rise to countless disasters on the basis of devastation. Hurry, run, run, run. Xiao Qi grabbed the dazed Xiao Qi and fled in an unknown direction to avoid the mutated sparrows chasing after them. Almost without exception, all the competitors began to scatter and flee to escape the pursuit. The monsters, growing wildly, seemed to have some kind of sensing ability. They drove the competitors into the encirclement they had formed without the participants realizing it. The encirclement shrank from large to small, and with the monsters' incredible reproduction ability, the density of the encirclement increased, creating several tight walls. The bizarre thing became even more extraordinary. The mutated species and the monsters worked in perfect harmony, making the cage they built even sturdier. The monsters could grow in mid-air, gradually closing in from above, while the ground was covered with their seeped blood. Anyone who came into contact would feel unbearable pain and desire to die. At that time, the competitors were still unaware that they were trapped, thinking they had arrived in the safest place and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Despite being very cautious, their temporary thoughts of survival made them oblivious to the approaching danger. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. Conversely, this saying also holds true. The last thin ray of light vanished from sight, and the mingled foul, rotten, and burning odors surrounded them, trapping them in this dark space without a moment's respite. Brother, I can't take it anymore. Xiao Qi's breathing grew heavier. She felt dizzy, and it seemed she was about to collapse. A smaller monster happily hopped on the ground, its mouth curving in a way more terrifying than a clown's mask. Blood droplets splattered towards Xiao Qi, and the little monster curiously followed the splashes, bouncing forward, while the injured competitors gritted their teeth in pain and remained silent. The little monsters intermittently became visible. When they couldn't see, they relied on their instincts. Gradually, the little monsters began to mimic each other, bouncing in the blood they left behind. The competitors' expressions were filled with pain and distortion, but they dared not make a sound. The monsters had poor vision, but their hearing was exceptionally sensitive. Even the slightest sound could be heard clearly. Hiss! Xiao Qi couldn't hold back and let out a suppressed groan. One little monster, with one eye red and the other blue, lit up. It had just been born not long ago, and the edible things around it had almost been consumed. It hadn't even tasted food yet. It became even more excited, and the brightness of its red and blue eyes intensified, while the other little monster's eyes also brightened to a similar degree. It's the smell of food. The little monster stretched its claws toward Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi hurriedly turned to shield Xiao Qi, but still got hit. The little monster's sharp fingers were like ancient blades sealing the throat. Once stabbed, death was inevitable. The competitors had already forgotten they were in a competition, all stunned by the horrific and nauseating scene, standing still in place, frozen in fear. They couldn't see, only hear, but dare not move. The slightest noise would lead to their doom. Ren Fengluan had been quietly guarding Xiao Qi from behind. When danger approached, his first reaction was to stand in front of Xiao Qi, allowing the sharp blade to pierce his chest. Xiao Qi was shocked, tears streaming down her face. In the dim light, amidst the gaze emitted by the little monsters, Xiao Qi saw Ren Fengluan open his mouth, silently saying, "I love you." The slaughter began. In the assessment officer's office, the atmosphere was surprisingly relaxed. The screens displayed cute little paper figures. The monsters were just paper figures, thin, puffy, and actually harmless. They were merely covered with the latest sensory capabilities, integrating vision and hearing into a complex material that provided a 100 realistic holographic simulation experience. The final level tests the students' fearless spirit in the face of historical disasters. Whoever can break the deadlock will be the standout. They are not worried at all about Xiao Qi, who left the arena early. They had already poured 100 loyalty into her genetic sequence when they were creating it. This is not something anyone can endure. Such geniuses are rare between a century and a millennium. At the beginning, everyone's genetic sequence is ordinary, but later, when they undergo processing and adjustments, they reveal different qualities and their compatibility with various traits. This is a complex, tedious, and lengthy process. Only those who have experienced it can understand the intricacies involved. The evaluators, upon seeing Ren Fengluan bravely step forward, marked a check in his courage column and a question mark under his fearless spirit. In the era of 7077, almost all information is open and transparent. Unless the parties involved can hide it, there are no secrets. Moreover, they're not old relics. They can still relate well to these young people. Naturally, the little gossip knows everything. The bloody scene of Ren Fengluan being pierced also stimulated the greed of other little monsters. One by one, they rushed towards Ren Fengluan. Snap! Ren Fengluan was eaten, and Xiao Qi couldn't believe it. Yingju wielded her sword and, using her energy force, pierced through the chest of a little monster. Immediately afterward, another little monster appeared. Kill! The other students were mobilized, beginning to fight back with all their might. Sometimes, courage only needs an outlet to ignite. The energy force gathered and condensed together, forming a huge barrier that enveloped the little monsters. The heart-wrenching wails of the little monsters alerted their parents, and the big monsters began to attack, throwing the students to the ground, followed by a chaotic beating. The disparity in strength between the two sides seemed to have determined the outcome. Xiao Qi's eyes turned red, and her expression became ferocious as she heard the little monster eat Ren Fengluan. The sound of crushed limbs was like a spell, crazily reminding her that he died for her. Xiao Qi forcefully slapped out her energy force, one palm after another, desperately outputting without caring whether her energy was exhausted. Xiao Qi's deafening roar echoed as the monsters surged towards her. The endless fighting continued in the sleepless night. The shouts of everyone converged in the air, serving as a cornerstone of mutual encouragement. They bravely faced the monsters head-on, leaving no room for retreat. Lung Sha quietly hid among them. Compared to the others who were slaughtering fiercely, he seemed a bit out of place. He didn't use much energy force, just shouted loudly, and if a monster approached him, he would casually find someone to hide behind. What a coward! Qin Shu saw this and kicked him away, causing Lung Sha to be thrown into the air by a monster. As he was about to fall into the pool of blood created by the monsters, Qin Shu couldn't bear it anymore and ran on clouds to save him. Aren't you usually quite capable? What's wrong this time? Even a turtle isn't as cowardly as you. You're just concerned about me, aren't you? Do you believe I would kick you down right now? You wouldn't dare. Get lost. Qin Shu kicked Lung Sha again, sending him crashing onto a monster. Ling Yu saw this and was momentarily distracted, almost getting stomped by a monster. But fortunately, Yingju appeared in time. What are you thinking? Focus. You idiot. Thank you. The monster's eyes became good sources of light, and they gradually began to see what kind of space they were in. From the initial constant vomiting to fighting while vomiting, and now to engaging in battle with unchanged expressions, their collapsed psychological defenses had been rebuilt. Time flowed like an endless torrent, and no one knew its final destination. To some extent, time is at a standstill. But in most people's perception, time is flowing. They are engaged in this endless battle, unable to see hope or an end, only feeling their bodies growing increasingly exhausted, nearing the critical point of life. The people around them did not give up. They encouraged themselves internally, insisting they must not give up, just hold on a little longer. What if they could? What if they saw hope? Their bodies felt no fatigue, despite the wounds, the crisscrossing injuries. The blood seemed to cleanse their filthy bodies, and the bloody, rusty smell was a portrayal of life, as well as a warning signal from their bodies. Time slowly passed. They gradually knelt on the ground, unwilling to become the monster's food, using their last breath to fight one final battle. A ray of sunlight mischievously penetrated this prison, and the actions of the monsters began to slow down. They even slowly fell into their own pools of blood. Brothers, sisters, look, as long as they fall, they will slowly disappear. Hurry, get up. The light has already penetrated. Dawn is coming soon. Hurry, hurry! Ingju shouted loudly, his voice hoarse, like an ancient bell, producing a dull yet deafening roar. That little ray of light, as if mixed with a marvelous substance, made the monsters slow down, dying in the whirlpool they created, while also granting the competing students new energy, increasing their energy force. Chapter 30, for he has been watching her, the golden light gathered around them, piercing through layers of gaps, enveloping them. They seemed to be gilded, the scene more intense and thrilling, the wails of monsters drowning out the heroic shouts of the students. In the end, the light pierced through the filth, conquering the darkness. Corpses lay scattered, gathering together and flowing toward an unknown direction. The scene shifted back to the way it was when they first arrived, the scenery just right. They remained in this place, merely enacting different scenes and heart-stirring stories. The consciousness system was reactivated. Xiao Qi's eyes were misty with tears as she pieced together the Ren Fengluan taken from the monster's belly, salty tears dripping onto Ren Fengluan. She activated the system to check his wounds. The system informed her that the life form being tested showed no signs of life. Woo-woo, woo-woo, woo-woo. Xiao Qi cried, her shoulders trembling. Xiao Qi felt sad but couldn't even utter a word of comfort, not knowing what to say. He had always liked Ren Fengluan being his future brother-in-law, but unfortunately, his sister didn't like him. What could he do? Sigh. Lingyu hugged Xiao Qi, tears also filling her eyes. The ground returned to its original state, as if everything that had just happened had never existed. But the scars on their bodies reminded them that what had just occurred was not an illusion. The pain in their bodies couldn't lie. This was just a selection competition. How could someone really be gone? Xiao Qi choked and cried, her voice hoarse. For her, Ren Fengluan was someone very important. Whoa, Shi, don't be sad. But. Xiao Qi's eyes were red and swollen, bloodshot, her hands tightly hugging herself, crying uncontrollably. Why was she crying so hard now? What was she doing back then? Bai Jie scoffed lightly, using an air spray to disinfect her own wounds. She understood in her heart that Ren Fengluan wouldn't really die because this was just a selection competition, not a real battlefield. She was already very sad, so don't say anything more to her. Lingyu retorted, their voices hoarse and dull, echoing each other. What did I say about him? Am I not stating the facts? If it weren't for Xiao Qi, would Ren Fengluan have died? Bai Jie continued to stoke the flames. She took a gulp of water and spat it on the ground, earning disdainful looks from those around her. It's not like there wasn't any space. Yet she still really has no manners. Let's not talk about it. It really is my problem. Xiao Qi forced a smile, wishing she could be the one lying lifeless on the ground. She, knowing it's her own problem, she quickly sought to make amends. Stop putting on that white lotus act. It's really disgusting. Bai Jie continued. Xiao Qi was almost ready to draw his knife. What do you want me to do? Xiao Qi asked. Keep him widowed for this life and the next. Never marry another, otherwise he will never close his eyes in death. Bai spoke logically. And Xiao Qi instead laughed. She rinsed her mouth simply, didn't spit on the ground, and then took a sip of water to moisten her throat. Her voice became much clearer, bright and distinct, as she said, Bai Jie, don't try to morally bind me. If he likes me, that's his business. I have never given him any response. He has given for me. I am grateful, but it has nothing to do with love. Xiao Qi stood up, limping towards Bai Jie, looking down at her. Her eyes glinted with ice, her aura cold and indifferent. If Ren Fengluan is really gone, I will continuously petition, to seek justice for him. A competition that resulted in loss of life, it might be hard to hold again in the future. Xiao Qi said, her tone strange, like a sickly character from an ancient book. As for his kindness towards me, I will remember it for a lifetime. Whether I'm married or not has nothing to do with you, right? Xiao Qi smiled eerily, suddenly crouching down, gripping Bai Jie's neck, and coldly whispered in her ear. Listen, Bai Jie, I don't know if Xiao Qi will choose me, but he definitely won't choose you. With that, Xiao Qi turned and left, her entire demeanor changing in an instant, the youthful obedience of the past replaced by her icy pride, as if she were at odds with the world. Bai Jie stood there, stunned for a moment, realizing she had been frightened by a little girl, just as she was about to get up and confront her. The cheerful middle-aged uncle voice of Lung Yuqing echoed from above. Congratulations to everyone present for successfully passing the selection of Earth-S Guardians. I'm getting old and a bit slow. Please don't hold it against this old man. Lung Yuqing wiped the faint spicy red from the corner of his mouth with his right sleeve. He had just eaten a particularly delicious bag of spicy snacks and couldn't help but indulge. It was supposed to be a simple relaxation, but, well, he was late. Everyone could see clearly, unable to do anything about this spicy, snack-loving uncle, the old man from Gutong. Given everyone's excellent performance, our evaluation team has decided to cancel the planned reselection competition. Lung Yuqing stuffed his left hand into his pants pocket, feeling inside for the snacks, wanting to eat. 3 months later, there will be a month-long training for you. Xiao Qi opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again and closed it. She really wanted to ask what was going on with Ren Fengluan right now. Although hope was slim, she really wanted to know Sai. Actually, the one who should withdraw is her. Ren Fengluan is so excellent, he should participate in the upcoming training. Hopefully by then, she could see everyone's new appearances. See you then, everyone, goodbye. In Lung Yuqing's consciousness system, a long 5,000-word congratulatory speech was succinctly trimmed down to 100 words. After finishing the concluding remarks, he was ready to sneak away. Xiao Qi stepped in front of him, running on clouds, directly blocking his path during the competition. Fengluan, please go check on him. Lung Yuqing had just pulled out the snacks from his pocket, had just opened a small gap. The aroma of the spicy snacks wafting towards his nose, closing his eyes, preparing to savor the deliciousness of the snacks. When he was suddenly interrupted by the little girl that popped up. Who is he? What happened to him? Does it have anything to do with me? What could be more important than him eating spicy snacks? Lung Yuqing asked 3 times in a row. Xiao Qi stood frozen in place, her brows tightly furrowed. And in the next moment, she supported Lung Yuqing's back, taking advantage of his moment of inattention, forcibly pulling him down to the ground. Xiao Qi was stunned. His gentle and lovely sister. When did she become so arrogant? To actually do such unreasonable things. Lung Yuqing was at least a person of some standing. If nothing else, he was still an elder. I implore you to check on him. Xiao Qi didn't control her strength well, pushed Lung Yuqing, who fell onto the ruins of Ren Fengluan, and Xiao Qi hurriedly pulled him up from the ground. Everyone around was shocked, looking at Xiao Qi in disbelief. The Xiao Qi in their eyes wasn't like this. When a person is subjected to intense stimuli, their personality can undergo a powerful reversal. Xiao Qi suffered a severe blow because the other party sacrificed for her. For the striving people of this era, life and death partings have become rare. Coupled with the fact that they had almost no blood relations, parting in life and death was even more uncommon. One person comes and one person goes. If lucky, friends might occasionally mourn. And that's about it. Oh, you scared this old man to death. Lung Yuqing supported his old waist, looking pitifully at the bag of spicy snacks that had slipped from his pocket. A few had fallen to the ground. 3, 2, 1. It hasn't even been 3 seconds. You can still eat it. Lung Yuqing cherished his spicy strips and put them back into his pocket before looking at Xiao Qi. You, girl, how can you be so rude? The competition could cost lives, yet you still understand manners. Well, you've never cared about the life or death of this batch of students. Xiao Qi spoke aggressively, staring at Lung Yuqing with a strong sense of pressure. Xiao Qi also felt a bit intimidated. He was scared of his sister like this. Lin Yu stood behind Xiao Qi, also looking for an explanation. Jiang Rue quietly appeared beside Lin Yu, with a similar expression. Gradually, the students seemed to have a tacit understanding, standing in rows, their meaning clear. They wanted an explanation. What life or death? Has anyone died? Isn't that right in front of you? Xiao Qi was furious, losing all respect in her tone. This old man, usually so carefree, still acts so casually in the face of such a serious matter. He really doesn't deserve his current position at all. Ren Fengluan was right next to him, in such a miserable state, and all he could see was spicy strips. Why get so worked up just for a conversation? Lung Yuqing turned to Ren Fengluan, who was lying on the ground, and said, Isn't he fine? Oh, I forgot. He waved his hand to remove the special material attached to Ren Fengluan. With another wave, Ren Fengluan's limbs were properly positioned, and to everyone's eyes, It looked as if his body was reassembling. Now, look, if he were alive. I apologize. Xiao Qi was strong. I don't care about your apology. If he were alive, you'd better prepare a box of spicy strips for me, just like the ones I have in my hand. Lung Yuqing was afraid she wouldn't understand, so he waved the spicy strips in his hand. Xiao Qi sometimes really wanted to kill someone. Ren Fengluan showed signs of life, and Lung Yuqing left the scene contentedly with a newly acquired box of spicy strips. Xiao Qi's sickly aura eased somewhat, but still hovered on the edge of igniting. Xiang Sha and Lin Yu stayed by her side, occasionally exchanging glances, silently communicating and sighing. Jiang Rui, feeling disgruntled, rubbed his nose and quietly left, just as he had quietly come. Say, where did Xiao Qi go? Ingju, having some free time, asked Lin Yu beside him. I don't know, the other replied, sounding a bit down. The competition had just ended. Lung Yuqing had just sent out the notification, and Qin Shu and Luo Yin had things to attend to, hurriedly greeting them before leaving. They didn't say what they were busy with, but they were indeed busy. Sigh, looking at you, it's hard to say. Ingju glanced at Lung Sha, who was lying on the ground, looking lifeless. Just like that. I don't know what Qin Shu saw in him back then. Say, what is the situation between me and Qin Shu now? I want to ask too, what is the situation between me and Luo Yin now? The two brothers in arms exchanged glances, synchronously speaking. So, where is Xiao Qi? The two sent a message to Xiao Qi through the mental system. Ingju, Xiaogo, where did you go? Lin Yu, home? Escaped? Where are you? Xiao Qi, location shared. The two exited the crowd, stepping on clouds and racing to see who could run faster. Xiao Qi sat under a tree on a small hill, watching Tu Piaopiao and the animals play chase. She was lively and spirited, jumping onto Sister Nyo's back for a moment, squinting her eyes in comfort while soaking up the sun. Then she played hide-and-seek with the little yellow and black cats, and even bumped heads with the sheep in friendly exchanges, having a great time. The hen, with a carrot on her back, clucked, "Thank you for helping me chase away the bad chickens." Cluck, no need to be polite. Tu Piaopiao jumped off Sister Nyo's back, took the carrot from the hen's back, took a bite, and found it very fresh. It was sweet, and she ran to Xiao Qi, offering him the carrot she had bitten. Try it, it's really delicious. Xiao Qi's eyebrows lifted slightly as he took it without hesitation. Very good, then it's for you. Tu Piaopiao wanted to run back to continue playing. She and T played like this in a long time. After turning to this timeline, everything felt completely foreign, without a trace of familiarity. The ultramodern world made her feel anxious, now that she finally saw a pastoral life. How could she not like it? Take a break and drink some water. Xiao Qi handed Tu Piaopiao a large cup of water at just the right temperature and pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her face, along with the occasional small black dots. No need to wipe. Help. This man was too close to her. So close that she could see the tiny hairs on his face and feel his breath on her face. Tu Piaopiao swallowed hard, pursing her lips to try to look like she wasn't a woman who coveted a man's looks. This is too unfair. Her heart raced, thumping loudly. Wait, I'm going to get dirty again. We'll wipe it later. You take a break and drink some water first. Xiao Qi wiped very seriously, his fingertips lightly brushing her cheek, bringing a ticklish sensation. His nails were trimmed neatly, and when he unintentionally grazed her soft, delicate face, it easily tugged at her heartstrings. Tu Piaopiao swallowed again. Xiao Qi lived like an old man, reading, drinking tea, studying. Perhaps watching her play with the animals became a more interesting thing for him. He didn't feel bored at all. He watched her patiently, wherever she went. His gaze followed without deviation. His gaze wasn't oppressive. It was genuinely doting and affectionate. Chapter 35, some sweet little daily moments that Rabbit Piao can feel. Gulu Gulu, after thinking it over, Rabbit Piao decided to drink water to provide a reasonable excuse for her swallowing sound. Gulu Gulu Gulu, drink slowly. No need to rush. She wanted a hug. Rabbit Piao swallowed the water and looked up at Xiao Qi, asking softly. Xiao Qi changes his clothes every day, and before changing, he always asks for her opinion. What she chooses will be worn by him the next day. She really wanted a hug. This reason was both weak and reasonable. Xiao Qi bent down and hugged Rabbit Piao A faint, refreshing fragrance wafted over, clear, pure, clean, and pleasant. Rabbit Piao reached out to hug him, rubbing her head against his chest. I like it so much, I like it so much. I like it so much. She had accumulated virtue for thousands of years, and this man was what she deserved. What the hell? Ju was talking to Lin Yu in the consciousness system, angrily spouting beautiful adjectives. Civilized language, you, me, him. Lin Yu rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it, seriously doubting that there was something wrong with his retina. Otherwise, he must have a problem with his brain. Anyway, it absolutely could not be Xiao Qi who had a problem. Is that Xiao Qi? Is it that you don't have a bit of AC in your heart? Then it probably isn't. Not enough IQ can only count the moon. Lin Yu accurately mocked. The two passed by and then quietly turned back. Rabbit Piao had already run off to continue playing with the animals. Xiao Qi sat on a chair, munching on a carrot, looking just like a male rabbit. Krung, 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 siaye. Ju tilted his head 45 degrees, asking uncertainly. The competition is over? It's over, Xiao Ge. Lin Yu, the sycophant, replied. By the way, are carrots this delicious? Xiao Qi nodded, his gaze on Rabbit Piao, who was playing happily. He refilled the large cup with hot water and continued to let it cool. No, Xiao Ge, weren't you once someone who only ate air and had no desires? Ju took out a chair from space and sat beside Xiao Qi, while Lin Yu kicked Ju and snatched his chair. Damn! Ju's flowery words stopped abruptly under Xiao Qi's intimidating gaze. He was doing the right thing, but Ju, disgusted and with no way out, looked at Lin Yu as if he wanted to kill him. With no other choice, to avoid conflict, he took out another chair from space. Xiao Ge, the girl you were just hugging is that girl, right? Lin Yu asked. Xiao Qi's gaze was too sticky, not giving them a single glance. They followed Xiao Qi's gaze to see a young girl in a light pink outfit, which had obvious stains, and Xiao Qi's clothes also had some, although less. The cleanliness freak actually allowed his clothes to have stains. Xiao Qi nodded. Her clothes were made by me. Do they look good? Good, maybe. Lin Yu answered with a stiff face, originally wanting comfort, but now he felt deeply hurt instead. What about your rabbit? Ju asked, taking out his little gray rabbit from space. This is when I was competing. I forgot that there was no air in space. Can this rabbit be saved? What a sin, what a sin. Ju's mind went blank. Lin Yu held his forehead, his head aching. Xiao Qi glanced at the half-dead little gray rabbit, his eyes narrowing dangerously. It's a male rabbit. What do you want to do? I was just thinking, no matter what you can't, but now that you're like this, I'm not worried anymore. Ju pleaded, can you save him? He should have died not long ago. Not stupid, he stole more than a dozen bottles of air from his space. Lin Yu helped explain, this is a companion for the rabbit he gave you. For the sake of me worrying about your beloved rabbit. Could you save him, please, Xiao Ge? Lin Yu retched at the air, turning his head away, unable to bear to look. Get lost, Xiao Qi said coldly, waving his hand, sending the gray rabbit and Ju flying thousands of miles away. Lin Yu's hand holding the teacup trembled. Wow, so fierce. Scary, so scary. Xiao Qi, I'm tired from playing. Rabbit Piao lazily walked back, and at the same time, Lin Yu visibly observed Xiao Qi's expression suddenly brighten, his aura softening. There was no trace of the previous intimidation. He blinked, sending a message to the distant Ju, who was forced to soak in the hot spring. Let's take a break. Before anyone could come over, Xiao Qi had already stood up and walked over to Rabbit Piao, wiping her sweat, handing her water. Holding an umbrella, Lin Yu stood there in a daze. He had never seen such a fresh and ethereal beauty, like a fairy falling from the clouds. Bright eyes and white teeth, skin like skin better than snow. The adjectives in this world could only describe 1/10,000th of her. Leaning against, Rabbit Piao tugged at one of Xiao Qi's arms, resting her head on it, eyes closed, lightly inhaling. Xiao Qi just raised his arm, motionless, letting her lean. Lin Yu transmitted the scene he saw to the kicked-out Ju, then quietly enjoyed it. He had just received Xiao Qi's warning gaze, putting down the teacup, picking it up again, putting it down again, his heart racing. His good brother, behind their backs, was actually paired up with a beauty. This was something they had never thought of before, nor dared to think about. They thought Xiao Qi really had a lack of desires. When Ju saw the photo, he was running on clouds, flying back rapidly. He really didn't know where he went wrong. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. I really didn't do anything wrong. If it was because he found a partner for the rabbit, then he now has a lady friend. Could it be that his partner likes that rabbit, which is why Xiao Qi likes that rabbit? But this woman, Xiao Qi never mentioned her before. When Ju arrived, Rabbit Piao had just lifted her head from Xiao Qi's arm, having rested enough. Lin Yu had also seen enough of the show. The dog food was sufficient, and today he probably wouldn't need to eat air. Bang! Ju moved quickly, throwing himself to the ground, and the gray rabbit in his arms also fell out, coincidentally landing at Rabbit Piao's feet. What is this? Rabbit Piao half squatted down, reaching out to touch the gray rabbit, checking for breath. It still needed some air. She quickly injected her spiritual power, and the gray rabbit was lifted into the air, surrounded by golden light. Ju and Lin Yu stared wide-eyed, while Xiao Qi remained calm. The gray rabbit slowly woke up, its 4 little paws slowly curling and stretching, gradually starting to hop around. Rabbit Piao gently placed it on the ground and said to Ju, "It's all better now." "Thank you." "Should I say thank you now?" Xiao Ji's gaze doesn't seem right. "You're welcome. Take good care of him in the future, okay?" Rabbit Piao smiled, feeling great to have met another of her kind. She finally had her own place to shine and could help Xiao Qi's friend. She felt genuinely happy. Finally, not a useless rabbit spirit. Okay. Ju responded blankly. Close contact was much better than in the photo. Lively, bright, carefree, soft. Ju was purely admiring. No wonder this girl could win over Xiao Qi, who wouldn't be enchanted upon seeing her. Xiao Qi pulled Rabbit Piao away from their line of sight. They had originally planned to go home after the competition, but since Piao liked it here, they decided to stay a little longer. When they returned, they would restore everything to its original state for the original owner. TSK. Feeling jealous, Xiao Qi. Oh, Xiao Qi, I didn't expect Brother Xiao to feel jealous one day. Lin Yu emphasized his words with a hint of sarcasm while enjoying tea. Beautiful, too beautiful. Ju sat next to Lin Yu, picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and spat all out. The tea was bitter beyond measure. Yet there were still people who loved it. It was indeed visually appealing, really beautiful. Lin Yu couldn't wait to share his shock. There were actually people in this world who looked so good. Exactly. Did you see her eyes? They are really beautiful. And her eyelashes fluttering. The two exchanged words, rarely reaching a consensus. This was one of the few times they communicated without bickering, and their opinions aligned throughout. After discussing for a while, they each built their little houses next to Xiao Qi and then went up the small hill to feed the poultry. The poultry saw new faces again, and they weren't as flustered as before. They had a good time playing with the two. In Xiao Qi's space, Tu Piaopiao expressed a desire to take a bath, and he directly brought her into the space to prepare bathwater for her. Xiao Qi, why do I feel like you're not very happy? Tu Piao leaned on the edge of the bathtub, resting her chin on her hands, her long eyelashes fluttering. Xiao Qi adjusted the water temperature, pursed his lips, bit them and fell silent. A brief silence ensued. Piao, what do you think of Ju? Pretty good. Lin Yu is also quite good. They're your friends. All quite nice. Tu Piao took 2 steps toward Xiao Qi, resting her hands on the edge of the bathtub, and replied, "So, am I better or are they better?" Of course, Xiao Qi is the best. Before Xiao Qi could ask, Tu Piao had already answered. Her eyes flickered, and based on the explanation in the drawing book, Xiao Qi was feeling jealous? Was it because she saved Ju's little gray rabbit? In fact, no matter who it was, she would have saved it. They were all the same kind. How could she stand by and do nothing? Really? Hearing the answer, Xiao Qi's eyebrows rose in delight, and for the first time, the genius was uncertain and asked. And this was just the beginning. Of course, Tu Piao smiled, her eyes clear and pure, looking at Xiao Qi as if he were her whole world. The feelings were entwined, and the hormones were overflowing. The magnetic fields between the two attracted each other, and they unknowingly drew closer. He bent down. She tilted her head back, almost touching each other's lips. Dinosaur carrying wolf. Dinosaur carrying wolf resisting wolf. Congratulations, host. The 39th instance of 100 heart rate has been achieved. Safa, FA. The little chili pepper detected the target's heart rate and quickly reported it, but this time it was disliked. Little trash. Tu Piaopiao's heart roared in anger, and a little chili pepper quickly cut off the connection, feeling more and more adorable. The main system had praised her for this, so she liked the word cute. But why was the host unhappy? The task was completed again. The world of rabbits is really hard to understand. Disdain JPG. Tu Piaopiao took a step back, suppressing her little desires, her face flushed, and pretended to be shy as before. I'm gonna take a bath. Okay. Xiao Qi's earlobes turned red, his heart racing. The temperature is fine, then I'll wait for you outside. You can also take a bath. Okay. Xiao Qi left, closed the pink little door, and covered his wildly beating heart outside. Tu Piaopiao felt like she was about to bite her rabbit teeth off, only able to watch but not eat. Xiao Qi, can you not reach 100 heart rate so quickly? She didn't know how long she could continue pretending to be shy. Xiao Qi was so smart, sigh. Little trash is tricky. Xiao Qi was in the bathroom, taking a cold shower, feeling too hot. The icy water flowed over his body, and he began to think about how to formally confess. Would Piao Piao say yes? The reason she was rejecting him now was that they hadn't officially gotten together, right? Girls are reserved. Reserved? He didn't think Piao Piao was reserved. Daring to strip him of his clothes was not something a reserve girl would do. The sound of rushing water drowned out his muffled groan. In the evening, Yingzhu and Linyu each took 2 boxes of air wine, preparing to drink and have fun, only to be confiscated by Xiao Qi, who resignedly gnawed on a carrot. Xiao Qi was busy in the kitchen while Tu Piaopiao watched from the side, her eyes fixed on him. Just like Xiao Qi's daily routine of watching rabbits. Xiao Qi didn't let her into the kitchen, but she was unwilling to be idle. So she watched him busying himself. This was also a very beautiful and happy thing. Many couples, in the repetition of day after day, lose the simplest form of companionship. It's inevitable that their relationship will eventually fall apart. And companionship itself is a beautiful thing. Xiao Qi, I call you that. Do you like it? I like it. Whatever you call me is fine. That's good. Why do you ask me that? Just asking casually. I want to talk to you. Hear your voice. Hee. Tu Piaopiao cupped her face, watching Xiao Qi make carrot kimchi. Xiao Qi raised his eyes to look at Tu Piaopiao, feeling warm inside. The little rabbit spoke so earnestly but could easily conquer his heart. Piao must like him, right? The closer he got to the answer, the more uncertain he felt because he cared. Piao, before you met me, did you meet any other guys? Xiao Qi asked gently. I have. Tu Piao replied directly. Xiao Qi's hand paused in the motion of sprinkling salt, stopping for a moment, pretending to be gentle and calm. Chapter 36, Pure Desire Style, Beautiful Man Photo with a soft voice. She opened her mouth. Oh. Rabbit Piao, answered like a steel-straight woman. Then, there was a vast silence. Rabbit Piao continued to watch seriously, while Xiao Qi worked earnestly. Outside the living room, Yingzhu and Linyu quietly took out a plate of peanuts from their space, singing to the moon, which in simpler terms was just venting complaints. Dinner was sumptuous, stir-fried carrots with hot peppers, carrot diced kimchi, coarse grain rice, tomatoes sprinkled with sugar, and stewed green vegetables with beans. There wasn't a single piece of meat. Rabbit Piao swallowed hard. It smelled delicious, but there wasn't any meat. She was a rabbit, but she had been a rabbit spirit for thousands of years. Well, she had only smelled meat and never eaten any. It always felt like she was eating the corpse of an animal, which she couldn't stomach. But Xiao Qi? Could he do without meat? After all, he was a person. Let's eat. Okay. Rabbit Piao took the bowl and chopsticks that Xiao Qi handed her, and then took the fresh milk he prepared, particularly fresh. Freshly squeezed today using a tool. Yingzhu and Linyu sat empty-handed, waiting for a long time while the two in front started eating, and they had nothing. They had no opinions and wouldn't have any thoughts. After years of getting along with Xiao Qi, they had long gotten used to it. The two of them resiliently took out their own bowls and chopsticks from their respective spaces and seriously started eating. Rabbit Piao held back her laughter. The silent one singing, one responding of these two was more flexible than a comedic duo. She felt it even when she was a rabbit. Rabbit Piao was not at all reserved and occasionally chatted with Yingzhu and Linyu. Of course, the most talked about topic was still Xiao Qi. After dinner, the two returned to their homes. Rabbit Piao took a walk in the yard to help with digestion. She actually could skip meals. However, Xiao Qi's cooking was so good that she couldn't help but not make things difficult for herself. The moon hung in the sky. The moon thousands of years later was just as hazy, glowing with a beige light, warm, lonely, and tranquil. The stars in the sky were also much the same as thousands of years ago. The research of astronomers was beyond the comprehension of this little rabbit. Suddenly, Rabbit Piao Piao stopped, turned around, and saw Xiao Qi busy under the warm white light. The light highlighted his gentle profile, and the beauty of the young man lay in his bones, not just in his skin. Bayou. A mobile phone appeared in Rabbit Piao Piao's palm. She pressed the screen, and it was her beautiful photo. Covering her fingerprint, she unlocked it and tapped to take a photo. Click. The atmospheric photo of Xiao Qi was freshly released, and she immediately changed the background. Getting a little closer, she moved in a bit to take a big head photo of the two of them together. Xiao Qi looked up and smiled gently at the camera. The two of them matched very well, perfectly compatible, 100 suited. Xiao Qi, how come you're looking back? I have been watching you for a while. What do you think of this picture? Can I use it as a screensaver? Xiao Qi nodded. It was their photo together. In ancient times, people said that screensaver photos were usually set by couples who had confirmed their feelings for each other. Thinking of this, he wiped his hands and took out his own phone from his space. He also took a photo with Rabbit Piao Piao and set it as a screensaver. Such a simple thing filled his heart instantly. Piao Piao, do you have WeChat? Although he didn't use such outdated gadgets, since Piao Piao liked it, he could try using it, which would give them more common topics to talk about. Why not? Just because he didn't use it didn't mean he couldn't. The phone was too clumsy. It was nowhere near as convenient as the thought system. Yes. Rabbit Piao Piao thought Xiao Qi was holding some black piece. But it turned out to be a mobile phone. You have a phone too? You have ancient books too? Xiao Qi retorted, we often call this thing ancient books. Haha. Oh, I see. The two added each other on WeChat. And for the first time, Xiao Qi felt that the internet Wi-Fi wasn't that slow. Occasional disconnections could also test each other's patience. They played for a while, and then Xiao Qi continued to tidy up, washing dishes and wiping the table. Rabbit Piao Piao put her phone back in her bag of treasures, temporarily storing the thing she had transformed. She closed her eyes, grinned mischievously, and a camera appeared in her hands. Running into the house, she took photos of Xiao Qi with a click, click, click. Xiao Qi seemed a bit shy. After cleaning the kitchen, he went to sit in the living room while Rabbit Piao Piao continued to take pictures of him. Little Rabbit was even directing the great Lord Xiao. Yes. Left hand in your pocket, right hand touching your collar, head tilted slightly. Can you unbutton one more button on your shirt collar? Thank you. Rabbit Piao Piao was taking advantage of the situation with confidence. Be a bit lazier, relax, my dear. Rabbit Piao Piao was focused, looking as serious as a professional photographer. After more than 2 hours, Rabbit Piao Piao got tired of taking pictures and transformed a computer to start processing the images. Xiao Qi leaned over to take a look. Piao Piao, you have so many files. Yeah. Rabbit Piao Piao scratched her hair, her face turning red as she began to look at the photos from today. She had played with the camera for a while and had taken quite a few. Pure desire style photos. Key highlight. She was a serious photographer for a fee. Xiao Qi. He seemed to have seen something extraordinary just now. Xiao Qi, emerging from the dim night, looked like a hellish Satan under the warm orange light. He looked gentle like a prince, with his hand resting on the chair, his body leaning back. The lines of his collarbone were faintly visible. Every picture was beautiful, so beautiful it could explode. The visual contrast reached a peak. Piao Piao, can you look at them alone, okay? Okay. Rabbit Piao Piao nodded fiercely, her mouse clicking loudly. Wow, this is really the person I liked, much better than those I took before. Is this what they mean by beauty in the eye of the beholder? But Xiao Qi was already good-looking to begin with. Love-struck Piao is online. Piao, you shouldn't be taking photos for the first time, right? Xiao Qi was a keen observer. From Rabbit Piao Piao's professional actions earlier, he could tell something. Perilous. With the things in the storage card, he could guess the answer. The significance of the question was that he wanted to know what other surprises she had that he didn't know about. The pure and lovely little rabbit, adding a touch of mystery, made people's curiosity about her grow infinitely. Of course not. I mean, would Xiao Qi believe me? From now on, only take pictures for me, okay? Xiao Qi used limited words when facing Rabbit Piao, his hand brushing her hair, seemingly asking but actually threatening. Rabbit Piao had no doubt. If she didn't answer well, she would definitely lose her rabbit fur. Okay, she answered obediently. Can you delete those photos? Xiao Qi, don't push your luck. The rabbit became angry and would puff up her fur. Rabbit Piao even called it by his full name. Who knew Xiao Qi would unexpectedly change from strong warning to a weak and easily bullied little kitten. His eyes began to redden, looking at Rabbit Piao with a pitiful expression, accusing her, "You're being mean to me." Looking like that, it seemed that if she didn't comfort him, he would cry. Rabbit Piao held her index finger on the mouse, motionless against the mouse pad, looking at Xiao Qi, having a sense of being a bad person. Damn, she really felt heartbroken. Piao, you're being mean to me. Xiao Qi reached out, gently tugging at Rabbit Piao's sleeve, his tone more pitiful, looking like he'd been wronged and couldn't speak about it. I didn't. Rabbit Piao surrendered and argued. The atmosphere became a bit tense for a moment, and after a few minutes, Rabbit Piao admitted defeat. She really couldn't withstand the look in this man's eyes. I'll delete it. Is that okay? There won't be any more photos to appreciate her photography skills. Woo, Rabbit crying JPG. Piao, if you don't want to delete them, then forget it. You don't have to force yourself like this. Xiao Qi's expression turned serious. His grievance slightly restrained, and then he obediently sat still in place. He didn't leave, just looked at Rabbit Piao. Xiao Qi, this man is so petty. Jealous over a few photos? Well, actually, it's a few hundred. All right, Xiao Qi, I'm just teasing you. Don't be unhappy. When this man is unhappy, she automatically feels unhappy too, her heart tightly twisted together, and her emotional organ, her stomach, also felt uncomfortable. She patted Xiao Qi's hand. These photos really aren't that useful anyway. Oh, if I say it again, I won't talk to you anymore. Rabbit Piao continued to add a threat. I won't delete them either. Delete, is that okay, Piao? Xiao Qi mimicked the coquetry tone from ancient texts, speaking in a soft and cute manner. Rabbit Piao felt her bones soften. This man's voice is nice, and what he says automatically sounds pleasant. All right, delete. She had a premonition that she would definitely be controlled tightly by this man in the future. One by one, the photos flipped past. Xiao Qi's gaze gradually became dangerous. Rabbit Piao got tired of deleting, and Xiao Qi helped delete them. The men in the photos were all stunning, each with a distinctly different style. Their flirtatious gazes were strikingly similar. Abs, collarbones, shorts. Does Piao like this? Rabbit Piao propped her chin, watching the photos disappear one by one before her eyes, her heart bleeding. These are all her creations. Piao, do you like this kind of body? Piao, doesn't this man know how to tie a tie? Why is it crooked? Piao, and this man, can't he button his shirt? Xiao Qi asked soul-searching questions, and Rabbit Piao couldn't answer a single one. Family, who understands? This is a typical life and death question. In the end, Xiao Qi was satisfied after deleting all the photos, while Rabbit Piao had already fallen asleep with her head down. Xiao Qi searched in ancient texts on how to change the computer desktop, then set the photo of him and Piao as the desktop background, and conveniently sent himself a copy of all the photos. After doing all this, Xiao Qi took one last look at the computer desktop photo before closing the laptop contentedly. He carried Rabbit Piao back to the room, covered the little rabbit with a blanket, and turned to leave, only to be tugged at by the edge of his pants. With a little rabbit murmured in her sleep, Xiao Qi wants to eat. Can't eat hawthorn. Xiao Qi smiled helplessly, squatted down, and placed her hand back into the blanket. He slightly bent his index finger and rubbed Rabbit Piao's nose, softly saying, "Okay, little glutton." After a reluctant glance, he left the room to sleep in the adjacent one. The next early morning, a loud sound of gongs and drums startled the sleeping Xiao Qi awake. He hurriedly got up, quickly dressed, and went outside to silence the source of the noise. Tao Sui foam was covered over the mouth and nose, only able to make a faint, muffled sound, choosing to give up in the face of absolute strength. "If you don't make a fuss, I'll let you go." Piao had finally slightly adjusted her schedule. Waking her up at this hour might make her a night rabbit again. Tao Suifeng quickly nodded, almost out of breath. The moment Xiao Qi released his grip, he prepared to cover him again, but Tao Suifeng covered his own mouth instead, not letting himself speak. He had just returned from his travels, ready to have the same exciting welcome ceremony as usual, with his family members cooperating in the performance. Before the poultry could perform, he was caught first. It was quite speechless. The sky was gradually clearing up, and Tao Suifeng looked at the young man who had just covered him, shaking his head. For safety's sake, he lowered his voice and said, "Young man, it's better not to be too arrogant." "Hello, I'm sorry about earlier." Xiao Qi apologized sincerely, full of respect for the elder. It's fine. Tao Suifeng stretched out his hand, just about to pat Xiao Qi on the shoulder. But the other party had already walked away. In the yard, he was washing hawthorn, strawberries, pineapples, grapes, cucumbers. In this day and age, are there still people cooking? Isn't this the location of his original home? Where's his home? It's not this modernized. Everything is lit by kerosene lamps. He didn't dare to speak now, moving stealthily like a thief. With the crowing of a rooster, the sky became clearer, and he finally saw that his old home had been moved next door, along with 2 unknown small storage rooms. Rabbit Piaopiao stretched, changed her clothes, feeling a bit tired of wearing her hanfu for too long. She put on a sexy outfit with a crop top and blue denim shorts. Based on her instincts, she styled her hair into a bun, took out a full-length mirror, turned around, and felt pleased with herself. Then she remembered to wash up. Placing the clothes she changed out of his side, as Xiao Qi said he would wash them. What's there to be polite about with her future husband? She had unconsciously gotten used to it. Outside the house, Tao Suifeng looked at the brightly colored, syrup-covered candied hawthorn, the syrup stretching, and the sweet aroma wafting through the air. "Can I have one?" "No," Xiao Qi replied without hesitation. "I'm not saying this, but I'm telling you, this house is mine. Isn't it unfair for you to do this?" Tao Suifeng brought out his identity as the owner of the house, hoping to get the other party to respect him. Xiao Qi looked up, stunned for a moment. No wonder there were people in this remote mountain forest. It turns out he asked the owner, Oh, Tao Suifeng got angry. "Do you know that you're occupying someone else's land? There's no occupation. I'm helping you with your poultry." Xiao Qi said lightly, "Since you're back, it's natural to return it. We'll leave in a while." Chapter 37. After a life of warfare, he returns as a coward. Tao Suifeng left in a fit of anger, going to a nearby room, where he caught a rooster and almost cut its throat in one strike. He managed to restrain himself just in time. He had already hidden here. How could anyone still provoke his displeasure? After thinking it over and feeling frustrated, he returned to Xiao Qi's courtyard and waved his hand, signaling the start of a battle. Xiao Qi waved his hand in response, sending everything on the table back to the living room. The rabbit Tiao, who was about to go out, was bewilderedly pushed back in. "Tiao, wait for me for a moment. It'll all be fine." Hey, what's going on?" Tiao exclaimed as she peered through a hole in the iron gate, seeing an old man fighting with her handsome man. How dare someone lay hands on her person? This was intolerable. Tao Suifeng and Xiao Qi were entangled in battle, and Tiao jumped down between them. Ingju and Lin Yu were also awakened by the commotion. Xiao Qi was sent back by Tiao's magic. Tao Suifeng looked down on the newly appeared girl, his gaze filled with disdain. The young man from earlier could have fought him for a few rounds, but this delicate girl really didn't ignite any desire to battle in him. There was no fluctuation of energy from her. He truly couldn't bring himself to fight. "Girl, I want to fight you." "Then why are you bullying Xiao Qi?" Tiao attacked, catching Tao Suifeng off guard, causing him to lean back, almost falling over. "Me? No. I'm just talking to you nicely. Don't make a move. If you keep this up, I want to be polite." Tao Suifeng was forced to retreat step by step. The girl's moves were strange, and he didn't quite understand them, but they were definitely threatening. "Bring it on." Tao Suifeng became serious, adopting a serious attitude as if facing an opponent. Thus began a thrilling exchange between the two. "Wow, this is impressive. Someone is actually protecting Xiao Ge. How rare. TSK. Ingju said, his tone slightly sour and with a hint of schadenfreude. This old man was clearly not simple. How could the soft and cute little rabbit possibly be his match? Xiao Qi said nothing, closely watching the duel. If he noticed Tiao starting to falter, he would intervene. Ju scratched his head, thinking he had just heard Xiao Ge call that woman. Tiao. He quickly messaged Lin Yu through the mental system. Lin Yu. Ju. Maybe I heard wrong. Lin Yu. Lizi. Ancient term for mentally challenged. After about 10 minutes, Tiao and Tao Suifeng were still evenly matched. Tiao, getting tired of the fight, cast a freezing spell, and Tao Suifeng was frozen mid-air. Xiao Qi. I'm hungry. Tiao linked her arm with Xiao Qi's, resting her head in the crook of his arm, her movements skillful and affectionate. Okay, I'll go make something. Xiao Qi patted Tiao on the head and said softly, not paying any attention to the person suspended in mid-air. Ju and Lin Yu just watched. He bullied Xiao Qi, a little freezing as a minor punishment. Tiao replied, sitting at the table in the courtyard, grabbing a candied hawthorn to sneak a bite, while a cup of warm water was placed in front of her for her to drink first. Oh, another failed attempt at sneaking a bite. Ju and Lin Yu stood still, not daring to approach the table for a moment. Tao Suifeng, suspended in midair. Speechless and confused, Xiao Qi finally noticed what Tiao was wearing, feeling an urge to hide her away. Tiao obediently drank water, tried a small cookie, finished the water, and picked up the candied hawthorn. Very sexy, very pretty. Xiao Qi smiled and turned back to the kitchen to continue his work. Tiao bit into half a hawthorn and went to the kitchen. Xiao Qi, we don't need to make so much for breakfast. I want to eat with you. Try this. The hawthorn is really good. She reached out, placing it by Xiao Qi's lips, and he opened his mouth to eat the other half she had left. Crunch. The hawthorn, coated in sugar, melted into a sweet delicacy in the mouth. Because it was given by her, it tasted even sweeter. Okay, the porridge is almost ready. If you can't get used to rice, you don't have to eat. They were currently eating air. Would it be bad for his body if he kept eating with her? I can get used to it. Then will it affect your body? It one tea. I can eat air. That's good. And you? Xiao Qi had always wanted to ask this. Ancient text said that fairies didn't need to eat. I'm the same as you. I eat because of my cravings. Tiao smiled. When I reach my previous level, I won't need to eat anything. Xiao Qi looked at her, unwilling to miss any subtle changes on her face. She was full of mystery. He knew nothing about it, but he was willing to believe and be enchanted. When I reach the highest level, I won't need to eat anything, but I like to eat, so. Tiao, through Xiao Qi, a no look. The two chatted casually while Ju and Lin Yu quietly took a few candied hawthorns from the table. They used cloud running to take Tao Suifeng away to a secluded corner to thaw him out. Then they sincerely expressed their apologies. Hello, we're sorry to meet you this way. Sorry. We apologize. The two of them sang in unison, fearing they might encounter some hidden big shot. Do you know Xiao Qi? Yeah. He is a bit stubborn. Please bear with him. Ju pointed to his own head, seriously mocking his own brother. This is the candied hawthorn we have. Please have some and forgive us. Lin Yu followed up with an apology. If you want anything, just let us know, and we'll do our best to find it for you as an apology. The three had interacted for many years. Such social etiquette was mostly handled by them. Xiao Qi seldom intervened. Tao Suifeng trembled all over. He had only seen the fairy's magic that could take lives in ancient books. He had just seen his spirit calling to him. And no, it's fine. Tao Suifeng waved his hand. I am fine. You guys, don't take it to heart. Just stay casually. He turned and ran away, disappearing quickly without even using cloud running. Crunch. Ju bit off 2 strawberries sweetly. Do you think he'll report us? Shouldn't he? Lin Yu said, breaking off the hawthorn one by one, eating them. The two watched as Tao Suifeng ran away in a fluster, shaking their heads in sync, then nodding. He might have a slight intelligence problem at night. Ju and Lin Yu couldn't sleep soundly. The two collaboratively drafted a letter, a notice of events, detailing the origins of today's incident quietly, sending it through the air to Tiao's door. Tiao felt a bit anxious tonight. Xiao Qi's affection level hadn't reached 100 even once today. Is he not in love anymore? Is he tired of me? My adrenaline isn't even spiking. Is there movement? Tiao cautiously approached the door. Did the bad guys who bullied Xiao Qi today want revenge? A letter was quietly slipped through the crack of the door, with Ju and Lin Yu's names written on it. Qiao felt relieved, opened the envelope, and learned that the place they were staying was the old man as today, causing her heart to panic. She ran outside, gently knocking on the door. Xiao Qi, should we go apologize? No one responded inside. Xiao Qi had worked too hard. Let him have a good sleep. Qiao exited the courtyard, and Ju and Lin Yu, seeing she was alone, appeared simultaneously on either side. The sky was dark and gloomy, a sign of impending rain. On the small hillside, the cows, sheep, cats, and chickens all went to the shelter that Tao Suifeng had built for them to avoid the rain in advance. Do you know where he is? This question left Ju and Lin Yu in silence. They watched as Tao Suifeng disappeared from their sight without taking any action. Marking and tracking signals are rights reserved for officers. Taking such actions recklessly is illegal. Are you all that useless? Tu Piaopiao bluntly criticized. Only in front of Xiao Qi did she behave like a soft and cute little bunny. 1,000-year-old rabbit spirit, with 1,000 years of experience, was enough for her to understand the ways of the human world. Hey, we're not useless at all, okay? Ju retorted. Exactly, if we were useless, how could we become Xiao Qi's friends? Dream on. Lin Yu chimed in. Stop babbling. Finding someone is more important. Tu Piaopiao face-bombed, saying something unlovable, fortunately. Xiao Qi didn't hear it. Ju secretly pressed the recording button, wanting to document this two-faced rabbit. One life gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, three gives birth to all things. Tu Piaopiao recited a spell, and strange air currents began to gather around, surrounding the three of them. Blue and pink light spots shot up from the surroundings, and bizarre sounds emerged in the night. Ju and Lin, you didn't dare to move. This woman. Her eyes turned red. Oh no, OMG, now they turn white. Now they're gray. He's over there. Tu Piaopiao retracted her spiritual power, pushing Ju and Lin Yu aside, shielding them from the wind, and floating to the small hill pit where Tao Suifeng was avoiding the rain. The smell of alcohol was pervasive. A disheveled figure lay against the cave wall, looking despondent, his gaze unfocused. He lifted a bottle of alcohol to his nose, pouring it in, then started to cough violently. Cough, 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 cough. Poor me, a lifetime of brilliance and martial prowess. And I ended up like this. Ha ha. Is it a given that the elderly should be bullied? Tao Suifeng swayed as he stood up, then trembled as he sat back down, singing an unknown tune, lamenting his sorrow. I must sue that. Tu Piaopiao formed a lotus gesture with her hands to wake him up. In less than 10 minutes, Tao Suifeng became much clearer. Upon seeing Tu Piaopiao, he thought, it would be better if he just went back to sleep. Hello, I am Tu Piaopiao. I apologize for my disrespect today. I take full responsibility for my actions. If you have anything against me, bring it on. Such a domineering defense of her husband left Ju and Lin Yu feeling like they had been struck by lightning. It really is. Tu Piaopiao. Just that rabbit, so this rabbit, that rabbit. Are all Tu Piaopiao? Looking at her today, and just now, she didn't seem to have transformed through any formal channels. Tao Suifeng focused his gaze, saying, I have some things to discuss. Can we talk in detail? Yes. Tu Piaopiao waved her hand, and Ju and Lin Yu exited the cave, tossed into an unknown corner. Thunder rumbled in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down, and rain fell from the heavens, cascading down to the ground, soaking the earth. The noisy sound of rain accentuated the desolation of the small cave. What do you want to say to me? You're not from this time and space, right? Tao Suifeng added an uncertain question mark in his heart, guessing only 50. Does that matter? Tu Piaopiao sharply retorted, deflecting the topic without answering directly. It seems. The time-space rift has appeared again. Tao Suifeng shook his head, lazily leaning against the back of the cave. Years ago, when he parted ways with her, he had hidden outside of this mundane world to avoid everything. Occasionally wandering around, he thought perhaps he might encounter her again. The reason he said Tu Piaopiao was not from this time and space was that the aura on her body was somewhat similar to hers from back then. Looking back, past events have turned to emptiness. What do you know? Can you share? You need to answer my question first. Sorry, I can't answer. It concerns life and death. She cannot answer hastily. The person opposite her was also uncertain if he really knew something. I know you have your own rules. Tao Suifeng forced a smile, opened the bottle cap with his teeth, and took a big gulp. Once the bottle was empty, he slowly said, "You are not from this time and space. You are destined to go back. To cut off is to cut off. Only then can you avoid chaos." His deep, aged voice seemed to traverse through countless years, narrating slowly. Tu Piaopiao stopped speaking, turned, and left the small cave. "Tomorrow we will leave. All your belongings will return to their original places. As for what you said, it is impossible to sever." Tao Suifeng smiled silently, knowing that this world now had another pair of lovesick women. The rain-soaked night was cold and dim, with leaves rustling on the branches. The wails echoed across the fields as Tu Piaopiao held an oil paper umbrella, her feet dangling in the air, drifting back to their temporary residence. She floated quickly and didn't notice the familiar figure lurking in the shadows. Inside the cave, a fierce tiger burst in, pouncing on the dazed Tao Suifeng, its jaws wide open, aiming for his throat. It had been half a month since it last ate, observing from the shadows for a long time, waiting for that dangerous woman to leave before preparing to kill. Awoo! Tao Suifeng's vision went black as he tried to summon his energy, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as that disgusting, rotten mouth lunged toward him. Bang! The tiger was knocked unconscious on the ground, and Xiao Qi brushed the dirt off his hands, casting a sharp gaze at Tao Suifeng. After a lifetime of battles, he returned only to become a coward. Ingju and Lin Yu had just explained the situation to him, succinctly narrating Tao Suifeng's background before they were kicked 20,000 miles away. Chapter 38. Listen and let it be. He followed closely, anxious that the little rabbit might encounter misfortune. After observing outside for a long time, he didn't know why. But when he heard them mention the space-time rift, he chose to stay hidden and halted his steps. "Thank you." Tao Suifeng expressed his gratitude, still shaken. Had he known returning would be like this, he might as well have continued to wander around in disguise. It was better than today, where he was almost regarded as dinner by a hungry tiger. "What did you just say?" Tao Suifeng looked at the person, recognizing the voice he had heard today, which felt very familiar. He had lost his composure in front of the younger generation today. Well, there were many embarrassing things, and he was no longer the once proud general he used to be. If you love her, believe in her, don't make it difficult for her. Tao Suifeng extended his leg and kicked the fainted tiger, which stirred slightly, causing him to feel weak in the knees and fall to the ground. Before completely losing his composure, he summoned Yin to take him far away from this troublesome place. It's not that it can't be said, but that it shouldn't be said. Everything comes and goes with a predetermined fate. Xiao Qi stood in the small cave all night, only returning to pack up when dawn broke. Rabbit Piaopiao tossed and turned for a while before lying down on the bed and falling asleep, not even noticing the odd atmosphere in the air, already snoring away. Xiao Qi had arranged a mild, sleep-inducing air in her room, which would trigger a mechanism as soon as she opened the door, putting her into a deep sleep. The next day, Rabbit Piaopiao sat in a reclining chair, propping her legs up, munching on sunflower seeds while watching Xiao Qi pack up and return Tao Suifeng's house to its original state. During this time, Tao Suifeng did not appear, as if he had evaporated from the world. Ingju and Lin Yu were dragged in to do manual labor, accepting Xiao Qi's orders. Rabbit Piaopiao tried several times to help, but was dissuaded each time. She could only lie on the soft chair, like a salted fish rabbit. How strange. I haven't heard Little Garbage report anything recently. Little Garbage, can you help me see how many heartthrob points I have now? Dear host, it's still the 39th time. You need to keep working hard. Little Chili rested her chin on her hand, feeling quite idle lately, with no tasks to complete, nor needing to diligently learn anything. The thing that showcased her value the most was reporting each time. But then, this event also disappeared. How strange. When I heroically protected my husband and fought against Tao Suifeng, didn't Little Cheesy feel a heartthrob? Rabbit Piaopiao bit her tongue on the sunflower seed. Ouch. That really hurts. Little Chili doesn't know. In this typical beauty saving the hero plot, how could Little Cheesy not feel a heartthrob? I felt it. Little Chili doesn't know. I know you don't know. I understand you don't understand. So just be quiet and listen to my analysis. Rabbit Piaopiao conceded, No longer holding any expectations for this trash system, she continued to speak to herself. Back then, almost all the people I saved expressed their admiration for me. Why is it not working with little Cheesy? Rabbit Piapiao stared blankly. From Xiao Qi's perspective, the day's little rabbit had started to daydream again. His expression unconsciously softened. Ingju and Lin Yu exchanged glances, knowing for sure that someone was definitely looking at Rabbit Piapiao. They were already stuffed with dog food. As for Rabbit Piapiao, they couldn't care less, nor did they want to. Anyway, Brother Xiao had the ability to give Rabbit Piapiao an identity. Rabbit Piapiao was also quite good to Brother Xiao. Their current main attitude was to listen and let it be. 10:22:34, help, I really can't find that punctuation, sob, just make do with it. 10:22:34, once everyone finished packing, Rabbit Piapiao said goodbye to her animal friends on the small hillside. Ingju and Lin Yu were about to urge her when Xiao Qi shot them a glance, making them return the same way. Don't bully the little black cat, little yellow cat. You are good friends, so be nice to each other. Thank you, Sister Nyo and Brother Nyo, for taking care of me. I'm leaving now. Hope to see you again. Rabbit Piapiao walked down the small hillside, glancing back 3 times, her eyes filled with reluctance. The animals also quieted down, collectively immersed in a sad atmosphere. It is human nature, and the same goes for animals. It's just that human emotions are more delicate. Piapiao, drink some water. What if I want to use the bathroom on the way back? Rabbit Piapiao's voice gradually lowered. Why did she have to rush back? Couldn't she use her teleportation technique? To stay in my space. Xiao Qi affectionately patted Rabbit Piapiao's head, her smooth hair slipping through his fingers. The sweet, dense scent of hormones fluctuated between the two. Ingju and Lin Yu had now become harmonious good brothers, quietly being single dogs without any quarrels. Ingju, Lin Yu, I also want to go to Brother Zhao's space. Lin Yu, well, think about it then. Ingju, get lost. The two were now chatting in the thought system, their playful and cute expressions being handled oddly by 2 ironclad straight men. No need. Little Cheesy, I have teleportation. As soon as Rabbit Piapiao said this, she was covered by Xiao Qi's hand. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Piapiao, save your fairy techniques for necessary times. Just follow me for now. Be good. But using teleportation, whoosh, I can get there. Rabbit Piapiao lowered her voice, whispering to Xiao Qi. That's too unsafe, Piapiao. I'm afraid of bad people keeping an eye on you. I'll be worried, Piapiao. Xiao Qi wrapped his arms around Rabbit Piapiao's back, drawing her closer. She could hear his heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The frequency was fast, but it just couldn't reach 100. Sigh. It's not easy to feel a heartthrob. Piapiao, Rabbit. Okay. As soon as Rabbit Piapiao's voice fell, they arrived in Xiao Qi's space. The man's speed was so fast that Rabbit Piapiao was left stunned. Ingju and Lin Yu asked in unison, Brother Xiao, can we go now? As soon as they finished asking, Xiao Qi had already stepped on the cloud and run far ahead of them. Shang Sha family. Silk and satin filled the room. Precious jewelry adorned a long rectangular table. Bright red lanterns hung high in the courtyard. Colorful little flags fluttered in the wind. A gust of wind blew by, and the little wind chimes tied to the floating flags began to play a pleasant symphony of nature. Finished taking care of everything? Ling Yu wiped the luminous pearl headband and asked Shang Shi, who had just returned to the room. She's asleep. Ren Fengluan was currently temporarily residing in Shang Shi and Shang Sha's home for easier care. His injury still needed some time to heal. See, try this princess puffy skirt. You would look great in it, Ling Yu said excitedly, as Shangshi's birthday party was just a few days away. Great. In the next room, Ren Fengluan listened to the voices from across the room, and the person pretending to be asleep stopped pretending. Their enthusiastic discussions made him feel out of place. Even if he risked his life, she wouldn't glance at him. Routine care was accompanied by a Shangsha throughout. The boundaries are indeed clear. Ren Fengluan slowly picked up a knife and stabbed it into his chest, little by little. Crimson blood oozed out, soaking into his skin. His already pale face became even more pallid, revealing a sickly white hue everywhere. He had prepared her birthday gift months ago, and doing this was just a hope to stay under her gaze a little longer. After the wound reached the limit the human body could endure, he withdrew, pulled out the knife, and cleaned up the bloodstains. Exhausted, he fell into a deep sleep. And in his dreams, he heard her sharp questioning, saying he deserved to die. Xiao Qi came out wearing a bright red puff skirt, her fair skin complementing the stunning red. No one had lost their luster. Wow, she was truly beautiful. Xi, what kind of makeup do you want to wear on your birthday? Ling Yu took out a comprehensive guide to birthday makeup, laying it out for Xiao Qi to choose from. On my birthday, I want to be with Xiao Qi. So I should choose something more suitable? She showed a shy expression, her thoughts obvious. Ling Yu didn't want to expose her. She wasn't sure if Xiao Qi really liked that rabbit, but he definitely cared. She wondered if Xi could compete. But anyway, it was worth a try. What if it succeeded? Although the hope was slim, the possibility was close to zero. What kind of makeup do you think Xiao Qi would like? I don't know. Xiao Qi nervously pressed her lips together. Just thinking about confessing to Xiao Qi at the birthday party made her hormones surge. She could only sleep when her body couldn't hold out anymore. She had liked him for so long, day after day, and now this feeling was finally going to see the light of day. Xi, or maybe you could take a risk and choose a bold makeup style. What if he thinks you look particularly different from usual and agrees? Ling Yu encouraged her to drink more. Maybe, well, just like that. But, Xi, you know deep down that there's almost no hope, and it might even make you feel embarrassed. Ling Yu asked seriously, so I'm asking you one last time. Do you really want to confess? Yes. Okay, if you fail, just cry with your sister. It's no big deal. The two of them studied makeup until late into the night before falling asleep, and when they woke up the next day, they both had panda eyes. At dawn, the two girls were still asleep when Xiao knocked on the door, but no one responded. He had to take the medicine he brewed to Ren Fengluan next door. Pushing the door open, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The calming incense had burned out, and ashes covered the candlestick. Ren Fengluan lay motionless on the bed, still wearing yesterday's clothes, his breathing weak, as if he was on the verge of death. Xiao put down the medicine bowl and hurried to examine him thoroughly. In the era of 7077, humanity was no longer threatened by diseases. There were extremely effective and advanced treatments for any illness. Human lifespan had been extended, and proper cultivation could lead to longevity and immortality. Age was really just a number. From the moment a person was born, they came with a medical system that included various treatment plans for diseases, along with monitoring and data functions. The prerequisite for use was that you were a healthy living being. He had clearly improved significantly yesterday. Why had he worsened today? Xiao murmured to himself, and he made an unexpected discovery. He couldn't treat him. It had clearly been possible before. Strange. Little sister sleeping? V.S. Ren Fengluan on the verge of death? Life was at stake, and Xiao got out of bed and ran to the next room, banging on the door. Ling Yu was the first to be awakened by the knocking. She groggily pushed Xiao Qi, who continued to sleep with a dazed look, complaining in a delicate tone. So annoying. Ling Yu also continued to sleep, but Xiao raised his voice several degrees, conducting a real-time report in the thought system. Xi, Ren Fengluan seems to be dying. You should go check. You treated him before. Go see if you can help. Ling Yu shouted for Xi to hurry up and take a look. Xiao shouted urgently, and as he shouted, he thought of something. He understood a little, but he wasn't going to say it. Let it be. If he could win Xi's heart, that would be great. Crash! A copper mirror shattered on the floor, and Xiao finally got up impatiently, her small face filled with annoyance from being woken up. Her brother's continuous shouting was driving her crazy. Ling Yu was slightly better. She was also annoyed but didn't show it, maintaining a facade of calmness. Xiao opened the door, and the draft came in, causing Ling Yu to fully awaken, her brain already starting to clear. Fully awake. What? Ren Fengluan is about to die. Xiao's volume increased as well, and Ling Yu took another deep breath, suppressing her inner irritation and displeasure, already calculating how to return to the rabbit realm. I'm going to check right now. Xiao raised her foot to kick and slammed the door shut with a loud bang, just as Ling Yu was about to fall asleep again. Sometimes I really want to take action. Yu, are you coming with me? Going where? I'm a rabbit, not a human. What use is it for me to go? Ling Yu couldn't help but blurt out, and after fully waking up, the echo of her earlier arrogant words filled her mind. Oh my, what am I saying? Xiao looked hurt, said nothing, and left for Ren Fengluan's room. Ling Yu was feeling irritated, stepping on clouds to return to the rabbit realm. The reality told her that no matter how good the relationship, living together every day would still create friction. The wind brushed against her cheeks. The cold morning air hung on her face, bringing a sense of tranquility to her heart. The noise whistled past her ears, lightly tapping at her heart. Ling Yu's eyes were clear, her whole body filled with exhaustion, as if she could fall asleep just by closing her eyes. Ling Yu, how can you still run errands on clouds like this? A voice sounded in her ears, like an illusion. She turned her head to see it was indeed Jiang Rui. Is meeting someone unpleasant a form of compensation from heaven for her? Come on, where to? Going home? Jiang Rui lifted Ling Yu with one hand, taking her cloud errands away, grasping her wrist, and flying in the air. Chapter 39, Is this considered skin-to-skin contact? Ling Yu replied sullenly, looking down at his hand. Is this considered skin-to-skin contact? This big straight guy knows nothing. When will the iron tree blossom and see her? What's wrong with you? Why are you in such a bad mood? It's nothing. Nothing? Who are you brushing off? Every time you say it's nothing, it really means there's something. Go on. Bro will answer your questions for free. Jiang Rui spoke cheerfully, taking on the appearance of a big brother. His masculine energy was fully displayed. Puffed. Ling Yu laughed, the gloom dissipating. She tentatively pulled her hand away from his, and he remained oblivious, increasing the pressure slightly. The little deer in her heart was running wild, and only by lowering her head could she hide her upturned lips. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Anyway, Big Brother is always here. What are you doing up here? ISNT it because I haven't seen you for a few days. I miss you like a mother would say. Ling Yu looked up, her eyes sincerely fixed on Jiang Rui, wanting to hear the words he abruptly stopped. After holding in for a long time, thinking for a long time, the straight guy Rui came up with a reason. I have a task. Oh, then are you done? Busy, finished, done. The honest Captain Jiang, stuttering online. Ling Yu responded, then looked straight ahead, calmly inching closer to Jiang Rui. Just a little, and she was already very happy. Occasionally, there would be body collisions where the edges of their clothes would snag together, and that was very satisfying. Ling Yu hoped the way back would be slower, even slower. Jiang Rui slowed down his pace, and neither of them broke the silence, quietly enjoying their exclusive two-person space. In the depths of the dense forest, at the center of the earth, vines twisted and turned, forming a small narrow space. The wisteria bloomed enchantingly, and the green vines were full of life, showcasing vitality as if life and death were entangled. Dim yellow spots of light floated, illuminating the two people kneeling on the ground. The person seated in the center held a dozen small red branding irons in his hand. His hand had turned to iron, glowing red under the fire. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The small red branding irons flew through the air, landing on the two kneeling figures, causing their clothing to instantly show large holes, but they didn't make a sound. Then, cold, hard ice blocks fell upon them. This was a reminder, also a warning, hoping that you have not developed any other thoughts. The falling stars will eventually rule the universe, and you are the contributors. The man's hoarse voice pierced like needles into their bones, and then drops of full blood flowed out. I want to know the training content of the Earth Village in detail, you all. Keep it up. The man cracked his knuckles and said slowly. The two opposite him bowed their heads, demonstrating their loyalty through action. A gust of evil wind passed, and the man disappeared, their wounds healing as if they had never existed. The two parted ways, not saying a word to each other. Between them was the most familiar, yet the farthest distance. In the Earth Palace, amidst the deep blue sea of stars, countless extinct species hung on the walls, displaying a myriad of colors. As if holding a grand exchange meeting, a man in a black suit, handsome and refined, bore the subtle marks of time. The beads of his Buddhist prayer beads rolled through his fingers, as if calculating something. Staring at the portraits on the wall, this wall had become increasingly full over the years. At the center, the gravitational sphere emitted a faint blue light wave, then dimmed and disappeared. His brow slightly moved, his expression revealing nothing. Is it a turning point or a crisis? It is not something he can control. Ancestors. The selection competition for this round of Earth Guardians has successfully concluded. Lung Yuqing bowed gracefully, standing up elegantly. Yuqing, do you think what I did is right? Returning to the ancestors, I don't know. Leave. A sly old man. Yes. Lung Yuqing bowed again, but at that moment, she hesitated. Was there something different in this competition? That subtle feeling of fluctuation, she didn't know whether to mention it. It must be that he was getting old and his mind was unstable. I hope he guessed wrong. Yuqing, how has Xiao Qi been lately? As usual. I heard he recently took on a position. Yes. Lung Yuqing replied mechanically. Every time she came, she couldn't escape questions related to Xiao Qi. No matter how they twisted and turned, it always circled back to Xiao Qi. The ancestors had only met Xiao Qi a few times, but quietly regarded him as the future ancestor of the Earth village. How could he be so sure that people would not change? Humans are the most fickle species. Is he doing well? Lung Yuqing replied dully, very well. Sure enough, the ancestor relaxed, like a burden lifted off his shoulders, letting out a sigh. Leave. The ancestor waved his hand, his expression less tense than before. The dominoes on the wall had gained another species. As the artist responsible for the wall painting added the recently extinct species. Lung Yuqing felt a myriad of worries in her heart, yet couldn't say a word. Ancestors, it should be for you to decide. By the way, the falling stars have had some unusual movements lately. Pay attention to it. The ancestor's voice came from behind Lung Yuqing, and she turned again, bowing respectfully. Understood, ancestor. Getting old, not useful anymore. Hurry up and select a new ancestor, one with a better mind who can efficiently finish asking and explaining everything. After leaving the Earth Palace, Lung Yuqing closed her eyes, working through her mind, filtering through recent events, the people around her, making deductions and analyses about everyone in the Earth village. The starry night sky was silent, the surrounding environment blending with her. Unbeknownst to her, she fell into a dream. And when she woke up, she was drenched in cold sweat. At Xiao Qi's home, bright sunlight fell into the courtyard. A warm breeze blew through, and the small grass in the pot swayed playfully. Xiao Qi, Yingzhu, and Lingyu had traveled for a whole day and night, and when they got home, they each went back to their own houses and fell asleep immediately. Rabbit Piao had slept well in the space, and Xiao Qi took her out, reminding her of precautions for a long time before returning to his room to sleep. The morning sunlight symbolized hope and beauty. Rabbit Piao took out the flower petals she had frozen for a long time from her treasure bag, carefully placing them on the table, mashing them in a small pot, and began making flower cakes. The girl busily worked in her little kitchen, her nose brushing against the soot, leaving a round mark. Mischievous yet cute. The flower cakes steamed in the steamer, as she took out 2 exquisite glass cups. She squeezed orange juice, pouring it into the 2 cups, then sprinkled in a few pieces of rock sugar, added crispy bubbles, popping pearls, raisins, and a few ice cubes, stirring it all together before adding ancient special milk tea powder, gathering color, fragrance, and taste. She set it aside and began to rest her chin on her hand, thinking seriously, but after a long time, she couldn't figure out what Xiao Qi liked to eat. This man, he makes so many things every day, yet shows no strong interest in anything. The air in the treasure bag, a whiff of earthiness. A low moan broke Rabbit Piao's thoughts. She turned to look, but there was nothing strange around. Then she continued to think. She thought for less than a second when she heard the same sound again. Sigh, sniffing twice. Oh, it's that little grass from before. She got excited and instinctively jumped a couple of times, only realizing when she reached the little grass that she quickly stood up, her hands already dirty. Phew. How uncivilized. Rabbit Piao rubbed her hands together, and the little grass began to make sound again. Sigh. Is it you? Have you come out? Rabbit Piao reached out and lightly touched it, the tender green grass tips brushing against her fingertips. In terms of appearance, the grass raised by Xiao Qi had been rated as first class by the evaluators. If the grass's appearance hadn't been damaged, it was undoubtedly the best. Rabbit Piao felt a bit regretful, but Xiao Qi didn't care at all about his results, appearing indifferent as if it had nothing to do with him. Once the grass finished the competition, it belonged to them. Rabbit Piao closed her eyes and began to cast a spell, a warm white mist enveloping the grass. The crisp scent of the grass merging with the white mist. She silently recited the incantation, stepping back 2 paces. Ouch, that hurts! A clear female voice echoed in the air as the naked little grass touched its skin against the table, just like when she had fallen to the ground. Rabbit Piao anxiously spun in place and quickly took out a bathrobe from her treasure bag to cover it. That was close, almost exposed. She tied the bathrobe around it and pulled it back into the room, giving it a loose new outfit that she had transformed herself, albeit a bit small. But it would have to do. She could only conjure clothes similar to her own size. Her abilities stopped there. Thank you, Piao. The little grass spirit smiled shyly, looking very obedient after putting on the clothes. You know my name? MHM. You're the little rabbit that the master likes. The little grass spirit nodded, looking adorably naive. Rabbit Piao said, yes, but also no. Do you have a name? I'm called Little Grass, the little grass said, grinning foolishly. Pure, foolish. Rabbit Piao laughed at the little grass. Hee, you're quite cute. The little grass spirit hurriedly waved her hands, urgently protesting. No, you're the cutest. Piao. Rabbit Piao's left eye twitched, her brain momentarily malfunctioning. But after rebooting, she remembered her flower cake was still in the cage. Little grass, you stay here for a moment. I made some flower cakes. Do you want to eat? What are flower cakes? Is it the fragrant white cake you just made? The little grass asked, looking curious with bright eyes. Well, the outside of the flower cake is indeed white, so, yeah. Then I'll go with you to get it. The little grass stood up excitedly, wanting to follow Rabbit Piao outside. All right, okay. Rabbit Piao went to the kitchen and took out both baskets of flower cakes, each containing 6. She left one for Xiao Qi and also grabbed her iced orange milk tea. The little grass said nothing, just looked at Rabbit Piao with eager eyes. Do you want to drink this? The little grass swallowed, then shook her head. No, I don't want to drink. As a newcomer to this world, she was filled with curiosity about everything. She was now a person, no longer the wild little grass that grew up without care and could touch many things. When she was just a little grass, she could only watch and touch the things given to her by the wind and other big brothers like soil, stones, corn kernels, and so on. There were many novel things she could only look at from afar, unable to move an inch. She knew many things, but she only knew them. Her plant cells couldn't describe what they were. After becoming Xiao Qi's little grass, she gradually began to develop sensitivity through exposure. She thought she would end up like many other little grasses, eventually breaking apart. But unexpectedly, one day, she could truly become a person. From that night on, she could clearly feel her changes, as if she had stubbornly carried a heavy stone and emerged from the cracks, growing toward the sun. This cup is for you. I'll make another one. Rabbit Piao handed a cup to the little grass and began to prepare another one, showing some muscle memory. The little grass quietly waited beside her, not asking or speaking, somewhat resembling Xiao Qi's temperament. All done. Let's go back to the room. Rabbit Piao carried a plate of flour cakes and a cup of iced orange milk tea back into the room. The little grass was beautiful, with a fresh and refined appearance. The only flaw was a long scar on her face, a result of being pushed to the ground by the wind wheel. But this did not affect her charm. Piao, can I call you sister? Sure. Rabbit Piao took a sip of her iced orange milk tea, savoring the real flavor. It was delicious, refreshing, and the iced milk tea was fantastic, bringing a sense of satisfaction. Wow, it's so good with lots of fruit pulp. Sister Piao, you look so beautiful. When I was just a little grass, I thought you were so beautiful, like a fairy in the sky. The little grass sincerely praised, her eyes full of admiration. You look good too. I am okay. The little grass scratched her head. I have a scar on my face, which makes me different from you. But it's okay. I'm really happy to be able to become a person now. Her tone shifted from gloomy to cheerful in an instant. Rabbit Piao thought about offering her a disguise mask, but if she did that, the little grass could never truly be little grass anymore. Her magic couldn't fully restore it either, mainly because she wasn't very strong yet. If she forcefully repaired it, she might lose half her rabbit life. Chapter 40, I miss you. Come to meet me. The scar on little grass, to put it another way, has been there since she was very young. Changing one's fate is difficult. Magic is ultimately just magic. If she needs a brief cover, she can still manage it. Sister Piaopiao, it's okay. Don't think too much. I'm Fine. Rabbit Piao shook her head, wondering what had gotten in her to think so far. She had automatically regarded Xiao Qi's matters as her own, automatically considering Xiao Qi as one of her own, wanting to help him share the burden. Little grass. It's fine. Rabbit Piao's thoughts were numerous. One day, when she returns to her peak, how could a mere scar bother her? This flower cake is so delicious. Piao, sister, can you teach me how to make it? I want to make it for the master. Little grass took a big bite, then another, and another, devouring the flower cake. She looked like a hungry ghost. Is that okay? Rabbit Piao rejected without thinking, no way. Using her skills to please his man? Are you kidding? Although she's a little grass spirit, she still cares a bit. After all, little grass spirits are girls. Little grass realized she was rejected and responded dejectedly. Okay then. Rabbit Piao picked up a second piece of flower cake and elegantly took a sip of her iced orange milk tea. Then, she heard Little Grass's thoughtless words. Then, Piao, sister, can I send the plate of flower cakes you made to the master? Rabbit Piao tried to reason Little Grass. That was made by me. I know, Piao, sister. In an instant, Rabbit Piao felt that the term sister had a bit of a green tea vibe. The air between the two was charged, reminiscent of a battle between experts. Little Grass had already wolfed down her flower cake and iced orange milk tea. Rabbit Piao leisurely finished her portion. The two stood up simultaneously and walked toward the door, then headed toward the kitchen after exiting. Almost at the same time, Rabbit Piao and the Little Grass spirit placed their hands on the plate of flower cakes. Rabbit Piao cast a spell, and the Little Grass spirit was frozen in place. Little Grass, Xiao Qi is your master and I. Rabbit Piao leaned close to the Little Grass spirit's ear with a possessive warning, is your master's future wife. After saying that, she turned and left, and Little Grass would break the seal in 2 hours. Rabbit Piao carried the flower cakes and iced orange milk tea to Xiao Qi's room. Without knocking, she pushed the door open. Inside, Xiao Qi turned over and continued sleeping. His gentle breathing in the quiet space had an indescribable seductive allure. His Adam's apple bobbed, hand resting on his abdomen, sleeping peacefully. You're here? Xiao Qi murmured softly, groggily opening his eyes. In his room, only the little rabbit dared to come in. With just a whiff, he knew it was her presence. Did I wake you? No. Xiao Qi sat up, dazed, opening his arms, clearly wanting a hug. If you're tired, just keep sleeping. Rabbit Piao placed the flower cakes and iced orange milk tea on the table. Can we hug? I want a hug. Xiao Qi's soft, puppy-like voice was a stark contrast to his usual mature and steady demeanor. Rabbit Piao found it amusing and wanted to tease him, but he insisted on a hug. Xiao Qi pulled Rabbit Piao into his arms with a slightly forceful attitude, controlling his strength well, so she could still breathe. His chin rested against her neck, greedily savoring her scent. A genius is always exceptional, and his self-repairing ability is far beyond the ordinary. He had nearly recovered. It was simply a matter of traveling, which wasn't hard to recover from. He just wanted an excuse to hold her. It felt like a long time since he had a hug. Piao, what is that you put on the table? Xiao Qi asked, blinking his confused eyes. Rabbit Piao took out a wet wipe, gently wiping his face. Her gaze was tender and lingering. When she reached his eyes, he pressed her hand down. Piao, it's okay. I can do it myself. Why? It's dirty. Where is it dirty? There's like gunk. Xiao Qi looked down, answering shyly. Rabbit Piao told him he was handsome, and handsome men also have gunk. He didn't want to be disliked. Haha, it's a small problem, I don't mind. No, I can't. Xiao Qi softly refused. What if I insist? Xiao Qi revealed an innocent and clueless expression, gently refusing. He hadn't confessed to Rabbit Piao yet. He didn't want his less-than-perfect side to be discovered, fearing he might be returned. Xiao Qi, it's really fine. Many times in front of you, I don't have an image either. Piao, let me wipe it this time. Okay. Why are you so concerned about your image? I'm just afraid you'll dislike me and run away halfway. Xiao Qi looking pitiful JPG. All right. Then you can wipe it yourself, and after you're done, taste the flower cakes I made for you. Flower cakes? Piao. You're not angry, right? This little thing isn't worth it. Rabbit Piao patted Xiao Qi's head, trying to restore his messy hairstyle. Xiao Qi secretly thought, sensitive and suspicious. Are all matters related to him small things? Am I just a small matter in Piao Piao's heart? If Rabbit Piao knew Xiao Qi's thoughts, she would elegantly say 3 words, Dogman. A few minutes later, Xiao Qi finished a simple wash-up, washing his face, brushing his teeth, applying a mask, bathing, applying body lotion, etc., and lay on the bed, obediently eating the flour cakes. Rabbit Piao held the iced orange milk tea, occasionally bringing it to Xiao Qi's lips to feed him a bite. She also had wet wipes to clean the crumbs by his mouth. Piao, the flour cakes you made are so delicious. Do you like them? I do. And this milk tea, I like it too. Just say you like me already, man. Shameless JPG. By the way, Xiao Qi, your little grass has turned into a person now. She's a bit disobedient, so I made her stand and reflect for a bit. Rabbit Piao succinctly explained, and Xiao Qi didn't even frown, focused on being a lovesick husband. Okay, the two occasionally chatted, their interaction warm and harmonious, with sweet factors floating in the air. After Xiao Qi finished the last bite of flour cake and the last sip of milk tea, he obediently handed the empty plate and cup to Rabbit Piao. In the afternoon, the temperature was a bit high, and ambiguous feelings were unknowingly stirred. Rabbit Piao placed the utensils on the bedside table, sat on the bed, and lifted his chin with one hand, gently rubbing the residue on his lips with her thumb. His Adam's apple moved up and down as he swallowed, his hands clenched at his sides, gently wiping, then wiping again and again. The pressure was soft and slow, resembling a lover's intimate caress. Rabbit Piao didn't control her strength well, leaving a light pink mark on his lips. Xiao Qi's gaze was pure, filled with the person before him, his eyes unwavering, staring at Rabbit Piao, accepting her gentle torment without resistance. A faint smile hung at the corner of his lips, charming and alluring. Rabbit Piao knelt on one leg on the bed, the other leg on the ground, and as she leaned forward, she also got onto the bed. Xiao Qi instinctively leaned back, their breaths mingling closely, his hands at his sides tightening a bit more, a hint of sweat appearing on his nose. Her lips approached the pink mark on his face, and Xiao Qi closed his eyes, nervously shaping his lips in response. Congratulations to the host. The 50th heartthrob value has reached 100. Rabbit Piao stood stiffly in place, and Xiao Qi's intention to kiss was simply too obvious. Her rabbit eyes were wide open, and her light pink, full, tempting lips made her want to kiss. She felt frustrated and itchy inside, unable to reach what she could see. For the sake of her little life, she had to quietly retreat and take a deep breath. She picked up a small plate and the glass on the bedside table and ran outside. While running, she asked the little chili pepper in the space who was eating watermelon, I remember there weren't this many before. What on earth is going on? Although she couldn't remember exactly how many times it definitely wasn't as many as 50 times. 50 is a special number, meaning she had completed half of her heartthrob task. The little chili pepper scratched its head shyly, its pointy head bouncing mischievously left and right. Well, host, hurry up and tell me what is going on. Not having meat made her mood hard to be beautiful. She felt a bit resentful, wondering why Xiao Qi's heart was beating so fast. If she had just slowed down a bit, she would have already kissed him. Now, they were only limited to holding hands and hugging, restraining their intimate actions. Once the heartthrob system detected that the heartthrob value had reached 100, she would have to stop all intimate behaviors. Well, host, the system is actually quite similar to humans. After using it for a long time, it tends to become less effective, so the reason it didn't detect it before was because the system malfunctioned. The little chili pepper explained shyly. Who would have thought it would suddenly malfunction like this, just like a cold in human society? The main system had taken care of her for a long time, and only after it was repaired did it see that the heartthrob value reaching 100 was almost half. She didn't dare to say it, fearing being scolded. Trash. You're just a big piece of trash. Rabbit Piao was furious, pouting, and used all the curse words she had learned over the years to ruthlessly mock the little chili pepper in her heart. I want to argue with you. If you say so, then so be it. The little chili pepper replied cheekily, Previously, she would have denied it. But now she felt that what the other party said was indeed the truth, so there was no need to argue. The main system said that before becoming something, one should first know oneself and have self-awareness. Without a target to aim at, it was like a gun without bullets, its power greatly diminished. Just like keyboard warriors in ancient times, when their targets ignored them, their attacks couldn't cause any harm. However, those who were involved needed strong willpower to view things objectively as bystanders. Rabbit Piao Piao was too lazy to mock anymore. Who could think of every time it malfunctioned? Her bedtime story was a profound Buddhist story told by Xiao Qi, keeping her focused. Not arrogant or impatient. Everything has its destiny. Not hurried or flustered. Those who achieve great things know their own mind. So can I ask, will you malfunction again in the future? Maybe not. All right, since you're so arrogant. Then I want to complete the task. Let us see who can outlast whom. Rabbit Piao Piao slacked off, washing the plate and the glass with a fierce attitude, making the little grass spirit beside her tremble in fear. She thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out why Sister Piao Piao was angry. Clearly, she was willing to share iced orange milk tea and half a plate of flour cakes with her. Why was it wrong to ask her for some flour cakes? The little grass spirit couldn't understand. Cough, 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 cough. The little chili pepper eating watermelon choked on the juice and started coughing violently. No, the task still had to continue. She could slack off. But her host couldn't slack off. If the KPI wasn't completed, the system would laugh at her. The more anxious the little chili pepper became, the less she could say a word. At this moment, she regretted why she had spoken so arrogantly just now. It was too late to regret. Snap! Rabbit Piao Piao cut off the connection with the little chili pepper, feeling much more relaxed in her heart. Her mind began to recall Xiao Qi's lips, plump and shiny, and his collarbone. The lines were very defined. His slender chin was perfect for rubbing. The slightly sweaty tip of his nose. A big nose meant it was big. Long eyelashes closed. She couldn't think anymore. She couldn't think anymore. Rabbit Piao Piao. You can only look but not touch. But could she take the opportunity while Xiao Qi was asleep to do something? If she did, his heartthrob value wouldn't exceed 100, but he would definitely wake up. What if she used some unsightly means, like putting something in his drink? How dirty, how dirty, how dirty. Rabbit Piao Piao shook her head wildly. Terrifying, terrifying, terrifying. She was truly thirsty after being abstinent for so long. Inside the room, Xiao Qi touched his racing heart, his expression somewhat difficult to read. Every time, it seemed to be like this, she would overstep but not too much. But why did he feel that, actually, she wanted it too? Did she really want it or not? Xiao Qi wrapped himself in the quilt, rolling around in bed, not caring about his image. Inside the dark quilt, he muttered to himself, did she want it or not? Wasn't he obvious enough? He didn't refuse, and even wasn't reserved at all. He was going crazy. After finishing her work, Luo Yin specifically came to finding Ju, but the sign on the door read "Do Not Disturb." She took a table and chair from the space, sat at the door, and continued working while listening to the snoring inside. In the evening, when the snoring stopped, Luo Yin put away her work, crossed her legs, and waited for the door to open. Creak! The door opened, and Ju had a towel draped over his shoulder that he just used to wipe his face, holding a toothbrush in his hand. Seeing the visitor, he got so excited that he swallowed a mouthful of foam. I miss you, come see you. Chapter 41. Married people. Luo Yin packed her things and politely asked, can I come in? Sure. It's just a bit messy, very messy, Mom's complaint. The yard was cluttered with miscellaneous items, and there were many rooms in the house. From the chaos at the entrance, one could infer the disorder inside the rooms, as well as the mess in Ju's own room. Ju closed the door, brushed his teeth haphazardly, and, after wiping the foam off his mouth, waved roughly at Luo Yin before going into the bathroom to carefully check if there was anything inappropriate about his appearance. Why was he wearing a tank top? Was that a good idea? He quickly changed into a fresh outfit, but upon seeing the thick hair on his legs, he switched to long pants. To keep the top and bottom coordinated, he also changed into a long shirt to cover his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and developed chest muscles. He applied a bit of water and lotion on his face, which he had learned from Xiao Qi, imitating the skincare routines of ancient people. In their time, The trend was to embrace natural aging, that is, to return to the essence of life. However, since Xiao Qi had bunny Tiao, he had become as delicate as a little princess, diligently learning various skincare and maintenance knowledge, and had increased his fitness routine, all to make his defined lines even more pronounced. All these actions were for bunny Tiao. A man trapped in the quagmire of love is truly frightening. Ingju suddenly recalled what Luo Yin had said earlier, that she missed him. After just having disdained other men, he was now smiling foolishly. Did you look for me? Is there something you need? Ingju struggled for a moment, looking at Luo Yin sitting in the yard, asking in a straightforward manner. Don't be nervous. I'm not doing anything bad. Luo Yin rested her chin on her hand, smiling somewhat flirtatiously. Have you showered? No, not yet, Ingju replied, sounding increasingly quiet like a quail. I've been a bit busy lately and haven't been able to take care of you. I'm sorry. Luo Yin naturally took Ingju's hand and gently massaged his palm. She leaned down and placed a kiss on him, sincere and devout. Ingju's other hand, which hung at his side, clenched tightly. He bit down on his lower lip, too hard, too nervous, a metallic sweetness filling his mouth. What was she doing? Why was she licking? Suddenly, a cool touch landed in his palm, and he looked up in shock at Luo Yin. It was a light pink wish stone, hers, engraved with her name. His mood became complicated, and he felt tears welling up. He had thought Luo Yin was just teasing him, like a master playing with a puppy. That was why he was uncertain about her, unsure of himself. I like you, Ingju. Simple words pieced together into a sentence, the simplest, most direct, and bravest expression of feelings. Something exploded in his mind, and colorful fireworks went off with a bang. He handed over his wish stone, placing in her hand, responding, I like you too, Luo Yin. What you thought was a coincidence was actually something I did on purpose. Can I kiss you? Luo Yin pulled him, and Ingju found himself sitting on her lap, his hands placed on her shoulders. Ingju instinctively lowered himself, bending down to get closer to her face. Luo Yin wrapped one arm around his waist, and with the other hand, she reached around to hold the back of his neck. Their lips met, pressing tightly together. Ingju unconsciously leaned back, slightly pushed by her. Their bodies pressed even closer. Their lips and teeth touched, and she explored his mouth freely, gently pulling him along. The factors of excitement piled up in the air, and before he knew it, Ingju was lying on the bed where he had spent countless nights, followed by the sound of tearing fabric as his clothes ripped apart, and then the intense collision. The night was quiet and dark. The next morning, Ingju lay in Luo Yan's embrace, warm and soft like a little kitten. Light streamed into the room. The sheets were new, changed after Luo Yan had held him and showered him yesterday. The quilt was also new, and the mattress was. The aftermath of their passionate night left torn fabric scattered messily under the bed. Luo Yan raised her hand to block the light. She reached out and hugged Ingju, turning over to cover him with the quilt. Hug me, Ingju murmured softly, wrapping his arms around her slim waist, rubbing his face against her chest. If you're sleepy, just sleep a little longer. MMM. He purred like a little kitten. Less than a minute after closing his eyes, Ingju opened them, tightly hugging Luo Yan, his body slightly raised to touch her forehead. After a moment, he took the initiative to kiss her cheek, shyly hiding in her embrace. Clearly, they had already seen each other openly, yet at this moment, he felt shy as if they were meeting for the first time. Ingju, don't be shy. Luo Yan's body lowered as she gazed into his eyes under the quilt, affectionately kissing his forehead. Again, you're so soft. Only soft for you. Luo Yan pinched the nose of the shy boy and reached her hand around his waist, hugging him from behind. The atmosphere between them was sweet to the point of being unbearable. People in love always wish they could stick together at any time and place. They lingered in bed, slowly getting up after a few moments, and then they stuck together again, taking their time to get dressed. After washing up, they sat at a small coffee table in the living room to eat air. The coffee table was simple, black, and dirt-resistant. 2 bottles of air were placed on the table, and soon they finished eating. Just as Luo Yan was about to get up to clean up, Ingju suddenly pounced onto her, straddling her lap. He looked at her with sparkling eyes. Again, are we now in that kind of relationship? Huh? He mimicked a gesture he had seen in ancient books, pressing his thumbs together. The word lover still felt a bit hard to say. Last night, he had told her he liked her many times, but it was in that kind of situation. Now, they were nearly back to a polite state, and during breakfast, Yin hadn't looked at him much, unlike him, who was staring at her without restraint. If a Jew thinks we are, then we are. If a Jew doesn't want to, then we aren't. Luo Yin had the intention to tease her obedient little puppy, seemingly leaving the choice to Ju, but in reality, she was controlling the situation, appearing indifferent. As she expected, the obedient puppy felt wronged, his eyes reddening, even more than last night. Is this how a Jew sees our relationship? I thought he wanted to say, in Yan's heart, is the wish stone really that unimportant? He thought that when she said she liked him and gave him the wish stone, and he returned the favor, they had become a couple. Oh dear, Jew, you little fool. Luo Yin couldn't help but pinching Ju's soft cheek and wrapped her arms around his neck. Of course, we are in a couple's relationship. I'm a bit mischievous and love to tease people. A Jew, please be more tolerant in the future. Ju softly made a request. Can we take this more seriously in the future? Okay, I'll listen to a Jew. Luo Yin hugged his waist from behind, her hands gently caressing his back. Sweet words were specifically meant to coax him, making him even softer. A Yin is really nice. Then can I kiss a Jew? Ju didn't respond, but directly covered her lips with his. When their lips and teeth met, he tenderly replied, yes, anytime. In the following time, Luo Yin helped Ju tidy up his messy yard, organizing the disordered items, and the room's color design changed, no longer as dull as before. It now had a lively atmosphere, reminiscent of the lives of the cowherd and the weaver girl. After that, Luo Yin had to go deal with some matters. Before leaving, Ju reluctantly hugged her waist, pleading, Yin, can you move in with me and live together? Two people have already established a couple's contract and registered it in the Earth Village, officially qualifying them as a married couple, which naturally allows them to live together. In this era, the ceremonial aspect of weddings has diminished, but at the same time, it has made weddings quicker. Recognizing each other as lifelong partners, exchanging wish stones, and registering in the consciousness system can be considered as getting married. The most ceremonial aspect is the confession of love, but this varies from person to person. As long as both lovers are happy, that is enough. Good. Ju was overjoyed, and Luo Yin added, is it okay to wait for a while? A Jew, I'll finish what I need to do first, okay? Just wait for me at home. Okay. Then the two exchanged hundreds of affectionate words before Luo Yin left. Ju watched Luo Yan's figure gradually disappear from view, smiling foolishly. With a clang, his head was hit. Who? Who else but me? TSK, tis TSK. Lin Yu was sitting leisurely on his rooftop, crossing his legs. He had just finished working out and was thinking of taking a break when he saw a certain fool staring blankly at the departing figure. Looking like what ancient books describe as a fool in love. I don't bother talking to lonely people. Ju was stepping on clouds, running errands to Lin Yu's rooftop dozens of meters away. Hey, aren't you the same? Just as lonely as I am. Tisk tisk TSK. Lin Yu shook his head, his eyes filled with disdain as he took a sip of tea, savoring its sweet aroma. I got married. When the words landed, Lin Yu felt as if struck by thunder, springing up from the ground and spraying half the tea he had just sipped into Ju's face. Are you sick? Lin Yu. No, are you serious? Just a while ago, your love life was not smooth, and now you're married? If you don't believe me, go take a look. Lin Yu, not believing it, opened Ju's profile in the consciousness system. After clicking in, he saw that there was indeed a sleeping? Lin Yu asked without thinking, and Ju paused in the middle of washing his face turning a shy red. Got it, I understand. Lin Yu moved to the side and asked unwillingly, did you exchange wish stones? Are you an idiot? If we didn't exchange wish stones, how could we get registered? Oh, he was such a fool, really a fool. If he had been a bit braver and not overthought, he would probably be married to Qin Shu now, and his name could also proudly have you and Qin Shu, you guys. Ju didn't want to ask, seeing Lin Yu gloomy, probably not going smoothly either. It was also his first time experiencing love, feeling excited and joyful, but unable to share it. He didn't know if he was performing well. Qin Shu gave me a wish stone before, but I refused. Then you deserve it. Ju added the final blow. But don't you think that's too fast? You're so subtle. Ju shook his head. If you really like her a lot, It doesn't matter who gives more. In the end, who is by your side and who you marry is what's most important. Love doesn't follow morals. Within reason, playing a little trick isn't a problem. You know, you seem to have a bit of sense most of the time, but when it comes to this, you become stubborn. Ju patted Lin Yu's shoulder. After being good brothers for so many years, think carefully about what's more important, purity or her. I'm going to find Xiao Qi to exchange some experiences. After saying that, Ju stepped on the clouds and left, while Lin Yu sat there dumbly, raising his hand to wave. A bottle of 3,452-year-old white wine appeared in his hand, and he gulped it down. But he just wanted her to clearly like him. He didn't want any ambiguity. But now it seemed like he had messed it up. They were still in the ambiguous phase, a slightly distant kind of ambiguity. Even if it didn't say anything, he could still feel it. He regretted it. That night, he should have accepted her wish stone and then registered to become official spouses. That way, he wouldn't have to feel jealous without an identity. In Lin Yu's mind, two little figures were arguing, one supporting one side, the other supporting the other. At Xiao Qi's house, Tu Piaopiao was playing with the little grass spirit in the yard, occasionally casting a small spell to freeze the little grass spirit in place, then releasing her again, having a great time teasing the little girl. Xiao Qi was scattering carrot seeds in the yard. The last batch of carefully cultivated carrots had matured, and he was storing them in his space for later. The little grass spirit followed behind Xiao Qi, covering the seeds he scattered with soil. She was quite quick, but no matter how fast she was, she couldn't match the binding spell that Tu Piaopiao cast, keeping her 2 meters away from her master, a distance recognized as safe in ancient texts. Little grass, you can't get too close to Xiao Qi's, understand? Tu Piaopiao lifted the binding spell, and the little grass spirit spoke while burying the seeds. Why not? What is wrong with me being close to my master? If you ask me why again, I'll throw you out of here. Tu Piaopiao threatened. The little grass spirit shivered, recalling the day she was kicked out of her home. It was truly miserable. Oh, master should listen to Sister Piaopiao. So I can only listen to Sister Piaopiao. Master is so cowardly. A gust of wind blew by as Ju stepped on clouds and descended from the sky. He originally wanted to find Xiao Qi, but suddenly changed his mind. He wanted to ask if Yin was satisfied. Girls certainly understand girls better. Brother Xiao, look, I got married. Oh, Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow, taking a look and realizing he really was married. When did you get married? Tu Piaopiao curiously leaned over, while the little grass spirit made strange movements, only to be frozen in place by Tu Piaopiao, balancing herself on one foot. Chapter 42. The Joys of the Boudoir. A few days ago, Ju replied, looking at Tu Piaopiao, Miss Rabbit, is it convenient for us to have a private chat? I have something I'd like to ask. What about? Xiao Qi stood in front of Tu Piaopiao, protective of his wife. I want to ask you a few things about girls. Is that okay, Miss Rabbit? Ju tilted his head, looking at Tu Piaopiao. He told Xiao Qi that he was married to ease his tension and to give him a chance to talk to Miss Rabbit. Also, Miss Rabbit was someone whose words held weight. The family statuses of the two were clearly distinguishable at a glance. Sure, Tu Piaopiao peeked out from behind Xiao Qi, smiling and nodding, looking very willing to help. Xiao Qi frowned slightly, and Ju became a bit flustered. Please follow me, Tu Piaopiao politely invited. And Ju followed her with somewhat unsteady steps. Xiao Qi trailed behind, but as he approached the reception room, he was blocked outside, looking pitifully abandoned. Xiao Qi, I'll be out in a moment. Tu Piaopiao patted Xiao Qi's hand gently, giving him a soft look before turning to close the door. Xiao Qi stood upright outside, and as soon as the little grass spirit released her seal, she hurried toward her master, but was stopped by her master's barrier wall right before reaching her. Losing her ability to speak, the little grass spirit sniffled, her eyes turning watery, but she could only stay put and express her grievances with gestures, feeling utterly heartbroken. The two waited outside, and the voices inside were very low. Plus, Ju had set up soundproof walls, so not a sound could be heard from outside. What do you want to talk to me about? Well, I got married. I know you got married. Tu Piaopiao found it amusing. Ju had mentioned his marriage as soon as he entered the courtyard. Now, to bring it up again, did he mean something else? She wasn't hard of hearing. She understood it the first time. Regarding matters between men and women, Ancient texts spoke of the rites of zhougong, the joys of love, intimacy, and so on. Ju recited all the words he knew to describe a wedding night. He spoke with his eyes closed while Tu Piaopiao listened with her eyes wide open. She tried to interrupt the high-frequency words he was using several times, but couldn't manage to say anything. Finally, when he opened his eyes and asked her if she understood what he meant, she replied, "If I've lived for thousands of years and don't understand this, wouldn't that be a waste of life? I just want to ask you, what do you girls judge when you, well, during that time, if you're happy or not?" After finishing, Ju's face turned completely red, even showing signs of getting redder. "You don't need to be so shy. This is a very normal thing." Tu Piaopiao, acting like a teacher, explained to Ju. "Such things happen between two loving people. It's quite normal and is also a way to develop a closer relationship." Ju listened very attentively, mentally taking notes. You explore slowly, and then you integrate. You can actually feel her feelings. After Tu Piaopiao finished speaking, she watched as the pure-hearted young man in front of her turned red again. Like a tracks like, Xiao Qi's two friends were really innocent. Boys of their age probably weren't that pure anymore. But who knows? After all, this is an era of effort, quite different from the eras she had experienced before. So what can I do to make her happier? Well, increasing the intimacy between couples, cosplaying is what I think is the best option. You could give it a try. Okay, thank you. Ju hurriedly thanked her and started searching for what he needed in the mall. This book. Cough. You could take a look and learn. Tu Piaopiao reached into her palm and pulled out a brand new book, handing it to Ju. This is... Just as Ju asked, he opened the cover and saw a man and a woman naked, embracing. His handsome face flushed red, and he quickly closed the book, thanking Tu Piaopiao again. The moment he stepped out of the room, Ju didn't even greet Xiao Qi and hurriedly went home. Xiao Qi stood straight at the door, reaching out to stop him, but even if he was fast, he was still half a beat too slow. Tu Piaopiao walked out of the reception room with a smile, watching Ju disappear in a flash. In Xiao Qi's gaze, she retracted her smile and awkwardly scratched her head. "What did you talk about with Piaopiao? Why are you so happy?" The little grass spirit chimed in with her eyes. "Exactly." "And nothing." Tu Piaopiao touched her nose, responding a bit awkwardly. But when I saw Ju leave just now, his face was red. It wasn't an angry red, which means, so what did they really say? Maybe the room was just too hot. Cough, cough, cough. Tu Piaopiao defended herself, almost choking on her own saliva. Bang! Xiao Qi slammed the door to the reception room shut, waving his hand, sending the little grass spirit into the small storage room outside. The surroundings instantly fell silent, with only their breathing audible. Tu Piaopiao was pinned against the doorframe, with Xiao Qi's hand supporting her back, not uncomfortable. In the close proximity, Tu Piaopiao swallowed hard, completely forgetting she was in a sweet yet dangerous situation. "Piaopiao, can you tell me what you and Ju talked about?" That might not be good. After all, it's their private joy. It might not be appropriate." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi's eyebrows twitched violently, his breathing quickened, and he took a heavy, deep breath to suppress the surging jealousy and anger. "So now, both you and I have secrets?" It sounded like a question, but it was more like a statement that couldn't be positively answered. Xiao Qi's nose touched Tu Piaopiao's, and he could clearly feel his hot, burning breath. The warm airflow made her feel like she was about to evaporate. Xiao Qi's hand gently covered her face, his fingertips slowly tracing down to her neck. I didn't Xiao Qi, help. This man was too dangerous right now. His gaze was like he was about to devour her whole. "Then tell me what you said, okay?" The man's tone softened a few degrees, resting his chin on her shoulder like a well-behaved, clingy dog. With the danger lifted, Tu Piaopiao hugged the man's waist, gently patting his back like comforting a child. "Actually, it's nothing much, but Xiao Qi, you have to help me keep it a secret, okay?" Okay. Xiao Qi nodded cutely, realizing that he couldn't be too fierce with girls. Ancient texts were right. Luckily, he always managed to hit the brakes before he got too worked up. He looked at her tenderly, sincere and obedient. Ju is married now, so there will be private joys, and he came to ask me because both his wife and I are girls. So don't be jealous, okay? Tu Piaopiao patted Xiao Qi's head, and he dutifully lowered his head a bit more, nodding. I'm not angry at all, stubborn little one, but you won't get any candy. Tu Piaopiao threatened softly, and sure enough, the next second, Xiao Qi's face fell adorably. When Tu Piaopiao came back to her senses, she found herself in his princess carry. She only heard the sounds of the door opening and closing, then opening and closing again before being placed on the bed. Xiao Qi pinned her down on the bed. The ambiguous atmosphere wrapped around them, intertwining layers of affection. Tu Piaopiao gasped as Xiao Qi bit her lip. Not heavy, but full of threats. She hasn't accused him yet, but he feels aggrieved first. Piao knows I'm jealous and still doesn't tell me. How bad? I'm not. Fine, it's my fault. Rabbit Piao dares not be arrogant anymore, completely surrendering. Continuing from what was just said. What else is there to say? I can't just repeat every word verbatim, can I? Xiao Qi doesn't seem like someone who wants to give a lecture. What did you give him? His eyesight is good. Even if it's fast, he can still tell that there is something in Ingju's arms. It's most likely something Piao gave him. That. Rabbit Piao timidly turned her face away, not daring to meet Xiao Qi's gaze. If I had known, why did I do this? I've already said everything, and even gave him teaching materials. Headache, being too enthusiastic is really not a good thing. It's extremely easy to get taken advantage of. Xiao Qi patiently waited for Rabbit Piao to calm down, then told him, then don't take it to heart, okay? Let's see what you want to say. The joys of the boudoir. Little Rabbit has really been spoiled recently, not putting him in her eyes at all. Does she still have him in her heart? Xiao Qi gritted his teeth, recalling the male model photos that Little Rabbit was reluctant to delete back then, feeling furious again. The book I gave him is new, one I've never read, and I have another one that I took notes on seriously. I'll give it to you. Rabbit Piao reached out to produce the booklet she had studied diligently, presenting it with both hands. Xiao Qi took it, getting up from her side. His expression softened a bit. It's just a book, it's nothing. But the moment he opened the cover, he felt as if struck by lightning, freezing in place. His face turned pale, his brain lacking blood flow, making his head throb with anger. Rabbit Piao tightly hugged Xiao Qi from behind, wrapping her arms around his strong waist, her head resting against his back, gently rubbing. Not daring to look someone in the eye, feeling scared. She and Xiao Qi are not yet together, but she always feels like she's been caught cheating. She feels deeply guilty. What I gave him is a very new book for learning. After all, he's your friend, so I shared everything. Only this one is the one I studied seriously, and I've written down a lot of my insights on it. Rabbit Piao anxiously explained. This one is only for you to see. Please don't be angry, okay? Xiao Qi, you say something. In the future, I won't care about such things, okay? Xiao Qi's anger slowly subsided. It seems the confession cannot be delayed any longer. They should get married as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows how many changes will arise. Good. Xiao Qi answered fiercely. Really? Is that okay? Rabbit Piao didn't dare to relax too much. Xiao Qi is usually very, very nice and, correspondingly, his jealousy is unparalleled, as can be seen from him making her delete the male model photos. This man has 100 possessiveness over her. Good. Xiao Qi turned around, reaching out to touch the corner of her lip that had just been bitten. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. It won't happen again next time. Just as Xiao Qi finished his promise, he was pressed down by someone for a passionate kiss. Their lips pressed tightly together, and in less than 10 seconds, Rabbit Piao heard the little trash giving her the heart-throbbing value report. Dear host, congratulations. The 57th heartthrob 100 has been achieved. Rabbit Piao hurriedly pulled away as Xiao Qi lifted her chin, preparing to kiss again. She fell into Xiao Qi's embrace, taking a break. Xiao Qi extended his tongue, licking his lower lip, soft and sweet, like the sweetness of cotton candy. Good. Xiao Qi gently patted Rabbit Piao's shoulder, all the jealousy dissolving with a small kiss. She always manages to easily evoke all of his emotions. But just a fleeting kiss, how could it be enough? Shang-Chi's birthday party. At the entrance, the couplets are written in festive red, wishing happy birthday. Red lanterns hang high on both sides, shining with bright red light. In the courtyard, a 100-year-old evergreen tree is adorned with small wooden plaques for people to write down their wishes, a beautiful longing for the future. The courtyard is filled with dozens of small tea tables, each adorned with a celebratory small cake. Xiao Qi and Xiao Sha are welcoming guests at the entrance. Welcome, welcome. Please come and go further inside. Xiao Sha warmly greeted the arriving friends and didn't forget to remind Xiao Qi, Shishi, you should go in quickly. It's too tiring to stand here. Brother, I'll go in when Xiao Qi arrives. Xiao Qi whispered to Xiao Sha, her expression full of shyness. Xiao Sha helplessly allowed her to continue welcoming guests with him at the entrance. Xiao Qi wore a bright red puffy dress, with a design that revealed her full collarbone and slightly fair curves. She had already applied an exquisite lady's makeup early on, done by Lingyu. Little sisters had a little quarrel, but it was quickly resolved. Her big eyes were full of anticipation, her face like a peach blossom, red lips and white teeth, smiling brightly as she waited for the one she longed for at the entrance. Finally, just as the birthday party was about to start, Xiao Qi arrived late with Rabbit Piaopiao. Following them were Yingzhu, Luo Yan, and Linyu, Qin Shu. 3 pairs of high-profile partners, including the newlyweds, quickly became the focus of the crowd. The center of attention, however, was still Xiao Qi and the extremely beautiful girl beside him. Dressed in a simple and elegant white long dress, her long hair lazily cascading down, tied at the top with a simple white bow, she wore no makeup, yet looked like a fairy who had walked out of a painting. Her gaze was clear and pure, openly meeting the eyes of the person looking at her. Piao, piao. Watch your step. Chapter 43, Confession. Rabbit Piaopiao withdrew her gaze and focused seriously on the road beneath her feet. She was quite familiar with Xiao Qi's home, which recorded many of her glorious deeds. Embarrassing moments. Xiao Qi stood frozen in place, watching Xiao Qi and Rabbit Piaopiao walk past her, her face pale, not responding to a single blessing from Rinju and the others. She didn't know what kind of relationship Xiao Qi had with that girl. They seemed to be getting along well, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that there was actually a girl beside Xiao Qi. When did this happen, and why hadn't anyone told her? After the Earth Guardian selection competition ended, she had thrown herself wholeheartedly into Run Fengluan, and upon returning, she focused on taking care of him and preparing for her birthday party, not paying much attention to Xiao Qi. Moreover, since Xiao Qi returned later, she never found the time to check in, always thinking she would discuss it when her birthday party came. But now here he was, bringing another girl to her birthday party. A myriad of feelings of loss surged in her heart, but she could only swallow it down. The birthday party's process was quite simple. The host would give a brief opening speech, followed by a meal, chatting, and a moment to hang a wish bamboo stick, which would wrap up around 1 o'clock. Xiao Qi stood in front of everyone and spoke, while the audience waited for her to say something, not picking up their plates to eat. This stood in stark contrast to the ancient wolfing down style of eating. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Qi. I'm very happy to be here and meet everyone for my birthday party. As soon as she finished speaking, traditional applause erupted, echoing throughout the venue. Just moments ago, Lingyu had asked her if she would confess. She thought for a moment and nodded affirmatively. She had had enough of this one-sided extreme tugging. She wanted a clear resolution. Knowing that the other party had no feelings, yet still wanting to confess, she put aside all her feminine reserve. She just wanted to hear that answer with her own ears. This speech might be a little long. I hope everyone doesn't mind. Saying this at a birthday party. 9 times out of 10 meant a confession was coming. The crowd, eager to eat, clapped their hands, and those with lively personalities even chimed in, "We don't mind. We don't mind." Xiao Qi gave a slight bow, and Lingyu, seeing her iconic move from their rehearsal, began to implement the established plan. Rose petals gently floated in the air, dancing gracefully as they slowly fell. The melodious prelude of a confession began to play, and Xiao Qi stood in the central space reserved for showcasing talents at birthday parties. She moved with the rose petals, performing one standard and excellent dance move after another, passionately mixed with subtlety, deeply infusing her affection into the performance. Rabbit Piaopiao's eyes widened, but the man beside her remained indifferent, his gaze fixed solely on her, unaffected by the outside world. On the table, there were delicately arranged fruits, seeds, and pastries. There was a pastry with a cute little bunny carved on it that he had wanted to eat for a long time. As the confession march came to an end, Xiao Qi elegantly bent toward Xiao Qi, extending a hand toward him. He briefly raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting slightly to see the little bunny pastry again. Xiao Qi, I like you. I've liked you for a very long time. She gathered her courage, fireworks exploding in her mind, feeling light as if she were in a dream. Her head felt a bit dizzy, and she was slightly out of breath. As she spoke those first words, all her tension seemed to dissipate, hidden deep within her. She spoke fluently, smoothly, and far better than during rehearsal. I have always liked you. In the crowd, I would search for your voice. I love you so much. For you, I would give everything. I know you're excellent, and I will work hard to become someone who can stand by your side. No matter what your choice is, I will stand by you without reservation. Xiao Qi continued to pour out her feelings, segment after segment, sentence after sentence. Rabbit Piaopiao glanced at Xiao Qi, who was watching Xiao Qi, and huffed. So today was a feast of betrayal, not just any ordinary gathering. No, she couldn't show it too obviously. Playing hard to get was an essential skill for every qualified dog owner. Xiao Qi's lips curled slightly. The little bunny was jealous. But soon, his smile faded as he adopted a curious expression similar to those around him, waiting for his decision. Xiao Qi, can you give me a chance? Xiao Qi didn't even know how long she had been speaking or what exactly she had said. She just kept pouring out her thoughts, and she thought she must have said it all by now. Ren Fengluan watched from the side, feeling heart-wrenched. The conflicting emotions were suffocating. He hoped Xiao Qi would accept her, but also hoped he would reject her. He was trapped in this double bind. In his eyes, Xiao Qi was the best girl in the world, deserving of the most excellent man. He and Xiao Qi didn't get along, but he couldn't deny that Xiao Qi was a hero. And who wouldn't love a hero? He bitterly smiled, biting his lip to maintain a calm expression. Finally, he heard Xiao Qi say, "Thank you for your feelings, but I already like someone else." Xiao Qi grabbed the watching rabbit and then looked at Xiao Qi. Yes, is it her? Xiao Qi, who usually spoke sparingly, actually added a yes this time. The crowd watching the drama had some covering their mouths to prevent themselves from shouting. Others were clutching their hearts, feeling like they were shattered, unable to dream of handsome men anymore. Xiao Qi choked up, okay. She ran back to the room before her tears could break. Xiang Sha stepped forward to manage the situation. Everyone, let us eat. Feelings are always like this, going around in circles. You don't need to take it to heart. After he finished speaking, he turned and followed her into the room, setting up more than a dozen soundproof barriers. As expected, inside the room, Shang-Chi began to throw things around. Bang, bang, bang. Crash, crash, crash. Shang Sha felt he had made a wise decision in setting up so many soundproof barriers. He really understood his sister well. Fine porcelain, bowls, chopsticks, tables, chairs, everything visible was not spared. Ling Yu was worried and didn't dare to step forward to stop her. Shang Sha, the doting brother, wouldn't think to intervene either. People have anger and resentment that need an outlet. After the deafening sound of shattering ended, it was followed by earth-shattering cries. One after another, she wailed loudly. Shang-Chi lay on the table, crying endlessly, occasionally hitting herself. The words coming out of her mouth became a chaotic mess. You're just a worthless person. That's why Xiao Qi won't like you. It's because you're not smart that Xiao Qi doesn't like you. If you got plastic surgery to look like her, would Xiao Qi then like me? Shang-Chi suddenly grabbed Ling Yu's arm. What about you and Jiang Rue? Isn't there no chance between you two? You should go confess to him. Hurry. Such heart-wrenching pain. Shouldn't best friends share it together? Why didn't she go confess? Why didn't she go? Why not? Shang-Chi tightened her grip on Ling Yu's arm, leaving a red mark. Hiss! Ling Yu winced in pain, trying to break free from her grasp. Shang Sha watched from the side, unsure how to step in and pull the two girls apart. It wasn't very convenient for him, since they were both girls. You go confess. Go, go, go. She shouted like a madwoman, her voice frantic as she noticed Ling Yu's intention to break free. With force, she threw Ling Yu away. Ling Yu fell to the ground, and Shang Sha quickly struck Shang Qi to knock her unconscious, halting her madness at that moment. Are you okay, Ling Yu? She. I'll come see her tomorrow. Ling Yu left those words and walked out through the side door. She ran into Jiang Rue. Every time they met, it seemed they were in perfect sync. He was full of joy, while she looked dejected. What's wrong? Why so down? Sigh. Ling Yu shook her head, suddenly caught by his grip on her wrist. What's going on? It's nothing. The two walked away from Xiao Qi's birthday party, gradually separating from the crowd. After walking for a while, Ling Yu felt Jiang Rui holding her arm as he applied medicine to the red marks on her skin, which had been scratched and broken. The faint traces of blood were visible amidst the music. He carefully applied the medicine, his face showing unmasked concern. Ling Yu's heart raced. He really cared about her. He was holding her hand. The cool sensation of the ointment on her wounds gradually eased the pain, along with the sadness of being thrown to the ground. Suddenly, she wanted to be brave, to be wild just once. Unexpectedly, she reached out and grabbed Jiang Rui, flying toward the nearby tree trunk. She pushed him to sit on the trunk, nervously biting her lower lip, applying great force that hurt. Ai. Ling Yu kept swallowing, her breath tense and uneven. Jiang Rui looked at her, his clueless expression showing he didn't understand what she wanted to say. I like you, The last Yuan Ling Yu's words was drowned out by his forceful kiss. In fact, long ago, Jiang Rui had already gotten used to having a little rabbit named Ling Yu in his life. From the initial feelings of gratitude, it slowly developed into a close friendship, then to familiar strangers, then back to friends. Unfortunately, he was a typical straight man. At first, he really didn't understand his own feelings. He just liked to tease the little rabbit from time to time, enjoying the sight of her flustered and helpless. Time passed, long enough that he couldn't pinpoint when he had confirmed his feelings. It was also at that time he realized she seemed to like Xiao Qi. Thus, a dramatic misunderstanding was formed. He thought she didn't like him, and she thought he didn't like her. If Ling Yu hadn't spoken up today, the tension between them would have continued indefinitely. In a way, Ling Yu was grateful to Xiao Qi for pushing her. But she knew very well that being with Jiang Rui was not what she wanted to see. It seemed that ever since Ren Fengluan faked his death, Xiao Qi had changed. When a person faces the suffering they must endure, is a passive experience. No matter the degree of suffering, one must accept it entirely. That's why she lost control. If Xiao Qi's answer today had been acceptance, perhaps she wouldn't have gone mad again. But just as she couldn't accept Ren Fengluan's moral coercion, Xiao Qi wouldn't become a puppet of moral coercion either. Everyone has the right to autonomy and does not interfere with each other. Feelings have never been about right or wrong, but rather a matter of inner choice. In a vast world, living is mostly suffering. Therefore, being able to honor one's heart is a blessing. Who? Ling Yu lay in Jiang Rui's arms, gasping for breath. It was too intense. The police officer bird of victory was indeed different. With astonishing lung capacity. If she hadn't bitten him, he probably wouldn't have stopped. I like you too, Ling Yu. The man's hearty voice rang in her ears, making her feel like she was dreaming. Jiang Rui felt similarly unreal. You just said you like me, right? He asked straightforwardly, wanting to confirm. But this made the shy girl in his arms bury her head deeper against his chest. Then let's be together, okay? Jiang Rui gently touched Ling Yu's head and asked again. Okay. After receiving her affirmation, Jiang Rui held her head, making them face each other. The atmosphere was charged with ambiguity, their breaths mingling as they were drawn together, slowly pressing their lips against one another for another passionate kiss. At the birthday party, after Xiang Sha covered Xiao Qi with a blanket, he went out to say goodbye to the visiting guests, trying to be as courteous as possible. Xiao Qi helped Rabbit Piao hang her wish wooden tablet at the highest point, along with his own. Then he pulled her away from the birthday party. He ran ahead, slightly faster, while Rabbit Piao hugged his waist from behind, confused about why this man was in such a hurry. About a quarter of an hour later, Rabbit Piao was stunned by the scene before her. Fireflies danced in the air, sparkling in the quiet black night sky. The scent of roses wafted through the air, and a red carpet was laid out on the ground, with roses of various colors arranged symmetrically on either side. This time, it was Xiao Qi who took the initiative to hold Rabbit Piao's hand. He was usually reserved, making this a rare display of initiative. He had originally planned to confess on a day he had chosen, but after Xiao Qi's confession today, he felt this was the perfect moment. He had no other thoughts or high-level romantic ambiguities. Chapter 44. 59th time achieving 100 heartfelt value. He has nothing but sincere feelings. The two strolled along the romantic red carpet. Tu Piaopiao glanced at Xiao Qi out of the corner of her eye. She admitted that in that moment, just now, she had once again fallen for him. For the nth time, she felt her heart flutter for Xiao Qi. No one dislikes bright and shining love. His love is sincere, bold, and known to all. A sense of inexplicable worry surged in her heart. Little Qi, could it be that he's going to confess to her today? How? Could she act oblivious? While she racked her brains trying to find a way, they were gradually surrounded by the liftable easel that Xiao Qi had prepared for her. One by one, she looked at the pictures. There were photos and various photos of her with Xiao Qi. As she stepped closer to examine, she realized they were not photos, but paintings. Various watercolors depicted the little moments they had shared. Xiao Qi waved his hand, and fireworks exploded in the sky, finally forming a large heart that flashed in the air, along with Tu Piaopiao's name. She looked up earnestly at the sky and discovered that inside the red heart was a blurry image of her and Xiao Qi. From their first meeting to their gradually closer relationship. As she watched, tears welled up in Tu Piaopiao's eyes, almost overflowing. When she saw the ending, tears streamed down her face, enveloped by countless warm feelings. She looked at Xiao Qi, who was pushing a small cart with a carrot-shaped tree on it, adorned with various envelopes, each stamped with a carrot seal. These were letters Xiao Qi had written to her, one for each day since their first meeting. He took her hand and led her into the empty room he had decorated. The deep blue starry sky background looked dreamlike, like an underwater world. Xiao Qi closed the door, knelt on one knee, and took out his wish stone and a diamond he had prepared for a long time. His fingers trembled, gently held by Tu Piaopiao. Piao, I like you. The man's deep and sensual voice carried an indescribable tenderness. Give me a little more time, okay? Little Qi. Tu Piaopiao pushed his hand back, helping him up. Heaven knows how much she wanted to agree. Everything she had seen today, Xiao Qi didn't know how long he had prepared for it, how much thought he had put into it. She didn't want to disappoint him, but she couldn't avoid disappointing him either. Piao. The look in Xiao Qi's eyes was about to shatter. Tu Piaopiao's heart ached for him, but she had the little trash system and couldn't give any response. Don't be sad, it's okay. Tu Piaopiao, gently patting his back, soothing him tenderly. Xiao Qi cried in her arms, his shoulders shaking. He had been rejected twice. Did Piao really not like him? As the ancient said, once is chance, twice is coincidence, but there is no third time. So Piao really has no feelings for him. His heart was in so much pain, so painful. He felt like he was about to die from sadness. The blue bayou system detected that the host target's vital signs are unstable. What happened? How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, this trash. Tu Piao took a deep breath, her grip softening even more, suppressing the anger inside her. Little Qi confessed to me, and I gently refused him. What should I do now? It was only now that she realized that a polite refusal was still a refusal. How could someone who truly cares not feel sad? Her response was not an agreement, but a gentle refusal, asking him to wait a while. She knew she was stating a fact, but little Qi definitely didn't know where her thoughts had wandered off to. The chilly system, aware of its own faults, quietly logged off, no longer asking questions, merely cautioning. Be sure to ensure the target's safety, otherwise the mission cannot be completed. It's very dangerous. Tu Piao. Unbeknownst to how long had passed, Xiao Qi withdrew from Tu Piao's embrace. His eyes were red, and he choked out, in that case, Piao. Let us keep a proper distance from now on. He put his feelings back into the space, solemnly returning them to their original place. Let us go home. Xiao Qi took 2 steps back, distancing himself from Tu Piao, opening the door and waiting for her. In the air, Xiao Qi waved his hand, sealing off the carefully arranged scene with layers of walls. To be honest, he had never considered the possibility of being rejected because, during their interactions, he could clearly feel that Piao liked him. Otherwise, why would she hug him, hold his hand, do those intimate actions that only couples would do? But the reality was, he had been rejected by Piao. He didn't understand those twists and turns. Nor could he comprehend the meaning behind her words. In his straightforward thinking, Not agreeing meant rejection, and rejection meant not liking him. Xiao Qi had never felt such pain in his heart. It was the first time he experienced what it meant to suffocate. Trapped by love, confined as if by a cage, unable to escape, yet having to pretend to be distant. He brought out a pair of cloud shoes for Tu Piaopiao to step on, maintaining her balance with his energy from behind her. When they returned home, Tu Piaopiao opened her mouth to speak, but Xiao Qi had already returned to his room, leaving her standing alone in the yard. Little Qi's indifference was unexpected for her. The little rabbit, who had never been treated so coldly, felt heartbroken at that moment. It was a terrible and sad thing for two people who liked each other not to be together. Tu Piaopiao wanted to ignore the system and just be with Xiao Qi. Just as she was about to act, she was intercepted by little Chili, stopping her reckless move. Little Qizi was upset, but so was she. If possible, who wouldn't want to agree to their crush's confession? Tu Piaopiao returned to her room in despair. Maybe tomorrow, little Qizi would feel better, boo-hoo. The moonlight cast shadows on the ground and through the window. She could vaguely see the scene in the yard. Xiao Qi was in his room, staring blankly at the window. He opened the curtain a small crack to look at the house at an angle. The lights were off. Had he already gone to sleep? He took out a bottle of wine that had been stored for a long time and uncorked it with a wave of his hand, pouring it into a glass and downing it in one go. He never drank unless necessary. He had never imagined that one day he would need to drown his sorrows in alcohol to ease the pain in his heart. After another glass, the heat burned in his stomach as he recklessly poured himself another. Tears streamed down uncontrollably. The reason for his sadness was many, but the most was still her rejection. Seeing others happy, wanting to feel happiness, it reached its peak. Falling from the highest point, the pain was unbearable. Clink, clink, clink. Another bottle of wine was empty, and he lay half-propped on the ground, empty bottles forming a circle around him, stacked to a considerable height, occasionally knocking against each other. Scattered around. Gulp, gulp. Xiao Qi kept drinking. Only alcohol could numb his pain. In a daze, he pondered many strange questions. Why do people have feelings? Why do people like others? Why is there so much love that cannot be attained? Xiao Qi raised another bottle of wine, feeling dizzy, and collapsed on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Tu Piaopiao transformed into a rabbit, lying above Xiao Qi's roof, hearing the sounds of various wine bottles inside, her heart racing with panic. Nothing was smashed. That's good, that's good. With her two rabbit ears perked up, she listened to the sounds inside, and finally, she heard the sound of the man falling to the ground. Under the dim, gray moonlight, Tu Piaopiao leaped down from the roof, transforming into human form. A male fox spirit, who happened to pass by, saw this scene and smirked slightly, finding it interesting. He sensed the presence of his kind, his kin. Similarly, Tu Piaopiao, who had fallen to the ground, also sensed the presence of her kind. She sniffed and unexpectedly locked eyes with Hudu. He was dressed in tight black clothes, revealing his delicate collarbone, and the holes in his ripped pants went up to the thigh. He lazily floated in the air, clearly teasing. Tu Piaopiao, furious, threw a punch, and Hudu, caught off guard, was sent flying 1,000 meters away. Tu Piaopiao took a deep breath and opened Xiao Qi's door. As usual, it was unlocked, but this time, it seemed to have been forgotten. Not that he was waiting for her. The floor was littered with bottles, but the only commendable thing was that none were broken. Tu Piaopiao walked over, squatted down, and looked at the drunken Xiao Qi, who was sleeping soundly, unable to resist poking his nose. Seeing someone she liked made her feel so cheap with her smile. She picked up Xiao Qi, placed him on the bed, took off his shoes and outerwear, and covered him with a blanket. He had a poor tolerance for alcohol, but was quite decent when drunk, not causing a scene. However, after drinking so much, his stomach would inevitably feel uncomfortable. Tu Piaopiao began to use her celestial powers, and a ball of dark green light formed around him, quickly disappearing into his body. In an instant, much of the alcohol odor dissipated, and he no longer broke into a cold sweat. His stomach also stopped making faint noises. Only then did Tu Piaopiao leave, and before she went out, she planted a kiss on his forehead. As the door closed, the person lying on the bed opened his eyes. He had been awake since the moment she entered. This was the keen awareness that everyone had during the era of hard work. He pretended to be asleep because he really couldn't act indifferent. Even if he was rejected, he still wanted to be close to Piaopiao, still wanted her care, still wanted to be with her. Xiao Qi reached out to touch his forehead, which was slightly hot. Even when drunk, he couldn't change the fact that he would blush shyly at its ease. She kissed him. He was so happy. Bad woman. Xiao Qi cursed inwardly, thinking that ancient texts said if a woman kissed a man but didn't want to be together, she was a sea king, a scum woman. Piao, right? Xiao Qi turned over, regardless of whether it was true or not. He simply couldn't think so much. People always say to restrain emotions, but when feelings come, it's impossible to restrain even a little. The love brain mentioned in ancient texts was the true nature of love. Xiao Qi closed his eyes, and the room was filled with the fragrant scent of lilies. Just now, Piao had freshened up his room and had taken away all the bottles on the floor silently. She had even placed a sleep-aiding essential oil by his pillow. No matter what, Piao must have done all this because she liked him. Waiting for a while was no big deal. Xiao Qi had completely forgotten that just a few hours ago, he had declared he would move out of the house with Tu Piaopiao. TSK. Mother's complaints and disdain JPG. The next day, the sun was warm, and today, Tu Piaopiao got up early to make breakfast, sporting a pair of panda eyes, unable to sleep at night and not able to get up during the day. If it weren't for wanting to perform well in front of someone and increase her favorability, she definitely wouldn't have only slept for 2 or 3 hours and gotten up at 5 in the morning to make breakfast. Tu Piao shook her head as she walked toward the kitchen. She slapped her head, brewed a cup of black coffee, and downed it, feeling much more awake. She took out the flour, started kneading the dough, and prepared to make a bowl of fragrant noodles. While waiting for the dough to be ready, she also made a plate of gardenia-flavored pastries. Just as she was about to prepare 2 cups of pure milk, the door to Xiao Qi's room opened. She glanced at the time. It was only 5:45. Did Xiao Qi wake up this early every day? The two looked at each other, and in the first glance, they saw the awkwardness in each other's eyes. You're awake? Tu Piao asked, stirring the milk tea powder in the glass. After asking, she quickly turned her head, not caring whether he would respond. Xiao Qi replied softly, The man took long strides toward Tu Piao and broke the ice, asking, Is there anything I can help with? And no. Tu Piao put down the glass, mentally berating herself. What a great opportunity to chat. Why did she have to extinguish it? She hurriedly said, the dough is almost ready. Can you help me watch it? Okay. Xiao Qi expressionlessly went to knead the dough. Tu Piao felt a chill beside her, panicking. The soft and cute Xiao Qi suddenly turned into an ice king, and she couldn't handle it, boo-hoo. During breakfast, Xiao Qi still had no expression, while Tu Piao ate with a pitiful look. Xiao Qi found it amusing. Who was rejecting whom here? How come the little rabbit looked so pitiful? He was the one who had been rejected. Tu Piao poked her chopsticks at the bowl, having no appetite. The obedient dog ignored her, making her feel so sad and emo. In the end, it was Xiao Qi who surrendered first, using his chopsticks to serve her some vegetables. Suddenly, there was a favorite green vegetable in her bowl, and Tu Piao's beautiful eyes squinted with delight as she looked softly at Xiao Qi and sweetly said, Good. Congratulations, host. The 59th 100 heart movement value has been reached. Keep it up. The little trash's reminder echoed in her heart, and the downcast Tu Piao decided to stand up again. Chapter 45, but not yet. Only by pulling herself together can she be with Xiao Qi. She needs to quickly complete the task, upgrade the system, and go. Xiao Qi's beautiful eyes curved slightly as Tu Piao held a bowl and sat next to her. She actively picked up a piece of her favorite carrot and placed it in Xiao Qi's bowl, reminding her that Xiao Qi should eat well too. In an instant, the two seemed to return to their previous interaction mode. However, both of them were very clear in their hearts that breaking through the window paper and not breaking through were different. Xiao Qi nodded, unconsciously softening her aura. After finishing their meal peacefully, the two tacitly did not mention yesterday's events again. Time began to quietly pass by, slowly slipping through their fingers. As they spent time together, the day arrived for Xiao Qi to undergo semi-close training. After saying goodbye to Tu Piao, she left with Yingzhu and Linyu, the three of them walking side by side toward the training ground. She didn't say to let Tu Piaopiao come, but she still hoped she could. The semi-closed training allowed for open time during lunch, so they could meet briefly. Tu Piaopiao had learned about this from Ying Ju early on, and after they left, she quietly followed behind, temporarily using a small, smoky, run-down house 10 kilometers away from their training ground. Within 10 minutes, she used her magic to tidy up the place, successfully moved in, and began her daily life of preparing something for Xiao Qi. On the other side, at the training ground, Lung Yuqing was late as usual. Holding a speech she had prepared in advance, but would most likely not read verbatim, she began to address the crowd. First, congratulating everyone on successfully passing the Earth Guardian selection and officially becoming Reserve Earth Guardians. However, to truly become Earth Guardians, they still needed to undergo harsh and rigorous training. Everyone, do your best, and I hope to see you at the end. After Lung Yuqing finished her speech, the instructors responsible for training came down from the stage, not giving them any time to rest as they quickly entered training mode. On the vast playground, on towering peaks, in muddy pits, and among piles of garbage, various training projects were taking place in all sorts of locations. After facing everyone's intense training, they then started one-on-one training. The only comfort they had was probably the sour plum soup served every day at noon. It was made by Mi Yan. She had passed the review and was released, learning that her life saviors were training here, and she came every day on time to prepare meals, bringing large bottles of sour plum juice for the trainees. Thus, she got to know Tu Piaopiao, who came every day. The friendship between the two girls quickly formed. Mi Yan had never seen a girl as pure and innocent as Tu Piaopiao. Before coming to Earth Village, all the girls she had encountered were insidious and malicious, with bad intentions almost written on their faces. Piao Piao, what did you make today? Seaweed rice rolls and soft, glutinous vegetable balls. Tu Piaopiao answered cheerfully while holding a small basket of food. She could feel that this man was just pretending to be aloof. He had already forgiven her in his heart. Otherwise, her flirty tasks would have reached the 77th time now. Help! Who doesn't tea like a well-behaved little dog? During her daily persistence in delivering meals, Xiao Qi would occasionally smile at her. Tsk, such a miser. Awesome. You're great too. Not only do you cook for them, but you also prepare sour plum juice for the trainees. Tu Piaopiao had considered that, but she quickly passed on it. After finally easing their relationship back to normal, she didn't want to return to square one just because Xiao Qi was jealous. Thank you for praising me. Before meeting Tu Piaopiao, she had never received such sincere compliments from anyone. The compliments from the fallen stars were always laced with various malicious intentions, followed by all sorts of denials, slanders, and self-doubt, gradually destroying her tender psyche. They wanted to turn her into a devil as cruel and fierce as them. It's nothing. Tu Piaopiao patted me, Yan's hand, feeling the mix of scratches and roughness. Her gaze paused slightly, subtly looking at her neck, where there were also faint black scars. Mi Yan was considered pretty, but she wore thick makeup every day, making her appear pale and ghostly. At first, she thought Mi Yan was a ghostly figure. The few exposed patches of skin were like this, not to mention what horrors lay beneath. She only felt heartache. Growing up in extremely harsh conditions, a slight misstep could lead to disaster. Mi Yan sensitively sensed her gaze. This time, however, she did not feel disdain, disgust, or nausea from the other party. Instead, in her gaze, she felt a gentle warmth, like the warm wind of winter, easily soothing her weariness and obscurity. Piao Piao. It's almost time. Go distribute the food. Okay. Mi Yan nodded, suddenly wanting to say so much to her, but not knowing how. She delivered meals to repay her benefactors, and she made sour plum juice to help the trainees relieve fatigue as a form of redemption for herself. Whenever she heard them say thank you, she could always feel a warm force conveyed to her. The fallen stars were a savage planet, where the ugliness of human nature accumulated over thousands of years. There was only plunder, war, and conquest. There was never a polite thank you. Everyone pushed selfishness to the extreme, and no one understood the meaning of sharing. Mi Yan watched them eat and drink sour plum juice, her heart filled to the brim. Those holes were sewn up. Tu Piaopiao placed the meal she prepared on a small table, and Xiao Qi sat down next to her. Xiao Qi's hair was slightly messy, and Tu Piaopiao reached out to gently tidy it up, returning it to its normal arc. Xiao Qi's ears quietly turned a light shade of pink. He would blush when she touched him. Fortunately, after she finished arranging his hairstyle, she withdrew her hand. She handed him chopsticks and said, "Try it, see if it's good. You said yesterday that you wanted to eat vegetable balls, so I made them for you. Aren't I great?" Great. Xiao Qi nodded. To this day, he still hadn't figured out why Piao would refuse him. She treated him so well on a daily basis, with intimate contact limited to just him. With others, she was just appropriately polite, maintaining proper boundaries. So why? Try this first, a little appetizer. Tu Piaopiao, as if performing a magic trick, produced a piece of hawthorn candy from a wrapper, opened it, and brought it to Xiao Qi's mouth. He opened his mouth and took a small bite. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and Tu Piao swallowed reflexively. This wasn't a test for Xiao Qi, but rather for herself. Oh my! His lips looked so soft, so tempting. She wanted to eat them. A little rabbit, immersed in the beauty, only realized what was happening under someone's gaze and brought the hawthorn candy closer to his lips. It was something that could be finished in one bite, yet Xiao Qi took over 20 bites, each time just a little. Tu Piao's hand grew tired from holding it up, and in the end, this man even gently licked her fingertip. A jolt of electricity passed through her fingertips, sending a tingling sensation throughout her body. He picked up his chopsticks to eat, looking like a paragon of virtue. The only thing that could comfort Tu Piaopiao was the heart-thumping value prompt from Little Chili. Congratulations, host. 100 heart-thumping value achieved for the 78th time. Keep it up, and you'll level up soon. Lying down to upgrade is simply too enjoyable. Letting the host take the lead while being a little slacker is just amazing. There's still 22 times. The road ahead is long and winding. Recently, Xiao Qi has not been in a good mood, and she feels off, floating around every day, not to mention having stomach issues from time to time. Hurry up and level up, please. After leveling up, she won't need to rely on emotional values to maintain her physical form anymore. She doesn't want to live a life that depends on people's moods anymore. Xiao Qi eats gracefully, and half an hour later, most of the people around her have dispersed. Tu Piaopiao drags Xiao Qi to a secluded place and uses teleportation to bring her to her little shabby house. It's lunchtime, and she still has more than 20 minutes left. Before Xiao Qi can come to her senses, she finds herself lying on Tu Piaopiao's bed. Then, she gets bitten hard. Before she can respond, she gets bitten again. Xiao Qi breathes awkwardly, suddenly hugging Tu Piaopiao's head. Are you sure? What? Tu Piaopiao pinches his flushed ear with one hand, bites his lower lip again, and begins to practice what she saw in the comics. Xiao Qi starts to take off his clothes, pulling down his belt, making his outfit a mess in an instant. With a turn, Tu Piaopiao is pinned under him, her hands holding his wildly beating heart, realizing they've gone too far. Even now, the system hasn't given her any prompts? Could it be down again? This. You still want to train wee like this? No, not too good. Tu Piaopiao closes her eyes, silently reciting a calming mantra, repeatedly brainwashing herself. Don't look at anything inappropriate. Xiao Qi finds it amusing. She says it's not good, but her hands are gripping his chest muscles tightly. Truly a typical two-faced person. So, when she says she refuses, does she actually like it in her heart? Xiao Qi wonders if there's something wrong with her thinking this way. Ever since she met Tu Piaopiao, she's gotten used to making all sorts of excuses for her. With a complete set of self-explanations, she thinks she's mastered it. Training, I could take a leave of absence. Piaopiao, do you want to continue? I. God knows when the system will give a prompt. It's driving me crazy. Should I take a risk and have a handsome guy become my possession? So tempting. She stops talking, her hands slipping into his clothes, sliding down his back. As desire rises and reaches a critical point, the familiar notification from the little trash can interrupt them. Hurry. Stop now. The system just lagged. Now, it's the 81st time with 100 emotional value reached. Little Chili is shouting desperately in the system. God knows how she lagged again. Embarrassment strikes again. Tu Piaopiao breaks into a sweat, takes a deep breath, pushes Xiao Qi away, hurriedly gets out of bed, and puts on her clothes. Damn. She suppresses the impulse to wipe out the little trash can, if it's down. Let me down. Can't you stay down a bit longer? What a fake malfunction. The little trash can dares not speak anymore and quietly goes offline. Xiao Qi lies on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. It seems. It's always like this, intermittent. Every time they're about to take a more intimate step, it always stops. She understands the joys of the boudoir. How could she not understand his feelings? So, was she pretending to be shy earlier, subtly rejecting him? Could it be that she is really a scumbag? An irresponsible scumbag? But she hasn't been fishing. Oh, that's the sea queen. Here we go again. Tu Piaopiao quickly puts on her clothes and rushes to the bathroom. She can't handle this. Double pressure, trying to crush her. In the end, Xiao Qi successfully reprograms himself. Since there's no one else around Piaopiao, he will try a little harder, just a little harder, to let her see his good side, and then courageously be with him. Tu Piaopiao finally stops having stomach issues. Piaopiao, I'm so tired. Xiao Qi lies on the bed, propping up his face with one hand, leisurely looking at her. His tone returns to how it used to be, sticky, clingy, and soft. A warm current sweeps over Tu Piaopiao, blood rushing to one place. The discomfort in her stomach is instantly soothed, judging by her physical condition. Xiao Qi is definitely in a good mood. But they haven't done anything yet. And he's tired? With a pure and innocent face. He speaks words of a wolf, in a serious and adorable tone, as if asking him what he wants to eat tomorrow. Xiao Qi's expression freezes for a moment, and he slowly speaks, help me get dressed. Okay. Tu Piaopiao walks to the bedside, looking down at the beautiful person lying sideways, pale, smooth skin with red marks left by her earlier. She half closes her eyes and slowly starts to dress him, her fingertips brushing against his skin, carefully putting on his clothes in an extremely shy manner. The man is neatly dressed, and when she is unprepared, he gently kisses her cheek. Then he hurriedly retreats. Having come to terms with it, being a little more proactive isn't a bad thing. After all, he can feel her affection. As for why she doesn't accept it, he doesn't want to explore that. One day, she will tell him, right? Host, the 87th time with 100 emotional value achieved. Little Chili is getting a bit numb from saying it. Recently, the number of emotional values has been rising rapidly. She is feeling a bit tired from summarizing it all. Upon hearing this, Tu Piaopiao smiles brightly at Xiao Qi. Damn it. This system should be called the restraint system instead of boom flirt. Every time the emotional value reaches a peak, it's actually when she most wants to cuddle and kiss. But she can only restrain herself. If this continues, what will happen to her as a floating rabbit? Speechless. During training, taking leave is strictly prohibited unless there are serious special circumstances. But geniuses are exceptions. Chapter 46, 100 heartbeat value achieved for the 100th time. Xiao Qi, while being a genius, is also a good student, so when the teachers see his leave application, they don't think too much about it. Tu Piaopiao used a teleportation spell to send Xiao Qi back. During their parting this time, their gazes started to feel like they were stretching. The limit of ambiguity was infinitely rising. Training continued day after day, with dangers lurking silently. On this day, within the Earth Palace, the ancestor of Earth Village, Di Kuang, detected the presence of other life forms in Earth Village, with unclear characteristics and a dangerous aura. He hurriedly called Lung Yuqing to go to the Forbidden Zone. Under the cold and oppressive atmosphere pressure, they walked through the gray area wearing high-intensity gas masks. Strange calls echoed in their ears, intermittent hoof sounds as if performing some kind of ritual. They entered the darkest passage, where the gray area gradually narrowed. Arriving at the center, inside, they could see the terrifying scenes outside in 360 degrees. This was the ocean pollution caused thousands of years ago by improper nuclear wastewater discharge by humans, which had left an indelible impact on the marine ecological environment. In the ecological cycle, the Earth was no longer blue, but a wasteland of ruins. When disasters occurred, they always came one after another. Amidst the disasters, billions of lives disappeared from the Earth, until the sun fell, completely losing its light. In the midst of hardship, the sun refracted a new brilliance. The Earth revived, and the vast polluted sea areas, under the high-intensity refraction of sunlight, converged into a specific region. The remaining survivors on Earth were on the brink of dying from thirst. At the end of life, it began to rain from the sky. This time, unlike the acid rain of the past, it was normal rain, the same as the rain from thousands of years ago, and people came back to life. They began to reinforce and build up the area where sunlight converged, which housed various mutated species, weak and only having a faint breath of life. They had thought about completely exterminating them, but they had not researched any substance that could completely eliminate them. The things they thought would be lethal to the mutated species ultimately became food for them, making them stronger. The drug experiments had to be forcibly halted. After all, these species had survived a world catastrophe, and no one knew when they might undergo new mutations. This area was sealed off, known only to each generation of Earth Guardians. Recently, these species began to become restless, as if infused with new destructive power, starting to grow wildly and even violently crashing into their cages. Coupled with the latest detected aura of the fallen star, their vigilance had to be raised to the highest level. Tonight, they came here to inspect the current state of these mutated species. This was the latest evidence regarding the mutated species. The familiar voice of a man stunned the two who entered the room. They both looked towards the newcomer, Tao Suifeng, their gazes meeting and an aura reminiscent of when he was a general emerged. He received a message from Lung Yuqing, but still couldn't rest easy and came to take a look. On the day he arrived, he tirelessly completed the documentation on the nuclear wastewater in the Forbidden Zone and all materials regarding the mutated species caused by nuclear wastewater. He returned. Lung Yuqing smiled to ease the tension between Di Kuang and Tao Suifeng. During the war years, there was a rift between the ancestor and the general. Neither looked up to the other, only occasionally allowing him, as a messenger, to communicate between the two parties. He had been a messenger for too long. For example, the relationship between the ancestor and Xiao Qi was also mediated by him. Tao Suifeng nodded and walked to the display screen, starting to summarize the details of the mutated species. According to our tests, there's a possibility of remutation among the mutated species. When things reach an extreme, they will inevitably decline. Once organisms reach a certain level of mutation, they will stop mutating, begin to degenerate, and ultimately disappear. When these mutated species were not completely destroyed, we had already envisioned this possibility. This was the worst-case scenario. Tao Suifeng's voice flowed smoothly as Di Kuang and Lung Yuqing flipped through the materials he submitted, listening intently. At the end of the meeting, Di Kuang took out a declaration of war sent by the fallen star. The reason for war was, in recent years, Earth Village has captured too many subjects of the fallen star, hence this battle. The handwriting was flamboyant and arrogant, very much in line with the actions of the fallen star's ancestor, my Bo. From the moment he became the ancestor of the fallen star, they had sensed that a large-scale punitive war was inevitable. The reason they provided was contemptuously absurd. The motive was merely to give a grand reason to other planets in the universe. They secretly grew their power and prepared their forces. Even after thousands of years, they still wanted to invade other planets, a desire that only briefly disappeared when the sun fell. This could be considered moral for the fallen star. Tao Suifeng sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. In a large forest, all kinds of birds exist. They didn't even consider their own status. Indeed, before, they would directly conduct ambushes, and now they even give a warning in advance. Lung Yuqing remarked sarcastically. Earth Village had also fallen into great misfortune. If it weren't for being close to the fallen star, there would be no need to be on constant alert. Other planets also want a share of the pie, but they were too far from Earth. They had no confidence in believing their planet could defeat Earth. Thus, over the years, they maintained a relatively harmonious relationship. Training might have to end early. We need to enter a state of war preparedness, Di Kuang said earnestly, his expression grave, his eyes filled with countless worries, all culminating in concern for Earth Village. Yes, Lung Yuqing responded. Tao Suifeng disagreed, straightforwardly stating, after raising soldiers for 1,000 days, using them for just one moment, you have not completed your training. Going to the battlefield would be futile. What do you suggest? Wait until all training is complete? Di Kuang angrily questioned. For all these years, this person still liked to oppose him as always. More than half of what he said, he would not agree with. in his youthful arrogance. He had also said things like, "This ancestor sent you here to be a messenger." After slowly settling down, he realized that loyal advice is often hard to hear. Half of the personnel would continue training, while the remaining half would be ready for war at any time. Tao Suifeng suggested. Through the storms over the years, the aura of the old general remained undiminished. Additionally, we could also choose to launch a surprise attack first, after thoroughly understanding the opponent's situation. Tao Suifeng spoke again, his thinking sharp and decisive. Furthermore, the reason the opponent is so arrogant indicates that there may be problems within our ranks as well. Di Kuang and Lung Yuqing exchanged glances. This was an aspect they had never considered. They had been so focused on external enemies that they had forgotten there could also be enemies at home. Every flaw must have a loophole. The sounds of the mutated species crashing echoed in their ears, and amidst the noisy environment, they began to set detailed strategic policies for the future. Days later, the semi-closed training was officially declared over. Tu Piaopiao had been waiting at the door for Xiao Qi to come out. The moment he saw her, he ran over excitedly, tightly hugging her, and at that moment the voice of the little pepper rang out. "Congratulations, host. The 99th task with 100 heartthrob value has been completed." She left his embrace, took his hand, and bid farewell to everyone. In a secluded corner, she used a teleportation technique to return to Xiao Qi's home. As soon as they arrived, she eagerly took Xiao Qi to the bath barrel she had prepared earlier. "You go take a shower first." "Okay. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Xiao Qi was left in his underwear, looking at the rabbit Piao in front of him. He couldn't help but ask, aren't you going out?" "Not going out, I want to watch." She was genuinely sincere, her eyes free of any other thoughts, clear and pure. Xiao Qi felt helpless, a bit embarrassed and flustered. Although they had seen each other naked before, he still felt shy under her direct gaze. Suddenly, his gaze dropped, feeling a chill, and before he could react, he was pulled in the bath barrel by Rabbit Piao. Sure enough, Rabbit Piao heard the familiar announcement from the little trash. Wow. "Congratulations, host. The 100 task with 100 heartthrob value has been completed. I'm going to upgrade now, so you all take it easy. From now on, this system will not participate in your romantic matters." Little Chili turned off the connection between the two as she was forcibly upgraded. The main system, Little Black, watched beside her, hoping that after the upgrade, she would remember something. He had been urging her to complete tasks, just wanting her to recall a bit about their various experiences. He hoped that the heavens could hear his heart's voice and give him a chance for redemption. Meanwhile, in another room, Rabbit Piao opened the door to cook, leaving space for the blushing Xiao Qi. He dazedly took a shower. Just now, he had his clothes taken off, even the last piece. Rabbit Piao prepared a simple sushi platter outside, along with 2 cups of pomegranate juice. After setting the table outside, she turned back to the room, where Xiao Qi was drying his hair by the bed. Tiny droplets of water occasionally slid down his face, silently alluring. Rabbit Piao walked behind Xiao Qi, wrapped her arms around his waist, and after sensing his pause, took the towel from his hands and seriously dried him off. After a few seconds, she used her internal power to dry him. Rabbit Piao's gaze fell upon his fair neck, and she gently pressed her lips against it, sticking out her tongue to lick it. Suppressing her desires, she draped a coat over Xiao Qi and took his hand to walk out of the room. As they approached the dining table, she wrapped her arms around his slim waist and touched it. "Let's eat. Please remember her current restrained appearance." The two had dinner, their gazes intertwined, with Rabbit Piao consciously ignoring his eyes. After dinner, as per their routine, they took a walk in the courtyard to aid digestion. Around 7 or 8 in the evening, the two lay on the same bed, with Rabbit Piao bathing in the bath barrel behind a thin veil. Half a month later, they lay down together. The light pink veil gently fell, and it was unclear who initiated it, but everything happened naturally, as if water flowed smoothly. In the morning light, Rabbit Piao nestled in Xiao Qi's arms, wearing the heart-wish stone he had given her. They were married now. Rabbit Piao's heart-wish stone had always been given by Xiao Qi. From then on, Xiao Qi's name also had a suffix. They officially became a couple, announcing their intimate relationship. Sweet nothings were exchanged repeatedly, pulling each other deeper into the web of romance. Piao, Piao, why didn't you agree me back then? The unavoidable questioning phase, settling accounts. I now know that Piao Piao likes me. So why didn't you agree to me back then? Xiao Qi leaned closer to Rabbit Piao Piao, seriously observing the changes in her expression. No, I can't say. Rabbit Piao Piao struggled to speak, her eyes unable to meet Xiao Qi's. Xiao Qi looked at her face and suddenly recalled what the owner of that house had told him. Just cherish the happiness of the present. And there's no need to ask too much or demand anything. Fate has always been wonderfully uncontrollable. Some people are destined not to be fated. No matter how deep the love, they ultimately have to face separation. In the face of the vast world, sometimes we are just that small, so small that we cannot put up any effective resistance. Then let's not talk about it. Xiao Qi tightened his embrace around her and kissed her again. Rabbit Piao Piao couldn't escape. There was no way to escape. Once a man tasted the sweetness, how could he stop? Thus, as the sun rose high, she was carried out of the room by Xiao Qi, with him helping her dress as well. Only her eyes could move, and her mouth felt numb. If it weren't for her hunger, she wouldn't even bother to open her mouth. She clung to Xiao Qi, lazily accepting his feeding. One bite would lead to a kiss. Does anyone understand this family dynamic? An hour later, Rabbit Piao Piao finished her meal. Normally, breakfast would take just over 10 minutes, but this time, she decided to treat it as lunch. She lay on the bed, feeling quite sleepy, and directly fell asleep. In her dazed state, she sensed someone approaching and used all her strength to open her eyes a crack. Indeed, it was Xiao Qi, and next, her eyes were kissed again. This was their first time being dependent on each other. Xiao Qi didn't tidy up his things, just took a simple shower, changed into cool clothes, and lay on the bed hugging Rabbit Piao Piao. Xiao Qi, I can't get enough of this. Rabbit Piao Piao, I'm really going to be overwhelmed by these hugs. In the afternoon, a gentle breeze blew, and Rabbit Piao Piao leaned against Xiao Qi's abs, closing her eyes and pretending to doze off. Chapter 47, National System. Fox Spirit talking to the newly upgraded Little Trash. You leveled up that fast. Who do you look down on? I'm Little Trash. Little Chili Pepper. After being ridiculed every day, she had also memorized it. All right, then tell me about the new upgraded system. What is it? When it came to the professional matter, Little Chili Pepper cleared her throat and said seriously, the upgraded system is called the National System, and it requires you to stand up during critical moments. Also, you don't need emotional points now to maintain your form. Xiao Qi's emotional stability no longer affects you. Furthermore, you can now rely on eating air to replenish energy. Rabbit Piao Piao listened patiently, and when Little Chili Pepper was gulping down water, she finally spoke up. The national system means I have to contribute to the Earth Village, right? That's right. As for the deeper aspects, I don't understand. Little Chili Pepper chuckled, and the two switched to video mode. Wow. Rabbit Piao Piao sat up straight when she saw the high-tech room. Xiao Qi gently said, showcasing his husbandly charm, "What's wrong?" Piao Piao? Nothing. Rabbit Piao Piao wanted to hug Xiao Qi, but remembered they were still on video with Little Chili Pepper, so she suppressed it. Little Chili Pepper. So men are still important? Huh? Just no love left. She reached out to hug Xiao Qi's neck and pressed her face against his, being affectionate and clingy. The ambiguous atmosphere intertwined, like vines tightly wrapping around each other. After the video call with Little Chili Pepper was cut off, her expression turned gloomy. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the main system working seriously nearby. Ever since her upgrade, for some unknown reason, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with this man and wanted to get closer. How strange, under Fulling Mountain, with clear waters and green mountains. It was a rare, beautiful scene in the world. The green waters and mountains, with waterfalls crashing down from high up, were crystal clear, allowing one to see every grass and tree in the cave. Slow down, hey. I'm your brother. Foxdew gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a strange grimace. That woman was so fierce. Clearly they were the same kind, yet she threw him so far away, making him fall like a dog. How can you still say you're my brother? Look at you. How old are you? And you can still be thrown so far by a rabbit spirit? Aren't you ashamed? Foxling bluntly criticized. That rabbit's cultivation was relatively high. That being said, They had lived here for thousands of years, and it was rare to see a demon. In the development of human high technology, there were already special media methods to transform plants and animals into human forms. The species that transformed into human forms after reaching adulthood were vastly different from those who purely cultivated to become human. He and his sister Fox Ling accidentally fell into demonic deviation during their cultivation, unintentionally transported by magic to Fulling Mountain, and thus began their 1,000-year secluded life, only occasionally returning to the human world. This time, it was purely an unexpected accident. He was cheated by unscrupulous merchants and was about to find them for a theory when he unexpectedly ran into the rabbit spirit on the way. Brother, you didn't use your looks to charm her? You're not doing well. Hee, stop saying I'm not capable. Let me tell you, I ran into a top-notch man. You'll definitely be interested. Fox-Du took out a mirror from his space, showcasing Xiao Qi's appearance. At just one glance, the medicine bottle in Fox Ling's hand shattered on the ground. Such a man. How could someone be so good-looking? Where is he? Take me to him. His relationship with the rabbit spirit is not ordinary. So what? No one can resist the allure of a fox spirit. Fox Ling opened her palm, reassembling the broken medicine bottle on the ground, restoring it to its original state. Hand this over to my brother. That rabbit spirit is for you. Fox-Du's hand rested on Fox Ling's shoulder, and in an instant, they disappeared from their spot, arriving at Xiao Qi's doorstep. Just in time, the other party had just finished dinner and was strolling in the yard to digest. Fox Ling stood behind the door, condensing light blue mist in her palm. After a while, she and her brother Fox-Du transformed into a pitiful appearance. Their faces were dusty, their clothes tattered, and they were covered in dirt. Knock! Knock! The knock sounded, and Xiao Qi went to open the door, with Rabbit Piapiao following behind. The two almost simultaneously locked eyes with the two outside. Rabbit Piapiao, is it you? Fox-Du Fox Ling secretly kicked her brother in the dark, causing him to kneel before Rabbit Piapiao. The other party instantly understood, hugging Rabbit Piapiao's legs with both hands, trembling and crying, "Ooh, that day you kicked me so hard. Ooh, my back is still swollen. Are you sure it's not your leg?" As soon as Rabbit Piapiao finished speaking, Fox-Du was waved away by Xiao Qi's hand, landing 2 meters away from the door. Fox Ling knelt on the ground, speaking earnestly. "Recently, my brother and I suddenly encounter misfortune at home. Please, kind-hearted people, take us in." Xiao Qi was never one to meddle in others' affairs and was already preparing to report to the higher-ups, explaining that 2 impoverished individuals had recently arrived in the Earth Village. Rabbit Piapiao glanced at Fox Ling and then at the unmoving Fox-Du outside. Grabbing Xiao Qi's hand, she said, "Xiao Qi, just let them stay." She had never encountered her kind, who had transformed into human forms in the Earth Village. Perhaps she could gain some clues from them. The fundamental reason for this thought was that little trash was really too unreliable. Xiao Qi raised an eyebrow and reluctantly nodded. He assigned a storage room in the yard for the two to stay. Love-struck Xiao Qi thought this way. Piapiao must have her own ideas and plans for doing this. But looking at that man, although he looked worn out, it didn't hinder his handsome and delicate features, with a pair of enticing fox eyes. At night, with twinkling stars, Fox Ling and Fox-Du officially moved into Xiao Qi's yard, even if it was just a storage room. But the strategy had already taken a big step forward. That night, Rabbit Piapiao heard breathing sounds beside her ear, confirmed that Xiao Qi was asleep, and climbed out of bed, preparing to meet these 2 fox spirit siblings at night. Fox Ling had been guarding the rooftop. After seeing Rabbit Piapiao leave, she instantly teleported into the room, walking towards the bed. Meanwhile, on the other side, as soon as Rabbit Piapiao walked into the room, she noticed an unusual fragrance filling the air. As she stepped closer, she saw Fox-Du lying on the bed, wearing a thin gauzy garment barely covering him. In the nearby bathtub, layers of mist rose, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that felt unreal. "What brings you here?" Rabbit Piapiao formed a light pink barrier around herself to create a separation. Fox-Du slowly sat up. Foxes were naturally cunning, the epitome of allure. He looked at Rabbit Piapiao with sultry eyes, lightly touching the gauze that barely covered him. In such a beautiful moment, do you really want to say these trivial words? His beautiful lips opened and closed, breathing softly, his fair skin tinged with pink. Every gesture was filled with temptation. Suddenly, he was caught by Rabbit Piapiao by the neck. Nearing suffocation, Rabbit Piapiao remained unaffected throughout. This was the greatest disrespect to Fox Do. Even after thousands of years without charming anyone, their fox spirit skill in seducing rabbits shouldn't have declined to this extent. The other party didn't show even a flicker of unnecessary emotion throughout. I'll ask you one last time. What is your purpose for coming here? And no. Cough, cough, cough. Rabbit Piapiao increased her grip slightly, pulling Fox Do closer, her tone cold and threatening. You better speak the truth. Otherwise, I can't guarantee you'll survive tonight. Crash. The door was burst open. Xiao Qi hurriedly opened the door, finding the fox spirit already knocked unconscious on the spot. As the prospective guardians of the Earth village, their perceptiveness had significantly improved during the semi-closed training. When a stranger approached, their sensitivity was heightened to the maximum. Just as the fox spirit got close to the bedside, he was half a beat faster than her in taking action. After subduing the fox spirit, he quickly went out to look for Tu Piaopiao and heard faint noises coming from the storage room, so he rushed over. Upon entering the room, he was met with a very provocative scene. The person he liked was having close contact with another man, their actions so. The man was almost completely naked. Xiao Qi's mind went blank in an instant, and Tu Piaopiao's hand slipped. There was a slight panic of being caught, and this situation looked unmistakably like being caught in the act. Tu Piaopiao glanced at Hu Du, her eyes covered by the man, and then Xiao Qi waved his hand, covering Hu Du with a large cloth, causing both Hu Du and the fox spirit to fall into unconsciousness simultaneously. This was one of the crucial reasons why the siblings, Hu Du and the fox spirit, chose to live hidden away from the world. Humans in this era were too terrifying. A slight mistake could lead to them becoming each other's meal. The so-called magic seemed to be sealed. As they spent more time in this world, their magical powers declined linearly, and unless absolutely necessary, they would not forcefully use it. The sunlight was still warm, but the unconscious Hu Du and fox spirit felt the scorching heat. Above them was a solar panel continuously sharing its heat source, roasting them into their original forms. Tu Piaopiao sat with her legs crossed in the courtyard, watching the fox spirit and Hu Du reveal their true forms. Their fur was quite good, suggesting they held a considerable status in the demon world. Xiao Qi had been called out by Ju to discuss matters, and he hadn't returned for the entire morning. Perhaps it was her illusion, but she felt that today everything around her was a bit different. It was very quiet, unusually quiet. The weather was the same as usual, yet it gave off a suffocating feeling. It itches to death. The fox spirit woke up from the sun exposure and, upon gaining consciousness, weakly transformed into human form. It hurts, it hurts. Hu Du also regained consciousness and transformed into human form. Stop shouting about pain. If you don't speak up, I can't guarantee the temperature of this roasting board won't be adjusted. Tu Piaopiao threatened, holding coconut juice in one hand, with freshly squeezed mango juice and pomegranate seeds that Xiao Qi had peeled neatly arranged on a small plate beside her. Actually, we also came here by accident. Hu Du began, realizing too late that this rabbit spirit was so difficult to deal with. He certainly wouldn't have helped his sister if he had known. It was just human nature to desire food and sex. So why was it unacceptable when it came to him? The fox spirit, understanding the situation, followed her brother and earnestly elaborated. We also want to return to our original world, but we can't find a way. We have no access to the database in this world, so we can't verify anything. The two of them spoke in turns, while Tu Piaopiao considered her options in her heart. On the other side, at the Earth Palace, Xiao Qi and others were summoned here, changing into gear and entering a state of readiness for battle. They didn't have time to elaborate on the specifics before they set off toward the Forbidden Zone. The sky gradually turned gray, and by the time they reached the Forbidden Zone, it had completely darkened. You don't need to bother going in there. A hoarse, chilling, and silent voice echoed behind them, coming from the ancestor of the fallen star, my Boda Kuang. Lung Yuqing and the others turned to look in the direction of the voice, seeing a puppet cloaked in black, swaying gently in the wind, lacking a normal human face. Instead, it had a skeletal visage with 3D protruding bones. Behind it followed a dark mass of figures in uniforms, with severed arms and legs, missing eyes and noses. Countless such variations, with not a single person having a complete body. They wore identical black uniforms, forming encirclement in the air, on the ground, and underground. A great battle was about to unfold. De Kuang relayed a message to Tao Suifeng, instructing him to summon all members of the Earth Village, including the substitutes in a laboratory. Move! My bow issued the order, and the Forbidden Zone seemed to have opened a floodgate, rupturing. De Kuang and Lung Yuqing exchanged glances. It seemed Tao Suifeng's suspicions were correct, yet they hadn't managed to uncover anything. Not even a single clue. The undercover agent was well hidden, as if they had never existed, yet they controlled everything. The filthy liquid inside, mixed with the mutated species, began to flow out incessantly. The soldiers from the Earth Village and the fallen star stood in the air almost simultaneously, with people from both planets pushing and shoving each other in the sky, their leaders speaking nearly at the same time. True wars often start without giving people any time to prepare. A great battle was imminent. The mutated species began to attack humans frantically, filled with fear towards the people of the fallen star. They relentlessly launched attacks on the Earthlings, engaging in a death chase. The black curtain fell, and piercing sounds echoed, breaking through eardrums and striking the deepest fears in the hearts of people. In the chaotic battle, compounded by the mutated creatures, the Earth Village quickly found itself in a disadvantageous position. When Tu Piaopiao arrived, Xiao Qi's face was already covered in blood, and the sounds of pain echoed in his ears. Chapter 48, and later, they lived a happy life. Little Pepper sent a mission to Rabbit Piaopiao. Dear host, hurry to guard Earth Village. This is your last mission. I wish you success. Little Pepper connected to Rabbit Piaopiao's video feed, began to manipulate the screen, but unfortunately, her abilities were too limited, only able to create minor disruptions, like making someone's shoulder tremble or causing another person's legs to split awkwardly. On the battlefield, corpses were strewn everywhere, blood was flowing like a river, and the loudest noise was nothing compared to this. The horrifying scene was so terrifying that those within it might not notice, but as a careless observer, Little Pepper looked at everything outside and felt a sharp pain in her eyes. Suddenly, her head began to hurt, extremely painful, and she felt very dizzy. The scene before her began to overlap with the images flashing in her mind, as if she was fully immersed in a dangerous situation. She was no longer an observer, but had become part of the scene. The main system, Little Black, supported her from behind and helped her sit down in chair. She had asked him today to grant her permission to assist the host, and he easily agreed. Hidden within was a hint of his own thoughts, hoping she could remember the little moments they shared. This was a painful process, but he would accompany her through it. Little Pepper felt as though she had just experienced a particularly terrible nightmare. In her dream, she was no longer the most useless little trash. She had transformed into the most outstanding system, leading different hosts to complete various high-difficulty tasks. With her ranking on the leaderboard, there was no doubt she was always number one. Perhaps it was heaven's jealousy of talent, or perhaps it was the scheming of petty people. While completing tasks one after another, she died. The death of the system was like a fairy's soul scattering, and then, at a certain special point in time, slowly reincarnating, which is who she is now. The moment Little Pepper opened her eyes, she was drenched in cold sweat and had goosebumps. The main system took out a warm towel and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Unexpectedly, she hugged the main system, tears streaming down her face. I remember. You are my little black who has always been with me. She cried for more than 10 seconds, just as the main system was about to respond. With a palm spread out, she grabbed the towel and began to wipe her face frantically. This time, I must give it my all and help my host succeed in completing the task. The last time a mission failed, her host disappeared without a trace, and she too had vanished along with her host during that mission. Little Pepper took a deep breath, sniffed, and began tapping on the screen. The screen brightened, allowing Little Pepper to see blurry figures. She frantically clicked on the black area, and a shadow appeared before her. Her fingers trembled slightly, and another wave of memory surged into her mind. Her host who failed the mission was named Rabbit, also a rabbit spirit from another world, and her target was Tao Suifeng, the man currently displayed on her screen. Many memories flooded her mind, with the memories of 2 lifetimes colliding and bursting into colorful sparks in her brain. Tao Suifeng was also a general back in the day, and now he was an old general, while the young general was Xiao Qi. Everything was so congruent, as if they were identical. Was it a sign from fate, hinting at something? Little Pepper began to panic, her heart racing, her voice hoarse. Little Black, is this lifetime, also just like the last lifetime? An overload of memories surged into her brain. Her capacity to bear it was somewhat inadequate, and she struggled to breathe as if she was about to suffocate. In the end, both she and her host would disappear. If she could just try a little harder, perhaps things would be different. The main system, Little Black, reached out, gently patting her back. This time, I will be with you. Little Pepper's trembling, pointy head slowly began to return to its normal position. She took deep breaths, breathing in deeply again and again. After a dozen breaths, her hands stopped trembling, and she began to focus on conquering the screen. On the battlefield, the dark sky was permeated with thick blood. Black blood falling in torrents from the sky. This made people's vision even more blurred, and the battle unconsciously slowed down, every movement becoming laborious. The blood was scattered by the forces of the fallen stars. The darker it was, the more suitable it was for them to survive. Meanwhile, the people of Earth Village, who had lived comfortably in the pleasant 5th season for years, found it hard to adapt. Under the same harsh conditions, although they would also be hindered, the degree of obstruction they faced was negligible compared to that of the Earth Village people. This was why they aimed to block the light at the horizon. Those crawling in darkness could not adapt to brightness. Conversely, those who lived in light could not adapt to darkness. The two corresponded with each other. At almost the same time, a beam of white light began to spread from around Rabbit Piaopiao. She concentrated her cultivation into one point, and amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, her white light gradually converged, piercing through the darkness to create a dazzling brightness, along with the dark blood rain, which was also blocked off. As the light suddenly appeared, those in the dark could finally see. Ingju looked at Luo Yan, who was stabbing a knife towards her neck, lost in thought. Qin Shu looked at Lung Sha, who was stabbing a sword towards his chest, frozen in place. The two most bizarre confrontations on the field. Kuang and Lung Yuqing reacted the fastest, pulling the two apart, and the battle once again began to play its prelude. Rabbit Piaopiao used her cultivation to illuminate the bloody battlefield, while also starting to control the mutated species. However, her power was still somewhat weak, only managing to subdue a small part of the mutated species before her spells were exhausted. In the face of absolute justice, any personal grudges seemed trivial. The selected Earth Guardians took on the front line, while those behind them were arranged in descending order according to their individual abilities. Hu Du and Hu Ling, not knowing when, stood behind Rabbit Piaopiao, using spells together with her. They had lived on this Earth for thousands of years and had participated in several wars between the two planets. If they could catch up, they would help. And after the great battle, they would return to Fulling Mountain to cultivate and rest. Why you? How could it be you? Ingju and Qin Shu simultaneously questioned the person across from them. Lung Sha's smile did not reach his eyes as he said coldly, "Are you surprised to know my background?" He walked step by step toward Qin Shu. "I've long been tired of this life. You can kill me now and set me free." Qin Shu stepped back, pushing against Lin Yu. A sharp knife edge pressed against Long Sha's neck, leaving a faint red mark. It was as if he had lost his sense of pain, still moving forward. Qin Shu was stepping back in front of Lin Yu, and Lin Yu followed his steps, retreating. Suddenly, Long Sha gripped the knife edge and stabbed it into his own neck, one after another. The blood-soaked scene froze Qin Shu and Lin Yu in place. The sharp blade emerged from the back of his neck. Long Sha applied slight pressure, embracing Qin Shu. He whispered in her ear, like a lover's tender murmur, "You didn't expect it, did you?" "Actually, I didn't expect it either. Goodbye, Qin Shu, I really, still quite like you. Now you know why we parted. From now on, let's be good." After he finished his last words, he spat out blood, and his limbs became stiff and cold. Slowly, Qin Shu saw his body transform at the fastest speed into the blood water form that had just fallen from the sky. Tears blurred her vision as she knelt on the cloud, wanting to touch Long Xiao, but she could no longer reach him. Lin stood beside her, protecting her and helping to drive away the enemies, allowing her to calm down a bit. On the other side, Luo Yin, seeing the scene of Lung Xiao going to his death, unhesitatingly swallowed the pill under her tongue. While Ling Ju watched helplessly as his beloved turned into a pool of blood. Hatred, anger, and the humiliation of being deceived made Ling Ju quicken his pace. He couldn't believe that a Yin could be that kind of person. This had to be a dream. He only collected a pool of blood, the rest scattered on the ground. The ground was now stained with blood, a deep red everywhere. A Yin, you said we are already husband and wife. Ling Ju's eyes were red with tears, blood vessels all over, consumed by rage. The glaring white light slowly faded, and a grand war began to approach its end. My Bo did not expect that Di Kuang and the others would have such a supernatural existence. A minor oversight. He exerted all his strength to fly towards Xiao Qi, gripping the dagger tightly in his hand to attract his attention, and took the opportunity to throw the dagger. Everything happened too quickly. Xiao Qi closed his eyes, prepared to welcome the piercing. Tu Piaopiao had exhausted all her energy. Her cultivation greatly diminished. She used her last bit of immortal power to teleport and block the dagger for Xiao Qi. My Bo then threw another conical hidden weapon, which directly pierced Tu Piaopiao's neck, blood gushing out. Host, congratulations on successfully completing the task. Would you like to return to your original world or stay here? Little Chili asked anxiously. The task progress bar reached 100 when Tu Piaopiao was stabbed by my bow, now reaching 120. Tu Piaopiao looked at Xiao Qi's face and smiled. She was so weak now that she didn't even have the strength to raise her hand. Return. The system has determined that you will be sent back to your original world. The main system mimicked Little Chili's voice for the delivery. Little Chili had already passed out. As the main system's voice fell, a powerful vortex force took them to the world where Tu Piaopiao was, along with Xiao Qi and Tao Suifeng. In the vast light waves, the time rift closed. The Battle of Earth Village was declared over, with the victory of Earth Village and the surrender of the Fallen Star as the concluding mark. Later, Ling Ju replaced Xiao Qi to become the new general. He was no longer as carefree as before. Luo Yan's departure became a scar that would forever remain in his heart. Later, he attended the wedding of Qin Shu and Lin Yu, where there was a memorial photo of Lung Xiao at the wedding site. Ling Ju held onto that last drop of blood, missing him day and night. On the alien planet, Tu Piaopiao reattached to her original body, while Xiao Qi attached to that big tiger. He opened his mouth wide, and she fell into it. You see, in the end, the rabbit still gets eaten by the big tiger. The two rolled around, and in the electric friction, they all turned back into their original human forms. Tao Suifeng fell to the ground, looking at the two in front of him, puzzled. They were both quite broken now. Then, he heard a voice engraved in his bones. Piao Piao, you ran out and caused trouble again. He grabbed Tu Piaopiao's ear and started lecturing her. Look at you now. Do you still have the demeanor of a girl? How can your aunt find a good match for you like this? Tu Piaopiao covered her ears, apologizing meekly. I'm sorry. Woo woo woo. Seeing her family again, with Xiao Qi by her side, her nose tinged with sourness, she cried out loud. Tu Yi's heart softened instantly, gently coaxing her. The outside world is too dangerous. Your aunt is also worried about you. Don't cry. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Anne, I miss you so much. Don't cry. Tu, he shouted, and Tu Piaopiao's tears choked back in her eyes. Soft and hard, gentle and fierce, Tu, he handled it perfectly. Yi. Tao Suifeng's voice choked. The person he had seen countless times in his dreams was now truly standing in front of him. He walked step by step towards her. Unsteady, tears streaming down his face. Tu, he turned around. The wish stone in her hand fell to the ground. Since leaving him, she had held his wish stone day and night, praying for his safety in another world. At this moment, the person was right in front of him after a long time. She trembled as she reached out to touch his wrinkled face, and he cupped her face in his hands. Tom had left marks on both their faces. They embraced deeply, recounting the sweetness and bitterness of these years through laughter and tears. Tu Piaopiao quietly whispered in Xiao Qi's ear, my aunt has a very special person she likes, but we don't know who he is. Once, She quietly told him about her matters, and he listened earnestly, his eyes curving beautifully. The main system sent each of them a video about the final outcome of the war, which they watched on their way. With worries set aside, everyone appeared exceptionally relaxed. Little Chili also woke up and naturally got together with the main system, Little Black. However, they no longer had contact with Tu Piaopiao and the others. This was the rule of the system. Once the task was completed, all contact must be completely severed, or it would affect the next task. Each person carried their own pain and joy, continuing to live in this world. Tu Piaopiao remembered the story her aunt told her before. When it came to the ending, she always spoke with a hint of sorrow, saying that later they lived a happy life. And now, they truly lived a happy life. The end, Chapter 49, Character Portraits After Marriage, Earth Village. The Great War disaster has passed, and people have begun to repair their homes day by day. By the time the Sun People arrived with the news, the battle had already ended. Ingju was responsible for a series of procedural matters, properly settling the daily lives of the Sun People. He acted like an emotionless machine, wearing away all his passion in the daily practice. Diligently becoming a loyal guardian of Earth Village, he handled all matters big and small concerning the village, unaware of what the end of life would bring. Later, Xiao Qi let go of Xiao Qi, heeding the suggestions of others and passively choosing to be with Ren Fengluan. After losing absolute love, she ultimately found herself locked in the cage named Secular, unable to escape. In the late hours, amidst countless turns of thought, she always remembered that genius boy who made her lips curl up whenever she saw him. Ling Yu and Shang Shi severed their close friendship and got together with Jiang Rui. Sometimes, friendship and love really cannot coexist. Shang Shi selfishly wanted her to accompany her to marry someone she didn't like. Thinking this way, they would have more topics to talk about. Similar misfortunes create mutual understanding. She was unwilling and could no longer accept her suppression, the ancient form of PUA. Years later, on a good day, she bravely walked towards the one she had longed for, wearing a festive bright red wedding dress. But there was no one beside her to support her anymore. Those who once promised to be each other's bridesmaids had vanished amidst the storms. Only later did she realize that both love and friendship need to be built on mutual respect and understanding, rather than on the unequal foundation of one party giving and the other insisting. Such relationships are bound to collapse one day. Also, people ultimately live for themselves, not for those illusory things. Once she understood, let go, and moved on, she could walk the next path with more composure and determination. Mian settled in Earth Village for a long time and also gained some sincere, pure, and clear feelings, experiencing for the first time how precious simple happiness can be. During a long journey, Earth Village encountered a major crisis. The ground was damaged. Ingju took the eagle feather left to him by Xiao Qi to plead with the great eagle Deshur for help. As for the major faction, they spent the latter half of their lives in the eagle prison. Thus, the eagle feather found its purpose, and Earth Village successfully weathered another disaster. The main system, Xiao He and Xiao Lajiao, also happily came together after completing the task with Tu Piaopiao. They quietly found happiness in corners beyond human sight. Alien Planet. Tu Piaopiao and Xiao Qi tied the knot, holding a wedding according to the customs of the rabbit world. After marriage, Tu Piaopiao embraced the fine traditions of the rabbit world, Gemini womb. Having 13 litters of offspring a year, countless little children bounced past them. Xiao Qi had become numb. Unable to count, simply impossible to keep up, just remembering a few children's names, and a few days later, more children arrived. Moreover, giving birth for Tu Piaopiao was not painful at all. Just like having diarrhea, it seemed like a playful game. Piao. Let's not have any more, okay? Cough, cough, cough. Do you think that's too many? Tu Piaopiao rubbed her round belly. Sensing again that she was about to give birth, Xiao Qi, wait for me a moment, let me finish this litter, and then we can chat later. Xiao Qi stood still, silently nodding. Looking around, all he could see were lively, bouncing little children. They hardly needed his care. Purely free range. Tu Piaopiao shouted, and another litter of little ones was born. End of extra.